Chapter 1. Zhengdao Sect, Spirit Testing Platform. Hundreds of 15 and 16-year-old youths gathered to assess their spiritual root qualifications. Changqing, waste spirit root, eliminated. Next, Changqing, feeling dejected, stepped aside, awaiting the Zhengdao Sect's disciples to escort the rejected candidates back down the mountain. Observing the chosen disciples, who radiated joy and hope for a future in the immortal path, starkly contrasted with the downcast expressions of his fellow rejected peers. A single gate marked the division between the mundane and the celestial. Web novels do not deceive me. Transcenders invariably possess 5 spiritual roots. Yet here I am, orphaned and alone. Changqing murmured to himself, striving to adjust his mindset. He had unearthed a stone orb the size of a longan while excavating in Blue Star, only to inexplicably find himself transported to this realm. What purpose does this stone orb serve? Changqing pondered in confusion, only aware that the orb lingered within his dantian. At the spirit testing platform, a young man clad in Zhengdao Sect robes quietly remarked, "Elder Qin, as per your instructions, the fog array has been set up along the descent." The middle-aged man nodded gently. "Yes, as in previous years, we shall sell these rejected disciples to the Zhengdao Sect." "Understood." The young man turned to leave. That night, wheels spun swiftly through the muddy terrain, causing the prison cart to jolt violently, the iron bars allowing only a slender stick to be thrust through. Listening to the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas, Changqing groggily opened his eyes, vaguely recalling the sudden rush of white mist that enveloped him before he lost consciousness during the descent. As he surveyed his surroundings, confusion washed over him. Beneath the cool moonlight, he found himself surrounded by the very individuals who had participated in the sect's assessment earlier that day, almost 100 of them, all possessing 4 or 5 spiritual roots. At the front, a spirit horse pulled the prison cart, with a figure shrouded in black seated atop it. Upon reaching the banks of a mist-shrouded river, the prison cart abruptly halted. With a whistle from the black-clad figure, a dozen robed cultivators emerged from the fog, swiftly surrounding the cart. "Where's this? Wasn't I just at the Zhengdao Sect? Who are you?" "This is the Zhengdao Sect's territory. Trafficking in immortal seedlings is a crime." Some individuals, awakening similarly to Changqing, gradually deduced the grim reality, their voices trembling with fear. "Ha ha ha! You are all rejected disciples of the Zhengdao Sect. The sect will not advocate for you." An emaciated elder tossed a bulging beast-hide bag filled with spirit stones. The black-clad rider accepted the bag, inspected its contents, and a smile crept upon his lips as he severed the chains binding the prison cart before riding away. "The Zhengdao Sect does not want you. Why not come to my Zhengdao Sect? I assure you can continue your cultivation there." The black-robed cultivators hoisted the large prison cage and ascended into the air, landing aboard a grand vessel that drifted downstream. "Zhengdao Sect? Isn't that a sinister sect? I refuse to go to the Zhengdao Sect. Let me out. I want to go home." Upon hearing they were to be taken to the Zhengdao Sect, the youths in the cage turned pale, tugging desperately at the iron bars, shouting in hopes of attracting the attention of righteous cultivators. Some wept bitterly, their cries echoing with despair. Being rejected by the sect was devastating enough, but to be sold to a sinister organization was a cruel twist of fate. Truly, misfortunes seldom come alone. Sinister sects are notorious for devouring their own without remorse. That emaciated elder claimed, "The Zhengdao Sect guarantees your continued cultivation." Such words were nothing but the ravings of a madman. Sinister sects prioritize cultivating disciples to nurture powerful protectors for their own future. Yet, everyone knew that individuals like them, with poor spiritual root qualifications, would not enjoy favorable treatment, living lives akin to that of slaves. It was possible they might even become sustenance for others' cultivation breakthroughs, as some techniques required blood sacrifices to empower oneself. Those with even worse luck might end up as blood offerings for a cultivator's spirit pet. "Silence, all of you!" The hoarse voice of the withered elder commanded attention. Several black-robed cultivators produced electric staffs that crackled with energy, striking the youths through the narrow gaps of the iron bars. "Zzz. Yi Changqing felt a wave of numbness and pain coursing through his body, his muscles tense with discomfort. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, the stone orb within his dantian suddenly absorbed the electric energy, enabling him to maintain his clarity of mind. Gradually, though he still felt a slight numbness, the pain receded significantly. Moreover, Yi Changqing could distinctly sense that the stored electricity remained within the stone orb, not dissipating. He also had an inkling that, should he wish to, he could release this electric energy to attack others without suffering any backlash. To avoid revealing any abnormalities, he continued to feign the effects of the electric shock. The individuals within the prison cage were drenched in cold sweat. Some had already fainted, others foamed at the mouth, and some lost control of their bladders. Humph, finally quiet. Seeing the wretched state of the captives, the black-robed cultivators withdrew their electric rods. Yi Changqing felt a bitter pang in his heart. In Blue Star, he had never been deceived into becoming a victim of fraud. Now, in the realm of cultivation, he found himself sold to a sinister sect. Fortunately, thanks to the stone orb in his dantian, even if he entered the Zhengdao Sect, there might still be a glimmer of hope. It must have been the people from the Zhengdao Sect. Who else would dare act so brazenly near their territory? I will remember this enmity. One day, I shall repay it. Yi Changqing silently vowed, prioritizing survival for the moment. After a while, the remaining individuals regained their senses, some lying down, others slumped against the cage, all anxiously observing the black-robed cultivators outside, too fearful to speak, their hearts heavy with foreboding. The withered elder leisurely paced outside the cage, wearing a benign smile that sent shivers down the spines of the youths within. Do not let hearsay mislead you. The Zhengdao Sect is not as dreadful as the rumors suggest. As long as you adhere to the sect's rules, you shall undoubtedly live well. My earlier statement about your ability to continue cultivating within the Zhengdao Sect was not a mere ruse. The elder's demeanor was one of feigned kindness. The captives listened in silence, not daring to voice any queries, fearful of provoking another electric shock. The elder continued, "Moreover, if you can prove your worth and earn back your redemption fee, you may choose to remain as disciples of the Zhengdao Sect or leave at your discretion." Upon hearing that there was a chance of safe escape, the youth's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Can we leave?" Someone mustered the courage to inquire. As long as you pay the redemption fee, you shall be free to leave the Zhengdao Sect." The elder chuckled, "Or if any of you have a wealth of spirit stones, write a letter for your families to send the payment, and you can depart immediately." A flurry of questions ensued. How many spirit stones? The elder held up his thumb and index finger. 800 spirit stones. At this, the crowd's spirits sank. 800 spirit stones without a fortuitous opportunity. They would never amass such wealth in their lifetimes. 800 spirit stones could purchase a low-grade breakthrough pill, greatly increasing the chances of a cultivator advancing to the late stage of chi refinement. A cultivator at the late stage of chi refinement would possess sufficient strength to establish a small family or faction in the realm of cultivation. For individuals like them, with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, even reaching the mid-stage of chi refinement would be a monumental challenge. A chubby boy suddenly exclaimed, "My family can produce 800 spirit stones." The others cast envious glances at Li Xiaofu, who wore a luxurious robe adorned with gold threads. The elder smiled broadly. "Just write a letter, and we will arrange it." "All right." Li Xiaofu was overjoyed, grasping at this lifeline as though he had found a straw in a quagmire. As the prison cage opened, Li Xiaofu was escorted out. Yi Changqing sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. He had gleaned a thing or two about fraudulent schemes from his previous life online. However, he dared not voice his suspicions. Everyone was on edge. The withered elder surveyed the remaining nearly 100 youths, speaking slowly. "The journey to the Zhengdao Sect will take 3 months during this time. For your own sakes and the sect's, you must diligently enhance your cultivation and demonstrate your worth." As he spoke, several black-robed cultivators produced various cultivation manuals, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of course, some of the Zhengdao Sect's manuals were reserved for inner disciples, and the ones being offered now were merely those commonly circulated outside. The elder continued, "You may choose whichever manual you wish to learn. However, I must make it clear, should you fail to cultivate to the point of channeling qi into your body upon arrival at the Zhengdao Sect, you will have no choice but to practice the blood-burning technique. The blood-burning technique forcibly consumes one's potential to elevate their cultivation, typically resulting in an early demise before the age of 30. Hearing about the blood-burning technique, the youth shivered involuntarily. One individual, cautious, ventured to ask, "We can choose any technique? No additional costs?" The elder smiled in response. "The techniques will be provided to you free of charge." Pausing, he added earnestly, "The metal attribute techniques excel in stealth attacks. The fire attribute techniques are adept at slaughter, and the earth attribute techniques are proficient in defense. By cultivating these three primary categories of techniques, you shall expedite the acquisition of your redemption funds when undertaking missions in the future. Learning the wood and water attribute techniques poses no significant issue either, for the Zhengdao Sect possesses numerous spirit fields. However, the spirit stones earned in the future will be scarce, with the fastest return of 800 spirit stones achievable only after 80 years, and the slowest may never garner sufficient funds for redemption." Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. Soon, many opted for techniques in the metal, fire, and earth categories. Their motivation was simple: to swiftly amass 800 spirit stones and regain their freedom. Changqing squinted his eyes, meticulously pondering the words of the withered elder. The elder's speech was evidently suggestive, hoping to guide everyone towards the study of the metal, fire, and earth techniques. Could this individual truly be offering a benevolent warning? It must be noted that this person was indeed a malevolent practitioner. There was surely a trap hidden within. With this thought in mind, Changqing extended his hand beyond the confines of the cage and chose a technique named Changqing, belonging to the wood attribute. After everyone had made their selections, they discovered that all techniques were documented in 9 tiers. The first 3 tiers represented the initial stage of qi refinement. The middle 3 tiers denoted the mid-stage, and the final 3 tiers signified the late stage of qi refinement. Reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier meant achieving complete qi refinement, thereby allowing one to attempt foundation establishment. Seeing that nearly 90% of the individuals had chosen the metal, fire, and earth techniques, the withered elder smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Whoever can guide the qi into their body may leave the cage and reside in the cabins of the ship." Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits surged, and they diligently focused on their cultivation, drawing from the insights recorded by their predecessors in the techniques. Some black-robed practitioners outside the cage sat cross-legged in meditation, while others entered the ship to rest. Changqing sat with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, meticulously sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Time passed unmeasured, and at last, Changqing felt a wisp of spiritual energy. Just as he intended to draw this energy into his body, he found it had vanished without a trace. Changqing furrowed his brow slightly, continuing to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, yet his attempts to capture it ended in failure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The stone pearl in my dantian absorbed the lightning due to my own electrical charge. Without any spiritual energy in my body, could I directly absorb the spiritual energy from the air? With that thought, he acted upon it, directing all his focus to communicate with the stone pearl. In the span of a breath, a wisp of spiritual energy unexpectedly penetrated his skin and entered the stone pearl. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sensation whenever he wished. This wisp of spiritual energy could instantly transform into his own magical power. This bypassed the cumbersome procedure of circulating the spiritual energy through the microcosmic orbit, rendering it remarkably convenient. The wisp of spiritual energy remained unentangled with the lightning, as if separated by a membrane, each existing independently. However, at present, Changqing felt dizzy and disoriented. This sensation resembled that of having read novels for 2 days and nights without sleep, leaving him utterly fatigued. The stone pearl can indeed absorb the spiritual energy from the air, but it comes with a significant drawback. It is exceedingly exhausting for the mind. Despite his elation, Changqing succumbed to exhaustion and fell into slumber. A night passed without a single person managing to guide the qi into their body. The black-robed practitioners displayed no surprise at this scene. Such was the expected progress of practitioners with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. The quality of one's spiritual roots profoundly influences cultivation. Spiritual roots not only denote affinity for spiritual energy, but also pertain to the conversion of that energy into one's magical power. Practitioners with a single spiritual root can easily perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and nearly as much energy as they absorb can be converted into magical power. In contrast, those with 5 spiritual roots possess a very low affinity for spiritual energy, requiring considerable mental effort to capture the spiritual energy in the air, leading to rapid fatigue during cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual energy absorbed into their bodies may require 5 wisps of energy to refine into a single wisp of their own magical power. Unless one possesses an exceptionally strong spirit and can swiftly capture the spiritual energy in the air, coupled with high comprehension, they would struggle to convert the captured energy into their own magical power. "Dinner is ready," called out a black-robed practitioner. As Changqing opened his eyes, sunlight streamed through the mist above the river, illuminating the ship. Each person received a large meat pie and a bowl of sweet water, a meal that was not lacking. One could not help but note that the Zhengdao Sect did not wish for them to divert their thoughts elsewhere. They sought to expedite their cultivation. This sentiment led Changqing to feel as though they were akin to cattle or sheep, fattened for greater value. During physiological relief, one could step outside the cage. In the meantime, some attempted to leap from the large ship in an effort to escape, only to be swiftly captured, return to the ship, have their legs broken, subjected to electric therapy, and coerced into cultivating the blood-burning technique. "I merely wish to take a bath. I urinated on myself last night." "Do not be so bold." The electric therapy continued. These individuals were deprived of meat pies and forced to consume spoiled food. Upon witnessing this, the others abandoned any thoughts of escape, filled with trepidation. Changqing contemplated privately. "If I were to guide the qi into my body now, I would surely be detected by these black-robed practitioners. Those with 4 spiritual roots have yet to guide the qi into their bodies as a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots. If I were to cultivate now, it would inevitably raise suspicions among others." Refrain from speaking of heretical sects. Even the righteous paths may harbor thoughts of murder and treasure theft. Be prudent. Changqing continued to sense the celestial spiritual energy. He was reluctant to utilize the stone pearl within his dantian. As doing so would plunge him into a deep slumber, it would be wiser to wait until nightfall. Without unforeseen circumstances, he found it impossible to capture any celestial spiritual energy on his own until night descended, let alone convert that energy into his own magical power. After dinner, Changqing harnessed the stone pearl to capture a wisp of spiritual energy, only to succumb to unconsciousness thereafter. A month later, a robust youth named Zheng who laughed heartily toward the heavens, proclaiming, "I have successfully drawn energy into my body. A strand of golden elemental power resides within me. I am now a cultivator at the first layer of qi refinement." The black-clad cultivators nodded in satisfaction. 4 spiritual roots, and in just 1 month, he has drawn energy into his body. Remarkable indeed. Last year, the fastest to reach the first layer of qi refinement took a month and a half. At that moment, the raspy voice of the withered elder echoed in the ears of those present. "Zheng who may leave the cage and reside in the cabin of the ship. Within the cabin, there are garments provided by the Zhengdao Sect. You may first take a bath in the river." "Thank you, Steward Cheng." Zheng who promptly rose and respectfully bowed toward the ship's cabin. A month had passed, and everyone was aware that the withered elder possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement, known as Cheng Run. They also understood that escape from the grasp of a 9th layer cultivator was utterly futile. The gathered individuals gazed enviously as Zheng who exited the cage and leapt into the river, subsequently dedicating themselves to earnest cultivation. Clearly, the motivation provided by Cheng Ren proved immensely effective. Changqing pondered silently. The spiritual energy inside and outside the ship is the same. It does not hinder my progress in absorbing it. Surrounded by nefarious cultivators, I must remain ever vigilant and act with utmost caution. I shall wait until a 5 spiritual root cultivator draws energy into their body before proceeding. The time was not yet ripe. Shortly after Zheng Hu departed, Li Xiaofu was brought in, having not been seen for a month. Li Xiaofu appeared significantly thinner, not at all resembling a healthy individual. Tear streaks marred his face. His eyes were bloodshot, encircled by dark circles that bore the weight of endless fatigue and weariness. Bang! The iron door slammed shut. A cold voice resonating to Li Xiaofu knelt, desperately pleading. Steward Cheng, I truly did not lie. How could the Li family abandon me? I am the sole heir of the Li family. My grandfather is a cultivator of the 8th layer of qi refinement. And aside from myself, the rest of my family possess 5 spiritual roots or are mere mortal silence. Cheng Ren's hoarse voice cut through the air, causing Li Xiaofu to shudder, as the others felt a chill run down their spines. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaofu gathered his courage to plead once more. Steward Cheng, allow me to return to the Li family, and I shall certainly provide 800 spiritual stones. Cheng Ren's impatient voice responded. I have made myself abundantly clear. The designated location does not hold 800 spiritual stones. You have been forsaken by the Li family. Li Xiaofu cried out in despair, his voice hoarse yet devoid of tears. Shaking his head frantically, my grandfather loves me dearly. He would never abandon me. Cheng Ren's cold voice returned. If you dare to shout again, I shall break your legs, were it not for the fact that you already possess some cultivation. I would not waste my breath on you. Once you have earned enough ransom money, you may return and inquire with your grandfather. Li Xiaofu appeared oblivious to Cheng Ren's words, repeatedly screaming, my grandfather would never abandon me. Absolutely not. Zizizizi, a black-clad cultivator brandished a crackling black rod, striking Li Xiaofu's calf with great force. The sound of bones fracturing and his heart-wrenching screams echoed across the misty river surface. Eventually, Li Xiaofu collapsed, foaming at the mouth, losing consciousness. What are you all staring at? Have you all reached the 1st layer of qi refinement? Do you wish to cultivate the blood ignition technique? Get back to your training. The black-clad cultivator barked at those who were watching Li Xiaofu at his command. The others hastily diverted their gazes and closed their eyes to cultivate. Changqing steadied his emotions, focusing entirely on his own cultivation. Perhaps the Li family had truly abandoned Li Xiaofu. Perhaps those delivering the spiritual stones had already met their end at the hands of the Zhengdao Sect days past, and another 4 spiritual root cultivators succeeded in drawing energy into their body, enabling them to leave the cage. Just as Zheng Hu had in the subsequent days, individuals continued to draw energy into their bodies at intervals, though all were of 4 spiritual root aptitude. Finally, after a month, a 5 spiritual root cultivator successfully drew energy into their body and emerged from the cage. Changqing contemplated. This mysterious stone pearl appears no larger than a longan, yet it seems to contain profound secrets within. The stone pearl has already stored 60 strands of spiritual energy. If all goes well, my cultivation will rapidly progress once I enter the Zhengdao Sect. If I were to display mediocre comprehension and performance now, yet experience a meteoric rise in cultivation later, it would undoubtedly draw attention. Too much is as bad as too little. With this thought in mind, he resolved to wait another half-day before making a breakthrough. The 5 spiritual root cultivators' success in drawing energy into their body elicited no notable surprise from the black-clad cultivators, indicating that such breakthroughs among 5 spiritual root cultivators were considered normal during this period. Half a day later, Changqing communicated with the stone pearl, and a wisp of spiritual energy slowly drifted from within, though it required but a trifling amount of his mental focus. This wisp of energy seamlessly transformed into his own magical power. Settling within his dantian. I have successfully drawn energy into my body. Changqing feigned exuberance as he exclaimed. The black-clad cultivators scrutinized him from head to toe before nodding in agreement. Not bad. Another 5 spiritual root cultivator has made a breakthrough. Go wash up. As the iron door opened, Changqing stepped out of the cage, securing a rope around his waist before plunging into the river. The large ship floated downstream. He could not stray too far from it as the currents occasionally grew treacherous, necessitating the rope for safety. With a splash, as Changqing touched the river water, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. During this period, he had noticed an unusual odor clinging to him, and his entire body felt sticky and itchy, most uncomfortable. This is the sensation of freedom. Thoughts of escape flitted momentarily through his mind. Although untying the rope would free him from restraint, his lack of cultivation would render any attempt at escape futile, leading only to self-inflicted suffering. That said, the Zhengdao Sect, having merely bound him with a rope, clearly possessed confidence that he would not attempt to flee. Changqing scrubbed away the grime from his body, feeling as though he had shed several layers of skin, and he felt 2 pounds lighter. After swimming for a while longer until he felt utterly drained, he grasped the rope, and a black-clad cultivator pulled him from the river back onto the ship. Under the guidance of this cultivator, Changqing entered a small cabin furnished with a bed. He dried himself off and donned the gray robe of the Zhengdao Sect, adorned with a white skull emblem on the chest. As long as he remained aboard the ship, he could go anywhere. Sitting on the bed, he gazed through an iron window the size of a basin, observing the hazy white mist over the river. Realizing that his vision had improved compared to before, is this the result of enhanced spiritual power and sharpened senses following my cultivation advancement? Changqing murmured, recalling the teachings that stated higher cultivation would correspond with stronger spiritual awareness. Now that I think about it, will using the stone pearl be easier for me? A thought crossed Changqing's mind, and he promptly closed his eyes to utilize the stone pearl to capture the spiritual energy in the air. In the next moment, a wisp of spiritual energy was stored within the stone pearl. Although Changqing felt extremely fatigued, he did not immediately succumb to sleep. Indeed, Changqing could hardly contain his joy. This indicated that as his cultivation continued to rise, he would be able to make even better use of this mysterious stone pearl. After a brief rest, he headed to the ship's dining hall for a meal. The first to draw energy into his body, the robust youth Zheng Hu spoke animatedly. Ever since I reached the first layer of qi refinement last month, I have gained 3 additional strands of magical power within my dantian over the course of this month. Practice truly makes perfect. Once you find the right method, it can indeed accelerate your cultivation speed. Of course, the enhancement of spiritual awareness also plays a significant role. A group of youthful individuals, upon hearing this, could not help but display expressions of envy intertwined with solemnity. Some had only recently broken free, just stepping out of their metaphorical cages, while others had merely begun to cultivate their second strand of spiritual energy. In the righteous sects, the competition for resources is fundamentally dictated by strength. The weak possess no voice and can only barely survive. In the realm of the wicked, the phrase might makes right is vividly illustrated. The weak have no right to exist. Among them, one individual stood out with exceptional prowess, and it was whispered that they might become the sacrificial offerings for this person's future breakthroughs. Changqing maintained a tranquil demeanor, absorbed in his meal if he so desired. With a mere expenditure of time and concentration, he could transform the 60 strands of spiritual energy contained within the mysterious stone orb into his own power. Yet, being on the large vessel, surrounded by a multitude of people and under the watchful eyes of various black-robed cultivators, especially the covert scrutiny of Changqing, a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refining, he dared not make such a move, lest he reveal a flaw and fall victim to murder and theft. As time passed, more individuals began to emerge from their metaphorical confines, particularly after more than 80 days aboard the ship. It seemed that nearly every day someone managed to draw energy into their body. This appeared to be the normal cultivation progress for those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. Those who had previously attempted to flee but failed remained trapped in their cages, still unfreed. These individuals, practicing the blood-burning technique, were already showing signs of white hair, their youthful appearances, merely 14 or 15 years old, betraying the visage of those in their 30s or 40s. This sight sent a chill down the spines of Changqing and his companions. Yet none spoke of it. Of course, the magical power within these individuals was generally 1 tier higher. On the deck of the ship, a black-robed cultivator sternly addressed those in the cages. In 3 days, we shall arrive at the Zhengdao Sect. If you 30-odd souls have not managed to draw energy into your bodies by then, you will share the same fate as them, practicing the blood-burning technique. Upon reaching the Zhengdao Sect, you will all be thrown into the dungeons to produce spirit stones. The task of creating spirit stones is a heavy burden. Failure to meet the monthly quotas will result in you being fed to the spirit beasts. In this world, some spirit stones are a product of nature's evolution, while others are man-made. Within the cages, those who had yet to draw energy into their bodies turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. On one particular day, a dozen individuals simultaneously requested to bathe in the river. the black-robed cultivator consented. After approximately 20 breaths, the crew aboard the ship suddenly heard the shouts of these individuals. Their voices echoing from all directions. "Oh, you truly believe you can cultivate properly at the Zhengdao Sect and earn your ransom money? That is nothing but a pipe dream, especially those who have recently broken through to the first level of qi refining. You have already fallen far behind others. Do you think you can survive at the Zhengdao Sect? Now is the time to scatter and run. It is still not too late. Every pair of feet that escapes counts, with so many of us. Surely one or two can elude capture. If we do not take action now, it will be too late once we enter the Zhengdao Sect. Regret will do you no good then." Hearing these voices, Changqing and the others felt an overwhelming urge to flee, their instincts urging them into action. Who would not desire to escape? The fear of being captured, having their legs broken, and being forced to practice the blood-burning technique was palpable. How bold! The black-robed cultivator, upon hearing these words and noticing that individuals at the other end of the rope had vanished, was furious. Immediately, the black-robed cultivators leapt into the river to that moment. The ship was left unguarded. Seeing this, a youth could no longer restrain himself. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he resolutely jumped into the raging current. Taking a chance might indeed allow him to escape the clutches of evil. Witnessing another leap into the river, yet another individual inhaled deeply and followed suit. "Our guards are absent. If we do not escape now, when will we?" one person exclaimed, trembling with excitement, before plunging into the water. Changqing clenched his fists. Remaining on the ship, he knew that with just a few strides, he could reach the deck, and with a quick turn, leap into the river. In that moment, several others brushed past him. Hastening to the deck, after a moment of contemplation, Changqing ultimately relaxed his fists, calmed his thoughts, and turned back towards the interior of the ship, with the aid of the mysterious stone orb. It is not impossible to escape in the future. If the Zhengdao Sect truly feared their escape, they would not have allowed them to bathe in the river so casually. Throughout the ordeal, the withered old man had remained absent. Perhaps Changqing was entirely unconcerned about anyone slipping away from under his gaze. As expected, within a short time, those who had attempted to flee were all captured and brought back. These individuals were missing their legs, blood flowing freely, and were lined up neatly. Soon after, Changqing's hoarse voice reached the ears of the gathered crowd. Everyone assemble on the deck. When all had gathered on the deck, a chill ran through them. Below the surface of the river, a shadow over 30 feet long was swiftly moving, as large as the ship itself. Suddenly, this shadow leapt from the water. The crowd discerned that it was a great shark. The faint scent of blood still lingering in its mouth, its eyes gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The massive shark vaulted from one side of the ship to the other. Its enormous form momentarily obscured the light, and the onlookers felt as though they had plunged into an abyss, a suffocating sensation washing over them. They glanced at the deck where the legless individuals lay, and the realization dawned upon them. This shark was the spirit beast of the Zhengdao Sect. It had devoured the legs of those who tried to escape. A wave of dread washed over the crowd, and they were grateful they had not acted rashly. Moreover, they had been blissfully unaware of the lurking shark while bathing in the river. With a resounding crash, the great shark splashed back into the river, sending up a column of water like a fountain. Changqing's expression remained impassive, but an air of unspoken authority permeated his calm voice. "On the first day, I warned you that as long as you abide by the rules, you will live well at the Zhengdao Sect. Alas, some refused to listen. The consequence is to practice the blood-burning technique and be confined to the dungeons. I will leave you with one final reminder. At the Zhengdao Sect, only by adhering to the sect's rules can you survive. You have no opportunity for error." Finally, Changqing waved his hand, signaling for them to disperse. Yes, the crowd bowed respectfully before returning to the ship, each harboring complex emotions. Was there truly no way to escape the Zhengdao Sect in their remaining years? Earning 800 spirit stones in a lifetime seemed an insurmountable task. The black-robed cultivators administered hemostatic pills to those who had lost their legs. These individuals could not die yet. They were still needed to produce spirit stones in the dungeons. It was no wonder the Zhengdao Sect had to spend spirit stones to purchase cultivators. There simply were not enough. Those practicing the blood-burning technique rarely lived past 30, and many quickly became the sacrificial food for spirit beasts. Yet, evidently, as long as they could acquire cultivators, it was still lucrative for the Zhengdao Sect. Although the ransom money was set at 800 spirit stones, it was likely that when the Zhengdao Sect purchased them, Each would only require 10 to 20 spirit stones. A day later, the grand ship soared into the sky, arriving at its destination. The Zhengdao Sect, Changqing, and the others beheld the scale of this sect. Their hearts sank further. The entire sect resembled a colossal withered tree, magnificent and boundless. The tallest peak at its center seemed to prop up the heavens, countless giant mountains resembling the gnarled roots of ancient trees. Layered and towering, with some peaks disappearing into the sea of clouds, pavilions and towers were distributed harmoniously across the various peaks, gleaming golden bricks and snow-white walls creating a stunning visual. The enormity of the Zhengdao Sect made any thought of escape seem utterly futile. However, one aspect differed from their expectations. They had anticipated the Zhengdao Sect to be shrouded in darkness. Perhaps sensing their thoughts, Changqing's voice resonated softly. Only the demonic sects are engulfed in overwhelming malevolence. Our Zhengdao Sect is suffused with spiritual energy. Furthermore, I can inform you of a unique rule of our sect. At the Zhengdao Sect, killing is permitted, but you must pay a killing fee in spirit stones. The fee varies depending on the strength of the individual killed. Naturally, you still owe the sect 800 spirit stones. Should you be killed, the one who slays you must not only submit the killing fee but also the 800 spirit stones owed to the sect. This serves as a form of protection for you. If you possess true ability, then kill and seize power to rise within the Zhengdao Sect. As he spoke, several Zhengdao Sect guards approached the large ship. Riding atop an enormous skull, Changqing, you have brought back nearly 100 people this time. Well done, well done, boomed the muscular man with a braided beard atop the skull. Changqing pondered silently. Changqing is a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refining. Yet this man addresses him as uncle. He must at least be a foundational practitioner. Changqing remarked, it is merely a small favor for Qin Bai of Zhengdao Sect. You truly are remarkable. Having infiltrated even the inner sanctum of Zhengdao Sect, the burly man with a dragon beard praised, perhaps, in your twilight years, you might gather enough spirit stones for a successful blood sacrifice to establish your foundation. Thank you for your kind words, Master Uncle. Changqing clasped his hands, a smile breaking across the deep crevices of his weathered face. The dragon-bearded man nodded slightly. Now, let us attend to business. Escort these individuals back to the sect. Subsequently, each person received a black token inscribed with the words, indicating that they owed Zhengdao Sect 800 contribution points, with 1 contribution point equivalent to a spirit stone. This token must be carried at all times. As it possesses tracking capabilities, I advise you to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. Prick your finger and acknowledge your ownership, with the resonant voice of the dragon-bearded man echoing, despite their reluctance. The group complied and squeezed a drop of blood from their fingertips. Afterward, Yi Changqing, Li Xiaofu, Lu Zimu, and Bai Xiuxiu were led by a guard to the spirit fields. Zhengdao Sect occupies a vast territory spanning millions of miles, with hundreds of spirit veins coursing through it. Upon arriving at the foot of a mountain, they found the air thick with spiritual energy, several houses dotting the landscape, and hundreds of acres of spirit fields situated halfway up the mountain. The steward overseeing this area was named Situ Lin, a gnome around 40 years of age, pallid and thin as a withered branch. His gaze briefly swept over the four, lingering a moment longer on Bai Xiuxiu. Although she possessed the rare 5 spirit roots, her beauty was striking, and as she matured, she would undoubtedly become even more enchanting. Li Xiaofu, I hear you have already reached the 2nd layer of qi refining? Situ Lin then turned his attention to Li Xiaofu, subtly exuding the pressure of a 6th layer qi refiner. The moment Li Xiaofu sensed this pressure, his expression grew solemn, and he quickly replied, yes. The others understood that the gnome was establishing his authority. Situ Lin continued, do you know the cloud and rain technique and the golden sword technique? Li Xiaofu answered honestly, my grandfather taught me. I have reached a minor accomplishment. Situ Lin nodded slightly. In that case, you may tend to the spirit fields directly. Earn back your redemption money as soon as possible. Thank you, Steward Situ. Li Xiaofu bowed once more. Situ Lin then turned to Yi Changqing and the others, speaking sternly. Yi Changqing, Lu Zimu, Bai Xiuxiu, you 3 must diligently practice the cloud and rain technique and the golden sword technique. As they pertain to the spirit valleys you will cultivate, let me inform you that you need at least 20 strands of spiritual power to practice these techniques. Otherwise, insufficient power will only waste your time. Remember, you have only 3 months. If, By the end of that time, you have not mastered these two techniques to the entry level. It will indicate a lack of talent for being a spirit planter. And you will be imprisoned. Ye Changqing and the others quickly responded. We will strive to cultivate. Situ Lin waved his sleeve dismissively. Begone. There are empty houses at the foot of the mountain. Choose a place to reside. Without my permission, do not venture anywhere. The surrounding uncultivated land is inhabited by demonic beasts. Your lives are not your own, but belong to the sect. If you seek death, you will find a fate worse than death. With that, he led Li Xiaofu toward the mountain's midsection, leaving the three behind. The four-spirit root Lu Zimu spoke first. Sister Xiuxiu, this house is the largest and includes a courtyard. It is most suitable for your residence. What do you think? Without consulting Yi Changqing, Lu Zimu pointed to a house. Bai Xiuxiu smiled charmingly, her voice alluring. Thank you, Brother Zimu. Though all three had only just begun to refine qi, Lu Zimu's four spirit roots indicated he would progress faster than either Bai Xiuxiu or Yi Changqing. Hearing Bai Xiuxiu address him as brother, Lu Zimu's spirit soared, and he exclaimed joyfully, Ha! I will reside next door. It will be more convenient for us to discuss and exchange ideas. He chose a house adjacent to Bai Xiuxiu's. After pondering, he turned to Yi Changqing and suggested, Brother Yi, shall we three study the cloud and rain technique and the golden sword technique together? Yi Changqing replied calmly, You two may focus on your studies. I shall not intrude. With that, he sought out a more secluded dwelling. Historically, beautiful women have been the source of calamity. He wished to steer clear of such troubles, especially since Situ Lin clearly had an interest in Bai Xiuxiu. Unappreciative, Lu Zimu scoffed as he watched Yi Changqing depart, his heart elated, relieved that he would not have to threaten Yi Changqing to keep his distance from Bai Xiuxiu, even if he could not escape Wangu's sect in the future. Having a beautiful companion would at least allow him to enjoy a life of hedonism. Lu Zimu turned to Bai Xiuxiu, his eyes ablaze with greedy anticipation. Sister Bai, I shall head to your house now. Shall we practice together? Bai Xiuxiu's cheeks flushed, and she gently declined. Steward Situ just mentioned that one must possess 20 strands of spiritual power to practice the cloud and rain technique and the golden sword technique. Since that is the case, there is no need to rush. Lu Zimu forced a smile. Yi Changqing entered a modest dwelling. Although simple, it was furnished with all essential living items. He set down the food he carried and sat cross-legged on the bed. Reviewing the two techniques, the techniques were categorized into 4 stages: entry-level, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Entry-level, able to barely utilize the technique. Minor accomplishment, capable of flawlessly executing the technique. Major accomplishment, able to effortlessly mobilize all spiritual power. Skillfully controlling the power of the technique. Perfection, no need to form seals. Merely a thought suffices, allowing for surprise attacks and unforeseen effects. After a while, Yi Changqing memorized the mental incantations and closed his eyes to feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is rich. I can distinctly sense it in the air, far more concentrated than by the river. Yi Changqing felt a surge of J-O-Y-T-O conceal the secret of the mysterious stone bead. He refrained from using it directly. Instead, like others, he first captured the spiritual energy in the air and then transformed it into his own spiritual power. As a day passed slowly, Yi Changqing finally transformed a strand of spiritual energy into his own power. During this time, he captured 4 strands of spiritual energy, but his efforts were in vain until he seized the 5th strand. Sensing the energy, capturing it, and transforming it was increasingly exhausting. Although the spiritual energy here is abundant, my 5 spirit roots only allow me to absorb 1 strand of spiritual energy per day. Yet, I cannot afford to appear too mediocre. With this thought, Yi Changqing resolved to condense 2 strands of spiritual power each day. After consuming some food to satisfy his hunger, he fell asleep. The following morning, Yi Changqing transformed the 2 strands of spiritual energy within the mysterious stone bead into spiritual power, and then utilized the bead to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He discovered that accumulating 12 to 13 strands of spiritual energy in a day was not a challenge. Yi Changqing surmised. The spiritual energy by the river was sparse. Even using the mysterious stone bead was taxing. But here, with the rich energy, it was much easier to utilize. Thus, 8 days passed. The stone bead contained over 200 strands of spiritual energy, and his dantian now housed 20 strands of spiritual power. Once his power reached 100 strands, he would achieve the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refining. Yi Changqing stepped outside and began practicing the techniques, Lu Zimu and Bai Xiuxiu. Witnessing Yi Changqing's practice, were utterly astonished. Had he really amassed 20 strands of spiritual power so quickly? As dawn broke, he had already accumulated 15 strands of power in another 2 or 3 days. He could begin practicing the cloud and rain technique and the golden sword technique. Lu Zimu joyfully emerged from his dwelling, stretching lazily. However, upon seeing Yi Changqing muttering incantations and awkwardly forming seals, he froze in disbelief. Is he practicing the technique? Could it be that he has indeed attained 20 strands of spiritual power? Initially incredulous, Lu Zimu shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My 4 spirit roots only allow me to have 15 strands. How could this 5 spirit root waste surpass me? He must have realized his slow progress and, in his haste, neglected Steward Situ's warning. Lu Zimu, seemingly understanding everything, approached Yi Changqing with a cold smile. Brother Yi, have you forgotten Steward Situ's admonition? Practicing techniques with less than 20 strands of spiritual power is nothing but a waste of time. Yi Changqing spoke with a calm demeanor. I have already attained 20 threads of spiritual energy, so there is no need for your concern. After a brief pause, he further advised, time is of the essence. It would be prudent for you to focus on your own progress. Do not let the opportunity slip by without mastering the cloud and rain technique and the golden sword art. Observing Yi Changqing's nonchalant attitude, Lu Zimu felt a weight in his heart. He discarded his earlier fanciful notions and tentatively probed, but you possess a 5 spiritual roots aptitude. How could you possibly achieve 20 threads of spiritual energy so swiftly? Yi Changqing maintained his composure and explained slowly, the spiritual energy along the river is quite sparse, and indeed, it is challenging for one with 5 spiritual roots to sense it. However, here the energy is abundant, allowing me to effortlessly perceive the spiritual essence in the air, thus saving considerable time. What I can do is to capture as much of the sensed spiritual energy as possible and diligently convert it into my own power, thereby increasing the success rate of this transformation. Upon arriving here, I discovered a remarkable talent for this conversion, which perhaps reflects my innate understanding. Listening to Yi Changqing's earnest explanation, Lu Zimu furrowed his brow. Some individuals, despite having mediocre spiritual root aptitude, excelled at hunting and transforming spiritual energy. That he recalled that Yi Changqing had managed to draw energy into his body in just 2 months, which only deepened his gravity of concern. In areas of sparse spiritual energy, my progress in cultivation was slightly faster than Yi Changqing's, as I possess a 4 spiritual roots aptitude, making it easier for me to sense the energy. Yet, in this area rich with spiritual essence, my advantage is significantly diminished. With this in mind, Lu Zimu quickly donned a flattering smile, saying, Senior Yi, your dwelling is rather humble. If you do not mind, I could offer you my accommodation. Previously, he had assumed he was the most gifted among the 3 and had taken the liberty of making decisions, inadvertently offending Yi Changqing. Now, the situation was pressing. This was the evil sect. Yi Changqing felt disdain within. Your attitude has shifted remarkably fast. Truly, one who has not cultivated the golden fire earth methods might suspect there are pitfalls. Clever, yet easily swayed by base desires. You can deal with that troublemaker. Yi Changqing waved his hand dismissively, smiling amiably. This place suits me just fine. It is secluded that I intended to select this very room. Seeing this, Lu Zimu felt reassured and politely said, should you change your mind at any point, do let me know. My dwelling is always available to you. Yi Changqing nodded lightly. Yes, I shall commence my cultivation. You cultivate. You cultivate. Lu Zimu departed from the scene. This exchange was witnessed by Bai Xiuxiu from a distance. After a moment of contemplation, she approached Yi Changqing. Bai Xiuxiu had initially planned to approach Li Xiaofu. Among Li Xiaofu, Lu Zimu, and Yi Changqing, Li Xiaofu was undoubtedly the most appealing choice. A delicate woman. She sought to survive within the Zhengdao Sect and regain her freedom by leveraging her beauty to her advantage. However, she did not foresee that Li Xiaofu would be taken away by Sidu Lin. Left with no other option, she decided to engage Lu Zimu first, akin to a backup plan in contemporary parlance. Yet, upon meeting Yi Changqing today, Bai Xiuxiu found him to be more appealing than Lu Zimu. Approaching Yi Changqing, she elegantly arranged her cascading hair and spoke in a charming tone. Senior Yi, How did you manage to cultivate 20 threads of spiritual energy so swiftly? Might you share the secrets of your cultivation? Changqing replied coolly, the nature of comprehension is profoundly enigmatic. I cannot impart it. Casting a steady gaze at Bai Xiuxiu, he added earnestly, practice makes perfect. I encourage you, Miss Xiuxiu, to engage in more practical exercises. Noticing Changqing's apparent disinterest in her, Bai Xiuxiu internally scoffed. What a dullard. She forced a radiant smile onto her face. Then I shall not disturb your cultivation. With that, she swayed her not yet fully blossomed waist and departed. Changqing remained tranquil, continuing his practice. In the distance, Lu Zimu observed all of this with concealed delight, realizing Changqing was unfazed by Bai Xiuxiu's presence, which only fueled his own excitement. Hee, Miss Xiuxiu is mine. Changqing truly cannot discern reality, relying solely on the cultivation of spiritual grains. When will he earn back those 800 spirit stones? He should follow my example. Lu Zimu approached Bai Xiuxiu with a slightly ingratiating smile. Miss Xiuxiu, do you have any questions regarding cultivation? Perhaps I could offer some insights. Bai Xiuxiu replied coyly. As for cultivation matters, do enlighten me. Indeed, she wished to advance her cultivation swiftly. Excellent, Lu Zimu exclaimed eagerly. Let us retreat indoors to discuss this in detail. Bai Xiuxiu wore an impassive expression. Very well, Lu Zimu's eyes dimmed slightly, appearing as though Bai Xiuxiu had him firmly in her grasp. Nevertheless, he reached out to grasp her delicate hand. And Bai Xiuxiu did not resist. Lu Zimu chuckled, sharing his insights on cultivation. More than 20 days later, Changqing's fingers moved like the wheels of a cart as he formed a spell. And a slender thread of golden sword energy suddenly burst forth from his fingertips, shattering a fist-sized stone into fragments. The golden sword art. I have entered. Changqing's face radiated joy, Lu Zimu and Bai Xiuxiu, witnessing the flying debris, once again displayed expressions of disbelief. How could this be? If a practitioner with heavenly or earthly spiritual roots could achieve such mastery of the golden sword art so quickly, that would be understandable. After all, practicing spells consumes one's internal energy, and recovering that energy is effortless for heavenly and earthly spiritual root practitioners, given their efficiency in absorbing spiritual essence. However, for one with 5 spiritual roots. Both murmured in astonishment. This scene was also witnessed by Sida Lin, the caretaker of the area, that he promptly approached Changqing, questioning with ill intent, are you truly of 5 spiritual roots aptitude? He harbored serious doubts about Changqing's secrets. Changqing bowed respectfully to Sida Lin and replied breezily, indeed, I possess 5 spiritual roots aptitude. However, Changqing suddenly shifted his tone, reiterating the words he had once shared with Lu Zimu to the diminutive figure before him. Finally, Changqing calmly concluded, perhaps I possess a remarkably high level of comprehension when it comes to cultivating spells. This statement was, of course, a fabrication. In the past half-month, he had depleted his spiritual energy entirely, needing only to expend a modicum of mental effort to convert the energy within the stone bead into his own power. Sufficient energy afforded him more opportunities to practice the golden sword art. Through diligent effort over the past half-month, he had finally entered the golden sword art. Naturally, cultivation remained the foundation. After more than 20 days of arduous training, his dantian now housed an additional 5 threads of spiritual energy. Roughly 6 times slower than his usual progress, he dared not cultivate too quickly for fear of revealing any flaws. Who would believe that a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots could maintain their cultivation while simultaneously mastering spells? Sida Lin, skeptical yet intrigued, scrutinized Changqing closely. If you possess such innate talent, why was it that Zhengdao Sect did not admit you initially? Changqing had already prepared his response and sighed with a hint of resignation. During the Zhengdao Sect's assessment, I was merely a rogue cultivator without any background, lacking even the foundational methods for cultivation. Alas, when the disciples of Zhengdao Sect discovered I had 5 spiritual roots aptitude, they eliminated me to save time, denying me the opportunity to demonstrate my considerable understanding. Sida Lin continued to scrutinize Changqing in silence. He pondered, this young man does not seem to be lying. If he indeed harbored secrets, they would have been discovered on the journey back to Zhengdao Sect. Would it be my place to uncover them? With this thought, Sida Lin gave Changqing one last assessment and found nothing amiss. He smiled and said, very well, continue your diligent efforts. You possess great potential to earn back your redemption money. As the steward managing this spiritual field, he would gain more contribution points for the sect from cultivating more spiritual grains. Changqing feigned surprise. I shall endeavor to cultivate even harder. With a slight easing of his heart, he managed to navigate through the situation. He must demonstrate some commendable traits. Only by cultivating at a pace that surpasses the average would he divert unnecessary scrutiny. Upon entering the Zhengdao Sect, he soon discovered its vastness, complete with numerous guards and tracking tokens that rendered escape impossible. Since evasion was not an option for the time being, he resolved to steadily enhance his cultivation. Taking each step as it came, satisfied, Situlin nodded in approval. He then turned his gaze toward the nearby Lu Zimu and Bai Xiuxiu, directing a colder stare specifically at Lu Zimu. With only 2 months remaining. Do not forget what I previously mentioned. If you cannot grasp the Cloud Rain technique or the Golden Sword art, you will be relegated to practicing the blood-burning technique. The consequences of training in the blood-burning technique need not be elaborated. Furthermore, the spiritual fields vary in quality. They are available on a first-come, first-served basis. With that, Situlin made his way toward the hillside. Should he wish to eliminate Lu Zimu, it would be a simple task. But having an additional person to cultivate the spiritual valley offered him greater benefits. Moreover, killing someone incurs a murder fee, which is hardly worthwhile. Lu Zimu and Bai Xiuxiu's faces turned pale, a layer of cold sweat forming on them. Particularly for Lu Zimu, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had sensed Situlin's hostility moments earlier. Bai Xiuxiu, regaining her composure, approached Changqing and humbly inquired, "Brother Yi, could you offer some guidance on the Golden Sword art?" Changqing maintained a lukewarm demeanor, yet he did not wish to incur Bai Xiuxiu's resentment. He briefly shared his insights. It was best to avoid making enemies, especially if everything went smoothly. As Bai Xiuxiu might find herself conversing with Situlin in the future. As for how long Situlin would regard Bai Xiuxiu with importance, Changqing was uncertain. He merely wished to remain out of gossip's reach. "Thank you, Brother Yi." After a moment, Bai Xiuxiu bowed slightly before turning to leave. Of course, upon seeing Changqing elucidate matters for Bai Xiuxiu, Lu Zimu also edged closer to listen. "Thank you, Brother Yi," Lu Zimu said. Clasping his hands in a courteous gesture, his attitude humbled, he then surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was near before lowering his voice. "Brother Yi, I can offer you my dwelling. Rest assured, I have only held Miss Xiuxiu's hand. Nothing else has transpired." Changqing replied earnestly. "At present, I only wish to enhance my cultivation and master the Cloud Rain technique and Golden Sword art." With that, he waved his hand, signaling Lu Zimu to depart. Lu Zimu wore an apologetic smile. "I shall take my leave. Brother, please focus on your cultivation." As he made his way back to his residence, Lu Zimu's emotions were conflicted, pondering whether to continue nurturing his relationship with Bai Xiuxiu. "I have already lost my freedom. Can I simply abandon Bai Xiuxiu? What meaning does my existence hold then?" The days spent practicing spells were tranquil. A month later, Changqing took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and slowly raised his hands, fingers entwined to form a complex seal, murmuring softly, "Draw upon the essence of heaven and earth, Cloud Rain technique. Manifest." A faint mist rose from his palms, the space around him trembling slightly. And in the next moment, delicate raindrops began to fall around him. The Cloud Rain technique had been mastered. Changqing's face lit up with joy. Lu Zimu, with a complex expression, noted that he had only recently mastered the Golden Sword art and had yet to practice the Cloud Rain technique for 3 days. "Congratulations, Brother Yi. Not only have you swiftly mastered the Golden Sword art, but now the Cloud Rain technique as well. I am truly envious of your perceptiveness." As Lu Zimu approached Changqing, he offered flattery. Bai Xiuxiu also congratulated Changqing, her heart filled with complicated emotions. Before Bai Xiuxiu could request further clarification from Changqing, the unmistakable voice of Situlin echoed in their ears. "Brother Yi, now that you have mastered both the Golden Sword art and the Cloud Rain technique, you are qualified to become a spiritual cultivator. Come to the hillside at once." This scene did not escape Situlin's notice from the hillside. "I am coming, brother." Changqing could not afford to be negligent. He exchanged a few brief words with Lu Zimu and Bai Xiuxiu before hastening toward the hillside. Bai Xiuxiu watched Changqing's departing figure, her brow slightly furrowed. Such opportunities for guidance were rare, and due to Situlin's intervention, she had lost hers. Typically, no one descended from the hillside, and Situlin would not offer clarification, leaving her to rely solely on her own understanding. Bai Xiuxiu had come to terms with reality. She was now willing to align herself with Situlin, despite his sickly appearance and lack of charm. Ultimately, Situ Lin was an official of this place, and having a backing would ensure her future would be more manageable. She could only wonder how many female cultivators resided on the hillside, and what their appearances might be. Overthinking was futile. And Bai Xiuxiu resolved to focus on her spell cultivation. Observing Bai Xiuxiu's forlorn expression, Lu Zimu immediately forced a smile. However, this smile was completely ignored by Bai Xiuxiu as she turned her back on him. After 2 months of interaction, Bai Xiuxiu clearly no longer wished to acknowledge Lu Zimu. There was no future in following this person. Staying too close would only lead to misunderstandings and additional troubles. Lu Zimu's countenance darkened. His teeth clenched in frustration. "Do not let me seize an opportunity. In the future, you will undoubtedly become my plaything. And you, Yi Changqing," Bai Xiuxiu shows you a smile. "Yet you are the one who has taken her from me. I shall trample you underfoot and torment you." The sunlight cascaded over the tiered fields, intertwining with the lush green rice stalks. Situlin allocated 3 acres of land to Yi Changqing, sprinkling spiritual seeds while casually explaining. "The spiritual fields belong to the sect, as do the spiritual seeds. You are merely a spiritual cultivator, possessing nothing. When the spiritual valley matures, you shall receive 1/10 of the profits." That Yi Changqing dared not haggle. Promptly responding, disciple obeys, yet inwardly, he lamented, "A mere 1/10 profit. I truly am but a beast of burden for the Wangu sect. Such is the nature of an evil sect, and my treatment is comparatively good. It is far better than those beasts of burden laboring in the dungeons crafting spiritual stones." Situ Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, continuing, "Once your cultivation breaks through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, or you achieve minor or major success in the Cloud Rain technique or Golden Sword art, I can allocate additional spiritual fields to you. Otherwise, you will only cultivate these 3 acres, and even in death, you will not earn 800 spiritual stones. Should your progress be sluggish, I will compel you to practice the blood-burning technique to forcibly enhance your cultivation." Yi Changqing replied, "Understood." This posed no issue for him. With the aid of the stone beads, he was not concerned about slow progress. Situ Lin nodded slightly, appearing satisfied with Yi Changqing's response. Finally, he warned, "I reside at the mountain's peak. Without my permission, do not venture in." Yi Changqing solemnly assured him, "Disciple will never wander recklessly." Situ Lin gave a slight nod and departed, his frail figure receding from view. After Situ Lin left, Li Xiaofu limped over. It had been a while since they last met, and Li Xiaofu looked considerably haggard. It was evident that cultivating the spiritual valley was exhausting. Li Xiaofu smiled. "Brother Yi, I did not expect you to arrive here in just 2 months. I thought Lu Zimu, with his 4 spiritual roots, would be the first." Yi Changqing smiled back, humbly replying, "It was merely luck." Li Xiaofu shook his head, asserting that luck was also a reflection of strength. "Brother Yi, if you have any questions regarding cultivating the spiritual valley, feel free to ask me. I reside next door." "Thank you, Brother L." Yi Changqing clasped his hands respectfully and inquired, "May I ask how many acres of spiritual fields you are currently cultivating?" Li Xiaofu replied with a smile, "By fortunate chance, I have broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement and am now cultivating 10 acres of spiritual fields, if not for the Cloud Rain technique and Golden Sword art being slightly lacking. I could have cultivated 12 acres. Hearing this, Yi Changqing was taken aback. "You have reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement?" He was only an arm's length away from Li Xiaofu, yet felt no indication of his unusual cultivation level. The concealment technique, Yi Changqing suddenly realized. The text indicated that typically, one could easily sense another's true cultivation level if they were merely 3 or 4 minor levels apart, unless the other employed techniques to disguise their cultivation. Li Xiaofu merely smiled. The spiritual energy here was abundant, making it conducive for breakthroughs. In such a spiritually rich environment, aside from the major sects, only various immortal cities and markets could compare. After a brief moment, Li Xiaofu spoke earnestly. "Junior brother, the period right after planting the spiritual grain is the most relaxed time, as there are no locusts to contend with. During this time, you must focus on your cultivation and avoid any laxity. I must attend to pest control now, so I shall take my leave." With that, Li Xiaofu turned and departed. "Take care, senior brother." Yi Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the limping figure as he fell into contemplation. It is not surprising that Li Xiaofu has a grandfather at the 8th level of Qi refinement, possessing some techniques. Suddenly, he recalled what Cheng Ren had once said, "If you truly have the ability, then kill and seize power, becoming a mid-level member of the Zhengdao Sect. He voluntarily informed me of his ability to conceal his presence, indicating he has some hidden cards. This suggests he wishes to collaborate with me to overthrow Situ Lin. Yi Changqing's breath quickened as he repeatedly admonished himself, "Stay calm, stay calm. Only when there are no other options should I consider collaboration with him." That it was indeed possible that Li Xiaofu genuinely sought cooperation. Yet, another possibility loomed. Li Xiaofu might view him as merely a pawn, to be discarded at will. It was entirely normal for someone as relatively naive as Li Xiaofu to undergo a transformation in character and mindset following a series of significant upheavals. Yi Changqing entered the wooden hut by the spiritual field, realizing that his immediate priority was to enhance his cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, a higher level of cultivation would be advantageous to him. Previously engrossed in practicing the cloud and rain technique and the golden sword technique, the spiritual energy within the mysterious stone bead had been nearly depleted, and his dantian contained merely 32 strands of magical power, resulting in a slow progression in his cultivation. However, as he grew increasingly adept at utilizing the mysterious stone bead, his efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy also improved. Indeed, without this mysterious stone bead, even an ordinary cultivator would naturally become more skilled with time as their cultivation progressed. Yet, with each breakthrough, the amount of magical power required for the next would escalate. 10 days later, the spiritual seeds in the field began to sprout. This was thanks to Yi Changqing's diligent use of the cloud and rain technique. Employed twice daily, the spiritual grain was unaffected by seasonal changes, allowing for year-round planting, which distinguished it from ordinary food. The germination rate stood at 95%, surpassing the Zhengdao Sect's requirement of 90%. The excess yield would be considered an additional gain, entirely his own. However, due to his debt of spiritual stones to the Zhengdao Sect, this surplus could only be used for repayment and could not be consumed personally. Should he fail to achieve the 90% germination rate, fulfilling the spiritual grain harvest task would be exceedingly challenging. If the task fell short, his debt of spiritual stones to the Zhengdao Sect would increase. And in severe cases, he might be coerced into practicing the blood-burning technique to forcibly elevate his cultivation, as a higher cultivation level would allow for the management of more acres of spiritual fields. During these 10 days, Yi Changqing made an intriguing observation. All those tending to the spiritual fields were male, most appearing to be in their 30s. Either they are secretly practicing the blood-burning technique, or no newcomers have arrived here for over a decade. Yi Changqing pondered quietly. He was barely managing to persevere due to the mysterious stone bead, while the others lacked such fortune, without risking their lives. It would be difficult for them to endure. Meanwhile, individuals like Li Xiaofu, who already possessed some foundation, were able to persist. Nearly 20 days later, Lu Zimu finally grasped the basics of the cloud and rain technique and reached the mountainside. Like Yi Changqing, Lu Zimu was required to tend to 3 acres of spiritual fields. However, Lu Zimu noticed that his field was not as well maintained as Yi Changqing's, which boasted richer spiritual energy. It truly seemed as Situ Lin had previously remarked. First come, first served. 1 day. Situ Lin arrived at the foot of the mountain, his expression impassive as he regarded Bai Xiuxiu, with only 1 day remaining. Should your 2 spells not reach the introductory level, you will be sent to the prison. Bai Xiuxiu's complexion turned pale in an instant, and she hurriedly knelt, pleading, "Elder Situ, I have already mastered the golden sword technique. Grant me 5 more days, and I shall surely master the cloud and rain technique as well." Situ Lin replied coldly, "Rules are rules." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu trembled all over. "Elder Situ, can you bear to send me to prison? If you let me off this time, I will do whatever you ask." She shivered, her eyes locked onto the diminutive middle-aged man before her, who was nearly her height even as she knelt. "It is not imperative for you to practice the blood-burning technique." Situ Lin smirked with interest, lifting Bai Xiuxiu's delicate chin with his finger. Listening to her unsteady breaths, a sinister smile crept across Situ Lin's lips, his gaze akin to that of a predator observing its prey as he slowly undid Bai Xiuxiu's garments, revealing her porcelain skin. Afterward, Situ Lin donned his clothing and remarked coolly, "I shall return in 3 days." With that, he exited the room. Bai Xiuxiu watched Situ Lin's diminutive figure fade away, gathering her courage to call out, "Elder Situ, once I master the cloud and rain technique, may I be granted a superior spiritual field?" Situ Lin did not turn around, casually stating, "It will depend on your performance then." Bai Xiuxiu turned her head to gaze into a copper mirror, only to be startled by the sight of several white hairs sprouting from her head. Her complexion devoid of color. What is happening? A sense of foreboding washed over Bai Xiuxiu as she plucked out the white hairs. Recalling the earlier incident, I had a strange feeling just now, as if my vital essence was being siphoned away. Contemplating Situ Lin's sickly demeanor, Bai Xiuxiu felt a grave sense of unease, murmuring to herself, could this person be practicing some sort of sinister technique? Several days later, green shoots began to emerge in the spiritual fields tended by Lu Zimu, filling him with delight. Coincidentally, Bai Xiuxiu had also mastered the cloud and rain technique and the golden sword technique, and was brought here. Xiuxiu, you shall tend to these 3 acres of spiritual fields from now on, the dwarf man instructed, pointing to the field managed by Lu Zimu. Very well. Bai Xiuxiu gathered her hair. Upon hearing their exchange, Lu Zimu's expression soured. This matter concerned his own interests, and he felt a deep sense of resentment, even though this was an evil sect. After some contemplation, he steeled his resolve and questioned. Elder Situ, this is my spiritual field. I have been using the cloud and rain technique morning and evening for these past days. Do you dare to question me? Situ Lin's anger flared, an invisible pressure enveloping Lu Zimu. I would not dare. Lu Zimu felt as though an enormous mountain bore down upon him, struggling to breathe as cold sweat broke forth. Hastily apologizing, it was my foolishness. I should be punished. Humph. It's good you understand. Situ Lin retracted his spiritual pressure, pointing to a nearby field, impatiently saying, there are more fields over there. You may plant there. Gazing at the overgrown weeds in those fields, Lu Zimu could only bow in agreement. Fearing that the dwarf would further vex him, Situ Lin scoffed, once you have cleared the weeds, I will provide you with spiritual seeds. With that, he strode away. Bai Xiuxiu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zimu but said nothing. Following Situ Lin up the mountain point 5 days prior, she had already mastered the cloud and rain technique, and had deliberately waited for the spiritual seeds cultivated by Lu Zimu to sprout before delaying her progress by 5 days to conserve some energy. Lu Zimu ground his teeth in frustration but dared not speak further, silently turning to the barren land to clear the weeds. That night, Lu Zimu arrived at Yi Changqing's residence, gently knocking on the door and whispering, Senior Brother Yi, are you resting? Yi Changqing furrowed his brow upon hearing the noise outside. He opened the door slightly, and upon confirming that no one else was around, he quietly invited, come in if you have something to discuss. Lu Zimu slipped into the wooden hut, while Yi Changqing carefully closed the door behind them. The two sat on stools, and Yi Changqing cut straight to the chase. Junior Brother Lu, what brings you here in the middle of the night? Lu Zimu expressed his grievances about the events of the day. In truth, everyone, be it Yi Changqing, Li Xiaofu, or the others, was aware of the situation, yet no one had dared to speak out. Finally, Lu Zimu directly stated, Senior Brother Yi, you possess exceptional insight and surely do not wish to remain in this stagnant state. If you ever require assistance in the future, I will do my utmost to aid you. Only hoping you do not forget the efforts of your junior brother. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Changqing declined. Junior Brother Lu, I am quite well as I am. Do not overthink it. As he spoke, Yi Changqing walked toward the door and opened it wide. The implication was unmistakable. It was time to leave. Lu Zimu wished to persuade him further, but seeing Yi Changqing's impatient expression, he sighed. If Senior Brother Yi ever requires my assistance, I will certainly lend my hand. Afterward, Lu Zimu departed. While Yi Changqing closed the door and shook his head. It was evident that Lu Zimu had fallen victim to Situ Lin's oppression, and he wished to remain unscathed. Moreover, if he were to seek collaboration, it would certainly be with Li Xiaofu. As for the other spiritual cultivators at the mountainside, Yi Changqing was not well acquainted with them. Partnering with unfamiliar individuals posed too great a risk. That said, he could simply bide his time and gradually develop. There was no necessity for him to collaborate with others. Lu Zimu, feeling discontented, sought out Li Xiaofu. His current mindset was one of reckless abandon. Could things possibly worsen than they already were? However, Li Xiaofu flatly declined. I can barely walk steadily myself. If I truly possessed the ability, I would have surely healed this foot by now. Brother Lu, if you have any questions regarding the cultivation of spiritual grains, I can offer some guidance. But beyond that, I am powerless. Should you continue to speak nonsense, do not blame me for reporting you. Lu Zimu could only leave in resignation. Li Xiaofu shook his head, closed the door, and sat on the bed, deep in thought. Lu Zimu is consumed by a desire for revenge. Such a mindset is prone to unforeseen consequences. And I cannot collaborate with this individual. Bai Xiuxiu has now aligned herself with Sido Lin, making collaboration impossible. The rest have been here for several years. I am unaware of their thoughts and cannot recklessly disclose anything to them, as the risks are too great. If I were to indirectly hint at my intentions, those individuals might turn around and betray me to Sido Lin in exchange for favors. Only Yi Changqing, having arrived here not long ago, surely harbors thoughts of altering his circumstances. Furthermore, his perceptiveness exceeds my expectations. He will not resign himself to a stagnant existence. I showcased my ability to conceal my aura because I found him quite remarkable. Yet, I wonder if we can successfully collaborate. Reflecting on his decision to reveal the technique of aura concealment to Yi Changqing over a month ago, he pondered whether the benefits outweighed the drawbacks or vice versa. The next morning, Yi Changqing proceeded with his routine, first employing the cloud rain technique, followed by exterminating locusts. As the green sprouts grew increasingly robust, the locusts multiplied, compelling Yi Changqing to invest more time in their eradication. A flash of golden sword energy sliced through the air, causing a locust to burst, its juices spilling onto the ground. Yi Changqing buried the locust, using it as fertilizer. This locust was not a spiritual insect. Otherwise, in his pursuit of rapid cultivation, he might have resorted to roasting it for consumption. Indeed, Yi Changqing was merely at the initial stage of the golden sword technique, capable only of dispatching ordinary locusts. While more potent locusts could easily evade his sword energy, Yi Changqing wiped the sweat from his brow, sat cross-legged, and focused on enhancing his cultivation. Currently, both the cloud rain technique and golden sword technique were being practiced. No deliberate training required. Approaching noon, after finishing work in the 10 acres of spiritual fields, Li Xiaofu limped over to engage in casual conversation with Yi Changqing. This had become their routine during this period. As the two exchanged words daily, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying a subtle fragrance of rice. Sitting by the edge of the field, had this place not been the Zhengdao Sect but a righteous sect, the two might have leisurely enjoyed the picturesque terrace scenery. After a brief while, Li Xiaofu took his leave. Neither mentioned the prospect of collaboration, as both were guarded against one another, aware that hearts are often inscrutable. 3 months later, Yi Changqing sensed that the mana within his dantian had reached 100 strands, reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement stage 1. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. Simultaneously, the mysterious stone orb had accumulated over 100 strands of spiritual energy. If he wished to break through to Qi refinement stage 2, he could do so at any moment, merely needing to convert the spiritual energy within the orb into his own mana. However, with a 5-element root aptitude, even breaking through from Qi refinement stage 1 to stage 2 presented its own bottleneck. This was due to the difficulty in converting all the absorbed spiritual energy into his own mana. Insufficient mana naturally led to a higher failure rate in breakthroughs. This was still within a spiritual vein that if he were in a place with sparse spiritual energy, sensing and capturing it would demand an immense expenditure of mental focus. I ought to find a suitable reason for the breakthrough. It has only been a little over half a year since I began drawing in energy. To suddenly break through without cause would be too conspicuous, inviting unwarranted speculation, even though I am situated on a bountiful spiritual vein. Moreover, during this time, I also learned the cloud rain technique and golden sword technique, both of which required considerable time to master. Unable to devise a suitable rationale, Yi Changqing could only step outside. At worst, he would accumulate his strength and allow the breakthrough to occur naturally. After all, even without a reason for the breakthrough, it would not hinder him from storing spiritual energy within the stone orb. However, upon reaching Qi refinement stage 2, his spirit would be reinforced, and the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy would surpass that of stage 1. In the rice fields, the once sparse greenery gradually thickened. The rice seedlings stood tall, their leaves broad and robust, gently swaying in the breeze, producing a rustling sound. Over the past 3 months, the rice had suffered almost no loss. Any locusts that appeared were swiftly eradicated by him. Gazing at the verdant scene before him, Yi Changqing felt a sense of tranquility. In contrast, the 3 acres of spiritual fields tended by Lu Zimu were not flourishing at all. The spiritual grains Lu Zimu cultivated were already lagging behind those of Yi Changqing, compounded by the thin spiritual energy within the fields, rendering the branches and leaves feeble. Exhausted, Lu Zimu had poured all his efforts into nurturing these rice plants. Yet his limited aptitude severely hampered his own cultivation. Lu Zimu, disillusioned, with disheveled hair and covered in mud, sat in the spiritual field, resembling someone driven to madness. Initially, he had boasted of being superior to Changqing, believing he could still play the role of a privileged disciple. All of this had merely been his delusions. Once harboring resentment towards Changqing, he had fantasized about humiliating him should an opportunity arise. But now Lu Zimu had long abandoned such ambitions, all his sharp edges thoroughly worn down. Changqing glanced over at by Xiuxiu's 3 acres of spiritual fields, though those spiritual grains were slightly inferior to Changqing's. They met the task requirements. Buzzing, as Changqing turned his gaze towards the 10 acres of spiritual fields cultivated by Li Xiaofu, before he could carefully assess the growth of those rice plants. He spotted a swarm of locusts approaching. Although they did not number in the clouds of yellow sand, there were certainly hundreds, if not thousands. The Zhengdao Sect mandated that their cultivated spiritual grains must achieve a 90% maturity rate. If these locusts were to nibble at them even slightly, the task would undoubtedly fail. The consequences would be dire. Li Xiaofu, working in the spiritual fields, instantly sensed something amiss. With his Qi refinement stage 3 cultivation, Li Xiaofu quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of golden sword energy that sliced through the locusts, causing them to burst open, their juices spilling onto the ground. Changqing contemplated rushing to assist, but suddenly noticed some locusts had flown into his own spiritual field. This is bad. His pupils constricted slightly, and with swift reflexes, he dashed towards the spiritual field while simultaneously forming hand seals, unleashing sword energy that shot forth with a piercing sound. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the distant spiritual fields, where yellow and green intertwined. Some were nearing maturity, while others were still in their growth phase. Yet regardless of their maturity, some fields were plagued by locusts, while others remained untouched. Someone deliberately controlling this. The thought lingered in Changqing's mind. Otherwise, an indiscriminate attack would be expected. Changqing silently kept his guard up, a chill running down his spine as a sudden realization struck him. He glanced again at the spiritual fields of Bai Xiuxiu and Lu Zimu, noting that Bai Xiuxiu's field was nearly devoid of locusts, while Lu Zimu appeared to be losing his mind. Unjust heavens! Unjust heavens! Lu Zimu roared frantically, feeling as though he were being swallowed by locusts. Even with his utmost efforts to exterminate them, it seemed there was no end to their numbers. He noticed Changqing employing the golden sword technique, but evidently, the locusts in Changqing's vicinity were far fewer than in his own. Heavenly Tao. No, this is intentional. Lu Zimu's mind raced back to the figure of the dwarf, his eyes bulging with rage, unable to restrain himself from shouting the latter part of his thought, having been close to Bai Xiuxiu earlier. Even having held her hand, Sido Lin was clearly punishing him. After uttering those last words, Lu Zimu felt an icy chill wash over him, silently praying that Sido Lin had not overheard. Sometimes, feigning ignorance and playing the fool while secretly enduring hardships is the only way to survive. Indeed, it is as expected. Someone has orchestrated this. Changqing, with no further thoughts to spare on others, devoted himself entirely to exterminating the locusts. He surmised subtly that Sido Lin had intentionally unleashed the locusts, using the excuse of their subpar spiritual grain cultivation to compel them to hastily cultivate their blood-burning techniques to elevate their cultivation levels, thus compensating for their shortcomings and increasing their yield of spiritual grains. No wonder the spiritual cultivators here are of advanced age. It is not due to lack of effort, but rather a forced predicament. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Changqing's eyes, though it quickly dissipated. Impulsiveness only leads to self-inflicted suffering, or even worse, death. The immediate priority was to eliminate the locusts and salvage as much of the rice he had diligently nurtured as possible. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase from his cultivation technique that in moments of life and death, awakening one's potential might allow for a breakthrough in stagnated cultivation. However, this action was fraught with peril. Failure could result in being slain by the enemy. I am preoccupied with exterminating locusts, fully aware of the dire consequences should they persist. Perhaps, being overly anxious and fearful can also stimulate one's potential. With this thought, Changqing resolutely summoned the spiritual energy within the stone orb. Streams of pure spiritual energy poured forth, instantly transforming into his own magical power. Silently, Changqing activated his Changqing technique, intertwining 100 strands of magical power within his dantian with the newly summoned energy, causing them to thicken. From a broader perspective, the originally vaporous magical power coalescing from those 100 strands became increasingly dense that in less than a breath's time. A resounding boom echoed in his ears, shattering his bottleneck. The emerald vaporous magical power within his dantian expanded significantly, successfully breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement. Immediately, Changqing swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing golden sword energy crafted from his magical power that pierced through the locusts. This served as an excellent opportunity to adapt to the utilization of his newfound power. As one locust after another fell to the ground, the spiritual field was finally devoid of these pests. Perhaps I might procure some form of inheritance. Observing Li Xiaofu still hurriedly shooting down locusts, he rushed over to assist. Though Li Xiaofu possessed the cultivation of the third layer of qi refinement and was nearing mastery of the golden sword technique, the vastness of the spiritual field, 10 acres, was overwhelming. Seeing Changqing dispatching locusts in his own field, Li Xiaofu gasped for breath amidst his efforts, expressing gratitude and no need for such courtesy. Changqing replied nonchalantly. Noticing Changqing's effortless extermination of locusts, Li Xiaofu suddenly attuned himself to Changqing's cultivation level, exclaiming in surprise, "Junior brother Yi, have you reached the second layer of qi refinement? I broke through just now." In a moment of urgency, Changqing smiled gently. "Congratulations," Li Xiaofu laughed heartily, placing unwavering trust in Changqing. Previously, Changqing had demonstrated remarkable comprehension, and the likelihood of successfully awakening his potential was indeed high. After a while, Xiaofu remarked, "There seem to be several locusts that possess some cultivation. My sword energy cannot reach them." Changqing, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, felt his magical power was nearly depleted. Li Xiaofu expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am truly indebted to you this time. I will repay you in the future. Please, go rest." Changqing nodded and departed to return to his own spiritual field. Seeking to restore his magical power, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Bai Xiuxiu's spiritual field, which remained unscathed by locusts. In contrast, the rice cultivated by Lu Zimu had been reduced to nearly 50%. Lu Zimu, lacking any magical power to sustain his use of the golden sword technique, could only laboriously wield a hoe in the spiritual field, his eyes bloodshot and his voice hoarse. Yet, he was not the most unfortunate. In the distance, someone else's spiritual grain was on the verge of ripening, only to be entirely devoured. Logically, the more spiritual grain we cultivators produce, the greater the profit for Situlin. Why would he act so? Changqing squinted towards the mountain's peak, where only a hazy white mist obscured the true situation. After some time, once Changqing had regained his strength, he returned to inspect the rice in his spiritual field and found that only a few had been consumed by the locusts. He felt a slight sense of relief. Originally, the germination rate of the spiritual seeds he cultivated was an impressive 95%, exceeding the sect's stipulated 90%, even with some being devoured by locusts. The rate still stood at approximately 92 or 93%. Changqing noticed yellow pollen on the rice. Had he not observed closely, he might have mistaken it for rice pollen. He took some of the pollen and rubbed it gently between his fingertips, faintly sensing a thread of spiritual energy and a subtle sweetness, leading him to deduce this must be the culprit attracting the locusts. Initially, he had thought Situlin possessed an inherent understanding of insect manipulation. However, it now appeared that even if Situlin had some knowledge of cultivating insects, it was merely superficial. Changqing dismissed further contemplation and performed the rain technique, summoning a gentle shower. The unidentified pollen was washed into the ground, mingling with the locust carcasses, burying them in the muck to prevent further attraction of locusts. The locusts scattered across the several hundred acres of spiritual fields did not linger long, as if responding to some command. They withdrew en masse within mere breaths, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The cultivators could only watch helplessly as the locusts fled, weariness etched upon their faces. At the mountain's summit, Bai Xiuxiu glared at the diminutive man before her. Furrowing her brow, "Are you certain my spiritual field is free of locusts?" Earlier, upon arriving at the mountainside and discovering the absence of female cultivators, she had felt immense joy, believing there would be no competition. However, as time passed, she realized how naive her thoughts had been. In just a few months, She felt as though she had aged several years. That it dawned on her that perhaps all the female cultivators who had come here had been drained dry by this little man. On ordinary days, Bai Xiuxiu would venture down to the mountainside to tend to the spiritual grains, requiring careful adornment to avoid raising suspicions. Smack. Situ Lin's palm landed heavily on Bai Xiuxiu's face, sending her crashing to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Humph, do not speak to me in that tone. Without me, you would already be imprisoned, crafting spirit stones. Situ Lin's expression remained impassive, clearly displeased by Bai Xiuxiu's earlier demeanor. Bai Xiuxiu covered half her face with her hand, her voice weak. This servant acknowledges her mistake. In a moment of desperation, I neglected the greater context. Acknowledging your error is good. Do not let it happen again. Situ Lin nodded slightly, not overly chastising Bai Xiuxiu, as it was his first time unleashing locusts before her. Rest assured, your spiritual field contains no iron tree pollen. And with my insect manipulation technique, no locust will consume the spiritual grains you cultivate. Having said this, Situ Lin exited the room, closing the door behind him, leaving Bai Xiuxiu alone inside. He made his way to a secluded courtyard, gazing into the distance as if awaiting something. Buzzing, before long, a swarm of locusts flew through the white mist. Situ Lin keenly sensed this group, which had diminished by over 70%, and a smile of delight graced his face. Consuming some spiritual grains, certain locusts could indeed activate their bloodlines and gain cultivation. Subsequently, Situ Lin formed intricate hand seals, causing the locusts to turn upon one another. Buzzing, severed legs, wings, and heads fell to the ground in disarray. In the end, only 5 locusts remained in the air, exhausted and barely clinging to life. Situ Lin collected these 5 locusts and gently placed them into a golden box. I wonder if any have mutated this time. By the next opening, there should be only one left. After securing the golden box, Situ Lin opened another one. Inside stood a black locust, palm-sized, its 6 limbs covered in needle-like black bristles, remarkably sturdy. Situ Lin clutched his storage pouch, allowing several pounds of spiritual rice to tumble into the box. I cannot fathom how much spiritual rice you have consumed. You must diligently help me elevate my cultivation, breaking through to the later stages. Watching the black locust inhale a pound of spiritual rice in one gulp, Situ Lin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Once you reach the later stages of qi refinement, my overall strength will increase significantly. In the Zhengdao Sect, as long as one's power is sufficient, others will dare not speak out of turn. After observing for a moment longer, Situ Lin finally locked the golden box and exited the courtyard. Descending from the mountaintop towards the foothills, he intended to exploit those spiritual cultivators. Gather. Upon reaching the mountainside, Situ Lin's voice, laced with a hint of magical authority, commanded attention. The crowd, upon hearing his words, dared not to be negligent and hurried towards him. Changqing observed the gnome-like man before him, feeling as though the individual had somehow shrunk, pondering to himself, is this merely an illusion? Situ Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, inquiring, what has transpired? What of the spiritual grains from some of the spiritual fields? Just moments ago, there had been a massive swarm of locusts. The crowd, trembling, began to stutter their explanations regarding the locust invasion. Ultimately, a few cried out in despair, Situ Steward, it is not that we have been negligent, but the locusts were simply too many. Situ Lin's expression remained cold as he sternly rebuked. Why is it that some spiritual fields remain unscathed while yours have suffered? Do not seek excuses. The crowd hung their heads in silence. Even if they suspected the truth, they dared not voice it. An elderly man with a head of white hair mustered his courage and stepped forward. Cupping his hands in respect, Situ Steward, I have been here for 10 years, and I have endured 9 locust invasions. I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss, though. Situ Lin turned his gaze upon the man. Lu Tian, what do you find peculiar? Lu Tian replied thoughtfully, it seems as if someone is manipulating these events. Without evidence, one should not speak carelessly. Situ Lin's eyes gradually sharpened. Lu Tian insisted earnestly, I possess evidence. All the spiritual fields that were afflicted by the locusts contain an unknown pollen. Unless one observes closely, it is difficult to distinguish it from rice pollen, but we can trace this pollen to determine where these locusts are being raised. If worse comes to worst, even if we cannot ascertain the origin of the locusts, destroying the spiritual plants that produce this pollen may prevent further invasions. Situ Lin inquired, do you have this pollen with you? Indeed, Lu Tian replied resolutely. Then present it for my inspection. Situ Lin said nonchalantly. Lu Tian, still bowing, slowly approached Situ Lin. When they were but a hand's breadth apart, just as everyone anticipated, Lu Tian would produce the unknown pollen. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. A dagger slipped from his sleeve as he unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement. Striking fiercely at Situ Lin. "You are the hidden mastermind behind this," Lu Tian exclaimed. "Today marks my 10th experience with locust disasters. Each time, I tracked their final destination. Today I have finally discovered that these locusts made a grand circle, ultimately arriving at your mountaintop." His earlier suspicions had proven correct, and rage filled his expression. Simultaneously, 2 figures dashed forth from the crowd, both cultivators at the 4th level of qi refinement, their speed akin to arrows released from a bow. Their forms becoming indistinct, and several strands of golden sword energy shot forth. Let it not be forgotten, the Zhengdao Sect is capable of taking lives. If we do not act now, will we continue to be oppressed? As they ran, they incited others. Lu Zimu, already devoid of hope, loathed Situ Lin to the core. Upon hearing their encouragement, he rushed forward without hesitation. However, before he could take a step, Situ Lin waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of formidable magical energy that swept through, sending Lu Tian and his companions hurtling 3 zhang away, their sword energies dissipating into mist. In the aftermath, Lu Zimu swallowed hard. Facing death had instilled a sense of dread within him. Thud, thud, thud. As Lu Tian and his companions landed, they expelled a mouthful of blood, 7th level of qi refinement. Not only Lu Tian's group, but everyone present was taken aback. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu were likewise shaken, their hearts heavy with concern. When they had first arrived, Situ Lin had only exhibited the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement. Yet, in merely half a year, he had ascended to the 7th level. It is known that there are 2 significant bottlenecks in the qi refinement stage. The first, breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level, transitioning from the early to mid-qi refinement stage. Many cultivators with 4 or 5 spiritual roots spend their entire lives without breaking through to the 4th level, unless they possess a breakthrough pill, or face perilous situations that awaken hidden potential, or have sufficient foundation to remain at the pinnacle of the 3rd level for years before finally advancing. The second, breaking through from the 6th to the 7th level, transitioning from mid to late qi refinement stage. At this juncture, even 3 spiritual root cultivators require a breakthrough pill. Of course, overcoming these 2 bottlenecks results in a substantial increase in magical power, far surpassing mere small breakthroughs. In combat, a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement can easily overpower one at the 6th level. Given equal tools and talismans, once Situ Lin revealed his 7th level prowess, the battle was effectively concluded. He cast a cold glance at the 3 fallen figures, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "What you 3 are attempting now, I have done in the past. Otherwise, do you believe I would have attained the position of steward over the spiritual fields?" He then surveyed the crowd with a disdainful gaze, ominously declaring, "Do you think their words hold any credibility?" A voice immediately responded, "These 3 have slandered you. I would never believe them." Another asserted resolutely, "These 3 merely seek power. They wish to manipulate us. Thank goodness for your formidable cultivation. Otherwise, these 3 miscreants would surely succeed. Without your management, the spiritual fields would descend into chaos. Please, Steward Situ, punish these 3 accordingly." One by one, individuals spoke insincerely to safeguard their own interests. Severely injured, Lu Tian and his companions lay on the ground, unable to rise. Incompetent, Situ Lin scoffed. "Ha ha ha, today they have learned your true cultivation level. They will devise an even more meticulous plan against you. Situ Lin, one day, someone will succeed in ending your life." Observing this scene, the 3 erupted into raucous laughter, occasionally coughing up blood. Situ Lin looked down at Lu Tian and his companions, his expression impassive. "You indeed possess some fortune, having broken through to the mid-qi refinement stage. Is it not also due to my blood-burning technique? Is this how you repay kindness?" Lu Tian's eyes brimmed with disdain as he spat a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva onto the ground. "Use us as you will, but must you speak so grandiloquently? The more spiritual grains we cultivate, the better their quality. Do you not gain more contribution points?" Situ Lin's voice remained icy as he corrected. "This is termed a mutually beneficial partnership. Many from your cohort perished years ago. Did I merely acquire additional contribution points while you gain years of life? Longevity elixirs are exorbitantly priced. Can you afford them? By such reckoning, you stand to gain far more. Since you wish to toil in the dungeons crafting spiritual stones, I shall escort you there shortly. While eliminating these three would eradicate the problem. It would necessitate a killing fee to the sect. It is better to send them to the dungeons. There has never been a case of someone entering the dungeons and emerging alive. Situlin continued to look down upon Lu Tian and his companions, suddenly shifting the tone of his discourse. While you have broken through to mid-Qi refinement, you have no inkling of how arduous it is to advance to late Qi refinement. No matter how meticulous your plans may be, as long as you lack my level of cultivation, I shall not fall. The last two sentences were not merely directed at Lu Tian and his companions, but served as a warning to all present. Situlin bore no artifacts, talismans, or other combat gear. Should someone truly be incited, and the situation escalated, he would find himself facing 2 or 3 dozen opponents, and he might indeed perish. After all, he was not yet a foundation establishment cultivator. Situlin had no choice but to demonstrate sufficient strength to intimidate the entire assembly. The only voice that resonated in the air was his, the atmosphere thick with tension, and he noticed that all present dared not speak. Feeling a sense of relief, understanding that he had the situation well in hand, suddenly, Situlin turned his gaze to Lu Zimu, a smirk playing on his lips. You seemed intent on killing me just now. Lu Zimu immediately fell to his knees, his face pale, trembling as he stammered, Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Steward Situ, you must believe me. I am merely at the first level of Qi refinement. How could I possibly dare to act against you? That is good to hear. Situlin smiled faintly. Lu Zimu felt a slight relief as the anxiety that had lodged in his throat began to dissipate. Situlin continued. It appears that the spirit grains you have cultivated are nearing extinction, and if this task remains unfulfilled, Lu Zimu hastily interjected, I implore you to impart the blood ignition technique to me. Once I reach the second layer of Qi refinement, I can cultivate several more acres of land that I do not wish to be imprisoned. I will exert every effort to nurture the spirit grains. With this, Situlin mused, if that is the case, why not share your technique? He then turned his gaze to another individual, remarking, it seems you also harbored intentions to eliminate me. Indeed, in that moment, several individuals had shown an impulse to rush forth. This person promptly knelt in supplication. Thus, Situlin proceeded to question each individual in turn. When it came to Changqing, Situlin expressed mild surprise. I did not expect you, a practitioner with 5 spirit roots, to have broken through to the second layer of Qi refinement. The spirit grains in your fields appear to have sustained minimal damage. Changqing clasped his hands in greeting and calmly replied. There were simply too many locusts at that time, and in a moment of desperation, I awakened my latent potential and fortuitously broke through, while a murderous intent loomed in the air around Lu Zimu and the others. Changqing exhibited no such malice. Realizing that Situlin had cultivated locusts, he also deduced that Situlin could wield them against others. How could Situlin possibly be easily harmed? Ultimately, Situlin remained unscathed. Yet, the process unfolded differently than Changqing had anticipated. Situlin required no locusts, as merely demonstrating his own prowess sufficed. Very well, Situlin nodded, refraining from probing further into Changqing's details. He still placed trust in the rationale that Changqing had woven. This was attributable to Changqing's prior display of certain insights. Had these foundations not been laid, Changqing's otherwise unremarkable demeanor would surely have drawn Situlin's scrutiny. Since you have reached the second layer of Qi refinement, you may cultivate 3 more acres of spirit fields, Situlin stated nonchalantly. Understood. Changqing could only acquiesce. Situlin then turned his attention to Li Xiaofu, noting, the spirit fields you have tended have sustained some damage. Though not extensive, it will still impact the task to mitigate the losses. Cultivate 3 more acres of spirit fields. Understood. Li Xiaofu similarly agreed, unable to resist. Subsequently, Situlin procured spirit seeds, allowing everyone to take their share. Since the 3 individuals from Lu Tian were to be dispatched to the prison, their spirit fields naturally required caretaking. Hence, Changqing and the other spirit cultivators filled this gap. Thereafter, Situlin produced a copy of the blood ignition technique. Regardless of whether you have previously encountered this technique, review it once more. Even if it is not immediately useful, it will undoubtedly serve you in the future. With that, Situlin waved his sleeve, enveloping the 3 individuals from Lu Tian and transporting them to the prison. The blood ignition technique is widely circulated within the Zhengdao Sect, and disseminating it in this manner poses no issues. Only certain righteous sects have prohibited this technique. After glancing at the technique, Changqing and others took their spirit seeds and dispersed that on the return journey. Changqing surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was observing him before he approached Li Xiaofu and whispered, "Senior brother Li, with your vast experience, do you possess any legacy that could alter our predicament?" Previously, he would not have spoken so directly, fearing exploitation by Li Xiaofu. However, the circumstances had changed. Both were being severely oppressed, and with their time consumed by cultivating spirit grains, how could they find time to elevate their cultivation? Moreover, a year from now, would the spirit grains once again be devoured by the locusts nurtured by C2 Lin? Were their spirit grains merely akin to chives, to be harvested periodically? Lu Tian had made it abundantly clear that he had been here for 10 years. And this was the 10th time he had endured a locust attack. This was indeed a malevolent sect. C2 Lin was hardly bound by the constraints of sect rules. Would he simply relent? What if C2 Lin escalated his actions, releasing locusts every 6 months? Changqing was keenly aware that Li Xiaofu would not resign himself to such a fate. Li Xiaofu was equally cognizant that since Changqing possessed some aptitude, he was surely unwilling to accept their current situation. Given that they shared a common adversary, it was imperative to lay their cards on the table. Li Xiaofu quietly stated, "I possess a body refinement technique. Let us discuss this further tonight." With that, the two discreetly parted ways, moving in opposite directions to avoid arousing suspicion. The locust attack had inadvertently fostered collaboration between the two. Had today's events not transpired, Changqing would have remained uncertain as to when he would clarify matters with Li Xiaofu. Everyone proceeded to sow the spirit seeds in the spirit fields as per C2 Lin's instructions. The three individuals from Lu Tian, being of higher cultivation and greater experience, collectively needed to tend to nearly 100 acres of spirit fields. Indeed, it was more laborious than the toil of cattle and horses. With the absence of the three from Lu Tian, the remaining 100 acres of spirit fields were redistributed among Changqing and the others, in the stillness of the night, at Li Xiaofu's residence. He explained to Changqing in hushed tones, "While the body refinement technique may be costly, it is not exceedingly rare. It is certainly more expensive than chi refinement techniques, but cheaper than foundation establishment techniques. Although the body refinement technique can enhance one's strength, it does not extend lifespan. Unlike chi refinement, where advancement can lead to a lifespan of up to 120 years, and successful foundation establishment can extend life to 240 years. Is not the pursuit of immortality the essence of cultivation? Furthermore, the body refinement technique is quite resource-intensive. While absorbing spiritual energy requires only a spiritual vein, resources for body refinement must be purchased with spirit stones." At this point, Li Xiaofu shook his head and chuckled. If one has spirit stones to purchase body refinement resources, why not invest those spirit stones in elixirs and other cultivation supplies? As one's cultivation increases, one's strength naturally rises, which is far more economical than body refinement. Consequently, I possess the body refinement technique, yet have not pursued its practice. Changqing nodded thoughtfully. Li Xiaofu continued, "Now, the situation is different. Within the Zhengdao Sect, rapid cultivation advancements are challenging to achieve, so we must rely on body refinement to bolster our strength. The sole advantage of the body refinement technique is that as long as resources are sufficient, one's strength can be swiftly enhanced, regardless of spirit root aptitude. Fortunately, upon our arrival here, C2 Lin informed us that there were demonic beasts lurking in some uncultivated land. Some body refinement techniques require lightning energy, spiritual soil, etc., while the Tiangang fist conveniently requires flesh and blood that we can consume those demonic beasts to temper our bodies. Of course, if we could obtain chi blood pills, their effects would be paramount." As he spoke, Li Xiaofu suddenly smiled. "Your rate of cultivation advancement has exceeded my expectations. You have nearly broken through from chi entry to the second layer of chi refinement in just 6 months. Previously, I hesitated to hunt alone for fear of being counterattacked by the demonic beasts. Now that we are collaborating, we should be able to catch some demonic beasts." Changqing clarified, "Unfortunately, when Zhengdao Sect assessed my 5 spirit roots, I was not given the opportunity to test my other attributes. Although they were now partners, the secret of the stone pearl remained known only to Changqing. Wealth stirs the heart. One should never test another's greed." Li Xiaofu said earnestly, "Junior brother Yi, I have but one request. The Tiangang fist possesses healing properties, and I will need to consume more demonic beast flesh early on to heal my leg. But rest assured, the quantity of beast flesh required will not be excessive. Understood. Changqing nodded without hesitation. Exchanging some demonic beast flesh for a body refinement technique was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Subsequently, Li Xiaofu verbally imparted the Tiangang fist to Changqing. That it encompasses 4 realms. The skin refining realm, capable of competing with early-stage qi refinement practitioners. The flesh refining realm, where true energy can coalesce in the dantian, allowing competition with mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. The muscle refining realm, competing with late-stage qi refinement practitioners. In the true energy transformation realm, equivalent to the foundational level of physical cultivation, where one can stand toe-to-toe with early-stage foundation establishment practitioners. Changqing then earnestly proposed, "Shall we act tonight? In the early stages, we should focus on consuming lower-ranked demonic beasts." Agreed. I will also teach you the breath concealment technique. Demonic beasts with cultivation possess spiritual intelligence. They can sense human cultivation levels and will flee upon encountering higher-level practitioners. However, the breath concealment technique is not without flaws. It is primarily effective against practitioners of the same realm, utilizing the art of disguise to evade recognition. The 2 individuals stealthily made their way towards the foot of the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Changqing and Li Xiaofu, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, silently ventured into the untouched forest. After a brief search, they finally discerned the sound of a pig's squeal. Exchanging glances filled with excitement, they nodded in unison, opting for silence as they stealthily advanced towards the source of the noise. Concealed by the surrounding foliage, before them stood a black wild boar, contentedly grazing on wild grass and fruits, its cultivation seemingly at the first level of qi refinement. In an instant, 2 golden sword energies streaked through the air like meteors, striking the boar dead on the spot. The operation was remarkably smooth. However, Li Xiaofu furrowed his brow at the prospect of carrying the boar back, fearing it would attract the attention of Sidolin. He was reluctant for Sidolin to discover anything, even trivial matters, lest he become suspicious. Changqing interjected, suggesting they roast the boar right there, as long as they remained cautious about drawing the attention of any beasts. After pondering for a moment, Li Xiaofu nodded in agreement. Since the Zhengdao Sect was predominantly comprised of cultivators, even if the fire attracted some beasts, those with intelligence would likely think twice. Moreover, given their proximity to the spirit field, the beasts they encountered would not possess particularly high cultivation levels. Finding a sheltered spot behind a large rock, they soon had smoke rising from their fire. Although the wild boar meat was infused with spiritual energy, enhancing its flavor, it still carried a gamey taste and was rather tough, barely digestible. Yet, for those who were starving, the meat would undoubtedly seem exquisite. It must be said, the demands of body refining often left one ravenous. Changqing felt an insatiable appetite, many times greater than usual. After consuming a pig's trotter and completing a series of punches, he found himself hungry once again, continuing to eat. The spiritual energy within the meat could be harnessed to aid in the cultivation of the Changqing Gong, but in his pursuit of mastering the Tiangang fist, he focused on refining his body instead. Only through physical cultivation could he swiftly enhance his overall prowess. Time passed, and soon the 2 had completely butchered the wild boar. Changqing approached a large tree, clenched his fist tightly, mimicking a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, his fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, struck the trunk, causing the tree to tremble violently, splinters flying and leaves cascading. Retrieving his fist, he marveled at the indentation left behind, resembling a small bowl. The result was indeed remarkable. Elated, Changqing felt no pain and examined his fist, finding no damage to his skin. Moreover, he sensed that he could unleash 20 or 30 such powerful punches. Although its lethality was not on par with the golden sword technique, and the Tiangang fist was restricted to close combat, it excelled in endurance as a practitioner at the second level of qi refinement. Changqing's magical energy was limited. He could only use the golden sword technique once at full power, and even at a lesser capacity, it would only suffice against insignificant foes. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofu was flexing his legs, nodding with satisfaction. Earlier, he had endured the pain of breaking his leg, as the bone had healed improperly over time. However, for a cultivator, this was a minor injury. As the saying goes, one does not suffer lasting damage without 100 days of recovery. It was merely that he had not had the opportunity to heal. After practicing the Tiangang fist, he found himself walking without a limp. This night had gone smoothly, with no other beasts encountered. Li Xiaofu gazed at the sky, noting it was late in the night, and it was time to return. Previously, away from the Zhengdao Sect, there had been many options and no need to risk hunting. Now, there was no alternative, but fortunately, everything had proceeded well. Thus Ye Changqing scooped up some soil, preparing to extinguish the embers. Suddenly, a threatening voice rang out. "Heh, I didn't expect you to possess such a valuable body refining technique. Hand over the technique, and we shall ensure your safe return. Otherwise, do not blame us for leaving you severely injured." Each member of the Zhengdao Sect carried a token that allowed the higher-ups to track them. If anyone were to die under suspicious circumstances, the sect's leaders would undoubtedly uncover the truth through various clues to avoid the repercussions of murderous compensation. They resorted to threats of severe injury. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu turned to see a young man and woman standing 10 paces away, clad in the same gray attire as the other common disciples of the Zhengdao Sect, adorned with a white skull emblem on their chests. The young man was shouldering a wild boar. Both had raven black hair, unwrinkled faces, and appeared around 18 years of age, radiating the pressure of third-level qi refinement as they approached with deliberate steps. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu narrowed their eyes, cautiously retreating. Under the firelight, they were indeed easy to detect. With no beasts to contend with, yet we encounter humans, Yi Changqing murmured, surprised that others were hunting in this area. They had not seen these two before at the spirit vein. They must belong to another nearby vein. Observing their appearances, it seemed they had not cultivated the blood-burning technique, so caution was warranted. Li Xiaofu nodded slightly, speaking in a low tone. "We have no idea what level their golden sword technique has reached. If it is perfected, avoiding them will be quite difficult." After a moment's thought, Li Xiaofu added, "If it comes to it, we can always run. Can they truly catch us?" Yi Changqing agreed, seeing no need for reckless confrontation. After cultivating the Tiangang fist, his running speed would also improve. Should they relinquish the Tiangang fist, these two could rapidly enhance their overall strength. And what would happen if they encountered them again in the future? If they continued to exploit them, how could they defend themselves? This was the unspoken rule of the Zhengdao Sect. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu were still contemplating future hunting expeditions in these woods when an idea struck Yi Changqing that a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes as he whispered, "Brotherly, you are quite familiar with the Tiangang fist. Perhaps you could share an incomplete version with them, ideally inflicting some hidden injuries during their cultivation." Li Xiaofu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Changqing. Pondering, "I consider myself quite astute. How did I not think of this strategy? I must adapt more thoroughly. Otherwise, I will suffer losses within the Zhengdao Sect." The two continued to retreat, maintaining a safe distance from the young man and woman. Seeing that the two were reluctant to hand over the body refining technique and were engaged in discussion, the young woman's lovely face suddenly darkened, her brows furrowing. She thrust her chest forward, striding with long legs, and coldly declared, "One of you is merely at the first level of qi refinement, while the other barely qualifies at the second level. Even if you have refined your bodies, you are no match for us, cultivators at the third level of qi refinement. Hand over the body refining technique, and we will allow you to leave unharmed. Otherwise, injuring your bodies will hinder your ability to cultivate spiritual plants. And the consequences of punishment from the elders will be far worse." Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu fell silent, their brows deeply furrowed, appearing quite troubled. Observing their reaction, the young woman's voice grew even colder. "If you harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame us for taking action. We are all fellow disciples. I would prefer not to resort to violence." Li Xiaofu exhaled deeply, seemingly having made a decision, and cautiously inquired, "If we hand over the Tiangang fist, will you truly let us leave safely?" Upon hearing the words Tiangang fist, the young man's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a body refining technique. He immediately grinned. "We are men of our word," Li Xiaofu replied earnestly. "I have one more condition." "Speak." The young man chuckled. Li Xiaofu continued, "If I hand over the Tiangang fist, you must promise not to steal our prey the next time we hunt and encounter you." The young man and woman exchanged glances, and after a nod, the young man agreed. "Let us secure the Tiangang fist first." Thus, Li Xiaofu began to recite the Tiangang fist in a continuous flow, his words smooth and unhesitating, which prompted the young man and woman to nod in approval. If one struggled to recite, It likely indicated issues with the technique. Moments later, Li Xiaofu inquired, "Can we leave now?" "Kid, if you're unwilling to part with the Tiangang fist, just say so." The young man's expression instantly soured, revealing his displeasure. Yi Changqing furrowed his brow. Could it be that this individual has discovered the deceit behind the martial art? This doesn't add up. If he knows the technique is false, it implies he has already grasped the secret of the Tiangang fist. Why go through this charade? Suddenly, Yi Changqing pieced everything together. This person was merely trying to intimidate him. "This is the Tiangang fist. What is your intention?" Seemingly grasping the situation, Yi Changqing abruptly pointed his finger at the young man, his face ablaze with indignation, exclaiming, "You are not being truthful. You clearly acquired the technique, yet refuse to let us go." Li Xiaofu, coming to his senses, solemnly remarked, "If we make a full-fledged escape, even if you manage to pursue us, it will deplete a significant amount of your magical energy that we are in the presence of demon beasts. Do not act recklessly, for if fortune does not favor you, you may find yourselves dead here in the dead of night." Witnessing this scene, a young man and woman exchanged knowing smiles, indicating that the martial arts they had obtained were likely legitimate. The young man turned to face Yu Changqing and Li Xiaofu, an unmistakable glint of greed flickering in his eyes. "Dear junior brothers, since you possess the body refinement technique, it suggests that you may have other legacies to share as well. How about you hand them over willingly, so we can avoid any unnecessary conflict? Rest assured, this time I speak the truth." The expressions of Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu darkened immediately. The two prepared to flee. Knowing full well that the technique they had surrendered was false, they would allow these two to suffer their own consequences later. The young woman suddenly smiled sweetly. "This wild boar possesses the cultivation of the third layer of qi refinement. We could exchange some of its meat for the remaining legacies you hold. What do you say? Given your current levels of cultivation, capturing this wild boar is beyond your capabilities. You would merely become its prey." Yi Changqing's face was laden with disdain as he scoffed. "We do not possess any other legacies, and even if we did, would you truly provide us with boar meat?" The young woman replied. "How about this? Your fire has yet to extinguish. You can add more wood to continue roasting the boar, and you may eat first." Yi Changqing shook his head in resignation. "We genuinely do not have any other legacies." Li Xiaofu also spread his hands. "Having been deceived once, do you think we would fall for the same trick again? However, if you wish to treat us to boar meat, we would not decline." The allure of the qi refinement third layer wild boar was undeniable. As they currently lacked spiritual meat, the young woman beamed. "In that case, allow us to treat you to boar meat." With that, the young man approached the fire and began roasting the boar. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu halted their retreat, maintaining a safe distance from the pair. The young woman, aware of their wariness, said nothing further, content that they were not fleeing. After a while, the aroma of the roasted boar wafted enticingly through the air. The young man, named Zhuo Qiao, tore off a leg and tossed it to Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu, saying, "Here, eat up." The two received the hefty leg of boar, but did not partake. The young woman, named Lu Yan, chuckled to herself as she began to eat. Zhuo Qiao also devoured the meat greedily. Li Xiaofu quietly remarked to Yi Changqing, "This meat should be free of poison. Even if there is an odorless, tasteless toxin, it is unlikely to be potent. In the realm of cultivation, typically, only deeply colored substances are truly toxic." Yi Changqing understood. The two began to eat the meat. Indeed, the flesh of a qi refinement third layer wild boar is rich in spiritual energy and has an exquisite taste, Yi Changqing thought to himself, silently giving it high praise. After consuming only a few bites, he felt invigorated with spiritual energy. Exercising caution, Yi Changqing opted to circulate his Changqing gong. Li Xiaofu did the same, silently operating his Shuiyuanju. However, suddenly, they were interrupted by Lu Yan's sultry voice. "Dear junior brothers, why have you ceased practicing the Tiangang fist? We were hoping to see you perform it once more." Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing glanced at Lu Yan. Noticing that both she and Zhuo Qiao wore enigmatic smiles, he understood clearly. The young man and woman were not easily convinced of the Tiangang fist's authenticity. Li Xiaofu stood up and began to demonstrate the fist technique. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of air bursting resonated repeatedly. Yi Changqing also rose to his feet, practicing the Tiangang fist. These two are indeed cautious. He silently critiqued. Yi Changqing was aware that Li Xiaofu's earlier claims about the Tiangang fist were mostly true. He had merely omitted a few phrases of the incantation to avoid revealing any flaws. Meanwhile, Zhuo Xiao and Lu Yin narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu closely. Would they uncover any discrepancies? We possessed no understanding of the body refinement technique, and even if there are issues, it would be difficult to detect. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Xiao volunteered to practice the Tiangang fist. If there were indeed any flaws in the technique, he could halt at once. After all, he was a cultivator of the third layer of qi refinement, and his physical constitution was not so fragile. Lu Yin continued to observe every move made by Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu. It really is difficult to deceive. Yi Changqing remained composed, savoring the boar meat after completing a set of movements. Li Xiaofu, like Yi Changqing, continued to eat voraciously before resuming his practice of the Tiangang fist. In merely half an hour, the two had devoured an entire leg of boar. Bang! Yi Changqing struck a nearby tree, leaving an even larger imprint on the trunk, comparable to a large bowl. The Tiangang fist was evidently progressing. If only I could consume half of this qi refinement third layer wild boar, I could make even greater strides. Yi Changqing wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, feeling unsatisfied. Subsequently, he clasped his hands and smiled. Thank you both for the boar meat. We shall take our leave now. In a hurry? Lu Yin scoffed at as cultivators. A sleepless night is of no consequence. You will be able to leave safely as dawn approaches. After a pause, Lu Yin glanced at Yi Changqing, chuckling lightly. I almost forgot. You are merely at the first layer of qi refinement, unable to comprehend the experience of us third-layer cultivators who need not sleep every night. This served as a reminder to Yi Changqing not to attempt an escape lightly. Both Shi and Zhuo Xiao were cultivators of the third layer of qi refinement. Li Xiaofu patiently replied, Senior brother and sister, we are very grateful for your hospitality with the boar meat. However, I have also imparted the Tiangang fist to you. In truth, you have gained considerably more. To be frank, if they could leave safely, they would have no desire to flee. The demon beast would not only attack Lu Yin and Zhuo Xiao, but would also pose a threat to them. Just as Lu Yin was about to demand the surrender of their legacies, Zhuo Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The technique was false. He promptly sat cross-legged to channel his energy for healing. Lu Yin's expression shifted dramatically, and she shouted furiously, How dare you deceive us? As she spoke, her qi refinement third-layer spiritual pressure surged forth uncontrollably, her hands swiftly forming seals. Upon witnessing Lu Yin's hand gestures, Yi Changqing's pupils constricted. She was performing the fully mastered golden sword technique, capable of mobilizing all her magical energy. However, he felt a sense of relief. As long as it wasn't the perfected version of the golden sword technique, he would be fine. Simultaneously, Li Xiaofu no longer concealed his cultivation, and his qi refinement third-layer spiritual pressure also radiated outward, his robes billowing without wind that if you dare to strike, the man beside you will undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, potentially leaving him with lasting repercussions that would hinder his cultivation for life. He threatened Lu Yin, his hands mimicking the swift seals. He too was executing the fully mastered golden sword technique. It seemed he had slain many locusts during the day and gained insights, thus reaching the perfected realm. Lu Yin and Zhuo Xiao felt an overwhelming gravity in their hearts upon sensing Li Xiaofu's cultivation level. The concealment technique. They indeed possessed legacies. Unfortunately, they had fallen into a trap from the very beginning. With one of their own injured, they were already at a disadvantage. Zhuo Xiao continued to heal himself, gritting his teeth as he weakly uttered, Lu Junior sister, let them go. That if he forces a confrontation, it could leave him with lasting damage, greatly impeding his future cultivation. Lu Yin's gaze turned icy. Yet she knew she could not face two opponents alone. She had no choice but to relent. You may leave. That as she spoke, she willingly directed the golden sword energy she had condensed into the ground, signaling that she would not attack anyone. Yi Changqing approached the wild boar by the fire, smiling. This boar meat is delectable. We shall gratefully accept it. It is permissible to leave directly, but if one can effortlessly seize the pig, it is only natural to do so. What they currently lack is spiritual meat, especially since this is the spiritual meat from the third layer of qi refining. Yi Changqing is not concerned that Lu Yin and her companion would also possess the concealment technique. If either of them had the cultivation of the fourth layer of qi refining, they could simply reveal their prowess without the need for cunning tactics. After all, the fourth layer of qi refining signifies the mid-stage of qi refining. Can you Changqing, who is at the first layer, or Li Xiaofu, at the second layer, contend with that? Upon seeing Yi Changqing attempting to take the pig meat, Lu Yin pointed at him in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "How dare you!" Initially, they had been extorting Yi Changqing and his companion, but instead of obtaining the true Tiangang fist, they ended up losing more than half of a pig. Why should I not dare? Yi Changqing replied nonchalantly, casually shouldering the pig meat before Lu Yin, that if he could inflict a serious injury on Lu Yin, that would be the most prudent course of action. Alas, his strength did not permit it. If a true conflict were to ensue, it would only result in mutual destruction. One should not underestimate a lightly injured cultivator at the third layer of qi refining. At that moment, Lu Yin, aware that Li Xiaofu was watching her, did not dare to act rashly and could only watch in frustration as Yi Changqing departed. "Let us go." Yi Changqing laughed heartily, and the two left without any apparent caution, striding confidently away. However, after taking just 3 steps, they suddenly found themselves beset by a dozen snakes of varying colors, darting towards them with the swiftness of arrows released from a bow. Their tongues flicked in and out, and the hissing sound resonated chillingly in the stillness of the night. The two exchanged glances, and upon sensing their surroundings, realized the most formidable among the snakes was at the third layer of qi refining. In the blink of an eye, the snakes were nearly upon them. At this moment, a cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Yan's mouth. "I have come to the Zhengdao Sect to ensure others suffer losses. I have never been at a disadvantage. Tonight shall be no exception. Fear not. Being bitten by these snakes will not cause pain, only a sense of weakness and numbness throughout your bodies, once you hand over the inheritance. I shall provide you with the antidote." As she spoke, she once again formed a hand seal, unwilling to grant Yi Changqing and his companion a moment's respite. "Is this your trump card?" Yi Changqing thought to himself. If one were not constantly vigilant, they could indeed fall victim to a bite. He concentrated his energy beneath his feet, summoning the wind, and with his training in the Tiangang fist, his speed surged. Even snakes at the third layer of qi refining could not easily strike him. The snake's strength lay solely in their venom. As long as he avoided being bitten, he would be safe. Yi Changqing threw the pig aside, freeing his hands, and with one hand caught the snake by its vital point, while with the other, he swiftly decapitated it. Earlier, Yi Changqing had perceived that Lu Yin and her companion were not utilizing their blood-burning ability to reach the third layer of qi refining, indicating they must have some reliance to fall back on. Their earlier carelessness had merely been a ruse. They had indeed remained on guard all along. As expected, Lu Yin fell for it again. Having remained unaware of the opponent's hidden cards, she had been on edge. Now that she had gleaned some insight, she felt somewhat reassured. Li Xiaofu, quick-witted, severed a snake's head and retreated to a safe position. Whereupon he began forming hand seals, aiming at the still-healing Zhuoqiao. He smiled at Lu Yin, saying, "My junior brother possesses the cultivation of the second layer of qi refining and is trained in the Tiangang fist. He can evade your attacks, but can your senior brother evade mine?" Lu Yin was furious, yet she did not wish for Zhuoqiao to be left with hidden ailments. She once again directed her gathered sword qi towards the ground. Although she suspected Li Xiaofu was concealing his true cultivation, she could only assume that Yi Changqing was also hiding his strength. Unfortunately, she had not anticipated that these two had remained vigilant all along. Lu Yin realized that the venomous snakes posed no threat to Yi Changqing whatsoever. To minimize her losses, she parted her crimson lips and commanded the surviving snakes to disperse. Zhuoqiao, with a sullen expression, was reluctant to take risks due to his injuries and could only continue his healing. Li Xiaofu released his gathered golden sword qi towards the ground and then said with a grin, "Hand over your beast-controlling technique." Seeing the expressions of the two, it appeared they had no remaining cards to play, so he seized the opportunity to demand the technique. 3 strikes, and you're out. "Should I gather sword qi again, it will surely draw blood. Just in case," Li Xiaofu added. Even though the chances of an unexpected incident are minimal, Lu Yin and Zhuoqiao felt a profound sense of humiliation. This scene seemed to have played out just moments before. They had failed to obtain the Tiangang fist, lost the pig, and now were being compelled to hand over their beast-controlling inheritance. Alas, had they brought a pot, snake meat soup would have been delightful. At that moment, Yi Changqing approached with a beaming smile, a pig slung over his shoulder and 4 headless snakes in hand, their bodies still writhing. Lu Yin could see that Yi Changqing was intentionally mocking them, which only fueled her indignation. Yet, she had no choice but to divulge the relevant beast-controlling techniques, like Li Xiaofu. She spoke fluently, without a hint of stammering. Wei Changqing did not believe that Lu Yin could reveal the genuine beast-controlling techniques, but he had no intention of soul-searching, and he understood that further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. Remembering that Sito Lin also practiced insect control, Yi Changqing inquired, "Where did you acquire this beast-controlling technique?" "It was taught to us by the steward on the spiritual field," Lu Yin replied. Yi Changqing frowned, asking, "Is this beast-controlling technique allowed to be shared?" Lu Yin earnestly replied, "When faced with threats, it is only natural to divulge such information. Some oaths are of little consequence to us if signing a spiritual contract prohibits the sharing of the beast-controlling inheritance. Even if we suffer backlash for breaking the contract, we have little hope of foundation establishment, rendering the backlash almost meaningless. Furthermore, spiritual contracts require purchasing with spirit stones, which is not cost-effective." Before Yi Changqing could inquire about which spiritual vein they were near, Lu Yin proactively tossed out a map. "This is a portion of the sect's map. I have provided you with all I know. You may leave now." Though Lu Yin felt impatient, she dared not show it, as they were currently unable to contend with Yi Changqing and his companion. After receiving the map, Yi Changqing asked one last question. "Do you know where your steward obtained the beast-controlling technique?" Lu Yin shook her head. "We are fortunate to have obtained the beast-controlling inheritance. We wouldn't dare ask any further." With that, Yi Changqing and his companion departed the area, due to the potential threat of nearby beasts. Neither side engaged in a fierce confrontation. Watching the two leave, Lu Yin felt a sense of relief and turned to Zhuo Xiao, asking with concern, "Are you all right, senior brother?" "It's nothing serious, with a few days of rest." "I'll recover," he replied. "Let me help you up. It's unwise to linger here with beasts around." "All right," Zhuo Xiao gritted his teeth. "We already have 200 spirit stones. We can soon purchase a mid-grade breakthrough pill. And then I can advance to the 4th layer of qi refining. It's a pity that the pig was taken. Otherwise, we could have gathered the spirit stones immediately. The grudge of this night shall be repaid." Lu Yin frowned. Those two not only possess physical cultivation techniques, but also the concealment technique. It's possible that what we saw of them was merely a facade. Seeking revenge on them might prove challenging. Zhuo Xiao, unfazed, replied, "Once I break through to the 4th layer of qi refining, we will continue to amass spirit stones. By then, our rate of acquiring spirit stones will surely exceed what it is now. When the time comes, we can buy a breakthrough pill, and you too shall advance to the 4th layer of qi refining. That we need not worry about finding those two." Lu Yin smiled sweetly. "The map we acquired from them even marked the trading street. It's a chaotic place where perhaps we won't even have to lift a finger, and they will suffer setbacks there." In a secluded area, Yi Changqing and his companion began to roast the snake while examining the map. After a brief moment, Yi Changqing began to analyze it slowly. There are more than a dozen first-tier spiritual veins in this vicinity, with some cultivating spiritual grains, others cultivating spiritual fruits, and yet others cultivating spiritual vegetables. Remarkably, there is even a trading street in the central area of each spiritual vein. However, it is evident that ordinary spiritual planters are overworked and can barely fulfill their tasks, leaving little surplus of spiritual grains or fruits to trade. Thus, those who can access the trading street must possess noteworthy skills. The sect's rules only state that one must pay a murder fee for killing. They do not prohibit extortion. Li Xiaofu nodded gently, taking over the conversation. "Therefore, we cannot venture to the trading street just yet, as our strength is too weak. Furthermore, we have nothing to trade or purchase there." Having experienced the recent events, Yi Changqing has come to a profound understanding of the survival principles of the Zhengdao Sect. Here, as long as one possesses strength, one can thrive sufficiently. However, lacking power leads only to exploitation, ultimately resulting in imprisonment. Many have perished. Is there truly an insufficient number of lower-ranking disciples in the Zhengdao Sect? Indeed, there is not. Otherwise, why would the sect procure and plunder spirit seedlings? Yet, the sheer number of spirit seedlings being exploited reveals that the mid to high-level members of the Zhengdao Sect are exceedingly wealthy. With abundant resources, one can surmise that these upper echelons possess formidable strength. But Yi Changqing remarked gravely, "Sito Lin can command insects, and the other stewards of the spiritual veins are adept at the beast-taming arts. I can't shake the feeling that there is a hidden hand at play." The inheritance of beast taming is not easily attained. It cannot merely be a coincidence, Li Xiaofu replied in a low voice. Indeed, such inheritances are rare. Perhaps someone is indeed in league with these stewards. Overthinking this serves no purpose. We must first focus on enhancing our own power. The two then seized chunks of pork, devouring it heartily, and commenced practicing their boxing techniques, utilizing the vitality and spiritual energy from the meat to refine their bodies. They harbored no thoughts about beast taming for the time being. To say nothing of the likelihood that the beast taming inheritance they recently acquired is mostly fabricated, nurturing spiritual beasts is akin to cultivation, a process that is exceedingly time-consuming and resource-intensive. They certainly do not wish to face Situlin's locust attack again in the coming year. After finishing the pork, they continued with the snake, which was hardly sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Changqing quipped, swiftly consuming the snake. Arriving at a large tree, he struck it with a punch, leaving an imprint as large as a basin. The effects achieved in just one night were indeed remarkable. Initially, the imprint was merely the size of a small bowl. After consuming some pork from a third-layer chi refining beast, the imprint had grown to the size of a large bowl. Now, the imprint was indistinguishable from a basin. However, Changqing also noted that despite having consumed so much third-layer chi refining meat, he was unable to break the tree, indicating that the required resources increased significantly as one progressed. If he could consume fourth-layer chi refining meat, his advancement would surely accelerate. Changqing slightly shook his head, realizing that he must not be overly ambitious. Venturing deeper into the forest is not merely fraught with numerous beasts, but also entails greater danger due to their higher cultivation levels. One must proceed step by step. Glancing at the sky, it was almost dawn. It was time to return. They decided to continue their hunting endeavors that evening. The two performed a hand seal, their bones cracking audibly as they reverted to their original appearances. Subsequently, they stealthily made their way back to the foot of the mountain. By the time they reached the mountainside, the sky was already dimly lit. Each returned to their respective spiritual fields, casting the rain and cloud technique for irrigation and employing the golden sword technique to eliminate pests. Once their tasks were completed, Changqing returned indoors, utilizing a stone pearl to absorb spiritual energy before promptly falling asleep. With the assistance of the stone pearl, he could simultaneously refine his body and chi. Awakening from a deep slumber, he found it was already evening and time to tend to the spiritual valley once more. As Changqing finished his chores in the spiritual field, the moon hung high in the sky. That night, as before, he and Li Xiaofu stealthily descended the mountain to begin their hunt. Thus, a month swiftly passed. During this time, they encountered numerous wild boars moving in groups, as well as packs of wolves. Even more perilous was their encounter with fellow disciples of the Zhengdao Sect who were also hunting. Fortunately, Changqing and his companion faced no real danger. When confronting weaker opponents, they could easily ensnare them. When faced with stronger adversaries, they managed to turn the tides in their favor. It was not just they who possessed the concealment technique. Some disciples also feigned weakness to lure in others. The two could not help but marvel. Truly, this is an evil sect, rife with peril at every turn. Within the forest, wild spiritual herbs and fruits were abundant, and they did not hesitate to consume them to enhance their cultivation. Unbeknownst to Changqing and Li Xiaofu, they had already acquired nicknames. Whenever the night dual heroes were encountered, one must take care to avoid them. They prowled the woods at night, adept not only in concealment techniques, but also in occasionally altering their appearances, making it impossible to discern their true identities. Their only distinguishing feature was their skin, which was as tough as iron. Anyone who fell victim to the night dual heroes could only lament their misfortune. Perhaps, only cultivators above the fourth layer of chi refining could contend with them. Moreover, have you not noticed the decrease in nearby beasts? It is all due to the night dual heroes. You see, the greatest advantage of the beasts lies in their tough hides and thick flesh. Our fear of being seriously injured by them makes us maintain a certain distance, which not only consumes time, but also results in a low success rate in capturing them. However, the night dual heroes engage in close combat with these beasts, and with the golden sword technique, they can swiftly eliminate them, but we must not allow discord among ourselves. Only by uniting against the night dual heroes can we hunt effectively in the vicinity in the future. Within the forest, Changqing and Li Xiaofu lay low as they overheard 7 or 8 individuals discussing animatedly in the distance. That Changqing inquired with curiosity, which duo constitutes the night dual heroes? Li Xiaofu pondered before responding. They are likely a newly emerged duo. The two exchanged glances, falling into contemplation. After a moment, Yi Changqing stated earnestly, "This place is not suitable for lingering." Li Xiaofu nodded in agreement. Fearing the ire of the masses and the potential for a collective attack, Yi Changqing furrowed his brow. 3 days ago, I reached a plateau in my training of the Tiangang fist, and the effects of consuming spirit meat have been minimal. It seems I have already attained the pinnacle of skin refining. Only beasts of the 4th layer of qi refining can facilitate my swift breakthrough to the realm of meat refining. Or perhaps there exists some spiritual herb that can aid in refining the body. Relying solely on the few remaining low-tier beasts in this area, it is doubtful we can sustain our breakthrough to the realm of meat refining. Moreover, we must consider whether others might band together to attack us. Our situation is precarious. Li Xiaofu interjected. We can either venture deep into the woods to hunt 4th-layer qi refining beasts, or we could visit the trading street to see if we can procure the beasts or spiritual herbs we require. Between these two options, which do you think is preferable? The prospect of finding spiritual herbs seems far-fetched. The beasts in this forest will consume the herbs, and cultivators will pluck them away. Yi Changqing contemplated for a long while before finally stating, as for the depths of the forest, we know nothing. It would be too dangerous to venture in recklessly. Instead, let us hunt some beasts tonight, and then head to the trading street to exchange for blood essence pills or spiritual meat of 4th-layer qi refinement. We have already reached the pinnacle of skin refining. Even if we encounter ill-intentioned cultivators at the trading street, we can manage to deal with 1 or 2 of them. Both options carry risks. But we should choose the safer path. Thus, once the individuals before them dispersed, the two set out to ambush, saving time in their search for beasts. Being within the Zhengdao Sect, there was no need to bind themselves with moral constraints. After acquiring 2 beasts, they followed the map obtained from Lu Yin to head toward the trading street. Despite employing disguise techniques to avoid being recognized, they decided to split up, one going ahead and the other following behind. Upon reaching the trading street, Yi Changqing observed that both customers and vendors were clad in gray servant attire. Some appeared to be around 20 years old, others middle-aged, while some bore wrinkled faces and gray hair. The lowest cultivation level among them was at least 3rd-layer qi refining, yet he sensed no presence of late-stage qi refining cultivators. When the crowd perceived that Yi Changqing was merely a 2nd-layer qi refining cultivator carrying a wild boar, a glint of greed flickered in their eyes. However, most quickly masked their avarice. The 2nd-layer qi refining cultivator daring to hunt must have some form of backing. They could not be careless. Yi Changqing observed the subtle shifts in the expressions of those around him. Maintaining an air of composure as he walked through the streets, he noted that various stalls were selling spiritually cultivated plants, an array of spiritual grains, fruits, vegetables, and herbs. Some were also selling pills and talismans, but in limited quantities. However, many stalls offered magical tools, and their numbers far exceeded those of the pills and talismans. Yi Changqing felt a twinge of curiosity. Were there artifact craftsmen nearby? He casually approached a stall, pointed to a piece of 4th-layer qi refining spiritual meat, and asked, "Senior brother, would you be willing to trade me a piece of spiritual meat for this wild boar I have, which is of 2nd-layer qi refining?" The middle-aged stall owner smiled broadly and replied, "Certainly." The transaction was completed smoothly, and Yi Changqing acquired the spiritual meat, eagerly anticipating that this piece would allow him to break through to the realm of meat refining. "Junior brother, you are merely at 2nd-layer qi refining. Logically speaking, this wild boar should be a great tonic for you. Are you dissatisfied with its spiritual essence?" The middle-aged man scrutinized the wild boar in his hands, unperturbed by any doubts. From this transaction, he stood to gain 4 or 5 spirit stones. Yi Changqing, maintaining a composed demeanor, elucidated, "To be frank, this wild boar does not belong to me. It is a task assigned by one of my senior brothers, who requested I exchange it for spirit meat of the 4th layer of qi refining. I am merely a messenger." The man, named Ren Xiaoi, nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Yi Changqing inquired, "May I ask, senior brother, why are there so many stalls selling magical artifacts in this vicinity?" Ren Xiaoi probed cautiously. "Do you truly have a senior brother?" A sudden alarm rang in Yi Changqing's heart at the unintentional slip of his tongue. However, he maintained his calm facade, countering nonchalantly, "Otherwise, how could I possibly procure a wild boar of the 2nd-layer of qi refining?" As he spoke, he rested his chin on his hand, murmuring, "I know nothing. My senior brother has not divulged any details to me. Is he deliberately testing my abilities?" Ren Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, observing that Yu Changqing did not seem to be lying, and gradually relaxed. Those magical artifacts were all excavated from within the secret realm. Secret realm? Yu Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. Ren Xiaoyi nodded slowly, explaining that secret realm is vast. Even now, we are merely exploring its periphery, unable to reach the core areas. Rumor has it that the protective formations safeguarding the realm are perilous and complex. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. These magical artifacts are the focal points of those formations. The sect's foundation-building cultivators and core elders, reluctant to venture easily, opted for a strategy of sheer numbers. The magical artifacts you see now are the results of qi-refining cultivators sacrificing their lives to unearth them. Upon hearing this, Yu Changqing experienced a moment of clarity. He recalled the desiccated elder aboard the great ship, who had intentionally guided them towards cultivating techniques of the metal, fire, and earth elements, which had raised his suspicions. The true motive was to turn them into mind-clearing infantry. It was easy to imagine that. Like Yu Changqing, many who had been sold to the Zhengdao Sect had ended up imprisoned, while only a scant few could still roam freely within the sect. Ren Xiaoyi shifted his tone. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Some qi-refining cultivators have suffered severe injuries or met their demise within the secret realm, yet others have unearthed spirit herbs and magical artifacts, experiencing meteoric advancements in their cultivation. Of course, those fortunate enough to achieve such outcomes are less than 1 in 10. Noticing Yu Changqing's somewhat mournful expression, Ren Xiaoyi remarked, "Junior brother, you must be new to Zhengdao Sect. You'll soon acclimate." Indeed, Yu Changqing conceded. Acknowledging his ignorance regarding the secret realm, there was no need to feign knowledge, as it would only expose his vulnerabilities. He harbored no genuine sympathy for those who had perished. Rather, this demeanor would lead others to believe he had a formidable senior brother. With a chuckle, the middle-aged man proposed, "Would you care to purchase a lottery talisman?" "What talisman?" Yu Changqing thought he had misheard. Ren Xiaoyi gestured towards a red and white talisman on the ground, cheerfully stating, 2 spirit stones for 1. With a stroke of luck, you could win 50,000 spirit stones. Without waiting for Yu Changqing to inquire further, Ren Xiaoyi began to elaborate enthusiastically. Rest assured, these talismans are crafted by designated talisman masters of Zhengdao Sect. The spiritual patterns are intricate and cannot be replicated by outsiders, and the talisman paper is made from specific materials. So you need not worry about their authenticity. The Talisman Hall produces numerous talismans, some of which are interconnected. For example, the 2 dragons soaring talisman has only 2 that are specifically linked. One is kept by the Talisman Hall. The other is for whoever manages to purchase it, granting them 50,000 spirit stones. Similarly, the 3 Suns opening talisman consists of 3 linked talismans. One is held by the Talisman Hall, and whoever buys one of the remaining 2 will receive 30,000 spirit stones, which is enough to purchase a foundation-building pill. There are other talismans like 4 Seasons Peace Talisman and 5 Blessings Arriving Talisman. If you win, it will be indicated on the talisman. Finally, Ren Xiaoyi added, this is the safest opportunity for lower-tier disciples to turn their fortunes around. Requiring merely 2 spirit stones and posing no risk to your life, that Yu Changqing harbored skepticism, asking, is it truly possible for someone to win 50,000 spirit stones? Could it be false? Ren Xiaoyi retorted. If no disciple had ever won 50,000 spirit stones, do you think anyone would buy lottery talismans? Yu Changqing shook his head. But even if I did win 50,000 spirit stones, I would lack the means to protect myself. The sect has decreed that those who kill must hand over a murder fee. I have no desire to lose my life for wealth. Ren Xiaoyi replied earnestly. The sect has anticipated such scenarios. If you were to win 50,000 spirit stones, a foundation-building cultivator would be assigned to ensure your safety. But foundation-building cultivators can also kill for treasures. Yu Changqing whispered, 50,000 spirit stones must be a considerable resource for them as well. Ren Xiaoyi assured him, rest assured, the monthly drawing is a major event for the sect, garnering the attention of many foundation-building cultivators. No one would dare to act recklessly. Yu Changqing further inquired, what if those designated talisman masters secretly tampered with the results? Wouldn't that render my 2 spirit stones a waste? Ren Xiaoyi explained. I cannot speak to that. However, there are rules in the sect. If those specific talisman masters embezzle, they would be absorbed into the soul-devouring banner. Has anyone ever been absorbed into the soul-devouring banner? Yu Changqing asked. There was an incident several decades ago. After a few more questions, Yu Changqing ultimately declined, saying, My senior brother only provided me with a wild boar of the second layer of qi refining. I have no additional spirit stones on me. Ren Xiaoyi pondered for a moment before handing Yi Changqing a talisman, stating, in this transaction, I have profited 4 or 5 spirit stones from you. So consider this lottery talisman a gift. Yi Changqing hesitated to accept the talisman directly. Ren Xiaoyi chuckled, whether it is the wild boar you caught yourself or the one given to you by your senior brother. I, Ren Xiaoyi, simply wish to forge a good relationship. Although our Zhengdao sect is not a righteous sect, we still value human connections. Clearly, Ren Xiaoyi had not fully trusted the existence of Yi Changqing's senior brother. Yi Changqing accepted the lottery talisman with a slight smile, saying, I am grateful, senior brother Ren. Regardless of the sincerity of the man before him, he saw no reason to refuse a lottery talisman valued at 2 spirit stones. I have completed the task entrusted to me by my senior brother, so I shall take my leave to avoid delaying his cultivation. With that, Yi Changqing turned to depart, eager to swiftly progress to the realm of refining flesh. Ren Xiaoyi politely called out, Take care, junior brother. Should you have any dealings, remember to come find me. Certainly. Yi Changqing waved his hand as he left. As Ren Xiaoyi watched Yi Changqing's retreating figure, he pondered. Rumors have circulated about the emergence of the Dark Knight twin heroes. I wonder if he is one of them. To play it safe, I should refrain from seeking small gains. If he truly possesses an extraordinary senior brother, it could lead to endless troubles. Unfamiliar with talismans, Yi Changqing had not noticed the several stalls selling lottery talismans upon his arrival. Though eager, he did not hasten his pace, lest he appear anxious. As he exited the market area, he finally recognized the prevalence of these stalls. Noting that the business of selling lottery talismans was thriving, the patrons purchasing the talismans presented well-reasoned arguments. Every month, someone wins 50,000 spirit stones. Why couldn't it be me? The resources are controlled by those stewards, foundation-building cultivators, and core elders. Apart from buying lottery talismans, do I have any other means to change my circumstances? Passing by a stall, he paused to inquire further, discovering that any unsold lottery talismans would be the burden of the stall owner. Naturally, the stall owners hoped for their talismans to yield a winning ticket. Some had been operating their stalls for over a decade, yet possessed little wealth, still remaining at the 3rd layer of qi refining. The sheer volume of lottery talismans they procured resulted in a gambling aspect. If their talismans failed to sell, what if they won themselves? Meanwhile, Li Shufu had also exchanged a wild boar for a piece of spirit meat from the 4th layer of qi refining. Upon reaching a distance of 2 or 3 miles from the trading street, he met up with Yi Changqing. The two lingered only briefly before hastening away, intending to find a suitable spot to start a fire and roast their meat. However, after walking for merely a quarter of an hour, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Dark Knight twin heroes, stand still. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu turned to see 2 familiar figures. Lu Yan. Zhuo Xiao. Lu Yan still maintained her cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refining, but Zhuo Xiao exuded the spiritual pressure of the 4th layer of qi refining. Haha, even if you both have employed disguises, I can still recognize you. A month-old grudge is due for retribution. Your Tiangang fist should be surrendered obediently. The cold smile danced at the corners of Zhuo Xiao's lips as she approached Yi Changqing and his companion. To seek revenge, one must possess adequate strength. Yi Changqing's expression remained impassive as he unleashed the spiritual pressure of the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Appearing poised for a direct confrontation, Li Xiaofu released the spiritual pressure of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. His fists clenched tightly as he coldly declared, You are merely a defeated foe. A month ago, you were bested, and tonight, you shall be wounded as well. Upon witnessing their formidable stance and fierce words, Zhuo Xiao and Lu Yan were momentarily taken aback, so resolute. However, in the next instant, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu turned on their heels and fled. Damn it! Zhuo Xiao seethed with rage, channeling her magical energy to pursue them closely. Lu Yan, possessing a lower cultivation level, lagged slightly behind Zhuo Xiao, yet the distance between them remained minimal. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu sprinted with all their might, their speed bolstered by their body refinement technique. In a short span of time, Zhuo Xiao could not catch up to them. How had she not noticed these 2 earlier in the trading district? Perhaps they had informants, aware that they had cultivated the Tiangang fist. These 2 still dared to confront her, indicating they either possessed new trump cards or had allies. Both men discerned the underlying implications, relying solely on the Tiangang fist. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu were not afraid of a peak practitioner of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Furthermore, both had their own cultivation, Even if they encountered a practitioner of the fourth layer, they would not easily be defeated and could safely retreat to their dwelling. They understood that even without acknowledging their identities as the Night Twin heroes, they would still face trouble, especially since they were in possession of spiritual flesh from a practitioner of the fourth layer of Qi refinement. Retreating was their best course of action, sure enough. As Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu exchanged words, several golden sword energies shot forth from the forest. However, since they had only paused momentarily when Zhuo Qiao called out to them before fleeing, the hidden individuals in the woods had no time to approach. Waves of golden sword energy sliced past them. There are both second and third layer practitioners among them, the two deduced through the sword art. They were not concerned that there might be fourth layer practitioners lurking in the shadows. If there were, they would have charged out directly. With just the two of them, it would be challenging to fend off two fourth layer practitioners and several initial layer practitioners, as Zhuo Qiao's fury intensified upon witnessing this scene. Clearly, the Night Twin heroes had seen through her scheme. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her full cultivation to give chase. Here, there were no lurking threats from beasts, allowing for unrestricted combat. Senior brother Zhuo, be cautious. These two are tough. Do not underestimate them, Lu Yin cautioned. Rest assured, I will merely hold them off, preventing their escape. Once you catch up, we will outnumber them. Zhuo Qiao outlined her plan. Upon hearing this, the four hidden practitioners in the forest swiftly emerged onto the path. Pursuing Yi Changqing and his companion, Li Xiaofu noticed Zhuo Qiao gradually closing in, his heart sinking. Yi Changqing furrowed his brow. If this person ensnared them and then attacked with a group, they could indeed suffer injuries. Perhaps even incur hidden ailments that would hinder their future cultivation. Senior brotherly, do you have any trump cards left? Yi Changqing inquired with concern, fearing that if Li Xiaofu had no hidden means, he might need to reveal some secrets that moment. The stone orb contained over 600 strands of spiritual energy. For someone at the second layer of Qi refinement, absorbing 20 strands a day was quite effortless. This spiritual energy was akin to his magical power, enabling him to unleash golden sword energies against those pursuing him without worrying about depleting his resources. However, he dared not directly break through to the third layer of Qi refinement. Wouldn't it suggest he had secrets if a 5-element root practitioner advanced from the second layer to the third in just a month? This would only hasten his demise. The concealment technique might deceive practitioners of the same level. But not Situel In. Li Xiaofu said solemnly. I also know the fireball technique. Right now, I can only hasten the cooking of the spiritual flesh and step into the body refinement realm while I roast the spiritual flesh. I may slow down, so I need you to protect me. Rest assured, using the spiritual flame to roast the flesh will ensure it cooks swiftly. As they spoke, Li Xiaofu had already formed a hand seal. A small flame suddenly flickering at his fingertips, the aroma of meat wafting through the air. The higher the cultivation level, the tougher the beast's flesh. The spiritual flesh from a practitioner of the third layer was still relatively easy to chew. But that from a fourth layer practitioner required roasting or boiling, else the efficiency would be too slow. Yi Changqing replied earnestly. No problem. With that, he immediately turned and began to retreat while skillfully forming hand seals. In the next moment, waves of golden sword energy surged forth. Zhuo Qiao let out a cold snort. The golden sword technique unleashed by a practitioner of the second layer posed no threat to him. Just as he intended to dodge these incoming sword energies, he heard Yi Changqing's mocking voice beside him. Not a threat to you. But what about to those behind you? The road was straight, and everyone was aligned in a single line. Just as Zhuo Qiao was about to evade the golden sword energies, he heard Yi Changqing's words and hurriedly formed a defensive barrier with his hands. It was not out of genuine concern for the four behind him, but rather a necessity. Without them, he lacked absolute confidence in capturing Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu. He was well aware that Lu Yin would also employ defensive spells. And even if she could not evade the sword energies, she could still use magic to shield herself. However, the four who had lain in ambush in the woods would not have such defenses. These four were already exerting themselves to chase Yi Changqing and his companion, their speed so great that their figures blurred, even though Yi Changqing was merely at the second layer of Qi refinement. The power of the sword energies he unleashed was not insignificant, and if those four were careless, they could easily be struck. Bang, bang, bang. Several sword energies collided with the defensive barrier, sending forth surges of magical energy that stirred up a whirlwind of dust, snapping trees on either side of the road and sending leaves scattering. Due to the overwhelming magical fluctuations, Zhuo Qiao's speed faltered slightly. Yet, Possessing cultivation at the fourth layer of qi refinement, he quickly regained his pace. You four encircled him from the woods. Fearing that Changqing might unleash sword energies again, Zhuqiu bellowed loudly. The four recognized the critical issue immediately and dashed into the forest without hesitation. Although the trees obstructed their path and the uneven terrain slowed their pursuit, they need not worry about being harmed by sword energies. Lu Yin, protected by her defensive spells, was less concerned about the sword energies and continued her pursuit along the flat road that Changqing frowned upon witnessing this scene. The sheer number of trees in the forest meant that even if he attacked the four hidden within, the sword energies would lose power and speed upon striking the large trees. Posing no threat to those inside, if he were to attack Zhuqiu directly, she could easily evade him, and delaying her would be negligible. Moreover, the time spent forming hand seals would consume both magical power and time, naturally slowing his escape compared to fleeing with focused intent. At that moment, he heard Li Xiaofu's urgent voice. This piece of meat is ready. You eat this one first, and then give me your piece. Upon hearing this, Changqing quickly handed over the raw meat and stuffed the cooked piece into his mouth. Li Xiaofu's spiritual flame continued to blaze as he roasted the meat. No wonder it's spiritual flesh from a practitioner of the fourth layer. It smells divine, Changqing praised loudly, devouring the meat voraciously. The outer layer of the meat was charred, while the innermost part remained uncooked, yet this did not hinder him from consuming it as long as most of it was cooked. It was easy to chew. The raw flesh hindered his speed of consumption. After devouring several mouthfuls of spiritual meat, a rich infusion of spiritual energy and vitality surged throughout his body. Changqing ceased his flight. Immediately practicing the Tiangang fist, utilizing the spiritual energy and vitality to refine his body, he felt as though every inch of his skin and every muscle was ablaze, gradually suffusing his form with a faint crimson glow. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, intertwining with his vitality, ultimately converging into his dantian like a tidal wave. He sensed an additional surge of red energy within his dantian. This true energy. Changqing's blood boiled, and he felt an inexhaustible surge of power. The four individuals hiding in the forest noticed Changqing's transformation and could not help but halt their advance, each harboring thoughts of retreat. They perceived Changqing as a mid-stage beast of qi refinement, radiating an aura of danger. With their initial stage cultivation, they could only wield the golden sword technique for offense, lacking any defensive spells. If they encountered a mid-stage beast of qi refinement, their only option would be to flee. In the distance, Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, her heart fluttering with trepidation. However, in the next instant, she regained her previous pace, reasoning that as long as there were many people around, it was not impossible to strike. Moreover, Changqing was not the same as the monstrous beasts, while the latter would indeed devour humans. Changqing would not kill them, unless he was willing to pay the murder fee. Upon seeing Changqing's robust vitality, Zhuqiu did not halt her advance. Instead, a glimmer of greed flickered across her face. The refinement of the body could achieve such an effect. If I could obtain the Tiangang fist, would I ever need to worry about my strength being insufficient in the future? Zhuqiu's expression turned fierce as she shouted towards the four individuals lingering in the woods. What are you waiting for? Let us go together. You two can gain the Tiangang's secret technique. The four exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, a hint of determination flashed in their eyes as they surged forward with renewed vigor. If they could also cultivate the Tiangang fist, others would fear them. Instead of the current state where they were the ones fearing Changqing, they too wished to become powerful. Only by growing stronger could they thrive within the Zhengdao Sect. I will hold Zhuqiu back for you, Changqing bellowed. All right, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. As Changqing prepared to advance, another portion of spiritual flesh was nearly ready, and Li Xiaofu was devouring it ravenously. Changqing propelled his crimson silhouette towards Zhuqiu with great speed. Body refiners possessed advantages in close combat. If the distance were to widen, they could only evade magical attacks. Zhuqiu, with her eyes narrowed in focus, discerned Changqing's intentions and halted her advance, forming hand seals to unleash sword energy, denying Changqing the chance to approach. Simultaneously, Zhuqiu commanded the four in the woods once more. Do not allow the other one to break through. Otherwise, our chances of victory will diminish significantly. Faced with the oncoming sword energy, Changqing was compelled to slow down, as dodging was imperative. Against the spells of a fourth-layer qi refining cultivator, even with skin as tough as iron, He could not withstand the blows directly that as he evaded. Yi Changqing shouted to Li Xiaofu, "Be careful. Don't get hit by the sword energy." He could attack Zhuo Qiao while simultaneously posing a threat to others. Thus, on the same straight path, as Zhuo Qiao attacked Yi Changqing, she could also endanger Li Xiaofu. Several sharp sword energies grazed past Yi Changqing, leaving multiple tears in his clothing, as expected of a fourth-layer Qi refining cultivator magic. I have reached the flesh refining stage, and my speed has increased even beyond that of a peak skin refining cultivator. Yet my clothes are still torn by the sword energy. Yi Changqing felt a surge of astonishment. Unwilling to let his guard down, and continued charging towards Zhuo Qiao. He could not flee now, or Li Xiaofu would undoubtedly face a brutal assault from the others. If Li Xiaofu were to be crippled, his chances of dealing with Sidu Lin alone would be greatly diminished. Noting that Yi Changqing remained unharmed, Zhuo Qiao's initial greed morphed into seriousness that a body refiner was indeed extraordinary. The person before her was merely a second-layer Qi refining cultivator. Yet he could evade her sword energy with sheer physical prowess. If she could obtain the Tiangang fist, it would undoubtedly aid her in establishing a foundation in the future. However, capturing these two was proving more challenging than anticipated. Zhuo Qiao continued to form seals, unleashing sword energy to prevent Yi Changqing from closing the distance. "Junior sister, don't mind me for now. Pursue the other one and prevent their breakthrough." Understood. Lu Yin dared not approach Yi Changqing too closely. Choosing to circle around and press towards Li Xiaofu, Li Xiaofu was diligently cultivating the Tiangang fist when a barrage of sword energy whistled through the air towards him. He had no choice but to retreat into the woods. Otherwise, he would face a relentless assault of sword energy. Upon seeing Li Xiaofu dart into the trees on the other side, the four individuals gritted their teeth and gave chase. He is still attempting to break through. So he won't be moving too quickly. If we hurry, we might still catch up. Thus, only Yi Changqing and Zhuo Qiao remained in the open. As Yi Changqing once more approached Zhuo Qiao, she swiftly formed seals to unleash golden sword energy, forcing Yi Changqing to halt. It truly is impossible to close the distance. Yi Changqing ground his teeth in frustration each time he came within 8 or 9 meters of Zhuo Qiao. The incoming sword energy required him to exert all his effort to evade. If the distance were only 3 to 5 meters, he would likely be unable to evade in time and would be struck by the sword energy. The closer the distance, the greater the advantage. This was the reality of being merely 2 meters apart. At a distance of 2 to 5 meters, the situation was perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to injury. Conversely, if the distance were a bit greater, Yi Changqing could effortlessly dodge the sword energy, and Zhuo Qiao would be unable to harm him in the slightest. Thus, Yi Changqing ceased his attempts to approach Zhuo Qiao. Maintaining a distance of 10 meters, Zhuo Qiao felt a slight weight of concern. She alone did not possess enough confidence to subdue Yi Changqing that a distance of 3 to 5 meters could indeed allow her to strike him. But what if Yi Changqing suddenly exerted force and closed the gap? If that were to happen, she would be left at his mercy. Yi Changqing possessed boundless strength, while her magical energy was finite. Thus, the scene fell into silence, occasionally interrupted by the gentle breeze rustling the leaves. The two locked gazes, awaiting the outcome of the battle unfolding elsewhere. After a while, Li Xiaofu burst forth from the woods, clutching 4 headless snakes in his hands. Soon after, Lu Yin arrived with the 4 individuals, her expression grim. Though Lu Yin remained unscathed, she had lost 4 venomous snakes this time. The other 4 appeared pale, bloodstains still fresh at the corners of their mouths. "Brother Shuo, my Dantian is severely injured. It seems my cultivation will be hindered from now on unless I acquire some miraculous elixir. So do I. My leg is broken, and the shattered remnants have been reduced to ashes. My right arm is fractured." Hearing these words, Zhuo Qiao's expression darkened further. There was no need for speculation. This was undoubtedly the work of Li Xiaofu. Li Xiaofu had also stepped into the flesh refining stage. The Zhengdao Sect had regulations stipulating that killing required the payment of a murder fee. This rule had given rise to an unspoken understanding. One must not cripple another's cultivation. In the Zhengdao Sect, having one's cultivation crippled was tantamount to murder, was it not? Without the ability to produce spirit stones, what use was that person? Feeding spirit pets. Some spirit pets had grown accustomed to spiritual food and would scorn anything mundane. It could be said that if one did not wish to pay the murder fee, then ensuring these individuals could not advance in their cultivation or face a decline was the most brutal course of action. Naturally, Li Xiaofu would not kill these individuals. After spending a month in the woods, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu had learned the exact amount of the murder fee. Killing a first-layer qi refining cultivator required the payment of 100 spirit stones, while a second-layer qi refining cultivator would cost 200 spirit stones, and so forth, culminating in 900 spirit stones for a ninth-layer qi refining cultivator. Given their current cultivation, without hunting monstrous beasts and only nurturing spiritual valleys, it would take 7 to 8 years to earn back 100 spirit stones, as one could only obtain a tenth of the harvest during the season. Moreover, early-stage qi refining cultivators and mid-stage qi refining cultivators typically owed the Zhengdao Sect redemption fees. Killing these few individuals would also require them to contribute to a redemption fee, making it utterly unprofitable. Observing the grim expressions on Zhuo Qiao and Lu Yan's faces, Yi Changqing grinned. It seems you've suffered another loss this time. This time, Zhuo Qiao did not retaliate with threats. After casting a deep glance at Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu, she waved her sleeve, taking the injured four away from the scene, recognizing that they could not contend with the night twin heroes. Junior sister, my spirit pet is still in slumber. During this time, we will hunt around the outskirts of the woods, and the spirit stones we earn will help you purchase a breaking stage pill. Once you reach the 4th layer of qi refining, we will venture deeper into the woods. All right, once I become a mid-stage qi refining cultivator, and your giant python also breaks through to mid-stage qi refining, we will safely enter the depths of the woods. Indeed, by then, with sufficient strength, not only can we severely injure the night twin heroes, but even eliminate them. We will be able to afford the murder fee. The higher the cultivation of the monstrous beasts, the more valuable they are. Hearing the conversation between the two, the injured four quickly interjected, Brother Zhuo, Sister Lu, we have been monitoring the night twin heroes at the trading street for an entire month before we discovered their trail. Yes, these two entered the trading street one after the other. If it weren't for our keen observation, it would have been difficult to uncover their presence. If we had sent someone else as our lookout, I am 99% sure they would have failed to detect the night twin heroes. Zhuo Qiao recognized the 4's desire for benefits and replied impatiently, focus on nurturing your spirit fruits. If I become a steward, you will surely reap the rewards. 4 individuals managed to muster a smile, and in response to any commands from Brother Zhuo, they vowed to lend their utmost assistance. Zhuo Qiao nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu did not pursue, not chase a cornered enemy. Both had successfully advanced to the flesh refinement stage, as long as they continued to develop steadily. What fear did they have of future retribution from Zhuo Qiao and Lu Yan? Enhancing one's strength through body refinement was far more expedient than cultivating spiritual pets for combat prowess. As the night deepened, the sky turned inky, dotted with stars. They arrived at a secluded spot where a bonfire blazed brightly, the dry branches crackling as 4 snakes quickly roasted over the flames. While savoring the snake meat, Yi Changqing remarked, the spiritual flesh from the 2nd and 3rd layers of qi refinement has little effect on the heavenly gang fist. It is better utilized for enhancing our cultivation. Li Xiaofu nodded in agreement and inquired, when do you think would be the best time for us to venture deeper into the woods for hunting? Yi Changqing pondered, though we have reached the flesh refinement stage, our cultivation levels remain low. Hunt mid-stage qi refinement beasts now would likely lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the cultivators we might encounter there will certainly be more formidable than those at the forest's edge. Confronting such individuals could prove beyond our capabilities that we currently lack the confidence to contend with Zhuo Qiao and Lu Yan. How, then, can we compete for spiritual beasts against those who dwell in the depths of the woods? Li Xiaofu wholeheartedly agreed. Acknowledging that they must not rush and risk making mistakes, he then squinted, shifting his tone. However, we run the risk of being detected by Sidu Lin if we rapidly enhance our cultivation through consuming spiritual flesh. The disparity in our cultivation levels is only 3 or 4 stages. My breath-concealing technique is effective only under such circumstances. Of course, there are higher-tier breath-concealing techniques that yield excellent results, but regrettably, I do not possess one. At that point, Sidu Lin will undoubtedly compel us to tend to several acres of spiritual fields, while also keeping a watchful eye on us to prevent any attempts at seizing power. It seems we must find alternative means to bolster our strength, he concluded, casting a glance at Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing smiled gently. You must be familiar with many spells. Let us dedicate this time to practicing them. We should refine both defensive and offensive spells to mastery before we venture to hunt mid-stage Qi refinement beasts. Li Xiaofu chuckled. Your comprehension is remarkably high, and with your current cultivation level having improved, practicing spells will yield great efficiency. Yi Changqing selected 2 spells. The Wood Shield Technique, a defensive spell that must be cultivated to perfection to conjure a protective barrier at will, and the Fireball Technique, which was effective enough in its basic form. He also planned to continue practicing the Golden Sword Technique, useful for slaying locusts, beasts, or even harming foes. Days passed, and as the month drew to a close, Yi Changqing examined the lottery talisman sent by Ren Xiaoi and found it devoid of any anomalies as expected. There is no prize, he thought, feeling no stir of emotion. More than half a year later, at the pinnacle of the second layer of Qi refinement, Yi Changqing sensed the power within his dantian and slowly opened his eyes. Absent a suitable reason to break through, he resolved to build a solid foundation and wait for the right moment. With the level of understanding I have deliberately displayed, no one would suspect a breakthrough to the third layer of Qi refinement after half a year. Over the past 6 months, he had perfected both the Golden Sword Technique and the Wood Shield Technique. Occasionally, he would hunt at the forest's edge, allowing him to rapidly replenish his spiritual energy and significantly enhance his efficiency in practicing spells. His sporadic hunts had diminished the hostility of other cultivators within the sect. As everyone had their share of prey, during their hunts, they were generally not targeted, making it relatively safe. The spiritual orb had accumulated over 1,000 strands of spiritual energy, had it not been for the need to practice spells. Even more could have been stored. The spells were categorized into 4 tiers: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection, becoming increasingly challenging as one progressed. While it might take 100 attempts to reach entry level, achieving perfection could require thousands or even tens of thousands of repetitions, necessitating even more spiritual energy. Such is the nature of all endeavors. The further one advances, the more arduous it becomes to make even the slightest progress. With my spells perfected, it is time to venture deeper into the woods for hunting, Yi Changqing declared, rising to step outside. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the spiritual fields, where the golden rice swayed like an ocean, shimmering in the light. Inhaling deeply, he could detect the rich fragrance of the rice, which would soon be ripe in another 2 months. Yi Changqing felt invigorated as he glanced toward the field where Li Xiaofu was laboriously harvesting spiritual grains. After all, Li Xiaofu had begun cultivating rice 2 months earlier than Yi Changqing. Suddenly, a swarm of locusts descended, blotting out the sun. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Changqing's eyes as he immediately executed the cloud and rain technique. Previously, the locusts had been drawn in by some unknown pollen. If that were the case, then he would wash away the pollen with rain. Soon, dark clouds gathered above the spiritual fields, and heavy raindrops began to pour down. Yi Changqing continually channeled his power, ensuring that each drop of rain effectively washed away the pollen. However, the locusts did not scatter as he had hoped. Instead, they braved the downpour to devour the nearly ripened spiritual grains. The others also attempted to cast the cloud and rain technique, but found it equally ineffective. What is going on? Yi Changqing anxiously rushed into the field, executing the Golden Sword Technique while assessing where the issue lay. Unwilling to reveal the secret of his perfected Golden Sword Technique, he opted to use it cautiously, but as a result, even more spiritual grains were consumed by the locusts. Yet, the loss of grains paled in comparison to the threat posed by Sidulin. Yi Changqing suddenly realized that the unknown pollen was exceedingly sticky, firmly adhering to the rice, and the heavy rain could not wash it away. When did this gnome scatter the pollen? Truly, it was done without a trace. He anticipated our use of the cloud and rain technique and deliberately added honey. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Yi Changqing mobilized the spiritual energy within the orb. The next moment, as he opened his eyes, his cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. What a coincidence! Every time I reach the pinnacle of my cultivation, you unleash locusts, saving me the trouble of finding an excuse. Yi Changqing quickly executed the technique, unleashing a flurry of golden sword energy, causing locusts to fall to the ground. To irritate Sidulin, Yi Changqing targeted only those locusts with cultivation, as they consumed the most spiritual grains. Killing these locusts was indeed the most prudent course of action. Having been here for quite some time, showcasing nearly the mastery of the Golden Sword Technique was hardly surprising. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofu initially thought to unleash sword energy with a snap of his fingers but ultimately restrained himself. My freshly ripened grains, Sidulin, you used to release locusts once a year. Now, you do so every 6 months. Mark my words. You shall face the consequences. Li Xiaofu also targeted the cultivated locusts with sword energy. Yi Changqing observed another phenomenon. Previously, the locusts that had devoured his grains were unrefined, coinciding with the flowering stage of the rice when the spiritual energy was thin. This time, however, as the spiritual grains approached maturity, the locusts were all cultivated. It was evident that Sito Lin had been quietly monitoring the various spiritual fields on the mountainside. As he eliminated locusts, Yi Changqing glanced at a distance where Lu Tian and his companions tended their field. Noticing it was largely free of locusts, this further confirmed Yi Changqing's suspicions. Additionally, some fields devoid of locusts belonged to cultivators nearing death. They practiced the blood-burning technique and had no more potential to extract, likely lasting only another 3 to 5 years. Should they force themselves to practice further, they might perish on the spot. However, the fields tended by those who had only a year or two left were swarming with locusts, resembling a sea of yellow sand. Sito Lin, may you meet a terrible fate. Ha! Seeing us nearing death, you unleash locusts to devour the spiritual grains we've painstakingly cultivated, only to imprison us under the guise of failing to cultivate spiritual grains and turn us into fodder for spiritual pets. Sito Lin, your assumptions are far too presumptuous. Amidst the curses, the two spirit cultivators suddenly formed their seals. One unleashed an aura of the 4th layer of chi refinement, while the other emitted the energy of the 3rd layer. In the blink of an eye, fireballs the size of lanterns shot forth, traversing the spirit field. Instantly, the blazing flames danced like a frenzied dragon, indiscriminately consuming every grain of spirit grain and each locust, transforming the once fertile field into a sea of fire. Boldness. A furious roar echoed down from the mountaintop, resounding like thunder, deafening to the ears. Shortly thereafter, a gnome-like figure emerged through the white mist atop the mountain, swiftly flying towards the spirit field. Those spirit grains did not belong to these cultivators, nor were they the property of the Zhengdao Sect. They belonged to him, Sito Lin. Moreover, countless locusts perished in the inferno. Those were the very locusts he had painstakingly cultivated with time and resources. With a flick of his sleeve, torrential rain fell in an instant. The urgent task was to extinguish the flames. However, as Sito Lin cast his spell, the shouts of the two spirit cultivators rang out. Sito Lin, if you kill us, you must pay the murder fee. The two cultivators seemed to expend all their strength and magical energy to utter this phrase, which reverberated in the minds of the onlookers for a long time. Sito Lin turned to see 3 spirit cultivators spitting blood from their dantian and throats, their eyes dimming as they fell to the ground. They had destroyed their own dantian before taking their lives. Since they were destined to become the blood food of spirit beasts, why not die with dignity in this manner? You are so ruthless. Sito Lin gritted his teeth, gazing at the fallen figures. That it was futile to act now. The two were already dead. Who taught you the fireball technique? Sito Lin's eyes turned crimson, his fury igniting as he scanned the crowd. He understood that when the lower ranks were cornered, they could resort to anything. Yet, he too had his own unavoidable predicaments. Only Sito Lin's roar echoed in the air, as the others dared not utter a word or move a muscle. In the moments following the two's collapse, a frail voice resonated from a secluded room atop the Zhengdao Sect's highest peak. 2 individuals have perished. Hasten to dispatch someone to investigate the 350th spirit vein. Upon entering the Zhengdao Sect, all individuals had dripped blood on their tokens to affirm their allegiance. This token served not only as a tracking device but also had the capability to determine the life or death of its owner. In less than 10 breaths, a figure clad in black robes appeared before Yi Changqing and the others. This person had not come from the highest peak. The Zhengdao Sect occupied an area of millions of miles, and those from the main peak would not arrive so swiftly. This individual had learned of the deaths through a communication jade slip and was the enforcer from the law enforcement hall, responsible for maintaining order in this area. The spirit field lay in disarray. Although the torrential rain had extinguished the fire, 7 or 8/10 of the spirit grains had been incinerated. Additionally, Sito Lin's cultivated locusts had suffered similar losses. Sito Lin silently observed the expressions and movements of everyone present, attempting to discern who among them had the audacity to scheme against him. He refrained from immediate questioning, knowing that with deaths occurring, the enforcer from the law enforcement hall would soon arrive to investigate. Moments later, a young man clad in black robes entered everyone's view. He surveyed the crowd before ultimately fixing his gaze upon the gnome. Sito Lin, tell us who killed those 2 on the ground, the black-robed youth stated, his expression impassive as he pointed at the corpses. Situ Lin clasped his hands in respect and replied, I report to you, Enforcer Liao, that these two took their own lives. They perished on your territory. Even if it was suicide, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility, Liao Xiaojie replied, his voice flat yet imbued with an unspoken authority. Situ Lin hurriedly responded, the disciple is willing to compensate. One was of the 4th layer of qi refinement, and the other was of the 3rd layer. I am willing to offer 700 spirit stones. Liao Xiaojie nodded slightly, reaching forth to take the token from the corpse's waist, which flew into his palm. After glancing at the numbers on the token, he placed it into his storage pouch and remarked, these two owe the sect a total of 1,300 spirit stones. Situ Lin's face immediately bore a bitter expression. These two had worked under him for nearly 20 years, consistently repaying the sect with a few spirit stones each year. In essence, they did not owe such a sum. However, Situ Lin dared not retort, merely nodding in agreement. In that case, hand over your token. Liao Xiaojie said indifferently. Situ Lin had no choice but to respectfully approach and surrender his token. Liao Xiaojie then produced his own token, and with a gesture, Situ Lin's token instantly reflected a deduction of 2,000 contribution points. The others present felt a complex mix of emotions as they witnessed this scene, realizing that authority could easily crush the powerless, and that strength could dictate one's whims. While they felt a sense of satisfaction at Situ Lin's predicament, they were acutely aware that his misfortune would inevitably be redirected towards them. Liao Xiaojie returned the token to Situ Lin and said, the two corpses possess no cultivation. Carrying them away would serve no purpose. You may handle them as you see fit. With that, Liao Xiaojie departed. May the inspector walk safely. Situ Lin respectfully bid farewell to Liao Xiaojie. After confirming Liao Xiaojie's departure, Situ Lin turned to the crowd and barked, what are you all dawdling for? Come here at once. Upon hearing his command, everyone rushed to Situ Lin's front, remaining silent. Why do I feel like this gnome has grown shorter? Yi Changqing pondered with great curiosity. The first time Situ Lin released locusts to gather everyone, Yi Changqing had sensed that Situ Lin seemed diminished in stature. At that time, he had thought it was merely an illusion. Yet now, he was certain that Situ Lin had indeed shrunk. Half a year was too short a time for significant change in height, but a year could yield noticeable differences. What peculiar technique could allow someone to become shorter? Or is there some other unknown reason? Yi Changqing secretly remained wary of Situ Lin, suspecting that he was not as simple as he appeared. Situ Lin directed a hostile gaze towards Li Xiufu. Li Xiaofu was the only one in this area who had access to various techniques and spells prior to entering the Zhengdao Sect. Li Xiaofu, was it you who imparted the fireball technique to those two? Situ Lin's voice was cold, emitting the pressure of the 7th layer of qi refinement, enveloping Li Xiaofu. Li Xiaofu felt as though a mountain pressed down upon him, struggling to catch his breath as he managed to utter, I have never interacted with those two. How could I possibly teach them the fireball technique? Situ Lin scoffed disdainfully, still daring to argue. As his voice fell, Li Xiaofu felt the pressure intensify, not wanting to reveal the secret of the Tiangang fist, nor expose that his leg had healed. He fell to the ground with a thud. The fireball technique was indeed not his teaching. If those two secrets were discovered, he would truly have no way to defend himself. At this moment, Li Xiufu was also eager to uncover who had taught the fireball technique to those two. Yi Changqing was fully aware that Li Xiufu would not unnecessarily impart the fireball technique to others. The more individuals involved in their plan to kill and seize power, the greater the risk. With their rapid enhancement of overall strength through the Tiangang fist, the two could confront Situ Lin with significant odds in their favor. Why would they risk exposure by teaching others spells? Yet, Yi Changqing could not discern who was behind it all. Without any leads, how could he speculate? Observing Li Xiufu collapsed on the ground, Situ Lin did not retract his pressure. Merely watching coldly as Li Xiaofu struggled for breath, Li Xiaofu, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and said, if I had incited those two to destroy the spirit grain, would I not fear their reports? In the Zhengdao Sect, everyone is on edge. Why would you think I would easily trust others? Moreover, I know nothing of those two's background, making it even less likely that I would teach them spells. Situ Lin narrowed his eyes, still fixing his gaze upon Li Xiaofu without relinquishing his pressure. What if, after a long pause, Situ Lin coldly articulated, are you wagering that those two will not report you? Li Xiaofu stared back at Situ Lin, weakly replying, if you force me to confess that I taught those two the fireball technique, would you believe me? Are you willing to let the true mastermind escape unscathed? Situ Lin remained silent, fixating his gaze upon Li Xiaofu, attempting to discern whether he was lying. Li Xiaofu continued, I already possess cultivation skills. I am well versed in the arts of cloud and rain, as well as the golden sword technique that I have diligently nurtured the spirit fields to repay the redemption fee and aspire to regain my freedom in the future. That not a good plan. Si-Tu Lin found it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the truthfulness of Li Xiaofu's words. Ultimately, he withdrew his spiritual pressure and coldly declared, from this day forth, you shall cultivate an additional 10 acres of spirit fields. With 2 of his subordinates having suddenly perished, there were spirit fields available, naturally necessitating someone to tend to them. Moreover, he had just suffered a loss of 2,000 spirit stones, which pained him greatly. The savings he had accumulated over the years, the oppression he had endured, had been drastically diminished. Very well, Li Xiaofu acquiesced. Si-Tu Lin swept his gaze across the crowd, and suddenly noticed that Changqing had broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. He fixed his stare upon Changqing and inquired, when did you achieve this breakthrough? Changqing replied, I broke through during the locust invasion. What a coincidence that you would break through then. Si-Tu Lin remarked ominously, releasing his spiritual pressure at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Unfazed, Changqing responded, the locusts consuming the spirit grains I cultivated were more ferocious than the last time. So I sought to recapture the sensation I experienced during my previous breakthrough. Observing the massive swarm devouring the nearly ripened spirit grains filled me with urgency, yet I endeavored to maintain my composure. I truly managed to rediscover that elusive feeling, and thus, I successfully broke through. I cannot ascertain whether this is linked to my comprehension. Si-Tu Lin pressed further. It has only been half a year, and your cultivation has progressed remarkably fast. You hardly resemble a cultivator with 5 spirit roots. Si-Tu Lin's suspicion deepened. He felt compelled to investigate every detail. As for comprehension, he was at a loss. Unable to discern the veracity of Changqing's statements. Changqing stated, each day, aside from tending to the spirit fields, I concentrate solely on my cultivation. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and I perceive no issues. Li Xiaofu was aware that he had also practiced the wood shield technique and the fireball technique, but he also knew that Changqing had consumed a substantial amount of spirit meat. Thus, he was not overly surprised by Changqing's ascent to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Si-Tu Lin was not easily convinced. In the past, he would not have probed too deeply. But now, fueled by anger and a nagging suspicion that someone was plotting against him, he felt compelled to scrutinize everything meticulously. Si-Tu Lin approached Changqing for a thorough examination. He instructed Changqing to sit on the ground, given his short stature. Subsequently, Si-Tu Lin placed his hand on Changqing's shoulder, carefully sensing his cultivation level. Changqing strove to remain calm, determined not to reveal the secret of the stone pearl to this dwarf. Reflecting on how, aboard the grand ship, no one had discerned his secret, he felt a slight sense of relief. After all, there were several late-stage qi refinement cultivators on that ship, including Cheng Ruan, a 9th-layer qi refinement practitioner. If they had not discovered the stone pearl, how could this dwarf, even now at the 7th layer of qi refinement, possibly do so? Si-Tu Lin furrowed his brow slightly, failing to detect anything amiss with Changqing. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, since you have achieved the 3rd layer of qi refinement, you shall cultivate an additional 10 acres of spirit fields. Understood, Changqing replied. Si-Tu Lin then turned his attention to the others, questioning each in turn, yet no discrepancies were found. Nevertheless, he required everyone present to cultivate an additional 10 acres of spirit fields. No land? Then they would have to clear it themselves. The crowd felt a bitter anguish, their faces betraying their suppressed fury. Si-Tu Lin paid no heed to their discontent. Having lost 2,000 spirit stones today, he needed to devise a means to recoup his losses. Finally, Si-Tu Lin fixed his gaze upon Lu Zimu, whose temples were graying, and questioned, it wouldn't be you, would it? Lu Zimu, having forcibly elevated his cultivation through blood-burning techniques, appeared considerably aged. He shook his head vehemently. It is not me. Not me. I am not even proficient in the fireball technique. If I had the leisure for such pursuits, I would have already advanced my cultivation. Si-Tu Lin sneered coldly. Back when Bai Xiao abandoned you, did you not harbor resentment? Her abandonment was partly due to my influence. Do you not resent me? Lu Zimu's face flushed with embarrassment from the intense questioning. Indeed, he harbored deep-seated animosity, not only towards Bai Xiao, but also towards Si-Tu Lin and Changqing. Yet, what could he do? Surviving had become an arduous struggle, and his spirit had long been crushed. Opportunities were not easily obtained. There was simply no chance for a turnaround. Lu suppressed his inner fury and frustration, hastily denying, "I bear no hatred towards anyone." C2 Lin scoffed. "Being abandoned by others does not breed resentment. You may deceive yourself, but I truly do not know the fireball technique." Lu Zimu was at a loss for how to explain himself. Si2 Lin snorted coldly. "It seems you are the one inciting this from the shadows." Lu Zimu felt a surge of indignation. This dwarf was speaking nonsense. He explained, "If I knew the fireball technique, I would have already had some level of cultivation before entering the sect. I would not be in such a dire predicament now." Si2 Lin spat contemptuously at Lu Zimu, laughing heartily. "I knew you were not the mastermind behind this." He beckoned mockingly. Come, let me see how long you can endure." Unable to identify the true perpetrator and feeling himself in potential danger, C2 Lin could only vent his pinned-up frustration onto others. Lu Zimu was undoubtedly the most suitable target. Enraged, Lu Zimu bellowed, "Even if I were to perish like those two, I would never live in such a wretched manner." He had realized that C2 Lin could not uncover the true mastermind, so he began to unleash his fury. Humiliated before everyone, and knowing he would have to cultivate an additional 10 acres of spirit fields, it would be nearly impossible to complete the task without food, drink, or rest. At that point, this dwarf would have ample reason to torment him endlessly. Faced with such despair, he thought it better to abandon restraint, turn against them, and seek a swift end. Humans are creatures susceptible to emotional influence, had it not been for the prior suicides of 2 individuals. Lu Zimu might not have found the courage to contemplate death. "And you, Bai Xiao," Lu Zimu shouted, suddenly realizing that Bai Xiao was absent from the gathering. Si2 Lin suddenly grasped something, directing his ire towards the mountaintop. "So the true mastermind is you." As he spoke, he prepared to leap, only to see Bai Xiao emerging from the mist. Surprised, Bai Xiao, with one side of her hair white and her complexion pallid, appeared exceedingly frail. The crowd was taken aback by her appearance, struggling to reconcile it with the beautiful maiden they once knew. Lu Zimu's eyes widened in disbelief. More than a year prior, he had pursued this woman. Si2 Lin's voice became sharp with rage. "How did you come to learn the fireball technique?" Bai Xiao approached from the mountaintop, calmly responding, "Someone taught me. I did not practice it, but I passed it on to the 2 who perished earlier." Si2 Lin gritted his teeth. "You seek death." He could hardly fathom that it was this woman who had betrayed him. Without inquiring about the identity of Bai Xiao's benefactor, he knew she would never divulge it. Bai Xiao's gaze was icy as she scoffed. "You drain my blood regularly. If I do nothing, I will only hasten my demise. In this place, I am the only woman among the spirit farmers. I suppose all the previous women have been exhausted by you." Si2 Lin threw his head back and laughed. "Very well, I underestimated you. In that case, I shall send you to the dungeons today." Yet, internally, he remained vigilant, aware that Bai Xiao's audacity in revealing herself must be backed by a hidden trump card. Bai Xiao turned her gaze towards the crowd, declaring, "This dwarf exploits you daily, and you still do not take action. If you kill him, you will no longer need to cultivate an additional 10 acres of spirit fields. As for the killing fee, I will cover it for you." Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred, their breathing growing rapid. However, they merely exchanged glances. Reluctant to be the first to strike. Si2 Lin had the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refinement, and none could contend with him. But they were many. If someone were to make a sacrifice, they might just overcome C2 Lin. Observing the crowd's hesitation, C2 Lin felt slightly reassured. He looked at Bai Xiao and probed. "Is this your trump card? Did your benefactor fail to provide you with anything?" Bai Xiao replied coldly, "Can you still mobilize your spiritual power?" C2 Lin's expression suddenly faltered, and in haste, he attempted to channel his internal energy, only to find it exceedingly difficult. Just as Bai Xiao had stated, "When did you poison me? How could I possibly be poisoned?" C2 Lin's countenance turned pale with terror as he exerted all his energy to expel the poison. Bai Xiao let out a cold laugh. "If I willingly consume the poison, won't you be poisoned as well?" The thought of having consumed Bai Xiao's essence over the past few days sent a fresh wave of frost across C2 Lin's already pallid face. Bai Xiao then turned to Changqing and Li Xiaofu, saying, "The Dark Knight duo, why do you hesitate? This dwarf is already poisoned and can only muster 30% of his power. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again." Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu were taken aback, thinking, "How does she know?" With no time to ponder further, and realizing they could not conceal their identities, Yi Changqing boldly shouted, Have you all been so frightened by this dwarf that you have lost your courage? If we eliminate him, our lives will be much easier." As he spoke, a faint crimson aura enveloped Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu, resembling two ferocious beasts charging towards C2 Lin. Previously, Yi Changqing had felt uneasy and refrained from intervening, thinking it better to wait until he reached the muscle refining stage, where he could contend with late-stage qi refining practitioners, and then strike back, especially since it would be 2 against 1. As for tending to the 10 acres of spiritual fields, he could simply do it half-heartedly. How could a qi refining practitioner in the initial stage cultivate so many spiritual fields effectively? Alas, the situation was now complex, their identities exposed, and C2 Lin would undoubtedly be certain they intended to kill him for power. If they did not act now, they would find themselves imprisoned by C2 Lin in the future. Of course, they also had to remain wary of Bai Xiao. This is the body refining technique. Then Li Xiaofu's leg is indeed fine, as the crowd saw Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu charge forward. They recognized that C2 Lin was poisoned, and their collective fury surged, all rushing towards C2 Lin. Kill! 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 The battle cries echoed through the spiritual pulse, reverberating endlessly. "It seems I have been too lenient with you. You still possess the strength to rebel. After today, none of you shall have it easy." C2 Lin glared as the crowd surged towards him like a tidal wave, his rage boiling over as he drew upon the mana within his dantian, struggling to form hand seals. However, there was no response. How could this happen? Where are my locusts? C2 Lin's face turned ashen, and he truly sensed the looming presence of death. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Bai Xiao holding 2 black locusts, one at the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining, the other at the 5th layer. What trick did she use to seize my spiritual pets? Just moments ago, everything was fine. It must have been when she took my spiritual pets. With no time to think further, C2 Lin panicked and fled down the mountain. His safety came first. Why was he so eager to unleash the locust to devour the spiritual grains? It was because that peak 6th layer locust could not break through to the late stage. Thus, C2 Lin resolved to cultivate another peak 6th layer locust, allowing the 2 peak 6th layer locusts to battle each other. As long as the locust he had just released devoured the spiritual grains and mutated, then fought each other, there was a chance one could emerge as a peak 6th layer locust. He was already a 7th layer qi refining practitioner. What use was a spiritual pet at the peak 6th layer? The faster he increased his own strength, the quicker he could amass resources and scheme for foundation establishment. For a late-stage qi refining practitioner, could anything be more important than foundation establishment? As the crowd witnessed C2 Lin fleeing down the mountain, their spirits soared, and their pursuit grew ever more ferocious. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu led the charge, their mastery in the muscle refining stage granting them the greatest speed. Yi Changqing whispered, "Be cautious. C2 Lin may still have tricks up his sleeve." He reminded Li Xiaofu because even if they managed to kill C2 Lin now, they still had a common enemy, Bai Xiao. With a shared adversary, collaboration could continue. Upon hearing Yi Changqing's warning, Li Xiaofu guessed that Yi Changqing still harbored intentions for further cooperation, and he smiled. "Have you noticed that C2 Lin has shrunk in stature?" "Indeed," Yi Changqing replied solemnly. "Can you fathom the reason behind it?" Li Xiaofu thoughtfully analyzed. C2 Lin has always appeared sickly and has been draining the essence of others. Perhaps he has gone astray or practiced some nefarious technique. If there are other factors, I cannot speculate. Yi Changqing said. Since we are unaware of the truth, we should exercise extra caution. Li Xiaofu nodded in agreement. The two radiated a faint aura of bloodlust as they quickly closed the gap on C2 Lin. C2 Lin's expression was grim. He realized the poison within him was difficult to expel, and he could indeed only utilize 30% of his power. Seeing Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu approach like predators, he had no choice but to flee while attempting to persuade them. Bai Xiao is manipulating you. Do not be deceived. She wields 2 locusts more powerful than you. Why does she not send them after me? Think carefully about the reasons. Noticing that Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu remained unmoved, C2 Lin continued to plead. "If you let me go, I assure you I will not pursue today's matter. You are far more dangerous than Bai Xiao." Yi Changqing dismissed, maintaining his relentless pursuit. As he spoke, he shouted to the others behind him, "Li and I will hold this man off. You all hurry and catch up." In that instant, Yi Changqing unleashed a powerful punch aimed at C2 Lin. Simultaneously, Li Xiaofu executed a sudden kick with his supposedly injured leg, deliberately attempting to infuriate C2 Lin, hoping to provoke him into revealing a flaw. Bang! Bang! C2 Lin's mind was clear as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, a defensive barrier of condensed mana enveloping him, blocking the fierce attacks of Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu, sending ripples of potent mana surging outward. Utilizing this surge of mana, though he stumbled and crawled, C2 Lin's speed increased slightly as he continued to flee down the mountain. Although he had not been injured by Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu, the forced use of mana made him feel as though he would spew forth a mouthful of blood. Yet he could not allow his enemies to perceive his weakness. He forcibly swallowed the blood. If they discovered he had suffered a backlash, it would only embolden their resolve. Ha! Body refiners. Merely that, he scoffed. I will soon expel the poison. Who dares to pursue me further? Once my strength is restored, I shall certainly throw you all into the dungeons, with no room for negotiation. C2 Lin intentionally uttered threats. Hoping to intimidate his pursuers, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu pressed on, fully aware that C2 Lin would not let them off the hook if he were to secretly cultivate the heavenly gang fist. Their strength would inevitably pose a significant threat to C2 Lin's safety, and he would not allow them to overstep their bounds. The remaining onlookers, witnessing C2 Lin successfully fend off the attacks, began to hesitate, kill. Yet, the arrow was already knocked, and they had no choice but to charge with all their might. C2 Lin realized his intimidation tactics had failed to yield any effect. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, he thought, "Do you truly believe you can stop me?" With a cold snort, C2 Lin forcibly channeled mana to his feet, doubling his speed. He needed to increase the distance. After all, one against many was a disadvantage. However, in mere moments, he felt the urge to spit out another mouthful of blood, forcing himself to swallow it down again. The backlash was severe. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu exchanged glances, their expressions icy, and continued their pursuit. Meanwhile, those behind were gradually falling behind due to their insufficient strength until the figures of Yi Changqing, Li Xiaofu, and C2 Lin were no longer visible. What now? One person anxiously exclaimed, glancing around in panic, that we cannot let that dwarf escape, that if he returns alive, none of us shall have a good ending. Another solemnly warned the group that we should split up and search. One suggested quickly, Si2 Lin is using mana forcefully and will surely suffer a backlash. He cannot run far and is likely hiding somewhere to recover. Yes, that makes sense. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate C2 Lin. If we allow the poison to dissipate, we will be the ones in dire straits. The reminder echoes through the air. We are all in the same boat now. Even if we uncover the whereabouts of C2 Lin, do not let his words ensnare you. Soon, the group divides into several smaller teams, fanning out like a fan in search of C2 Lin's trace. At the forefront, C2 Lin, sensing that only Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu are pursuing him, can no longer contain himself and expels a mouthful of dark blood. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu, in unison, launch another attack on C2 Lin. This time, they unleash their full magical power. The golden sword energy shooting forth in an instant, the perfected golden sword technique. You two have hidden your abilities well, C2 Lin exclaims, a look of horror crossing his face, with no time to form a defensive spell. He can only concentrate more of his energy beneath his feet. 2 strands of sword energy narrowly miss him, severing a few strands of his black hair, and he spits out another mouthful of dark blood. Gritting his teeth, he refuses to slow down and continues his flight. His only chance of survival lies in creating enough distance from Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu to hide and heal. Seeking assistance from the others in the spirit veins? That would be a flight of fancy. Those who see you as the steward of the 350th spirit vein will only seek to undermine you. Becoming stewards of the 350th spirit vein themselves, this is indeed a sinister sect. C2 Lin is careful in his escape, opting for less populated areas to avoid being severely injured by unknown passersby. Missed. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu lament as they see their sword energy fail to strike C2 Lin. This was their full strength attack. There's no other choice but to keep pursuing. Yi Changqing sighs. Li Xiaofu remarks, our advantage lies in our physical cultivation. You have just broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refining, while I barely reached the peak of the 3rd layer. Although C2 Lin is poisoned, he is still a practitioner of the 7th layer of qi refining. Their blood surges with fervor as they continue their pursuit through the forest. Damn it, physical cultivators are truly troublesome. C2 Lin grits his teeth, his mouth stained with thick black blood, his face as pale as death. Do you think I have no trump cards? Do not push me. To speak frankly, if I resort to my trump cards, we will all suffer, but you will perish first while I will still survive. Situlin threatens once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Changqing retorts, "If we do not pursue you, will you let us go?" "As long as you do not chase me, I swear I will let you go." Situlin hastily replies, "We do not believe you." Changqing's voice is frigid. "Unless you destroy your dandian now. You need not entirely waste your cultivation. Retaining the fourth layer of qi refining will suffice." Daydreaming. "With only the fourth layer of qi refining, do you think you too will let me go?" Situlin curses vehemently. Resolute, he accelerates, distancing himself further from Changqing and Li Xiaofu. As Situlin gradually recedes from view, Changqing and Li Xiaofu's expressions darken, following the trail of black blood and broken grass. They search for Situlin's figure in the dense woods, their vigilance heightened. "Do you think his claim of a trump card is genuine?" Li Xiaofu inquires gravely, though he already has an answer in his heart. Changqing responds solemnly. He stated that using his trump card would lead to mutual destruction. Clearly, he possesses one. He simply does not wish to use it. Li Xiaofu reminds, "We must remain constantly vigilant." Changqing nods gently, surveying their surroundings. After a while, they notice the trail of black blood diverging into two paths. Is he attempting to separate us and take us down one by one? Changqing's expression grows serious, his voice low. Li Xiaofu glances at Changqing and suddenly asks, "What is Bai Xiuxiu's intention? Why has she not come to hunt down Situlin in this critical moment?" He must consider more. If Bai Xiuxiu had unleashed those two locusts to pursue Situlin, he would likely have already been slain. Changqing slowly deduces, "She intentionally exposed our identities, forcing us to confront Situlin now. She knows that if we continue to develop steadily, we will inevitably affect her own safety. She is watching from afar, possibly hoping to see us and Situlin mutually annihilate each other or for one side to perish." Pausing briefly, Changqing continues earnestly, "Bai Xiuxiu may be nearby, seeking to eliminate both us and Situlin to eradicate future threats. However, this is still a good sign. It indicates that she lacks the strength to confront us directly and needs to employ strategy instead." The worst-case scenario is, Changqing's gaze sharpens, she remains at the spirit vein, not pursuing Situlin. If that is the case, it signifies she fears no one, whether it be us or Situlin. Let us not forget, she has already caused Situlin, a practitioner of the seventh layer of qi refining, to suffer, and she employed some method to seize his locusts, demonstrating her formidable nature at this point. Changqing's tone shifts. Of course, on a more optimistic note, there exists a slim possibility that Bai Xiuxiu's strength is actually quite weak, and even if we were to mutually injure each other, she would be incapable of defeating either of us, thus remaining at the spirit vein. She was able to poison Situlin solely due to his carelessness. Her seizing of Situlin's locusts may indicate that those locusts were compromised. The poison she inflicted upon Situlin was likely an act of self-preservation. Listening to Changqing's analysis, Li Xiaofu senses that their situation is dire and that they cannot rely on the most favorable outcome regarding Bai Xiuxiu. They must take fate into their own hands. Initially, the plan devised by him and Changqing seemed flawless. As long as they ventured deep into the woods to hunt demon beasts, their strength would rapidly increase. At that time, they could ambush Situlin together with a high chance of success. Alternatively, they could forego returning to the spirit vein and rely on hunting to repay the 800 spirit stones for their redemption fee, thereby avoiding punishment from the sect. If Situlin were to actively pursue them, he would still have to weigh their combined strength, or perhaps they could find a spirit vein nearby to occupy. Not every steward at the spirit veins is as resourceful as Situlin. Li Xiaofu realizes that such thoughts are futile. He has already offended Situlin deeply, leaving no path for retreat, even if the two of them were to escape into the outside world. Situlin would undoubtedly seek to eradicate them completely. The rapid enhancement of physical cultivation is indeed impressive, but it cannot compare to Situlin's ability to detoxify and restore his strength to the seventh layer of qi refining. The immediate priority is to eliminate him before he can neutralize the poison. How shall we pursue him now? Li Xiaofu points to the two paths, suggesting, perhaps, we must split up and search one path each. Even knowing this is Situlin's scheme, they have no other choice. The longer they delay, the greater the chance Situlin has of expelling the poison, putting them in even greater peril. Changqing states with grave seriousness. Upon spotting him, shout loudly at once. I understand. Li Xiaofu replies, there is strength in numbers. With that, the two split up to act. The light is obscured by the leaves, the ground devoid of sunlight, the air damp and dim, heightening the difficulty of their search. The intertwining branches create natural barriers, necessitating constant vigilance against Situ Lin's potential ambush. Yi Changqing follows the trace, moving cautiously, the rustling of leaves carried by the wind echoing around him. If Situ Lin were to escape this forest, he would not have gone to the trouble of separating him from Li Xiaofu. Clearly, Situ Lin is struggling against the backlash, desperately seeking a concealed place to heal. Understanding this, Yi Changqing remains calm, that he holds his breath, focusing intently, striving to make no sound as he steps lightly, avoiding branches on the ground to prevent any noise. His eyes, sharp as lightning, scan for every detail around him. After an indeterminate amount of time, as Yi Changqing passes a large tree, his peripheral vision suddenly catches sight of a diminutive figure hiding within a tree hollow. Situ Lin, his chest stained with dark blood, continues to let black blood drip from his mouth. Upon seeing Yi Changqing, a glint of murderous intent flickers in his eyes. Yi Changqing instantly shouts, "Situ Lin is over here." However, the sound echoed through the woods. Yet Li Xiaofu did not appear. This is not good. Yi Changqing's expression suddenly shifted, as a realization struck him, fixing his gaze upon the gnome hidden in the tree hollow. Cough, cough, cough. Situ Lin coughed up a small amount of black blood. Speaking weakly, "I have set up a soundproof formation nearby. The sound cannot escape, and you will not be able to call for help. You still have time to run now. Otherwise, once my injuries have healed a little, I will be the first to kill you." Yi Changqing replied coldly, "Do you truly wish for me to leave? It seems your injuries are quite severe, and you fear that I might strike at you right now. If I depart now and return with reinforcements, you may have expelled some of the poison and regained a portion of your power." As he spoke, Yi Changqing exerted force with his right foot and kicked fiercely at Situ Lin. Even though Situ Lin was hiding in the tree hollow, and the large tree absorbed some of the force, Yi Changqing was a body cultivator at the flesh refinement stage, capable of easily breaking a large tree. "Seeking death? You have forced my hand." Situ Lin's face contorted with rage, and he expelled a centipede, entirely black with a blood-red head. Yi Changqing's pupils constricted in surprise as he attempted to evade the centipede. But it moved like a bolt of black-red lightning, far too swift to avoid. The red-headed centipede lunged at Yi Changqing's chest, and its iron-like skin easily tore through his own, creating a gaping wound. Immediately thereafter, the red-headed centipede burrowed into Yi Changqing's body, aiming to feast upon his heart. The moment the centipede pierced his skin, Yi Changqing attempted to grasp it with his hand. However, although this red-headed centipede's cultivation was also at the 7th level of Qi refinement, its foundation was even more profound than Situ Lin's. Just as Yi Changqing's hand reached his chest, the red-headed centipede had already burrowed inside. A searing pain surged through his head. "Ha!" Seeing Yi Changqing's agonized expression, Situ Lin could not help but cackle maniacally. "You have forced my hand. Do you know why I was reluctant to use this red-headed centipede? It is because I cannot suppress it. Now it will drain you dry. And as its cultivation increases, it will become even harder for me to control. If my cultivation does not rise swiftly, one day, it will control me. My life or death will be determined by it. To keep this red-headed centipede stable, I have fed it all of myself. It has consumed my skin, my flesh, my blood, my bones, my marrow. Once, my physique was no different from yours." Situ Lin cursed vehemently, blood splattering from his mouth. Yi Changqing finally understood why Situ Lin had become so short. The culprit was this red-headed centipede. No wonder Situ Lin always appeared sickly pale, being drained of blood daily by a centipede. How could he possibly remain healthy? And to delay his transformation into a mere husk, Situ Lin had no choice but to resort to dark arts, consuming the essence of others. Yet this was merely a temporary measure to eradicate future troubles. His own cultivation must surpass that of the red-headed centipede. Yi Changqing grimaced in pain, attempting to expel the red-headed centipede from within him, but he found it utterly impossible. He even contemplated tearing open his own skin to extract the centipede with his hands. However, the cultivation of this red-headed centipede was far too high. How could he possibly grasp it? Even Situ Lin, a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator, was unable to contend with this red-headed centipede and had to placate it by allowing it to consume flesh, blood, and bones. How could Yi Changqing resist? Just as the red-headed centipede was about to bite into his heart, Yi Changqing suddenly recalled the moment he had been struck by lightning on the large ship. "Since I cannot expel you, I shall draw you into the stone pearl." The stone pearl still contained some residual lightning. Without further thought, he realized that such a small amount of lightning would be utterly insufficient to combat the red-headed centipede. Instantly, Changqing focused all his mental energy on communicating with the stone pearl. The spiritual energy in the air requires effort to capture, but within my body, everything should belong to me. I am the master of my own body. In an instant, the stone pearl erupted with an indescribable power, and the red-headed centipede was drawn into it. Simultaneously, Changqing could clearly perceive the thoughts of the red-headed centipede, which was now filled with confusion. Where is this? Moreover, Changqing sensed that he could command the centipede to do his bidding. This red-headed centipede had become his spirit pet, perhaps due to the vast disparity in cultivation between Changqing and the red-headed centipede. The mental energy expended during the communication with the stone pearl was overwhelming. He felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath weakly. Witnessing Changqing fall to the ground, Situlin's laughter grew louder, a mix of sorrow, rage, and helplessness woven through it. This is the fate you deserve. A mere life at the initial stage of qi refinement cannot hope to compensate for the lifespan of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator like me. Today, I have already suffered a loss of 2,000 contribution points. That is a substantial 2,000 contributions. It was my hope to purchase foundation establishment pills. Do you know why I do not use these resources to enhance my cultivation? Because they cannot cure my ailments. If my cultivation were to rise, the red-headed centipede would consume me, allowing it to advance even more swiftly. The only solution is for me to break through to the foundation establishment stage in one fell swoop, significantly boosting my strength to completely suppress this red-headed centipede. Cough, cough, cough. Situlin coughed up another mouthful of black blood. Changqing, in a weakened state, remarked, "Why did you raise this red-headed centipede in the first place? You have truly dug your own grave. In this world, some matters are beyond one's control. To gain something, one must also sacrifice." Situlin gasped for breath. "Seeing that your days are numbered, I may also one day perish at the hands of this red-headed centipede. As fellow beings lost in this world, I shall kindly reveal the truth to you. You think being a first-tier spirit vein steward is so easy. Most stewards have a foundation establishment cultivator backing them. The foundation establishment cultivators within the sect are the true masterminds, while people like me are merely pawns. Do not be deceived by Xiuxiu's enmity with me. It is likely that two foundation establishment cultivators are secretly battling for interests behind the scenes. Wealth, partners, laws, and land. The spirit vein is the land, and a portion of the profits must be surrendered to the foundation establishment cultivators behind the scenes. At this point, Situlin's gaze turned dark. This red-headed centipede was given to me by the sect's Zhengdao run, urging me to coexist with it and providing me with a small amount of spirit stones. Could I afford to pass up such an opportunity? If I can subdue the red-headed centipede, I would still be a subordinate of the Zhengdao Ren, and he would not suffer a loss. If I were to be drained completely by the centipede, the Zhengdao Ren would still profit. Having cultivated a spirit pet of considerable power. Changqing suddenly inquired, "Will everyone, like Zhengdao Ren, allow spirit insects to coexist with humans?" Situlin replied, "Not necessarily. Some foundation establishment cultivators have not reached the level of Zhengdao Ren and their beast-taming abilities." Changqing pressed further. "Do you know who is backing by Xiuxiu?" Situlin responded, "How would I know? All foundation establishment cultivators within the sect, except for Zhengdao Ren, are potential candidates." Changqing asked again, "Do you think by Xiuxiu or her backer knows your true nature?" Situlin replied, "They should not be aware. I have never revealed my secrets. The more information others possess, the more dangerous it becomes for me. And with so many spirit vein stewards nearby, they can only make educated guesses." This, Situlin sighed. "It is a pity that I have expended my energy externally, while 3 individuals within have surpassed my control, and I remain blissfully unaware." Situlin gazed at Changqing, suddenly sensing something was amiss. How could this red-headed centipede drain the life of a mere beginner in qi refinement so swiftly? "Yet you are still able to speak." Situlin's face registered astonishment. Suddenly, he recalled that Changqing had broken through twice without encountering any bottlenecks, his expression changing drastically. "You indeed possess." Before he could utter the word secret, the red-headed centipede burrowed into Situlin's brain through his forehead. Situlin regretted deeply. The true opportunity lay before him, yet he had failed to seize it previously. He harbored a profound hatred for Changqing, having deliberately investigated him. Yet at that time, no anomalies were uncovered. Changqing remained expressionless, observing as Situlin was mercilessly drained by the red-headed centipede. which swayed its tail with an apparent sense of enjoyment. To err on the side of caution, Changqing summoned the red-headed centipede, for Situlin was a 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Should he act personally, Situlin might unleash his full power in desperation, risking injury or even death for Ye. As the draining neared completion and Situlin lay on the brink of death, Changqing attempted to recall the centipede, only to find it unresponsive. What on earth is happening? Is it too delicious to return? Could it be that my cultivation is insufficient? Or perhaps, now that the centipede has strayed from the stone bead, I have lost my control over it. Exercising caution was paramount. He could not allow the creature to continue its feast and rapidly grow in power. Changqing strode forward, attuning his mind to the stone bead, with a reluctant screech. The red-headed centipede vanished and reappeared within the stone bead. A golden sword Qi pierced forth from Changqing's fingers, and Situlin met his demise instantly to prevent any discovery of the centipede's trail. Changqing delivered a powerful punch to Situlin's head, resulting in a gruesome explosion of red and white. Taking a moment to exhale, Changqing began to inspect the red-headed centipede, which was now filled with trepidation. What is happening? How did I end up back in this wretched place? He noticed 2 marks on the centipede's soul. One was pockmarked and fading, while the other remained intact and exuded a potent aura. Recalling Situlin's earlier words, combined with the uncertain beast-controlling inheritance he had learned from Liu Yin, Changqing deduced that these 2 marks represented a soul contract. The fading mark was linked to Situlin, whereas the intact one belonged to the Gu Master. I must remain vigilant against that Gu Master. Changqing felt that just as he had resolved one predicament, a far greater one loomed. Soon, the diminutive mark on the centipede's soul disintegrated into nothingness. If I were to erase the mark associated with the Gu Master now, would it alert him? Changqing found himself in a quandary. He had previously acquired the beast-controlling inheritance from Liu Yin, which had not addressed this issue. Of course, it was likely that this inheritance was either incomplete or inaccurate. After careful consideration, Changqing chose not to act impulsively. Should the Gu Master become aware of the mark's disappearance, it would only heighten his peril. Changqing was merely at the body refinement stage, with his cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. How could he possibly subdue the 7th-layer red-headed centipede? The methods of Foundation establishment practitioners far surpassed those of Qi refinement practitioners, although Situlin could not uncover the secret of the stone bead. A Foundation establishment practitioner might very well succeed. Foundation establishment practitioners retreat for a minimum of 3 to 5 years, often extending to over a decade. I can only hope the Gu Master takes his time in exiting seclusion, granting me more time to develop. Changqing silently prayed, feeling an unsettling lack of security. Earlier, Situlin had explicitly stated that the benefits from the spiritual vein must partially be submitted to the Foundation establishment practitioners behind the scenes. Yet he had not mentioned if this was an annual requirement. Changqing could only hope that by the time the Gu Master emerged, he would possess sufficient ability for self-preservation. In this desolate place, devoid of life or beasts, he could hardly concoct any other explanation for the whereabouts of the red-headed centipede. Changqing gazed at Situlin's headless corpse, the image of the black-clad youth who had extorted Situlin earlier resurfacing in his mind. Even if I take this storage bag, I doubt it will remain intact. Changqing muttered to himself. With a death having occurred here, the law enforcement officers should be en route. However, I might be able to claim some contribution points from the token. If the contribution points on the token are negative, others cannot take them. The Zhengdao Sect does not permit disciples to incur debts to prevent exploitation. That if someone owes 10,000 contribution points and is thrown into a prison, can they really earn back that amount while incarcerated? Changqing tore the token from the corpse's waist, discovering it held 330 contribution points. 330 points are still points. Changqing felt a twinge of disappointment. The bulk of it had likely been taken by the law enforcement officer, and any resources at the peak of the spiritual vein had probably been claimed by Xiuxiu. Changqing glanced at the token at his waist, noting that the previously stated -800 had changed to -470. However, in but a moment, the familiar black-clad figure appeared within Changqing's line of sight. "Did you kill Situlin?" Liao Xiaojie inquired, somewhat surprised. Changqing explained, "I practiced the body refinement technique, and Situlin was already poisoned when he forcibly mobilized his power. He suffered backlash. By the time I arrived, he was already on the verge of death. As he spoke, Changqing's expression turned reminiscent. He seemed about to employ some secret technique, his aura extremely chaotic and exceeding the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Realizing that fleeing would lead to doom, In a moment of panic, I struck his head. Liao Xiaojie cast a glance at the headless corpse on the ground. Black blood splattered across its chest, with some red and white surrounding it. He then scrutinized Yi Changqing with an intense gaze, asking gravely, "Did anything crawl out of Sitolin? Perhaps a spider, a centipede, or a scorpion?" Yi Changqing, puzzled, retorted, "Can insects like spiders survive inside a person?" Liao Xiaojie ignored Yi Changqing's question, exuding the aura of a ninth-layer qi refinement practitioner, and placed his hand firmly on Yi Changqing's shoulder to examine him for any abnormalities. He discovered that Yi Changqing's vitality was robust, indeed having practiced some form of body refinement technique. Suddenly, Liao Xiaojie noticed that the wound on Yi Changqing's chest was gradually healing, likely due to the combined nourishment of his blood and spiritual energy. However, the nature of the injury remained unclear based solely on the wound. Liao Xiaojie's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Yi Changqing, asking, "How did you sustain that injury?" Yi Changqing maintained his composure, responding, "When I unleashed my fist, Sitolin was about to condense a sword qi. Fortunately, my punch was faster, or my heart would have been pierced." Liao Xiaojie found no trace of poison at the wound, his brow furrowing as he continued to search, hoping to uncover some secret. It was impossible for him to easily believe Yi Changqing based solely on his brief explanation. After all, Sitolin was a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement, while Yi Changqing was merely at the third layer. The coincidences were far too many. What Liao Xiaojie did not know was that the poison at the wound had long since been absorbed into the stone bead. After a prolonged moment, Liao Xiaojie withdrew his hand and remarked coolly, "Are you not one of the night duel heroes?" Yi Changqing answered honestly, "Yes," given that the practitioner before him could discern his identity. Yi Changqing was not surprised. Aside from Li Shufu, he had yet to encounter another who had practiced the body refinement technique. Liao Xiaojie cut to the chase, demanding, "Hand over the Tiangang fist." "This," Yi Changqing frowned slightly, then explained, "This was passed down to me by senior brotherly, who should be nearby. To avoid causing any misunderstanding, it would be best if he were the one to convey it to you." Liao Xiaojie brushed it off, saying, "What misunderstanding could there be?" Yi Changqing scratched his head, thinking it best to leave the opportunity for private dealings with you to senior brotherly. Liao Xiaojie chuckled, feeling somewhat nostalgic. "You two truly are as close as brothers. Such bonds are rare in the Zhengdao Sect. Even among righteous sections, the night duel heroes inspire dread in some, likely due to the mutual trust you two share. Not solely because of the might of the body refinement technique." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, summoning four concealed array flags from the ground before him. The most basic soundproofing array, these formations were unremarkable and of little value. Liao Xiaojie shook his head, snatching the token from Yi Changqing's hand, only to find it devoid of contribution points, his expression souring instantly. "If I recall correctly, there were still over 300 points on here." Yi Changqing offered an awkward smile. "I did not touch Sitolin's storage bag. This shall not happen again." Liao Xiaojie snorted. "Yes." Yi Changqing could only nod in acquiescence. "You have committed murder. Where is the fee for the kill?" Liao Xiaojie pressed further. "Currently, Bai Xiuxiu is in charge of the spiritual vein, and she will dispense the kill fee." Yi Changqing replied. "Now, summon your senior brother." "Understood." Continuing, Liao Xiaojie extended his hand to explore, drawing the storage pouch from the corpse's waist into his possession. It was satisfactory. There was a considerable amount of spiritual rice. The faint smile graced Liao Xiaojie's lips as he retrieved a black coffin from his own storage pouch, placing Sitolin's lifeless body within it before stowing the coffin back into the pouch. The Zhengdao Sect possessed a corpse puppet hall. Although Sitolin had lost his head, his dantian remained intact, allowing for potential restoration. At the call of Yi Changqing, Li Shufu hurried over. Upon seeing Yi Changqing alive and the young man in the black robe from the enforcement hall, he surmised the situation. "That I have encountered Steward Liao," Li Xiaofu greeted respectfully. Liao Xiaojie replied nonchalantly, "Hand over the Tiangang fist. Do not resort to deception. I have heard some things about the two of you." Faced with the coercion of a 9th-level qi refinement cultivator, Li Xiaofu had no choice but to obediently disclose the technique. The disparity in their strengths rendered any schemes futile. Yi Changqing listened attentively, confirming the authenticity of the technique. It should indeed be genuine. He had never fully trusted Li Xiaofu. Their collaboration stemmed from a shared adversary. Li Xiaofu could easily alter the latter parts regarding muscle refinement and true qi transformation. In a short time, Yi Changqing would be unlikely to discern any discrepancies. By the time Yi Changqing discovered the flaws in the technique, their common enemy would likely be dead, at which point Li Shufu could act. In the realm of cultivation, betrayals among masters and disciples, and conflicts among brothers were all too common. Moreover, within the Zhengdao Sect, betrayal was not uncommon as long as one submitted the murder fee. One would not face sect punishment for killing. Eventually, Li Xiaofu added, "This technique was passed down to me by my grandfather, though I am unaware of its origins." Liao Xiaojie nodded slightly, surprised that Li Xiaofu's grandfather had acquired the Tiangang fist. He must indeed be a person of fortune. Li Xiaofu continued, "Now that I am within the Zhengdao Sect, I hope the steward can look after me. In the future, I shall return to see if the Li family still exists. If my grandfather is still alive and has any opportunities, I would not hesitate to share." After pondering for a moment, Liao Xiaojie verbally agreed. "Given your possession of the Tiangang fist, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your future strength should not be lacking, enabling you to establish a foothold within the enforcement hall. I can assist in introducing you to the enforcement hall, where you can purchase a position with spirit stones. It is up to you to find a way to earn those stones. Some individuals possess spirit stones but lack connections." Li Shufu respectfully replied, "Thank you, Steward Liao." Liao Xiaojie offered a few more reminders, similar to what Sita Lin had conveyed before his demise, indicating that Bai Xiuxiu likely had a foundation establishment cultivator backing her. As of now, I have yet to establish my foundation. I shall focus on my duties as a steward in the enforcement hall and refrain from involving myself in your disputes." Liao Xiaojie distanced himself from any potential entanglements with the unknown foundation establishment cultivator. Bai Xiuxiu will certainly be wary of you all, lest you conspire to kill her for power. You must exercise caution. Liao Xiaojie provided no substantial investment. "Thank you for the reminder, Steward Liao." Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu replied with a slight bow. Subsequently, the three made their way to the 350th spirit vein, where Liao Xiaojie intended to collect the murder fee. Along the journey, Yi Changqing noticed no sign of Bai Xiuxiu, but many spirit planners were following him and Li Shufu back. Could it be that she possesses sufficient strength? There would be no need for her to take advantage of our battle with Situ Lin to eliminate potential threats. Yi Changqing pondered gravely. Upon returning to the spirit vein, Bai Xiuxiu approached, two locusts perched on her shoulders. "Greetings, Steward Liao," she said as she walked forward. Liao Xiaojie nodded slightly. "Situ Lin is dead. Yi Changqing mentioned you would be providing the murder fee." Bai Xiuxiu delicately inquired, "May I have a look at Situ Lin's body? After all, we had a few. No problem," Liao Xiaojie responded, retrieving the coffin and opening its lid, revealing the headless body of a gnome lying within. "It was indeed I who poisoned him. It appears to be true." Bai Xiuxiu approached the coffin, gently sniffing the air. Noticing her actions, Liao Xiaojie contemplated. There were several foundation establishment cultivators within the sect who utilized poison. After confirming her suspicions, Bai Xiuxiu addressed Liao Xiaojie. "Steward Liao, may I offer you some spiritual herbs?" Having previously promised to cover the murder fee, she dared not risk breaching the contract and shifting the blame onto Yi Changqing. With only a second-level qi refinement cultivation, her prowess was inferior to that of some spirit planters. If she failed to unite the hearts of the people, managing this spirit vein would prove challenging. Although Bai Xiuxiu appeared to possess two formidable locusts, unbeknownst to others, their strength was beyond her control. She could not manipulate them at will. Should she recklessly command them, she risked being devoured by them instead. "Very well," Liao Xiaojie suddenly shifted his tone. "However, I can only accept them at a 10% discount. Selling goods is quite time-consuming." Bai Xiuxiu tapped her storage pouch, and dozens of spirit herbs emanating a faint spiritual glow flew before Liao Xiaojie. The crowd merely caught a whiff and was immediately captivated. Some already drooling. Yi Changqing cast a glance at Bai Xiuxiu's storage pouch, inwardly sighing. As expected, Bai Xiuxiu has taken the remaining resources of Situ Lin. The mountaintop was shrouded in mist, and Yi Changqing was genuinely curious about the resources hidden there. Approximately 700 spirit stones, Liao Xiaojie concluded, securing the spiritual herbs and coffin before turning to leave. At that moment, a flicker of greed flashed in the eyes of the onlookers. Bai Xiuxiu was merely a second-level qi refinement cultivator, yet, casting another glance at the two locusts on her shoulders, they suppressed their avarice. However, should anyone dare to act first, they would undoubtedly swarm to attack. Much like they had when pursuing Situ Lin, Bai Xiuxiu maintained an impassive expression, observing the sentiments of the crowd. Then, she spoke nonchalantly, "I keep my promises. When Situ Lin urged you to cultivate an additional 10 acres of spiritual fields, you need not do so anymore. Furthermore, I shall compensate you for the spiritual fields you lost to the locusts. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt somewhat reassured, yet the atmosphere remained tense. Many gazed at Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu, their intentions unmistakable. They wanted the two to spearhead the effort to kill her. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu feigned ignorance. Who knew what hidden cards Bai Xiuxiu held? Moreover, even if they could slay her, they would become the targets of the others. Human nature cannot withstand the test. Especially under such dire circumstances, the only thought on the minds of these individuals was to alter their situation, as for whether they could retain this spirit vein or how to prevent others from seizing it. Those were concerns for the future. Seeing Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu turn a blind eye, someone boldly asked, "Will your locusts devour our spiritual fields?" Bai Xiuxiu suppressed her rising anger, her gaze as frosty as ice. "I do not need to rely on these two locusts to secure my position." The implication was clear. She would not unleash the locusts to consume their fields. But there were deeper layers to her meaning. She possessed other trump cards. Noticing Bai Xiuxiu's darkening expression, some individuals involuntarily swallowed hard. Refraining from further probing, one brave soul gathered his courage and exclaimed, "Why should we trust you?" "Humph," Bai Xiuxiu scoffed. Pointing a finger at him, a faint surge of mana rippled over him. Instantly, he felt a wave of pain, as if countless venomous creatures were gnawing at him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, grimacing in agony, curling up like a shrimp and rolling about. "I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please spare me." Within moments, his clothes were soaked in perspiration, his face pale as paper, pleading desperately for mercy. "What is happening?" Witnessing this scene, someone could not help but exclaim, taking a few steps back in fright. Poison. Some individuals probed within themselves with their spiritual sense, discovering countless minuscule particles adhering to every bone, attempting to expel the poison only to find it utterly unyielding. Upon hearing the word poison, the crowd immediately examined themselves with their spiritual sense. In the next moment, the expressions of more than 90% of them shifted dramatically. "This poison cannot be expelled. When did I become poisoned?" The gaze of the crowd upon Bai Xiuxiu was fraught with palpable anxiety, as they deemed her even more fearsome than Siduel Yi Changqing, too, realized that he had been poisoned and found it quite challenging to expel the toxin using his magical abilities. However, upon channeling the true energy from his dantian, he discovered it to be effective. It was not that true energy surpassed magical power. Rather, it was the true energy born of the refining body stage. A practitioner at the initial level of refining body could contend with those at the fourth level of chi refinement, while one at the pinnacle of refining body could spar with those at the peak of the sixth level of chi refinement. Nevertheless, Yi Changqing did not manage to expel the toxin. Instead, with a mere thought, the poison lodged in his bones was effortlessly absorbed by the stone bead. Bai Xiuxiu was merely a practitioner at the second level of chi refinement. So Yi Changqing had no reason to worry about the stone bead being discovered. Earlier, when he had remarked about the fragrant spirit herb given to Steward Liao, he had been referring to the poison released at that moment. A realization struck one individual, who then looked at Bai Xiuxiu in disbelief and exclaimed, "How dare you use poison against Steward Liao, a practitioner at the ninth level of chi refinement?" Bai Xiuxiu replied with a frigid indifference, "This poison is only effective against those at the initial stages of chi refinement. Steward Liao will not succumb to it. So you need not concern yourself. It was not that she lacked the desire to concoct a poison effective against practitioners at the mid-level of chi refinement. But her current strength and resources did not permit it. Otherwise, she would certainly ensure complete control over any individual." With that, she cast a cold glance at everyone, stating, "No matter how you attempt to expel the poison, it will not be forced out. Instead of wasting time, you would do better to enhance your cultivation." Upon hearing Bai Xiuxiu's words, the scene fell into an immediate silence, with everyone wearing expressions of grave concern. This time, they were truly frightened. "Steward Bai, I was wrong." The individual on the ground ceased his writhing, not due to a lack of pain, but from sheer exhaustion. Those words were the last he could muster with his remaining strength. The crowd observed his face, now ashen and his lips chapped, and they could not help but shudder. How had it come to this state in such a short time? They certainly did not wish to share the same fate. Bai Xiuxiu, maintaining her impassive demeanor, slowly articulated, "This poison will not cause you to faint, but it will allow you to experience pain at all times." Many swallowed hard once more. Bai Xiuxiu continued, "This is your first warning. The punishment lasts for a day and a night. Should anyone dare to offend again, you will find the pain lifted only when you are on the brink of starvation. After all, such agony will leave you without appetite or strength to eat." With that, she waved her hand, commanding, "Except for Taoist Yi and Taoist Li, the rest may leave, and take this individual away with you." Both Changqing and Li Xiaofu possessed higher cultivation than her. But as she aspired to be the sole steward of this spiritual vein, she opted not to refer to them as senior brothers but rather as Taoists. Understood. The crowd dared not disobey, obediently retreating, with two individuals dragging the one on the ground away. Once everyone had left, Bai Xiuxiu got straight to the point, saying, "May I learn your Tiangang fist? I have had much of my essence drained by Sidulin, and this Tiangang fist should aid in restoring my vitality." Bai Xiuxiu did not offer any benefits or promises. She simply made a direct demand, revealing her domineering nature. Li Xiaofu observed the two locusts perched on Bai Xiuxiu's shoulders, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. If he were to teach Bai Xiuxiu the Tiangang fist, it would significantly diminish the advantage he and Yi Changqing held. Such a shift would only serve to worsen their circumstances. Yi Changqing was suddenly struck by a thought. I cannot control the red-headed centipede at will. Can she fully command those two locusts? Is she merely putting on an act? With that in mind, Yi Changqing tentatively replied, "What justification do you have for demanding the Tiangang fist without offering anything in return? The defeat of Sidulin was not solely your accomplishment. Bai Xiuxiu had already revealed her trump card earlier, which was her mastery of poison. However, to Yi Changqing, poison held little terror, especially with the stone bead in his possession. Should Bai Xiuxiu truly be able to command the locusts, he still had the red-headed centipede at his disposal. If it came to a confrontation, he would not hesitate to turn hostile, ensuring that no one would emerge unscathed. If inquiries arose later, he could simply attribute it to the handiwork of a Gu master. How would Qi refinement practitioners be aware of the whereabouts of foundation establishment cultivators? Besides, when the Gu master emerged from seclusion, he would likely discover Yi Changqing's secret. At that point, the Gu master would not easily let him off the hook. Given this, what would it matter to have an additional crime to his name? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu frowned, her tone icy as she remarked, "Taoist Yi, do not underestimate the complexities of the situation. Every steward of a spiritual vein has." Yi Changqing interrupted her with a dismissive expression, retorting, "Is it not merely that there is a foundation establishment cultivator backing you with some assistance? Do you think I am unaware? Do not attempt to use your benefactor to intimidate me. I am not swayed by such tactics. That foundation establishment cultivator may have provided you with a legacy or some resources, but they will not concern themselves with your fate. Even if you were to perish, your benefactor would only consider it a failed investment." Bai Xiuxiu's expression grew more solemn as she pointed a finger at Yi Changqing, a faint wave of magical energy emanating forth. Yet, Yi Changqing merely smiled faintly, declaring, "Your poison is ineffective against me." Seeing this, Bai Xiuxiu's brows knitted tightly as she directed a subtle gesture towards Li Xiufu, only to find him entirely unscathed as well. "You are capable of neutralizing my poison." Bai Xiuxiu retreated 2 steps, her demeanor growing wary. However, she quickly regretted this action, as her retreat only served to indicate her fear of Yi Changqing and Li Xiufu. A fleeting panic crossed her eyes, but she steadied herself and stated earnestly, "Your continued survival is due to the absence of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner overseeing this spiritual vein. Others from the surrounding veins are watching closely. I do not fear you, but I hope you can assist me in fending off any unwelcome guests." With that, Bai Xiuxiu's voice turned chillingly cold. "Otherwise, do not compel me to unleash the locusts to eliminate you. At worst, I will stand alone against the others from the surrounding veins." She could not reveal that she was still unable to control the two locusts effectively. This was merely a threat. Why had she not pursued Sidulin? It was simply because her current strength was insufficient. She needed time to mature. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly taken advantage of the situation when Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu were occupied with Sidulin, intending to ambush them and extract the Tiangang fist. What if Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu were unable to defeat Sidulin? Then Bai Xiuxiu would find herself in a predicament. This was, after all, a gamble. If she did nothing, she would likewise perish at Sidulin's hands. In hindsight, she had wagered correctly at this moment. Li Xiaofu harbored doubts about Bai Xiuxiu's strength. Earlier, she had been quite domineering. Yet now she was appealing to reason. He scrutinized Bai Xiuxiu, attempting to discern her true capabilities. Yi Changqing surmised the situation. Bai Xiuxiu, like him, could not effectively control her spiritual pets. Otherwise, given her previous assertive demeanor, she would have simply commanded the locusts to attack him. This woman was merely posturing. Her overall strength was not as formidable as initially thought. Indeed, they could not afford internal strife. lest they unwittingly provide an opportunity for those from other spiritual veins to take advantage. Yi Changqing smiled as he spoke, then suddenly shifted his tone. However, the resources of this spiritual vein cannot be monopolized by you alone. Yi Changqing, do not overstep your bounds. I am the sole steward here. Bai Xiuxiu glared furiously at Yi Changqing, her locusts fluttering their wings, poised to strike at him. Tension filled the air as both sides prepared for confrontation. Bai Xiuxiu's gaze remained fixed on Yi Changqing, with the two locusts also targeting him. Itching to spring into action, Li Xiaofu was caught in a dilemma. Unable to gauge Bai Xiuxiu's true strength, Yi Changqing's expression sharpened as he subtly remarked, "Your earlier retreat indicates your fear of us. One of those locusts is at the peak of the 6th level of qi refinement, while the other is at the 5th level. There must be some issue. Or else you would simply unleash them upon us. What if I do?" Bai Xiuxiu dropped the pretense, issuing a direct threat. "Even if my locusts have some shortcomings, it would pose no difficulty to severely injure you both. I cannot guarantee that once they taste blood, you will survive. After all, they were taken from Situlin, and I do not yet have complete control over them. Should you perish, I would not only lose 2 spirit herb cultivators, but I would also have to pay a killing fee and the ransom for both of you, leaving me without a chance at the Tiangang fist." Finally, Bai Xiuxiu stated ominously, "Were it not for these concerns, would you still be alive? I must remain vigilant against your schemes to usurp my authority." Yi Changqing smiled faintly and said, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave with Senior Brotherly. We were originally planning to hunt demon beasts. At this moment, Li Xiufu chimed in. "Hunting demon beasts is far more lucrative than cultivating spirit grains." Bai Xiuxiu scoffed disdainfully. "If I were to announce my identity as one of the Night Twins, would you still be able to hunt in peace? Moreover, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. The moment I called out Night Twins, your identities would be laid bare for all to see. The Tiangang fist is coveted by more than just me. Do you not fear ambushes from others while you hunt? You should be more aware of the dangers lurking in the woods than I am." Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu's expressions darkened. With their identities exposed, it was likely that someone would soon arrive seeking the Tiangang fist, leaving them in constant peril. There is no logic in guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. If they wish to swiftly enhance their strength, actively hunting in the woods would only attract those seeking the Tiangang fist. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xiuxiu continued, "If you hand over the Tiangang fist, my strength will greatly increase after my training, ensuring my safety. Even if you covet my position as steward, I will not have to fear being unable to contend with you. You may remain here to cultivate, and I will be able to protect you once I grow stronger." Without waiting for Yi Changqing to respond, Li Xiaofu turned to him and said, "Junior brother Yi, let us go hunt demon beasts in the woods to rapidly bolster our strength. It is our only glimmer of hope. Remaining here is akin to a slow death, living only to be manipulated." "Excellent." Yi Changqing laughed heartily. He then turned to Bai Xiuxiu and sneered, "I am leaving with Senior Brotherly. You alone possess formidable strength in this vein. Bai Xiuxiu, can you truly safeguard it?" With that, the two men turned on their heels and strode away. Bai Xiuxiu watched their rapidly disappearing figures, her fists clenched tightly. After a moment of hesitation, she finally shouted, "Wait. Everything can be discussed. It is you who does not wish to negotiate with us. It is you who seeks to monopolize this vein and exert control over the lives of others." Yi Changqing replied without looking back, "Now we can discuss it. Let the 3 of us jointly manage this vein. You 2 would face peril in the woods while hunting." Bai Xiuxiu gritted her teeth. "And how shall we divide the spoils?" Yi Changqing and Li Xiufu halted and turned to face Bai Xiuxiu. "We can discuss it slowly." Bai Xiuxiu conceded reluctantly. Yi Changqing smiled and said, as a show of sincerity, "Let us go to the mountaintop and take a look. Situlin must have left behind quite a bit of resources. I mentioned it previously, the death of Situlin is not solely your achievement. You have 2 formidable locusts, so you need not worry about us ambushing you," he added. "Agreed." Bai Xiuxiu acquiesced, but insisted, "Regardless of how we distribute the benefits, I must obtain the Tiangang fist." Li Xiufu replied, "As long as you genuinely wish to negotiate, I shall naturally provide you with the Tiangang fist." "Very well." Bai Xiuxiu nodded. "Be cautious." She called over the others, commanding them not to speak of today's events and forbidding anyone from descending the mountain without permission, or they would face dire consequences. As long as the news of Situlin's demise remained undisclosed, and as long as Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu's true identities were not revealed, they would remain safe. But as Bai Xiuxiu had stated earlier, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Today's events will inevitably become known to outsiders. The 3 of them then made their way to the mountaintop. "Lingxi, watching their retreating figures, felt a sense of inexplicable desolation. Damn, these three have joined forces. There will likely be no opportunity to overturn this situation unless I enlist the help of outsiders. In the shadows, Lu Zimu's gaze flickered uncertainly. With only 200 or 300 steps left to the white mist at the mountaintop, Changqing halted and suddenly said, "Miss Xiuxiu, please dispel the mist array." "Ha! You are indeed cautious," Xiuxiu replied, casting a glance at Changqing as she ascended the mountaintop alone. Changqing called out again, "If there are any other formations, please remove them as well." Xiuxiu retorted irritably, "There aren't that many formations." Changqing recalled Situlin's earlier warning. Without his permission, no one was to intrude upon the mountaintop. Perhaps there truly were no other formations left. Soon, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing the relatively flat terrain of the mountaintop. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating the area where several wooden houses with courtyards were built against the slope, and various spirit herbs emitted a faint spiritual glow. Changqing and Li Xiaofu exchanged cautious glances and carefully approached the summit. The higher they climbed, the denser the spiritual energy became. They did not immediately inspect the spirit herbs, opting instead to check for any traps. Xiuxiu remained silent, patiently waiting. She understood that the words she spoke were but hollow echoes. These two would not believe her. After a while, having found no traps, Changqing and Li Xiaofu began to examine the various spirit herbs. Xiuxiu patiently explained, "Each year, we must submit a certain quantity of spirit rice to the sect, and since Situlin released locusts to devour the spirit rice, this year's yield will certainly fall short. We must compensate with the spirit herbs from this place. As for my assurance to compensate the spirit planters for the spirit grains consumed by the locusts, that is a mere trifle. Considering they receive only 1/10 of the profits. Changqing and Li Xiaofu nodded. When they began cultivating spirit grains, Situlin had stated, "The spirit fields belong to the sect, and so do the spirit grains." When harvesting spirit rice, spirit planters are entitled to only 1/10, while 9/10 must be submitted to the sect. This was only under the condition of completing their tasks. If the quantity of spirit rice was insufficient, the spirit planters would not qualify to receive any. Xiuxiu added, "Just a moment ago, I also used many spirit herbs to pay a bounty of 700 spirit stones for killing. Thus, the resources here are not as plentiful as you might imagine." Pausing, Xiuxiu looked at Changqing and inquired, "In truth, most of the resources were carried by Situlin. I did not receive the contribution points on Situlin's token. What of the storage bag he carried?" Changqing replied helplessly, "Given that despicable steward's nature, do you think I could obtain Situlin's storage bag?" Xiuxiu continued, "The spirit herbs here are worth over 1,000 spirit stones in total. If that is the case, the only portion we can divide is worth around 700 or 800 spirit stones." Li Xiaofu nodded slightly. 700 or 800 spirit stones is quite a sum. Let us discuss how to divide it. After several rounds of negotiation, the resources were divided into a three-way split. Xiuxiu received 40%, while Changqing and Li Xiaofu each received 30%. In the future, the profits from the vein would be divided in the same manner. Xiuxiu initially aimed to claim 50% for herself, but Changqing and Li Xiaofu would never agree. However, Xiuxiu could not accept an equal split either, as there was a strong likelihood that Changqing and Li Xiaofu would join forces against her. Coldly, Xiuxiu threatened, "Should I discover that the Tiangang fist is a forgery, I will stop at nothing to bring you both down with me. Furthermore, when I am able to control the locusts effectively, I will not be harmed by them. Should you wish to conspire against me, you must carefully weigh your strength." Ultimately, Xiuxiu also secured the Tiangang fist. Of course, Changqing and Li Xiaofu obtained the genuine beast-controlling inheritance, which also included Situlin's insights, with the rich spiritual energy at the mountaintop. Changqing intended to reside there. He needed to rapidly enhance his own strength. In due time, others from different spiritual veins would likely come to seize this vein. It was uncertain when the Gu Daoist would emerge. That would be truly perilous. Li Xiaofu earnestly told Changqing, "I am on the verge of reaching the peak of the Qi refinement 3rd layer. Now that we have resources, I will plan accordingly once I break through to the 4th layer." Agreed. Changqing nodded. Xiuxiu, meanwhile, directly headed to the trading street to purchase demon beast meat. Changqing and Li Xiaofu were not the least bit concerned about Xiuxiu's rapid advancement in strength. Initially, they had spent nearly a month, consuming half a demon beast of the early Qi refinement stage each night, to reach the peak of their skin refinement. Demon beast meat is not inexpensive. Bai Xiuxiu could not purchase much spiritual meat with the spirit herbs worth over 200 spirit stones that she had obtained. Cultivating the body is exceedingly resource-intensive. It is not merely a matter of words. Yi Changqing arrived at a separate courtyard, closed the gates, and began to study the beast-controlling inheritance. The beast-controlling inheritance given by Lu Yin indeed harbored issues that Yi Changqing felt no surprise, remaining calm and composed. He continued to study the inheritance, and it became clear to him, in a wonder I cannot control the red-headed centipede. I have not forged a soul contract with it. However, my cultivation is low, and my soul is weak. If the red-headed centipede is unwilling, I cannot bind it to a soul contract. Reflecting on the stone orb within his dantian, Yi Changqing smiled faintly. But, since this red-headed centipede resides within the stone orb, I should be able to forcibly establish a soul contract. There are typically two types of soul contracts. One is symbiotic, while the other enforces one party's enslavement of the other. Naturally, Yi Changqing intended to sign the latter, allowing him to control the life of the spirit pet. Should the master perish, the spirit pet would die alongside them. Yi Changqing intertwined his fingers, performing intricate and elaborate gestures, and then, with a shift of his mind, began to imprint his soul mark onto the red-headed centipede's essence. Squeak! The red-headed centipede was engulfed in terror, yet it could not resist despite its desperate attempts, ultimately compelled to sign the soul contract. After a while, Yi Changqing established a soul connection with the red-headed centipede. My secrets shall never be revealed. Thus, abandon any thoughts of escaping my grasp. Squeak! The red-headed centipede pledged eternal secrecy, yet its heart harbored schemes to devour its master. Yi Changqing's soul was weak. As long as it left the stone orb, it could forcibly erase his soul mark. Yi Changqing chuckled. You underestimate me. I am fully aware of your thoughts. You may feign compliance, but the moment you find an opportunity to escape, you will erase my soul mark and attempt to consume me. Squeak! The red-headed centipede shuddered in fear, vehemently denying any such intentions. Yi Changqing's gaze turned sharp, and the residual lightning within the stone orb surged forth to strike the red-headed centipede. Finding itself unable to move, the centipede could only watch helplessly as the lightning struck. Fortunately, the lightning was not particularly potent. It merely left it momentarily numb, causing no significant harm. Your life rests in my hands. Should you entertain any further treacherous thoughts, do not expect me to show mercy. Yi Changqing dismissed the red-headed centipede from his mind. His previous actions served as a warning to demonstrate his authority. Regarding the soul mark from the Gu Master, Yi Changqing did not erase it. The inheritance recorded that when the soul mark is erased, the master can sense it. However, those with low cultivation and weak souls might not easily perceive it, just as Situ Lin only realized his locust had been taken after the fact. Alternatively, if the distance between the soul mark and its master is too great, the sensing is minimal. The Gu Master was a foundation-building cultivator. If the soul mark were erased, he would likely be able to detect it. Eliminating the soul mark could only be addressed after escaping the Zhengdao Sect or by attaining sufficient strength to confront the Gu Master. Through this beast-controlling inheritance, Yi Changqing deduced how Bai Xiuxiu had seized the locust. Bai Xiuxiu had employed poison, inscribing her soul mark while the locust was weakened. If it could not be accomplished in one go, she would inscribe multiple times until she could ensure her master would not suffer a backlash from the spirit pet. Subsequently, Yi Changqing devoted himself to absorbing spiritual energy to elevate his cultivation. Half a month later, Li Xiaofu knocked on the door, his excitement palpable. Yi Shitty. I exchanged those spiritual herbs for a breakthrough pill and successfully advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. As long as there were spirit stones, breakthrough pills for advancing to the mid-stage of Qi refinement could still be procured, especially since he possessed only 4 spirit roots, unlike the 5 spirit root cultivators who required them. However, breakthrough pills for advancing to the late stage of Qi refinement were in high demand, as they were even rarer, and even 3 spirit root cultivators sought them. As for foundation building pills, they would incite a bloody storm. Yi Changqing opened the door, smiling. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Shixiang. Li Xiaofu returned a modest smile. Your talent is exceptional. Once you reach the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, with a single breakthrough pill, you too can ascend to the 4th layer. Saying this, Li Xiaofu handed Yi Changqing a breakthrough pill radiating a green glow. This was something Yi Changqing had requested Li Xiaofu to bring, as he did not know how to cultivate spiritual herbs. Thus, he simply uprooted them, allowing him to focus on his cultivation without the need for maintenance. Thank you. Changqing accepted the breakthrough pill. He possessed the stone orb and could advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement without the pill, but he still needed to maintain appearances. Li Xiaofu then inquired, should we wait until you reach the 4th layer to hunt? Or shall we go now? Changqing replied, somewhat gravely. Let us go now. Time waits for no one. I have just broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, and even though the spiritual energy at the mountain peak is abundant, it will still take at least half a year to reach the pinnacle of the 3rd layer. Very well. Li Shifu nodded. The news of Sidolin's death cannot be concealed for long. Half a month ago, we made a grand exit, drawing the attention of some individuals. Now, many linger outside the spiritual veins. They are likely spies from other veins. We indeed need to swiftly enhance our strength. As the two prepared to descend from the mountaintop, Bai Xiuxiu took the initiative to join them. Fellow Taoists, may I accompany you? My cultivation is low, but these 2 locusts can aid you. After practicing the Tiangang fist, Bai Xiuxiu's complexion had improved, and her white hair had diminished, though spiritual flesh remained prohibitively expensive. Changqing and Li Xiaofu exchanged wary glances, deliberating seriously, although the 3 had cooperated. Hunting for spirit beasts was inherently perilous. Should their backs be stabbed? Bai Xiuxiu earnestly counseled, we are all in the same boat. This is a unique time. There are over 20 spirit planters here. Can you guarantee that not a single one will betray you? Can you keep your eyes on them at all times? If someone outside offers a tempting deal, a spirit planter will surely divulge the truth, if not for the special poison I have embedded in their bones. In my control over them, I am certain some would have already betrayed us. After a long contemplation, Changqing inquired, I presume you are not solely relying on the Tiangang fist to enhance your strength? Bai Xiuxiu nodded gently, my body is weak. I merely wish to restore my original appearance. If I do not take care of myself, my lifespan will significantly shorten, were it not for the lack of resources. I would naturally wish to cultivate my physique to increase my strength. How about this? Changqing proposed, looking at Bai Xiuxiu. We will share some of the spirit beasts we hunt with you. This time, we are targeting spirit beasts at the mid-stage of qi refinement. A piece of spiritual flesh would be equivalent to an entire spirit beast at the 1st or 2nd layer of qi refinement, which should suffice for you. You will keep watch over the spirit planters, ensuring they do not interact with outsiders. This way, we can prolong the concealment of Situlin's death and the fact that Xixiang Li and I are the night duo. The longer we can keep it hidden, the more advantageous it will be for us. Bai Xiuxiu could see that Changqing was skeptical of her intentions. Nevertheless, what he said was indeed reasonable. And since she could obtain spiritual flesh, she agreed. Very well, I will keep a close watch on those spirit planters and do my best to prevent any information from leaking. If you do not return with the spiritual flesh, I reiterate, I am capable of ensuring mutual destruction. After all, in the short term, Changqing and Li Shifu could not surpass her strength, especially since she possessed a peak 6th layer of qi refinement locust. Changqing and Li Xiaofu employed disguise techniques to evade the eyes of other spiritual veins, winding their way until they finally exited the 350th spiritual vein. They then proceeded deeper into the forest. Moving swiftly and silently, the two reached the deepest area they had previously explored. They exchanged glances, both filled with vigilance, and bent low as they advanced cautiously. The towering ancient trees, which could be called colossal in Blue Star, were common here, and even considered relatively small. The larger trees were so tall that their tops could not be seen. The smaller trees had diameters of 5 to 6 meters, while the larger ones reached 7 to 8 meters. It was not surprising to find such large trees in a realm where one could cultivate immortality, since it was their first time venturing deep into the woods. Changqing and Li Xiaofu dared not initiate the hunt for spirit beasts. The most ideal scenario was to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. 3 days later, under the cover of darkness and wind, Changqing remarked, if this continues, we should actively hunt spirit beasts. Indeed, there are too many coveting the Tiangang fist, and the situation at the spiritual vein is grim. We must hasten to enhance our strength. Time is of the essence. 2 individuals lay low in a shadowy corner, engaged in hushed discussions, while the occasional sound of a beast devouring its prey echoed in their ears. After a quarter of an hour of silent waiting, a pair of eyes gleaming with an ominous emerald light appeared from the darkness, sending chills down their spines. Changqing and his companion endeavored to maintain their composure, their hairs standing on end. They discerned that the creature was a wolf, measuring at least 3 meters in length, exuding a palpable aura of a peak level 5 Qi cultivator. How did a peak level 5 wolf demon come to be here? Changqing lamented inwardly. feeling that their expedition had begun poorly. Nevertheless, both he and Li Xiaofu had attained the realm of flesh refinement, with Li Xiaofu even possessing a cultivation level of 4 in qi refinement, granting them the capability to fight, should they truly find themselves outmatched. They could only unleash the red-headed centipede that as the night breeze swept by, they caught a whiff of a foul stench. The black wolf opened its jaws to reveal yellow fangs, drool dripping as it advanced step by step towards them. Has it discovered us? We haven't made a sound. Tension gripped the two, knowing that if this wolf demon became aware of their presence, they would have no choice but to confront it directly. Climbing a tree to evade a wolf was not an option here, for these wolves could scale trees. As they were about to strike from a distance of 7 or 8 meters, a sudden whoosh pierced the tranquil night air. An arrow inscribed with intricate patterns shot forth towards the wolf demon. There are others here, and their method of attack is a magical artifact. Changqing and Li Xiaofu lay frozen on the ground, not daring to make a sound. A furious roar resonated through the heavens, a thunderous sound that caused the earth and leaves to tremble. The arrow found its mark, embedding itself into the wolf demon's right eye, and the creature collapsed, emitting heavy, labored breaths, its inhalations fewer than its exhalations, resembling a beast on the brink of death. Witnessing this scene, Changqing and Li Xiaofu were taken aback. The peak level 5 wolf demon had been subdued so easily. Regardless of its formidable cultivation, it could not withstand the arrow I unleashed. Hurry and ensnare it with the demon binding net. Then we shall return home. Yes, Senior Brother Gong. As the command was given, 3 figures leapt down from a nearby tree. Each radiated an aura of a level 4 qi cultivator, wielding gleaming golden sabers, and collectively managing a large golden net. Undoubtedly, these were magical artifacts. Upon seeing these 3 wielding such powerful tools, Changqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Magical artifacts were indeed a means to amplify one's strength. Low-grade magical artifacts were suitable for early-stage qi cultivators and typically cost around 100 spirit stones. The mid-grade artifacts were meant for mid-stage qi cultivators, priced at 200 to 300 spirit stones, roughly equivalent to the cost of breakthrough pills for advancing to mid-stage qi. High-grade artifacts, designed for late-stage qi cultivators, could reach around 1,000 spirit stones. Foundation establishment cultivators utilized second-tier spirit tools, while nascent soul masters employed third-tier treasures. Returning to the matter at hand, the 3 approached the fallen black wolf, preparing to finish it off and bind it, while the wolf's left eye remained fixed on them. Suddenly, with a surge of strength, it lunged forward, swift as black lightning, its momentum akin to a mountain toppling. Damn, we've been deceived. It's not as injured as we thought. Evade quickly and bind it with the demon binding rope. The archer in the tree shouted, drawing back his bow to release another arrow inscribed with patterns. With the enhancement of the patterns, the arrow's speed rivaled that of sword qi unleashed by a late-stage qi cultivator. However, the black wolf's thick hide merely brushed aside the arrow, slightly affecting its speed. The archer shouted in frustration, "Damn it, though fast, this arrow lacks lethality," as the 3 on the ground retreated in 3 directions. They hurled the golden net towards the black wolf, secretly channeling their magical energy to manipulate it. Seeing this, the black wolf attempted to change direction to evade the golden net, but it was unable to withstand the force. And the net's speed was relentless. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was ensnared within the golden net. Roar, 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 the wolf howled in rage, struggling fruitlessly against the binding net, which constricted tighter with every passing moment. Eventually, the black wolf lay immobilized, gasping heavily, tightly bound like a rice dumpling. The 3 remained on high alert, gripping their golden sabers as if ready for battle, but dared not approach the black wolf, fearing it might be feigning weakness. Whoosh, 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 arrows streaked through the night sky like meteors, piercing the wolf's vulnerable spots, its left eye, nose, and mouth. Ultimately, the wolf emitted a final, unwilling roar before its life extinguished. "Ha ha ha, my arrows prove superior," proclaimed a youth, leaping down from the tree with a bow slung over his back. The 3 quickly approached, offering their praises. "Your archery skills are indeed remarkable, Senior Brother," with a smile gracing his face. The youth extracted the arrows from the wolf and casually stated, "Let us carry this wolf back." "Yes," the remaining 3 replied, collectively hoisting the black wolf, excitement evident as they departed the scene. Hidden in the shadows, Changqing and Li Xiaofu witnessed this unfolding drama, their brows slightly furrowed. To say they did not envy the black wolf would be a falsehood. They exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in resignation. Confronting four individuals head-on was not an option. A rash ambush could lead to dire consequences. While employing the red-headed centipede might yield a victory, its discovery would necessitate silencing witnesses, risking exposure and incurring a hefty price for murder, far from a wise trade. Thus, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu opted to remain in hiding, biding their time until the four departed. The youth with the bow, named Gong Ningyun, led the way, while the others carried the black wolf. Animatedly discussing their spoils, this wolf weighed 400 to 500 pounds. Heh, this is a peak level 5 wolf. Its spiritual blood can fetch a handsome sum of spirit stones, using the wolf demon's blood as spiritual ink. Talismancers can easily inscribe mid-grade talismans. Its bones serve as materials for magical artifacts. The pelt can be fashioned into talisman paper, and the fur is one of the materials for talisman brushes, all of which can be sold for spirit stones. The meat can command an even higher price. Some alchemical concoctions require spiritual meat, while others consume it to enhance their cultivation. As the conversation veered towards body refinement, one mused, I haven't seen the night duel heroes lately. If we encounter them, we must interrogate them about the Tiangang fist. Enough chatter, we must move swiftly. We are deep within the woods, and we must avoid being ambushed by beasts or other cultivators. With that, the youth's words silenced the others, who remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for potential threats. Yet, no sooner had his words escaped than an unfamiliar voice rang out. Fellow cultivators, share the spoils. Realizing that the four had become alert, indicating no opportunity for stealth, the two masked figures stepped forth to block their path. Gong Ningyun squinted, sensing that the duo before him were merely level 3 Qi cultivators, and they appeared to be unarmed. You two think you can take our quarry? Gong Ningyun remained cautious, well aware that the concealment technique was not to be underestimated. The three, burdened with the black wolf, gripped their golden sabers tightly, poised for action, while keeping a wary eye on their surroundings, lest they fall into another ambush. One masked figure altered his voice, rasping, we do not seek to be greedy. We only desire half of the wolf. Observing the composed demeanor of the masked duo, Gong Ningyun chuckled softly, feigning mystery. They lacked even a magical artifact, yet dared to contemplate robbery. However, he was on high alert, not believing that these two would act foolishly. The masked figure scoffed, are magical artifacts truly so precious? There exists a secret realm outside, abundant with magical artifacts serving as the core of protective formations. Many disciples from various sects venture to breach the formation, returning with numerous magical artifacts, causing the prices within the sect to plummet by 20%. Oh, you think your artifacts are so impressive? The two masked cultivators slowly closed in on Gong Ningyun and his companions. The blades you wield are merely low-grade artifacts, are they not? Your bow, while a mid-grade artifact, lacks lethality and can only serve as a concealed weapon. Concealed weapons require stealth, and we are already on guard. Gong Ningyun immediately nocked an arrow, channeling his energy to draw the bow, exuding an aura of a level 5 Qi cultivator, threateningly declaring, approach again, and I shall not hesitate to shoot. Haha. The two masked figures remained unfazed, continuing their advance toward the four. Halt. Gong Ningyun's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he bellowed, dare to take another step, and do not blame us for overwhelming you with our numbers. The two robed figures, however, feigned ignorance and continued their advance, no longer resorting to threats. Gong Ningyun released the bowstring, and the arrows shot forth with alarming swiftness. He understood that intimidation was futile. Only through confrontation could they assert their strength. In the instant the arrows were loosed, a sanguine aura enveloped the two black-robed figures, and their speed surged dramatically. With a mere flick of their bodies, the arrows that could have struck a peak Qi refinement level black wolf sailed harmlessly past. Immediately, the two masked figures surged forward like twin streaks of crimson lightning, rapidly closing the distance to Gong Ningyun and his companions. Their pupils constricted in sudden alarm, and their expressions turned grave. Heavenly Gangfist, they had heard that the night duel heroes had not engaged in hunting for over 6 months. Who would have thought their vitality could be so robust? Do not let the night duel heroes close in. The mere fact that they spoke with us earlier was an attempt to bridge the distance. If we abandon the Black Wolf, it will be 4 against 2. The night duel heroes are only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Even if they possess toughened skin and muscle, we need not fear. Gong Ningyun knocked 4 arrows onto the string, releasing them in unison. The other 3 infused their mana into their golden sabers and swung with force, sending 3 streaks of blade energy hurtling toward the masked figures in the shadows. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu observed this scene with a mixture of intrigue and concern at why Yi Changqing murmured, "The physical cultivation of these two surpasses our own." Albeit slightly. Li Xiaofu replied in a hushed tone, "From the outset of our collaboration, I mentioned that the body refinement technique, while expensive, is not particularly rare. It is pricier than techniques like the Changqing skill and the water element technique, yet certainly cheaper than foundational cultivation methods. Could it be that someone has been impersonating us all along? Have we been bearing the blame for these two?" Yi Changqing inquired. "Do you know where your grandfather acquired the heavenly gang fist?" "I do not know," Li Xiaofu responded with a hint of exasperation at why Yi Changqing's brow furrowed slightly. If someone already possessed the heavenly gang fist, why were they only now becoming aware of it? "During our usual hunts, we have never encountered these two." Prompted by Yi Changqing's observation, Li Xiaofu's expression darkened at why Yi Changqing continued. "Liao Xiaojie from the law enforcement hall knows the heavenly gang fist, and Bai Xiuxiu is equally aware of it. We submitted the heavenly gang fist half a month ago. In that time, if they had been consuming mid-chi refinement spirit flesh, they could easily reach their current level." Li Xiaofu murmured. "If these two obtained the heavenly gang fist from Bai Xiuxiu, we must reconsider the matter of the spirit veins. If it was Liao Xiaojie, he likely gained considerable spirit stones from selling the heavenly gang fist. Liao Xiaojie is at the 9th level of chi refinement. He can only endure." Yi Changqing interjected. "It is highly probable that these two acquired the heavenly gang fist from Liao Xiaojie." After a moment of contemplation, Li Shifu nodded resignedly. Liao Xiaojie's greed would lead him to profit from selling the heavenly gang fist, aligning perfectly with his character. Meanwhile, Bai Xiuxiu alone would struggle to fend off threats from other spirit vein cultivators. In the short term, her only option would be to collaborate with Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu to safeguard the 350th spirit vein. If Bai Xiuxiu were to exchange the heavenly gang fist for benefits now, it would only serve to bolster the strength of other spirit vein practitioners, ultimately to her detriment. Yi Changqing exhaled softly, calming his thoughts, and remarked expressionlessly, "It is safe to assume that not only do these two know the heavenly gang fist, but Liao Xiaojie has certainly sold many copies. Furthermore, there is no rule stating that only Liao Xiaojie can sell it. The two before us could equally sell the heavenly gang fist and reclaim some spirit stones that maximize profits. We should also sell the heavenly gang fist. Secrecy regarding this body refinement technique has become untenable." Li Shifu nodded in agreement, noting that the spread of the heavenly gang fist would only drive its price lower. "If we are to sell, we must do so promptly. Let us return from this hunt and sell it." Yi Changqing added, "The only advantage we have is that we have reached the body refinement stage. We need not compete for early-stage chi refinement beasts. Surely, there are more hunters around the periphery of the forest." Li Xiaofu mused. "The price of spirit flesh from various sects will likely rise, but regrettably, we must focus on elevating our own strength. We can only consume the spirit flesh ourselves." The two quietly deliberated while discreetly observing the fierce clash between the two groups. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu stood ready to intervene and seize an opportunity. Every situation has its pros and cons. Had it not been for the two masked figures practicing the heavenly gang fist, Yi Changqing and his companion would have been forced to watch Gong Ningyun and his group depart. After an intense exchange, Gong Ningyun finally sensed something amiss. Were these masked figures truly at the 3rd level of chi refinement? He was aware that 3 of his companions were at the 4th level, while he himself was at the 5th level. Moreover, each of them wielded magical artifacts. Yet these masked figures had no such artifacts, talismans, or elixirs, nor did they possess spirit pets or puppets. Even if they had reached the body refinement stage, how could 2 contend against 4 for such an extended duration? With this thought, Gong Ningyun roared, "Be cautious. Their cultivation may not be inferior to yours. They might not be the night duel bears after all." Upon hearing this, the 3 armed with blades grew increasingly vigilant. Ikuku, since you've uncovered our ruse, we shall no longer pretend." The 2 black-clad individuals suddenly unleashed the pressure of their 5th-level chi refinement cultivation. They had intended to take advantage of the group's negligence, but had struggled to find an opportunity. This works in our favor. We can swiftly conclude this battle. The masked figures no longer concealed their true power and launched a fierce assault. They closed in on Gong Ningyun and his companions, leveraging their robust physiques to shatter the stalemate. One masked figure faced Gong Ningyun, both possessing 5th-level chi refinement prowess. Yet Gong Ningyun's bow and arrow artifacts were only advantageous at a distance. Thus, Gong Ningyun could only fight while retreating, attempting to create distance between himself and the masked figure, but the latter clung to him like a leech, refusing to be shaken off. Gong Ningyun felt an overwhelming gravity. Barring any unforeseen events, he could not endure beyond 10 breaths. As the distance to the Black Wolf widened, the other masked figure simultaneously confronted 3 4th-level Qi refinement practitioners, making the combat even more intense. Bang, bang, bang. This individual radiated a torrent of vitality, unleashing a flurry of punches that created numerous afterimages. He focused his attacks on one opponent. Should he topple that individual, the remaining 2 would falter in succession. The targeted fighter staggered backward, desperately raising his golden blade in defense, but he lacked the strength to counterattack, feeling bitterly helpless. The other 2 witnesses, observing this dire scenario, struck even more ferociously with their golden sabers against the masked figure. Yet, the masked figure deftly evaded their strikes, conjuring a defensive barrier with his own mana, which proved impervious for the time being. It became a race to see whether they could breach the masked figure's protective barrier faster or whether the beleaguered individual could endure longer. From a distance, the central masked figure resembled a ferocious beast, mercilessly battering the individual before him, while the other 2 flanked him, attempting to strike down the beast. The battles escalated, the clamor of combat growing ever louder, and the surging waves of mana becoming increasingly turbulent, rendering them oblivious to their surroundings. In the shadows, Changqing and Li Xiaofu crawled forward, their movements swift despite their prone position, for they were both cultivators and body refiners. Seizing the opportune moment, they stealthily liberated the Black Wolf ensnared in the golden net. For the time being, no one noticed. This acquisition required no effort. Not only had they secured a peak 5th-level Qi refinement wolf, but they also obtained a hunting artifact. Changqing and Li Xiaofu swiftly carried the Black Wolf away without a trace of hesitation. Before long, Gong Ningyun was struck by a punch, causing him to expel a torrent of blood, launching him several yards away. You may take the Black Wolf. Gong Ningyun lay on the ground, clutching her chest, her complexion pallid. Despite her unwillingness, she found herself helpless. On the other side, the outcome remained uncertain. It wasn't that there was a disparity in strength between the 2 masked cultivators, but rather that facing 1 against 3 posed a significant challenge. Evading the relentless assaults of 2 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioners had already consumed considerable mental energy. Relying solely on a defensive barrier was not an option, especially considering both adversaries wielded magical artifacts. A flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of the masked cultivator standing before Gong Ningyun, who sneered, "If you had surrendered earlier, you wouldn't have to endure this beating." With that, he beckoned, "Enough of this. Take the Black Wolf and leave." "Understood," replied the other masked cultivator, ceasing the pursuit and swiftly retreating to a safe distance. The 2 masked figures then hurried towards the Black Wolf. They refrained from seizing the magical artifacts of Gong Ningyun and her companions, as they were well aware of the lurking dangers in the depths of the forest, where beasts could pose a significant threat. Should Gong Ningyun and her group act recklessly, the consequences would be dire. The 3 individuals armed with blades observed the departure of the masked cultivators and silently exhaled in relief. Quickly rushing to assist Gong Ningyun, "Gong Shixiao, are you all right?" They cautiously helped her to her feet. Gong Ningyun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gritting her teeth as she replied, "I'm fine. A couple of days' rest will suffice. It's a pity we went through so much trouble to capture that Black Wolf." The 3 exchanged solemn glances, remaining silent. Gong Ningyun continued, "I thought we could safely hunt mid-stage Qi refinement beasts after acquiring the magical artifacts at a low price. We must hurry back, sell the artifacts, and purchase the Tiangang fist point." One of them displayed a puzzled expression. "The sect does offer body refinement techniques, but they require a significant number of contribution points. Can we afford the Tiangang fist? Moreover, we need to buy 4 copies, as there are rules against sharing. Wouldn't that be a waste of money?" Gong Ningyun clarified, "Do you think those 2 5th-layer Qi refinement masked cultivators can afford the Tiangang fist?" One individual suddenly realized, his eyes brightening with excitement. "The Tiangang fist of the night duo has been leaked. We must hurry back." Gong Ningyun spoke quickly. "Yes, Gong Shixiao," she added, "and on our way back, let us hunt some early-stage Qi refinement beasts in the outskirts of the forest. With more body refinement resources, the beasts will surely increase in value. Qi and blood pills can also aid in body refinement, and their price will likely rise as well. We should send someone ahead to purchase some Qi and blood pills. If we delay, we will miss out." "Understood." One person broke away from the group, swiftly departing the area. As the 2 masked cultivators returned to the site of the incident, they discovered the absence of the black wolf, leaving them in bewilderment. Where is the wolf? They exchanged confused glances, spotting Gong Mingyun and her companions approaching. They narrowed their eyes, probing. Do you have reinforcements? Gong Mingyun surmised that the wolf had been stolen by a third party. And she denied. If we had reinforcements, would you dare to challenge us 2 against 5 or 6? There must still be someone lying in wait. But you are unaware. The 2 masked cultivators felt a surge of frustration. The prey they had painstakingly acquired had been easily snatched away. Damn it. Who is so cunning? We've been lying in wait for 2 days and nights, yet there has been no sign of activity. The wolf thief could not have gone far. We can still catch up. The 2 masked cultivators promptly left the area. One of Gong Mingyun's companions stirred with anticipation. Gong Shixiao. It seems we have a chance to reclaim the wolf. Gong Mingyun, contemplating, ultimately shook her head and said earnestly, we do not know the strength of the wolf thief. It's best not to seek them out. Right now, gathering spiritual meat and qi and blood pills is a guaranteed profit. And the quicker we act, the more we will gain. Let us continue back. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu raced through the forest, bearing the weight of the black wolf. The wolf was somewhat heavy, and their footprints would be noticed by anyone observant, considerably hindering their escape speed. Thus, they sought a concealed location to consume some meat, alleviating their burden while enhancing their strength. They alternated between running along the ground and leaping between trees, striving to leave no trace behind, evoking the image of ninjas traversing the woods in Naruto. This only fueled the fury of the 2 masked cultivators trailing behind, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Damn it, the footprints have vanished. Here, the tree trunks bore traces of soil. Curses, they changed direction again. They haven't been running straight back. They had been lying in ambush, aware of their true strength. This manner of escape suggested they recognized they could not defeat them. They wouldn't be trying to lure us, would they? And if they did, what of it? The most valuable possession we possess is the Tiangang fist. We could simply hand it over. Though the Tiangang fist is currently valuable, it is continuously depreciating. Within a cave concealed by vines and ferns, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu summoned strands of spiritual flame from their palms to roast the wolf meat. Soon, the dim and damp cave filled with the aroma of cooked meat. Utilizing the fireball technique for roasting was indeed much more convenient, though it did consume mana. Yi Changqing devoured the meat voraciously. After swallowing a hefty piece, he felt his entire body brimming with vitality and spiritual energy, prompting him to practice the Tiangang fist. Subsequently, golden light flickered at his fingertips. With a gentle swipe, he sliced off a piece of meat from the wolf using the golden sword technique. He continued to roast the meat with spiritual flame. Li Xiaofu remarked, as expected of a peak 5th layer qi refinement wolf, its vitality and spiritual energy are incomparable to those early-stage qi refinement beasts. And the flavor is superior. If only we had some seasoning, the taste would be even better. Yi Changqing nodded in agreement. Casting a glance at the golden net beside the black wolf, Yi Changqing inquired, do you know what grade of magical artifact this net is? Li Xiaofu shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. I've had little exposure to magical artifacts. However, Li Xiaofu pondered, uncertainly stating, since this net was able to capture a peak 5th layer qi refinement wolf, it must be a middle-grade magical artifact. Yi Changqing nodded in acknowledgement. Li Xiaofu continued, in the past, when hunting early-stage qi refinement beasts, my strength was insufficient, and I didn't dare to venture into the trading market. Otherwise, even the fur and bones of those early-stage beasts could yield a few spirit stones. Now that we have gained some strength, we can finally go to the trading market to sell. Just before dawn, the 2 had consumed half of the wolf. Had this wolf not been larger than any beast they had previously eaten, they could have finished an entire one in a night. We must leave if we don't hurry. Those 2 impersonators will be on our tail. Indeed, in one night, our strength has increased, and we've consumed half a wolf, lightening our load. Let us proceed cautiously to ensure a safe return. The 2 tidied up their belongings and approached the cave entrance, carefully removing the vines and other obstructions, scrutinizing the area outside for any signs of danger. Exchanging glances, they stealthily exited the cave, one following the other. Suddenly, just 3 steps outside the cave, 2 beams of golden sword energy, radiating the pressure of 5th layer qi refinement, shot towards them. Their pupils constricted in unison as they realized that someone had indeed laid an ambush in the woods. It was exceedingly difficult to detect, much like how they had remained unnoticed while lying in wait for 3 days and nights. The 2 radiated bloodlight, channeling their mana into their feet. barely evading the sudden onslaught of cold steel. Assessing the cultivation levels of their assailants, one was at the 3rd layer and the other at the 4th layer of chi refinement, which seemed authentic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to hiding. Surprisingly, these two also practiced the Tiangang fist. The two masked cultivators, witnessing this scene from the shadows, immediately pursued them. It was evident that they held the advantage. One of them shouted in anger, "You two wolf thieves have some nerve. Knowing you are weaker than us, you still dare to take the wolf." Yi Changqing and Li Xiufu did not retort. Half a wolf was slung over their shoulders, and the golden net was in hand, making it clear they were caught red-handed. Moreover, in the depths of the forest, even if the wolf were indeed captured by Yi Changqing and Li Xiufu, it was not uncommon for someone to initiate a robbery. Being weaker meant one would face such encounters. Li Xiufu glanced at Yi Changqing and whispered, "Let us stick to the plan. Be cautious and delay until I return. Rest assured, do not forget that, compared to our former selves from last night, our strength has surged." Yi Changqing, calm and unruffled, bore the half-wolf with ease. "Take care." With that, Li Xiufu changed direction and fled, clutching the golden net. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing sprinted onward, carrying the half-wolf, his pace unwavering. The two masked cultivators trailing behind discerned the plan of Yi Changqing and his companion. They intended to separate us. The one who had departed held the golden net. If we pursued him individually, a moment's carelessness could lead to capture. A flicker of seriousness crossed one masked cultivator's eyes. Li Xiufu was a 4th-layer chi refinement cultivator, a level below theirs. Yet, Li Xiufu possessed magical tools, whereas they did not. In a one-on-one encounter, the outcome was uncertain. The other masked cultivator, with a complex expression, remarked, "For safety's sake, if we pursue only one person, we will only acquire either the half-wolf or the golden net. This is such a loss. Both the entire wolf and the golden net should have been ours, and now that we have located the true culprit, we must face a dilemma. Here is the plan. I will pursue the 4th-layer chi refinement cultivator and restrain him without engaging, while you retrieve the half-wolf and then come to find me." One of them spoke earnestly. Agreed. The other nodded solemnly, urging caution, promising to return swiftly so they could together confront the 4th-layer chi refinement cultivator. Yi Changqing, being only a 3rd-layer chi refinement cultivator and burdened with the half-wolf, could easily catch up. As their conversation concluded, the two dispersed. Ahead, Yi Changqing observed the situation behind him and murmured to himself, "As expected, even if these two masked cultivators pursued him together." He felt no fear. Previously, he could not reveal the secret of the red-headed centipede, for doing so would expose his mastery of the Tiangang fist, leading others to discover that the Dark Knight duo could command beasts. However, the circumstances had changed. It was not only them who could perform the Tiangang fist. Many others had acquired it as well. Utilizing the red-headed centipede against others would obscure his identity as the Dark Knight duo, allowing him to conceal himself effectively. As Yi Changqing fled, one of the masked cultivators bellowed, "Leave the wolf meat and allow your departure." Yi Changqing, of course, would not abandon the wolf meat. His pace remained unbroken as he provocatively inquired, "I purchased this Tiangang fist for 250 spirit stones from Deacon Liao at the law enforcement hall." "How much did you spend?" The masked cultivator's face contorted in shock as he exclaimed, "Did he not say he wouldn't sell it for less than 600 spirit stones? The Tiangang fist is so inexpensive." Simultaneously, he felt a surge of indignation, realizing he had been taken for a fool. Liao Xiaojia sold him the Tiangang fist for 600 spirit stones while offering it to others for only 250. Damn it. Liao Xiaojia also stipulated that it must not be disseminated within a month. "I adhered to your rules. Upon my return, I will sell the Tiangang fist at a low price to at least recoup those 600 spirit stones." The masked cultivator's mind raced with turmoil. Yi Changqing contemplated. It can be confirmed that Liao Xiaojia is selling techniques externally, unrelated to Bai Xiuxiu. First, he was duped by Deacon Liao from the law enforcement hall, then had the wolf and the golden net stolen by Yi Changqing and his companion. Leaving the masked cultivator furious, he hastened towards Yi Changqing, gritting his teeth and threatening, "Do not speak of anything else. Hand over the wolf you possess, and after I vent my frustrations by striking you a few times, I can ensure you remain unscathed." As he felt the masked cultivator closing in rapidly, Yi Changqing immediately altered his course, leaping between the trees that a direct escape would surely lead to capture. Yi Changqing replied nonchalantly, "I took the wolf by my own merit. Why should I surrender it to you?" Upon hearing this, the masked cultivator erupted in fury, bellowing, "That is my wolf. You stole it. Yi Changqing dismissed him with indifference. By your logic, that wolf isn't yours either. You seized it from those 4 individuals. The masked cultivator realized that further verbal sparring would bear no fruit, for the person before him showed no fear, initially intending to strike a few blows to relieve his anger. He found that Yi Changqing would not comply, so he resolved to inflict a hidden injury, ensuring that the other's cultivation would be hindered for life, with a voice as cold as ice. The masked cultivator approached Yi Changqing, his fist poised to strike his back, when Yi Changqing suddenly altered his path, causing the masked cultivator to swing wildly, infuriated. The masked cultivator kicked off a tree to change direction and resumed his pursuit. Yi Changqing muttered to himself, I had intended to bide my time and spare you, yet you insist on forcing my hand. Yi Changqing leaped onto a branch, and with a thought, summoned the red-headed centipede to his side. He did not pause in his flight, leaving the red-headed centipede behind. In the next moment, the masked cultivator reached the branch and was shocked to feel excruciating pain in his foot. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. His entire body went numb, and he plummeted from the tree. What kind of creature is this? There is a bug here capable of piercing my skin. I have cultivated the Tiangang fist. My skin is as hard as iron. Ah, my foot is ruined. The masked cultivator writhed in agony, trying to dislodge the creature that had burrowed into the bone of his foot. However, no amount of magical energy or true qi could dislodge it. The red-headed centipede feasted ravenously on his marrow. In the shadows, Yi Changqing observed the scene silently. The red-headed centipede had not eaten for half a month and was famished. That should suffice. A dead man is of no value. And the life of a 5th-layer qi refinement cultivator commands a bounty of 500 spirit stones. Yi Changqing communicated with the red-headed centipede, only to find that it was disobedient. As suspected, this red-headed centipede has developed a taste for the flesh and blood of Sima Lin. His gaze sharpened, and in a flash, he appeared before the masked cultivator. If you were to die from the bug's bite, the sect would hold me accountable, perhaps even demanding a fee for your death. Yi Changqing spoke coldly, golden light swirling at his fingertips as he swiftly sliced off the masked cultivator's left leg. Immediately after, Yi Changqing formed hand seals, conjuring a fireball the size of a lantern, incinerating the severed limb to ashes. Unbeknownst to the injured masked cultivator, Yi Changqing communicated with the stone orb, drawing the red-headed centipede concealed within the bones back into the orb. Through 2 successive captures, Yi Changqing discovered that the farther the red-headed centipede was from the orb, the harder it was for him to control it. Upon observing the red-headed centipede, he noted the mark he had left on its spirit was fading. Clearly, just moments ago, the red-headed centipede had attempted to erase their spiritual contract. Paying no further attention to the centipede, Yi Changqing coldly regarded the masked cultivator. Were it not for my intervention, you would be dead. I possess no healing elixirs. You shall await your companion's return for assistance. Casting a glance at the masked cultivator's token and finding no contribution points to exploit, Yi Changqing departed the scene. A cultivator missing a leg would find it nearly impossible to advance in cultivation henceforth, unless they possessed substantial spirit stones. The legless masked cultivator, pale and with purple lips, appeared to be succumbing to poison. His cultivation teetering on the brink of collapse, he was filled with trepidation as he extracted a medicinal pill from his clothing and swallowed it. It must be that person's spirit pet. Or perhaps I was simply unfortunate enough to be bitten by a wild bug. The pain was so intense, I hardly had time to assess the bug's cultivation. He dared not succumb to unconsciousness. For they were deep within the woods, and losing consciousness could lead to being devoured by a beast. Shortly, another masked cultivator hurriedly arrived, alarmed to see his companion missing a leg. What has happened? The legless masked cultivator weakly recounted the recent events. Moments later, the uninjured masked cultivator's expression darkened. I was dragging that 4th-layer qi refinement cultivator who held the golden net. And when I waited too long without your return, I sensed something was amiss. Indeed, you have encountered trouble. Regardless, we must vacate this place. Nowadays, many have mastered the Tiangang fist. Even if you were bitten by that individual's spirit pet, identifying the culprit will be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the venomous insect that can easily pierce your skin indicates a considerable level of cultivation, most likely a wild creature. Otherwise, why would these 2 wolf thieves evade us? Yi Changqing sat cross-legged atop a grand tree, summoning the red-headed centipede, which had all its legs severed. Squeak! The crimson-headed centipede emitted a piercing and sorrowful wail. Should there be a next time, I shall end your life. I have no desire to constantly contemplate a spirit pet that yearns to devour its master. Your corpse could be sold for a few spirit stones, and I am certain that many poisons could be concocted from you. As he spoke, Yi Changqing formed hand seals to reinforce the imprint of his soul. Through the stone orb, he discerned that this time, the crimson-headed centipede was genuinely frightened. Yet, he could not ascertain whether the centipede would harbor malicious intentions again once it departed from the orb. One chance is often enough, but should the crimson-headed centipede still contemplate devouring its master, Yi Changqing would not spare its life. That a moment later, Li Xiaofu arrived, and upon seeing Yi Changqing unharmed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. The two proceeded towards the outskirts of the forest. Li Xiaofu, slightly apologetic, explained that individual was quite cunning, maintaining a considerable distance from me. Several times, when I threw out the golden net, he managed to evade it. In the end, Li Xiaofu curiously asked, "How did you manage to shake off the one pursuing you?" Yi Changqing, maintaining his composure, casually replied, "That person was merely unfortunate, bitten by a venomous insect. I even worried he might perish. So I helped him sever his leg. As for whether the venomous insect was incinerated, I cannot say." Li Xiaofu nodded. It was indeed common to encounter scorpions, spiders, and other venomous creatures within the forest. With many avian beasts soaring high above, he continued, "I discovered from my inquiries that those two acquired the Tiangang fist for 600 spirit stones from Liao Shaojia. That I also learned from that masked cultivator that they obtained the Tiangang fist from Liao Shaojia." Yi Changqing smiled faintly. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, deliberating on their plans for the upcoming days. They were uncertain whether the spirit vein remained secure during their days in the forest. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu safely reached the outskirts of the forest, capturing a wild boar of the second layer of qi refinement along the way. They also noted, as previously anticipated, that there were more individuals hunting demon beasts than before, some of whom exuded a faint blood aura, indicative of their cultivation in the Tiangang fist. The two stealthily returned to the foot of the mountain, their expressions turning grave. The number of spies had doubled. The situation was dire. If things continued this way, a great battle was inevitable to protect the spirit vein. They hoped for a delay in the conflict, as they needed to rapidly enhance their strength. Circumventing the hidden spies, they spent considerable time returning to the mountain's peak. Upon seeing Yi Changqing carrying half a pig, Bai Shushou's eyes brightened. Yi Changqing, concealing his emotions, cautiously remarked, "Upon our return, we noticed a multitude of individuals practicing the Tiangang fist in the forest." Hearing this, Bai Shushou furrowed her brows and took a step back. "If I say I did not sell the Tiangang fist, would you believe me? The more people who can practice the Tiangang fist, the weaker your collective strength becomes. We are now in a situation where one's rise or fall affects us all. I will not act foolishly. That I trust you noticed those spies upon your return. The numbers are increasing. It is likely that people from nearby spirit veins have also been dispatched to investigate, relying solely on myself, even if I can significantly boost my strength in a short time. I would struggle against others from different spirit veins. As she spoke, she kept her two locusts ready to strike, wary of any potential betrayal from Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu. Yi Changqing suddenly chuckled. It was Steward Liao from the law enforcement hall who sold the Tiangang fist. Earlier, he had not been entirely certain, but now, seeing Bai Shushou's expression, he could confirm it was indeed Liao Shaojia's doing. It was not a matter of being overly cautious. Some matters required serious attention. "Did you hand the Tiangang fist over to Steward Liao?" Bai Shushou frowned. "With his greedy nature, how could we possibly keep the Tiangang fist safe?" Saying this, Yi Changqing tossed a large piece of spirit meat to Bai Shushou. She accepted the spirit meat. Although it was insufficient to restore her vitality, she understood that it represented the utmost that Yi Changqing could provide at present. Subsequently, Bai Shushou briefly recounted the recent happenings concerning the spirit vein. One individual attempted to contact outsiders, but was caught and publicly punished. The others are currently behaving rather well. Finally, Bai Shushou inquired with concern, "What are the plans moving forward?" Yi Changqing replied calmly, "We will sell the Tiangang fist at the trading street and earn a considerable profit in a short time. I too require some of the benefits." Bai Shushou's expression turned serious. If she did not obtain a share of the profits, her strength would increase slowly, while Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu would amass spirit stones to buy spirit meat, enhancing their powers tremendously. She feared she would not even have the qualifications to perish together. After pondering for a moment, Bai Shushou added, "The poison I concoct is highly effective against enemies, but I lack many materials, which must be purchased with spirit stones or contribution points." Yi Changqing replied directly, "Provide me with a prescription, and I will bring back the materials when the time comes." Continue to keep an eye on the spirit planters here. The news of Situ Lin's death must not leak that Yi Changqing had no intention of internal strife for the time being. A formidable enemy loomed. All right, Bai Xiuxiu nodded in satisfaction. In the following days, Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu consumed the meat and practiced diligently to enhance their mastery of the Tiangang fist. Half a day later, Yi Changqing sensed his true qi within his dantian had thickened further, and he hurried towards the trading street. Authentic Tiangang fist, available for the astonishing price of 199 spirit stones, with allowance for secondary and tertiary resales. Whoever purchases my Tiangang fist shall be the next shadowy duo of the night. As they walked through the street, the two observed that many individuals were already selling the Tiangang fist. Some, in order to demonstrate the authenticity of their techniques, emanated a faint blood aura. The competition was fierce. Yi Changqing found a vacant space, sat cross-legged, and radiated a robust aura of vitality. Placing papers inscribed with the cultivation mantra on the ground, Li Xiaofu said, "I will sell the wolf bones, wolf skins, and wolf fur, along with the wild boar of the second layer of qi refinement." With that, he departed. The spirit meat from the second layer of qi refinement was of little use to them, so it was better to sell it. Just as Li Xiaofu left, someone noticed the intense vitality radiating from Yi Changqing and approached with a smile, inquiring, "Friend, how much for your Tiangang fist?" Yi Changqing raised 2 fingers, stating, 200 spirit stones or contribution points. Fixed price. Various items can be exchanged for spirit stones, and if you wish to resell my Tiangang fist, you may do so. That if he claimed it could not be resold, would that mean he would not resell it? This was merely a business tactic. That a price drop for the technique was inevitable. It was better to sell as many as possible early on. All right, let us trade. Seeing Yi Changqing so forthcoming, the individual agreed and handed him a cloth bag. Yi Changqing accepted the bag, which indeed contained 200 spirit stones, each the size of a fingertip and glowing faintly. He nodded in acknowledgement. The transaction completed, others began to flock over to inquire as well. Those also selling the Tiangang fist, witnessing this scene, were naturally filled with envy. Their business was being snatched away. Thus, several individuals with ill intentions approached. They first scrutinized Yi Changqing's cultivation level, only to find their brows furrowed. This person has mastered the concealment technique. We cannot discern his true level. One whispered, but since he has used the concealment technique, his cultivation should not be too high. Otherwise, he would simply display it to intimidate us. Yi Changqing cast a glance at these individuals, ignoring them as if they did not exist, and continued to sell the Tiangang fist to those before him. Seeing Yi Changqing's nonchalant demeanor, the group exchanged glances. I have never seen this person before. He likely used a disguise technique. Most importantly, his vitality is quite potent. He is not to be trifled with solely based on the Tiangang fist. Could they really allow this person to steal their business? While these few were deliberating, Ren Xiaoyi approached Yu Changqing. This was the very person who had initially gifted Yu Changqing a lottery ticket during his first visit to the trading street. Ren Xiaoyi first cast a casual glance at the group before smiling and asking, "Friend, may we discuss a business deal?" Yu Changqing, intrigued, replied, "What sort of business?" Ren Xiaoyi pointed towards a distant figure. "Look, someone has purchased your Tiangang fist and has already resold a copy for 100 spirit stones. He had made the purchase in front of everyone, alleviating concerns about the authenticity of the technique. For them, any return they could recoup would be considered profit, and your business would suffer considerably. Perhaps later, you might not even be able to sell a single Tiangang fist for 50 spirit stones." After a brief pause, Ren Xiaoyi turned to Yi Changqing with a smile and said, "I will offer 300 spirit stones for your Tiangang fist. In return, you will dismantle your stall and assure everyone that the technique is genuine. What do you say?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Changqing nodded in agreement. That works. After all, he had no intention of maintaining his stall for long. He simply sought to make a quick profit, having already sold 3 copies of the technique for 600 spirit stones. He deemed it more prudent to use these stones to enhance his strength. Furthermore, a few individuals in the distance were conspiring with ill intentions. By closing his stall, he would avoid such complications. "Ha ha ha, my friend, you are quite agreeable," Ren Xiaoyi praised, handing Yu Changqing a pouch of spirit stones. "Are you not one of the night twins?" Yu Changqing casually counted the stones and replied, "What makes you think so?" Ren Xiaoyi smiled and reasoned, "You must possess a low cultivation level. Otherwise, there would be no need to conceal your aura. The night twins are roughly at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet your Tiangang fist has reached a remarkable level. And for someone of your cultivation, your vitality is notably robust. He chose not to elaborate further. Changqing neither confirmed nor denied the insinuation, securing the pouch, and then remarked, 300 spirit stones, neither more nor less. Excellent. Then please make the announcement. Ren Xiaoyi said with a smile. I am Ren Xiaoyi, he introduced, and I am Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing stood up, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, esteemed brothers, I have an announcement to make. Hearing Yi Changqing's voice, many curious eyes turned towards him. Yi Changqing clasped his hands together and announced, I have entrusted the sale of my Tiangang fist to this esteemed friend. Run. Anyone wishing to purchase the Tiangang fist may approach him. Rest assured, the goods are absolutely authentic. Afterward, Yi Changqing handed the declaration paper to Ren Xiaoyi in front of the crowd. Ren Xiaoyi smiled and added, I trust my integrity is well known to all. Feel free to come and acquire the Tiangang fist from me for the price of 80 spirit stones per copy. Subsequently, Ren Xiaoyi also presented Yi Changqing with a lottery talisman, saying, I value forging good relationships. Yi Changqing accepted the talisman, bidding farewell. With that said, he prepared to procure supplies. Watching Yi Changqing's retreating figure, Ren Xiaoyi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a pity to have missed the previous opportunity. Back then, his strength was still low, making him an easy target. Now, the Tiangang fist is not worth as much anymore. As he mused, a throng of people surged forward, eager to purchase the Tiangang fist. The few who had been discussing among themselves exchanged glances and decided to follow Yi Changqing from a distance, for he possessed 900 spirit stones, having set up his stall on the trading street for many years. Ren Xiaoyi was acquainted with numerous stall owners and often assisted one another. This seemingly inconspicuous trading street had its factions, which were not to be trifled with. Others also trailed Yi Changqing discreetly. Even though they recognized that Yi Changqing's Tiangang fist had attained a high level and that he was formidable, the spirit stones he carried were enough to secure their freedom, making it a risk worth taking. After all, wealth could be enticing. Would Yi Changqing dare to kill them? They were all indebted to their sect for their ransom. At most, he could give them a good beating. Yi Changqing followed the prescription provided by Xiao, purchasing various materials, eventually spending over 500 spirit stones, leaving him with less than 400. These materials would be used to concoct poisons to deal with adversaries. No matter the cost, he had to procure them. Spirit stones do vanish so quickly, Yi Changqing thought to himself. He was aware that someone was following him, but he remained indifferent. Soon, he met up with Li Xiufu. The prices for wolf pelts, fur, and bones from the 5th level of qi refinement were not particularly favorable. Currently, many were selling materials from demon beasts. As the number of hunters had increased, the wild boar materials from the 2nd level of qi refinement, however, sold for 40 spirit stones, with prices increasing nearly 30%. Some practitioners of the Tiangang fist chose to purchase spiritual meat directly instead of hunting. Li Xiufu explained certain situations, and Yi Changqing shared his own circumstances. Then, Yi Changqing proposed, let us purchase blood qi pills directly. Buying spiritual meat from the mid-stage of qi refinement is rather inconvenient. Li Xiufu subtly surveyed the surroundings, clearly noticing that many appeared to be casually browsing, but were actually following them closely. Pills were easier to carry. Li Xiufu nodded in agreement. The two approached a stall where the vendor, clad in the attire of the Zhengdao Sect adorned with a white skull emblem, displayed an additional mark, an alchemical furnace embroidered in gold thread. What type of pills would you like? We have an array of alchemical products at the alchemy hall. The youthful vendor smiled cheerfully. Medium-grade blood qi pills, Yi Changqing replied calmly. The grading of pills, talismans, formations, puppets, and various materials is similar to that of magical artifacts, categorized as low, medium, or high grade, corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of qi refinement, respectively. The young vendor explained, originally, medium-grade blood qi pills were priced at 10 spirit stones each. However, with the recent surge in demand due to the popularity of the Tiangang fist, the price has risen to 12 spirit stones. To preempt any haggling from you too, I should mention that low-grade blood qi pills have also increased by 30%. Once those individuals break through from the refining skin realm to the refining flesh realm, medium-grade blood qi pills will become even more expensive. Additionally, some practitioners who do not practice the Tiangang fist are seizing this opportunity to stockpile blood qi pills in hopes of making a profit. How many blood qi pills do you have? Yi Changqing nodded. As the price increase was anticipated, we have an ample supply. The vendor replied confidently. I have brought many from the alchemy hall, knowing that many practice the Tiangang fist, and I aim to profit during this peak period. On regular days, I wouldn't even sell low-grade blood chi pills, as there are hardly any buyers. As he spoke, the vendor produced a small white jade vial from his storage bag. Upon opening the vial, a rich aroma of pills wafted out. Invigorating the senses, the vendor poured out a red pill, suspending it with his magical energy, and smiled. Rest assured, the pills are of excellent quality. Li Xiaofu observed for a moment and nodded slightly. Like Changqing, he was not well versed in alchemy, but seeing that the young vendor wore the alchemy hall's attire, he deemed it trustworthy. Furthermore, he had purchased a breaking stage pill from this very stall a few days prior and successfully broke through to the 4th level of qi refinement. Following that, they exchanged payment for goods. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu each received 20 medium-grade blood qi pills. They did not linger further, opting to depart from the area. The individuals covertly trailing them continued their pursuit, preparing to ambush them on the road. What difference would an extra accomplice make? They still outnumbered. In fact, they were envious of the vendor selling the pills, but could only watch as he pocketed the spirit stones into his storage bag. In the trading district, few possessed storage bags. Those who could carry them were certainly not to be trifled with. Otherwise, their bags would have been snatched away long ago. In the realm of cultivation, alchemy, artifacts, formations, and talismans ranked among the top 4 disciples of the alchemy hall were typically quite affluent, and wealth implied a high level of comprehensive strength, allowing them to utilize resources to enhance their cultivation and purchase talismans and magical artifacts. A group of individuals hastily exited the trading street, their expressions fierce. However, they could not catch sight of Changqing and Li Xiaofu. Realizing too late that their cultivation levels were low, they could not even keep up with them. Each wore expressions of confusion, disappointment, and anger. A select few barely managed to catch a glimpse of Changqing and Li Xiaofu's retreating figures, but soon, they vanished from sight altogether. Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon their pursuit. Upon returning safely to the spirit vein number 350, Changqing handed the materials for concocting poison to Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu replied solemnly, "I will leave these spiritual herbs in your care for the time being. I am going into seclusion to concoct the poison." With that, she entered her room. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu took turns guarding the spiritual herbs, seizing every opportunity to consume blood qi pills to refine their bodies. As always, the longer they could delay any information from leaking, the more advantageous it would be for them. The 3 individuals have yet to reach their respective bottlenecks in cultivation, making it an opportune moment to enhance their abilities. Days later, at the end of the month, the anticipated lottery draw yielded no winnings. Both of their vitality elixirs had been consumed, leaving them unable to advance their mastery of the heavenly gang fist unless they ventured back into the woods to hunt. Regrettably, the current circumstances were rather bleak, with an increase in surveillance. The silver lining, however, was that the news of Sidu Lin's demise had not yet leaked. The downside was that, even without concrete evidence, others from different spiritual veins could surmise that something had transpired here. Either Sidu Lin was dead or gravely injured. His strength significantly diminished. Thus, Changqing and Li Xiaofu found themselves unable to leave the spiritual vein to hunt in the woods. Should their home be pilfered, they would have nowhere to take refuge, inevitably succumbing to hidden ailments that might arise from their aspirations for power. For the time being, they could only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gradually augment their magical power. Relying solely on body refinement, they could likely contend with an ordinary practitioner at the 5th level of qi refinement, and when accounting for their cultivation, they would surpass such practitioners. On this day, Bai Xiuxiu emerged from her seclusion, having broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. She had utilized some materials to elevate her own cultivation, without expending all her resources on poison making. Changqing and Li Xiaofu chose to turn a blind eye to this, as their ignorance of toxins left them ill-equipped to guard against it. Most crucially, the 3 shared a fateful bond, honor and misfortune alike. Bai Xiuxiu's breakthrough also rendered her appearance more youthful, and coupled with her prior practice of the heavenly gang fist, her white hair was nearly imperceptible. Bai Xiuxiu declared, "The poison I have should incapacitate a practitioner at the 4th level of qi refinement. Those at the 5th level might barely withstand it, while the 6th level can easily expel the toxin." Yi Changqing nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired, "Are you able to fully control the 2 locusts on your shoulder?" Bai Xiuxiu replied honestly, "I should be able to stabilize the locust at the 5th level of qi refinement, provided it has not consumed too much flesh and blood. However, I cannot utilize the peak 6th level locust unless absolutely necessary, as it could endanger all practitioners unless a late-stage qi refinement practitioner intervenes." There was no need for concealment. The inheritance of beast taming from Situlin was also grasped by Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu, who could undoubtedly deduce its implications. Furthermore, this served as a warning to Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu to refrain from inciting internal strife in the future, for the peak 6th-level locust could only be subdued by late-stage qi refinement practitioners. In truth, Bai Xiuxiu felt no sense of security, as she had to remain vigilant against the two. Yi Changqing nodded subtly. Although Bai Xiuxiu's locusts were easier to tame than his red-headed centipede, he had the aid of the stone bead. While she was limited to using poison, the toxin crafted by a practitioner at the initial stage of qi refinement could hardly be compared to the enigmatic stone bead. I have no pressing matters. I must prepare the poison in advance, Bai Xiuxiu stated calmly. Very well. Once you have set the poison, let us take turns standing guard. We surmise that even if the information remains undisclosed, others from different spiritual veins will soon take action. Yi Changqing cautioned. A flicker of seriousness crossed Bai Xiuxiu's eyes as she responded. Understood. 5 more days passed. A dozen individuals arrived uninvited, directly at the mountainside. If all went as expected, at least one person from each of the 12 nearby spiritual veins would be present. A few of them appeared familiar. After more than 6 months, Lu Yin had broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement. Her body entwined by several vividly colored poisonous snakes, her graceful figure resembling that of a serpent maiden. Zhuo Qiao lay beside a 7 to 8 meter long python, its girth comparable to that of an adult's waist. Covered in thick, horn-like gray-black scales, exuding an aura of the 4th level of qi refinement, it slightly lifted its massive head, its yellow vertical pupils emanating a chilling presence. Even the spirit herb cultivators standing in the sunlight felt a shiver run down their spine. Some had already collapsed in terror, while others struggled to drag their legs away from the massive serpent. The masked cultivator who had once had a leg severed by Yi Changqing leaned on a cane, exuding a robust vitality, albeit his cultivation had fallen to the 4th level of qi refinement. Another masked cultivator radiated red vitality, his aura matching that of a 5th-level qi refinement practitioner. Gong Ningyun arrived with 3 others, her bow and arrows slung over her shoulder. Though these 3 did not wield golden sabers, Gong Ningyun emanated a faint vitality, clearly indicating that all their resources had been funneled into enhancing her strength. The 4 stood amicably alongside the 2 masked cultivators, as if the previous night's contention over the wolf had never occurred. Indeed, where there exists mutual benefit, there can be partnership. There were also several unfamiliar faces whose backgrounds remained unclear. Yi Changqing, Li Xiaofu, and Bai Xiuxiu took the initiative to approach. A brief survey revealed a man bearing a knife scar the size of an adult centipede on his left cheek, yet he possessed only the cultivation of the 3rd level of qi refinement. The majority were at the 4th level, with a few at the 5th. Among them was a fair-skinned girl in a white dress, wielding a delicate white sword and adorned with a piece of jade. Boasting the cultivation of the 6th level of qi refinement, Bai Xiuxiu, her expression cold, was the first to speak. You all have come uninvited. What is your intention? Zhuo Qiao, noticing the 2 locusts on Bai Xiuxiu's shoulder, wore a slight smile, feigning ignorance. The scarred man suddenly inquired, Is it true that Situlin is dead? Bai Xiuxiu directed her gaze towards him, expressionless as she uttered, He is dead. At this juncture, concealment held no value. It is as I suspected, the scarred man mused, gazing skyward with a hint of nostalgia. Situlin, whether he fell into madness or was ensnared by his own poison, was once a normal person. Just like me, when we entered the Zhengdao Sect together, nearly 2 decades have passed. Of those who came with me, I alone remain. He sighed, a mix of sorrow and reflection lingering in his tone. The scarred man then turned his attention to Yi Changqing and his companions, asking, Who amongst you killed Situlin? It was I, Yi Changqing replied flatly, scrutinizing the man, who he felt posed the greatest danger among the group. Oh, the scarred man expressed surprise. You are merely a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement. It seems you possess some hidden cards. Yi Changqing responded with a calm demeanor. Situlin was already unwell. Otherwise, even with hidden cards, I could not have slain a practitioner at the 7th level of qi refinement. Given that Situlin is dead, who now governs this spiritual vein? The scarred man inquired curiously. We shall jointly manage this spiritual vein, Yi Changqing and the others replied in unison. Ha! The scarred man suddenly erupted in laughter, a mix of emotions flooding his expression. His mood was complex, a blend of elation and sorrow. Situlin, who would have thought you would meet your end so soon? Back then, we acted in concert, committing murders and seizing power. as close as brothers. Alas, such camaraderie was short-lived, for you stabbed me in the back." He shook his head, as if sighing or lamenting. "I have yet to avenge myself. Perhaps this is for the best. The difficulty of seizing the spiritual vein has lessened." Then, addressing Changqing and his companions, the scarred man stated, "If you willingly relinquish control of this spiritual vein and hand over your hidden cards, I can guarantee your safety." Bai Xiuxiu retorted coldly, "If you seek this spiritual vein, let strength speak for itself." The scarred man sighed in resignation. "With so many of us here, even if you three manage to protect the spiritual vein, you will undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Moreover, can you ensure that you will not betray one another in the future? When you all grow stronger, the risk of mutual treachery could cost you your lives, especially when you possess enough spirit stones to pay for bloodshed, and by then, your ransom should also be settled." With nothing to hold back, he continued, "Why not submit to reason now, hand over the spiritual vein, and survive?" Li Xiaofu immediately retorted, "We three will not engage in internal strife. Do not attempt to sow discord. In the Bonwan sect, there exists no such thing as friendship. You three are still far too young," the scarred man replied slowly. "I speak from experience." "Humph," Li Xiaofu scoffed. "We are not like you and Sita Lin." The scarred man dismissed Li Xiaofu's words with a wave of his hand, earnestly advising, "Heed the words of someone who has lived through it. I am a living testament." Yi Changqing expressed disdain, stating, "Do not prattle on. We will not yield the spiritual vein, nor will we engage in internal strife in the future." It was imperative not to fall into their trap. Perhaps the words of the scarred man bear a semblance of truth. Yet his intent is merely to sow discord. Should even one individual harbor ulterior motives and refrain from exerting their full strength during the forthcoming battle, the machinations of the scarred man will have succeeded. Subsequently, Yi Changqing cast a discerning gaze over the gathered dozen or so individuals, attempting to incite discord, and coldly retorted, "I trust you all are inclined to lend this man your support. If you were truly capable of seizing this spiritual vein, how would you propose to distribute the resources thereafter?" Zhuo Xiao, bolstered by the presence of her formidable four-layered qi, refining giant python, exuded an air of authority as she stepped forth to respond on behalf of the others. "Our arrangement is merely a one-time transaction. Once we secure this spiritual vein, we shall receive our rewards. So you need not concern yourself with us." However, the scarred man discerned the undercurrents. Yi Changqing sought to dismantle their collaboration as well. Before Yi Changqing could utter another word, the scarred man bellowed towards the various spiritual cultivators, "When I take charge of this spiritual vein, I will require a few loyal subordinates. Whether you seize this opportunity rests solely in your hands." Upon hearing this proclamation, Lu Zimu felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, disregarding the poison coursing through his bones, and immediately raised his hand to declare, "I wish to nominate you as the sole steward of this spiritual vein." "Very well," the scarred man chuckled, candidly stating, "Though you are but a second-layer qi refiner, and it appears you have resorted to blood-burning techniques to forcefully elevate your cultivation, you possess little potential. Yet, I am fond of subordinates like you. Your lack of potential means I need not fear a dagger in my back. What I value is loyalty. As for the safeguarding of the spiritual vein, I am more than capable of handling that alone." Numerous lower-tier cultivators, lacking in potential, felt a stirring within them upon hearing the scarred man's words. However, due to the poison afflicting them, they hesitated to step forward. They had witnessed firsthand the potency of this toxin. Should Bai Xiuxiu fail to neutralize it, they could suffer excruciating pain, ultimately starving to death. Bai Xiuxiu cast a cold glance at Lu Zimu, her voice icy. "For the sake of our shared entry into the sect, even though I anticipated your betrayal, I allowed you to remain. Refraining from consigning you to the dungeons. I did not expect you to act so swiftly." She had previously cast Lu Zimu aside, subsequently leveraging Sita Lin to seize control of Lu Zimu's spiritual fields. If Lu Zimu were a rational being, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Lu Zimu turned his gaze towards Bai Xiuxiu, clenching his fists, and retorted fiercely, "You retained me here for your own interests. If I were to leave, you would lose a spiritual cultivator under your command. Your awareness of my potential betrayal, yet your decision to keep me here stems from your confidence that I cannot unravel your poison." Bai Xiuxiu offered no defense. Lu Zimu then directed his attention towards Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu, his tone devoid of warmth. "When I fell victim to Sita Lin's injustice, neither of you intervened, which I can comprehend. That night, I sought you both privately, offering my allegiance to any plans you harbored, asking only that you acknowledge my efforts once success was attained. Yet both of you dismissed me. A slight I can still accept. However, at this juncture, Lu Zima gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with fury as he bellowed, "Why did you two conspire behind my back? Why did you earn the moniker of the Dark Knight Duo?" The assemblage of mid-level chi refiners was taken aback. What? So these two are the infamous Dark Knight Duo. Regrettably, the Tiangang fist has lost its value. Yet the Dark Knight Duo had previously oppressed those within my spiritual vein. This was an opportune moment for retribution. The most delighted among them were naturally Zhuo Qiao and Lu Yan, both wearing cold smirks. The grudge from when their cultivation was forcibly taken on the outskirts of the forest could finally be avenged. The grievances from the trading street, where several subordinates had suffered grievous injuries and setbacks in their cultivation, could also be settled. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several vibrant snakes slithered about Lu Yan, flicking their tongues. Lu Yan softly reassured, "Fear not. For he consumed your comrades, and now you may feast upon his limbs." A masked cultivator, missing a leg, narrowed his eyes and spoke, his tone neutral, "Are you suggesting that the two who stole our wolves were indeed the Dark Knight Duo?" Another masked cultivator's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. That night, the individuals who had stolen the wolves were of similar cultivation to Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu. The thieves had mastered the Tiangang fist to the realm of flesh refining. And it was rumored that the Dark Knight Duo had reached the pinnacle of skin refining half a year prior, their physical cultivation matching up as well. The masked cultivator spoke sternly, "Once we capture them, we shall interrogate them thoroughly." The legless cultivator ominously remarked, "My leg was undoubtedly severed by that second-layer chi refiner, Yi Changqing." Yi Changqing chose to ignore the dozen or so individuals, addressing Lu Zima with indifference. "Your lack of caution has led to your current predicament. Consider how you offended Sidu Lin. Collaborating with you then would not only implicate me, but would likely result in unforeseen consequences. If you desired collaboration, you should have proposed it before any misfortune befell you, demonstrating your exceptional capabilities." Finally, Yi Changqing succinctly concluded, "What you have presented makes it exceedingly difficult for me to pursue any schemes with you." Li Xiaofu calmly echoed, "Lu Zimu, your talent is mediocre. You do not fit my criteria." Lu Zimu forced a self-deprecating smile, nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand that it is I who am unworthy." Gazing at Yi Changqing and his companions, he articulated clearly, "Then let us await the outcome. The victor will be revered." By Xiu, her expression unyielding, declared, "Since you have nothing further to say, I shall take action." With that, she lightly gestured, a surge of magical energy erupting from her fingertip. Lu Zimu was instantly engulfed in excruciating poison. Unable to suppress a piercing scream as he writhed upon the ground, the surrounding spiritual cultivators observed Lu Zimu's torment in silence. Poisoned, the scarred man, Zhuo Qiao, and the others exchanged solemn glances, their eyes narrowing slightly. Crafting poisons is a pursuit that cannot be mastered alone. It necessitates a lineage, indicating that Bai Xiu undoubtedly has someone backing her. Bai Xiu surveyed the group, earnestly stating, "If you depart now, I shall harbor no grievances. If you seek battle, then let it be so. One must not display weakness." Upon hearing her words, several individuals began to contemplate retreat, initially clinging to hopes of evading conflict. Believing Bai Xiu's strength relied solely on the locusts at her shoulders, they were taken aback to discover the existence of poison as a trump card. Noticing some wavering among the group, Bai Xiu cautioned, "Do not forget, you have already lingered here for quite some time. This is my territory, and it would be trivial for me to lay traps with poisoned disciples of the Zhengdao Sect. I harbor no desire to engage in conflict with you." Upon hearing this, the dozen or so individuals conducted a mental scan of themselves, their faces collectively paling. Their meridians were rife with a buildup of black toxins. Most of the cultivators were merely at the fourth layer of chi refining, and they were all struck with horror, realizing they could not expel the poison. "I withdraw. I too withdraw. Provide me with the antidote. I wish to leave at once." Witnessing Lu Zimu's agonizing state, they all voiced their positions. Moreover, the reputation of the Dark Knight Duo resonated loudly. The true strength of Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu was far beyond surface appearances. Bai Xiu coldly replied, "I possess no antidote. Return to your respective spiritual veins and keep your distance from me. I can still control the poison from afar. No antidote." The faces of the fourth-layer chi refiners darkened. This effectively placed them under someone's thumb. One individual spoke gravely, "This is quite inappropriate. I am not from the 350th spiritual vein. Why should I be subject to your control?" Bai Xiu disdainfully scoffed, "Had you not come to my spiritual vein, would you have been poisoned?" The individual, finger pointed at Bai Xiu, was still haunted by the echoes of Lu Zimu's anguished screams, ultimately swallowed their words and lowered their hand. Several fifth-layer Qi refiners were still exerting themselves to expel the poison. Realizing that it would take at least the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to dispel the toxin, a mid-grade poison, they recognized the gravity of the situation. The fourth-layer Qi refining giant python seemed largely unscathed. Discussing toxicity without regard for dosage is merely folly, and the size of the python was to blame. The scarred man managed to force the poison from his system, but did not wish for his allies to depart without consequence. He threatened by Xiu, "You have made enemies of a dozen nearby spiritual veins. Are you not afraid?" Upon hearing these words, those unable to expel the poison still believed negotiation was possible. "Give us the antidote, and I shall depart immediately," one individual said, a hint of panic in his voice. "We are all from the same sect. Harmony is paramount," another echoed, though his earlier confidence had begun to wane. "Do you take me for a mere child?" Bai Xiu retorted with disdain. "If you wish for the antidote, return in 3 years, or elevate your cultivation to the 5th level of Qi refinement and expel the poison yourselves. Or alternatively, purchase the antidote with spirit stones." Everyone was acutely aware that buying the antidote was an impossibility. They were not affluent. If they possessed spirit stones for the antidote, it would be wiser to use them to enhance their own cultivation. 3 years is far too long. "Make it 3 days. One person bargained. Sensing the urgency in the crowd, Bai Xiu replied, "To speak frankly, with my current cultivation and alchemical skills, I am unable to concoct the antidote. Even if I wish to assist you now, I find myself powerless." After a pause, she pointed at the feeble Lu Zimu on the ground and offered a cautionary note. "The poison afflicting you differs from his. Should it manifest, the damage to your meridians will severely hinder your ability to circulate your vital energy, making it arduous to convert it into your own magical power. Surely, you do not wish for your cultivation to stagnate or deteriorate." The faces of the 4th-level Qi refinement cultivators were etched with bitterness. "Even if you do not activate the poison, will not your meridians be eroded by it in the future?" one asked gravely. Contemplating the prospect of leaving this place, Bai Xiu smiled lightly. "Do you truly think I would harbor enmity with those possessing 12 nearby spirit veins?" Upon realizing that the poison would not manifest, the individual turned and walked away. Seeing this, the other 4th-level Qi refinement cultivators gradually followed suit. It was hardly worth the risk of lingering for a paltry reward of 20 spirit stones. The scar-faced man remained silent. He too would choose to leave if faced with such a predicament. Lu Yin glanced at Zhuo Qiao, seeking her opinion. Truth be told, she wished to depart, for not only was she poisoned, but so too were several snakes accompanying her. Zhuo Qiao spoke softly. "Since my giant python has awakened, let us venture deeper into the woods to hunt. Ordinary mid-level Qi refinement beasts are no match for my giant python. Once we advance to the 5th level of Qi refinement, the poison will naturally dissipate." "Very well." Lu Yin nodded eagerly. The two departed. While Changqing watched the giant python slither away, nearly drooling. "Well, there will always be other opportunities," he muttered to himself. After a discreet discussion, 2 masked cultivators decided to leave as well, opting for caution. Gong Mingyun, armed with a bow and arrows, also took her 3 4th-level Qi refinement subordinates and departed. During this time, a few 5th-level Qi refinement cultivators also exited, leaving only one 5th-level youth, elegantly holding a folding fan, remaining behind. Changqing and his companions did not fully relax. Those departing 5th-level cultivators might yet return. After all, the antidote could be procured in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Bai Xiu addressed the still-present youth. "Are you not concerned about the possibility of enduring hidden afflictions in the future?" The youth, named Song Shu, gently waved his fan and replied with a calm smile. "You may attempt to activate the poison on me." Bai Xiu's brows furrowed in disbelief as she unleashed a wave of magical energy. As expected, Song Shu remained unfazed, showing no signs of poisoning. The scar-faced man's eyes lit up, only to be followed by a tinge of dissatisfaction as he questioned, "If you can cure the poison, why did you not assist earlier? I could offer you a greater reward." Song Shu shook his head. "You are unaware. I have always been on guard. Thus I did not succumb to the poison." "You?" The scar-faced man was nearly speechless with anger. "Why did you not alert us?" Song Shu explained nonchalantly. "I merely acted out of habit to protect myself. I had no inkling that everyone else would be poisoned." "Forget it." The scar-faced man waved dismissively. "Now it stands 3 against 3. We should still hold the advantage." Suddenly, the girl in the white dress, wielding a slender white sword and at the 6th level of Qi refinement, interjected. The The situation has changed. Should we not renegotiate the terms of our reward? The stakes had risen. Initially, they had a significant numerical advantage, with each person representing their own spirit vein, creating an immense pressure. Who would dare to form enmity with those possessing 12 nearby spirit veins? However, that advantage had dwindled considerably. The girl in white and Song Shu appeared mysterious, and the scar-faced man could not ascertain whether they were indeed affiliated with the nearby spirit veins. Merely crossing paths in pursuit of profit, he himself had no ties to any spirit vein. Thus, should conflict arise, Changqing and his companions would only accrue enmity with 2 nearby spirit veins, and potentially not with others. After being backstabbed by Sido Lin, the scar-faced man had been left with hidden afflictions, his cultivation plummeting to the 3rd level of qi refinement, making it difficult to advance. He was forced to escape the spirit veins and undertake sect missions to slowly accumulate resources, though the yield was meager. Later, a secret realm emerged, and he risked his life to serve as a minefield infantry. Earning some spirit stones, he exchanged these for a body refinement technique, rapidly enhancing his strength, igniting hope for curing his hidden afflictions. Some elixirs and blood sacrifice techniques within the sect could heal his afflictions. However, he currently lacked sufficient contribution points to redeem them. This time, the scar-faced man had secretly returned to investigate Sido Lin's situation, only to discover that Sido Lin had encountered misfortune, and he would not let such a rare opportunity slip away. Managing a spirit vein was far more lucrative than undertaking sect missions. Safe missions offered scant rewards, akin to tasks such as spirit herb cultivation. Conversely, high-reward missions were fraught with peril. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 who ventured into secret realms returned unscathed, while others perished or were grievously injured. The scar-faced man regarded the girl in white. "How many spirit stones do you require?" 300 spirit stones, the girl named Wang Sueki replied casually. "Very well." The scar-faced man acquiesced, even though it would take him a year of managing the spirit vein to recoup those 300 spirit stones. "I too desire 300 spirit stones," Song Shu declared with a smile. Before the scar-faced man could counteroffer, Song Shu confidently added, "Do not be deceived by my mere 5th-level qi refinement. I am far superior to those of the same tier." Agreed. The scar-faced man nodded once more. Subsequently, all 6 individuals prepared for battle. On the 350 spirit vein, the air was noticeably tense, and the atmosphere weighed heavily. The spirit herb cultivators retreated far away. Whether Changqing and his companions would repel the scar-faced man and his ilk, or be defeated, seemed to hold little significance for them. After all, they were merely pawns in this game. Should both sides suffer, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of opportunity to alter their fates. Yet, the recent influx of mid-level qi refinement cultivators had left them feeling increasingly powerless. Even if they managed to seize the position of steward, could they maintain it? Lu Zimu, lying on the ground, was in such pain that he could scarcely speak. Utterly drained, he hoped that the scar-faced man would capture this spirit vein. Then, the suffering he endured would be deemed worthwhile. Currently, he could not reach the level of Changqing and his companions. But once this battle concluded, he would relish the chance to humiliate them. The scar-faced man directed his gaze towards Song Shu. "I can easily deal with that 4th-level cultivator. Can you handle the one wielding poison?" "She still has 2 locusts perched upon her shoulder." Song Shu smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. Those 2 locusts were forcibly taken from her and will surely possess flaws. Poison is her true trump card." Observing Song Shu's confidence, the scar-faced man enveloped himself in a layer of earthy golden energy and charged directly at Li Xiaofu. Body refinement. Changqing and his companions' pupils dilated slightly. "Let us see whether my earth refinement technique is superior, or your heavenly gang fist prevails." As the words left his mouth, the scar-faced man had already reached Li Xiaofu, his fist cutting through the air with a piercing sound as it struck down toward him. So fast, Li Xiaofu's blood surged, and he crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Simultaneously, a water barrier materialized before him, an advanced-level water barrier technique, effortlessly summoned with a thought. Bang! Li Xiaofu's entire body was sent flying several paces, and he shouted, "Muscle refinement level." The scar-faced man wasted no time. As Li Xiaofu was propelled backward, he swiftly lunged forward again, relentlessly swinging his fist to deny Li Xiaofu any respite. Bang! 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 The cacophony of impacts echoed continuously. Bai Xiuxiu contemplated unleashing poison to assist Li Xiaofu, but Song Shu gestured with his folding fan. unleashing 3 razor-sharp wind blades at a magical artifact. Bai Xiuxiu deftly evaded while conjuring a defensive light shield, discreetly leaving behind a trail of poison and directing the 5th-layer Qi refinement locust to pounce upon Song Shu. Faced with the locust of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, Song Shu nonchalantly waved his folding fan. The gust of wind generated effortlessly, sending the locust flying. A playful smile graced Song Shu's face as he remarked, "I shall only restrain you from a distance. You will not poison me. Furthermore, your 5th-layer locust is hardly impressive." With that, he waved his fan again, unleashing 3 blades of wind that shot forth with alarming speed. Bai Xiuxiu's brows furrowed in utmost seriousness. Having been seen through, it would be exceedingly difficult to ensnare this individual with poison. Moreover, this person could fend off a 5th-layer locust with naught but a fan, simultaneously finding openings to strike at her. Magical artifacts require one's own spiritual power to activate. I can only bide my time. She cast a glance at Li Xiaofu, anxiously hoping he could hold on. Yi Changqing was equally unable to extricate himself, as a slender white sword bore down upon him. In the distance, the girl in the white dress extended 2 fingers with one hand, occasionally waving them, performing sword control technique. A 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator was indeed formidable. He could only engage closely and deploy his trump card. Yi Changqing maintained his composure, channeling all his spiritual power into his feet, glancing towards Li Xiufu's side, where the situation appeared bleak. Li Xiufu was merely enduring blows. Were it not for Li Xiaofu's 4th-layer cultivation, he would find it difficult to withstand the 3rd-layer scarred man's attacks. The disparity in their physical cultivation was simply too vast. Li Xiaofu noticed the concerned gazes of Yi Changqing, and Bai Xiuxiu directed at him and immediately shouted, "I can hold on." He did not wish for them to err in haste. The scarred man grinned maliciously. Whether you can hold on or not is not something mere words can ascertain. As he spoke, the scarred man unleashed another flurry of 7 or 8 punches. The defensive light shield before Li Xiufu dimmed significantly. Yi Changqing averted his gaze, continuing to flee. Suddenly, the white sword accelerated, lunging toward the back of Yi Changqing. Just in time, Yi Changqing thought, and a layer of wooden light shield abruptly manifested on his back. The perfected wood shield technique. Bang! The slender sword pierced through the wooden shield effortlessly, unleashing a tumultuous wave of spiritual energy. With the force of this energy, Yi Changqing propelled himself closer to Wang Sueki. Seeing this, Wang Sueki frowned slightly. She prepared to mobilize the white sword to pursue Yi Changqing. She was horrified to discover that his speed had not diminished. Logically, after the shockwave dissipated, his speed should have decreased. Has this person been concealing his cultivation? Unbeknownst to her, Yi Changqing had just drawn upon the spiritual energy within the stone bead. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward, his fingertips laced with black poison, aimed directly at the chest of the girl in the white dress. The poison of the red-headed centipede, a superior-grade toxin. Wang Sueki's complexion paled, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over her. Her instincts warned her that the poison at Yi Changqing's fingertips was not to be trifled with. As she stepped back, she swiftly drew a golden talisman from her sleeve, channeling her spiritual energy into it. The talisman exploded like a bomb, enveloping her in a dazzling golden barrier, a middle-grade golden bell talisman. Yet, the poison at Yi Changqing's fingertips pierced through the golden bell shield as if it were mere paper. Wang Sueki's expression shifted drastically. It was only now that she realized the poison was of superior quality, and the golden bell shield had been corroded. With no time to scream for help, the poison was about to make contact with her skin. Wang Sueki continued to retreat, hastily producing a white talisman from her sleeve, a superior-grade wind talisman. She opted to increase the distance between herself and Yi Changqing. How does she possess so many talismans? With the ability to afford talismans and magical artifacts, she hardly resembles someone from a nearby spiritual vein. A spirit planter could not afford such items. Yi Changqing's brow furrowed as he reached out with his left hand, determined to prevent the girl in the white dress from utilizing her talismans. Smack! Yi Changqing firmly grasped Wang Sueki's delicate hand, the white talisman lying between them. Both parties simultaneously infused their spiritual energy into the talisman. Yi Changqing cared not for the nature of the talisman. At worst, they would suffer together, for he had trained in the celestial fist and was well fortified. You! Wang Sueki fumed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. She had never before been seized by a man. The pain of his grip compelled her to struggle against him. Yet, Yi Changqing, being a body cultivator, possessed immense strength. Even though Wang Sueki was a sixth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, she could not break free. Yi Changqing felt no sympathy. The girl before him sought to harm him. Moreover, having finally closed the distance, he could not allow her to escape. This opportunity was fleeting, and Wang Sueki was already on guard. Getting close again would prove difficult. His right fingertips continued to advance toward the chest of the girl before him, just as he was about to make contact with her fair skin. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The turquoise jade pendant at Wang Sueki's chest emitted a gentle azure glow, dispersing the black poison, which rapidly dissipated into the air. Furthermore, Yi Changqing's fingertips were repelled, as if cast aside by a fierce gale, a rare treasure. Yi Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to suppress his exclamation, he had presumed it to be an ordinary jade pendant, having spent over a year at the Zhengdao Sect. He was aware that certain magical artifacts could store spiritual energy and activate without drawing upon one's own power. Talismans were single-use, while rare treasures could be employed multiple times. When depleted, they could be replenished with spiritual energy. Those who possessed rare treasures typically held considerable wealth, having either encountered fortuitous events or possessed a notable background. Simultaneously, the wind talismans in both their hands were shattered by the surge of their spiritual energy, unleashing a torrent of power that sent both of them hurtling backward. Yi Changqing crashed to the ground, sliding several dozen feet away, his left hand feeling numb. Were it not for his attainment in body cultivation, his hand would have likely suffered a shattering fracture. Conversely, Wang Sueki, being a sixth-layer cultivator and protected by her turquoise treasure, landed with little harm. Yi Changqing performed a swift roll, regaining his footing, and dashed toward the distant white sword. At that moment, Wang Sueki had devoted her entire focus to self-preservation, leaving no surplus energy for her sword control technique. By the time she reacted, the slender white sword was already firmly in Yi Changqing's grasp. In mere moments, the battle's intensity had reached a brief lull, as Li Xiaofu, the scarred man, Bai Xiuxiu, and Song Shu glanced over. Return the sword. Wang Sueki gritted her teeth, her fingers forming a spell, yet the sword remained firmly in Yi Changqing's grasp. The memory of being so firmly held by him only fueled her fury. In your dreams, Yi Changqing called back, racing toward Li Xiaofu's battlefield. Aiding him was of utmost priority. Yi Changqing had little faith that Wang Sueki could restrain him without the aid of magical artifacts. Wang Sueki trembled with rage. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Shu furrowed his brow. He immediately ceased his assault on Bai Xiuxiu and shouted toward Yi Changqing, "Return the sword, and we shall cease our hostilities." Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing slowed his pace, exchanging glances with Bai Xiuxiu. Be careful, Bai Xiuxiu cautioned, directing the fifth-layer locust toward Li Xiaofu. Her concern was not for Yi Changqing himself, but rather their shared interests. Yi Changqing appraised the sword in his hand. Intricate patterns swirled, leaving one dizzy. This sword possesses exceptional quality. Yi Changqing regarded Song Shu and Wang Sueki with caution. Song Shu scoffed, "You naive bumpkin," unable to recognize the quality of this sword. Yi Changqing remained unfazed, responding with composure. "If this sword is indeed of high quality, why should I return it? Would it not be better for me to keep it or sell it?" Song Shu's expression darkened immediately. His words had been too easily drawn out. "If you refuse to return the sword, do not blame us for being relentless. Should it come to that, do not be surprised if we summon others to retrieve it." Yi Changqing squinted, carefully considering. These two indeed appeared formidable. Unlike those from the nearby spiritual veins, the threat they posed was largely credible. "What spiritual vein do you belong to nearby?" he probed, reluctant to part with the acquired artifact. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Song Shu, with an air of arrogance, replied slowly, "Who told you we belong to a nearby spiritual vein? I am the great-grandson of a Gu master, to speak candidly. Although we are both members of the Zhengdao Sect, it is evident that you and I are destined to inhabit different worlds in the future. I possess a grandfather with foundational cultivation. He is practically guaranteed access to foundational elixirs or the qualification for blood sacrifice to establish a foundation. Conversely, even if you manage to preserve this spiritual vein, success in establishing a foundation remains beyond your reach." Upon hearing the term Gu Dao Ren, Yi Changqing's heart raced. Though he endeavored to maintain a calm expression, he felt an urge to inquire when the Gu Dao Ren would manifest, but in an effort to avoid revealing any unusual behavior, Yi Changqing turned to Wang Sueki. "Whose great-grandson are you exactly?" "You are the grandson." Wang Sueki's delicate face flushed crimson once more, her anger flaring. My grandfather is a second-tier artifact refiner from the artifact refining hall. Return my sword at once. Yi Changqing gave a slight nod, weighing the white slender sword in his hand, murmuring, I see. This sword was crafted by your father. With that, Yi Changqing abruptly shifted his gaze to Song Shu. Shaking the sword in his hand, how will you prove that you are the great-grandson of Gu Daoren? Song Shu replied with a hint of amusement, if my spirit pet were to reveal itself. Blood would surely be shed. Are you certain you want me to present evidence? Do you think I am easily intimidated? Yi Changqing regarded him with disdain, but if you truly are the great-grandson of Gu Daoren, do you know where he currently is? Is he on a mission outside the sect, or is he in seclusion? If on a mission, where exactly? If in seclusion, when will he emerge? Yi Changqing had not detected any spirit pets around Song Shu, leading him to believe the only possibility was a symbiotic Gu, akin to that red-headed centipede. Yi Changqing was well aware of the pros and cons of symbiotic Gus. A moment's carelessness could result in a backlash. Hence he felt little concern over Song Shu unleashing a spirit pet to attack. Meanwhile, the anxious voice of the scarred man could be heard. What are you two doing? Listening to Yi Changqing's words, Song Shu felt a simmering anger rise within him. He had never been questioned in such a manner before. Just then, the scarred man's voice pierced through again. What are you two doing? Stop the noise. Song Shu retorted angrily. The scarred man, facing two opponents, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Although he had cultivated the earth refining technique to the muscle refinement realm, his own cultivation was merely at the third level of qi refinement. He was already on the brink of defeating Li Xiaofu, yet Bai Xiuxiu had unleashed locusts and poison from a distance to interfere, leaving the outcome still unresolved. Both Li Xiaofu and Bai Xiuxiu were not ordinary practitioners. They surpassed their peers at the same level. The scarred man, hearing Song Shu's angry retort, chose not to respond immediately. He sensed that Song Shu and Wang Sueki were of notable status and could not be easily offended. Reluctantly, he continued to face two opponents. Song Shu turned his icy gaze back to Yi Changqing. Return the sword in your hand, or I will unleash my spirit pet to bite you. Yi Changqing feigned indifference. Why should I show you any courtesy? You cannot provide evidence proving you are the great-grandson of Gu Daoren. Are you threatening to unleash insects on me? Or perhaps you could divulge Gu Daoren's whereabouts. As an ordinary qi refinement disciple would likely be unaware of a foundation establishment practitioner's movements. With a smile, Yi Changqing then turned to Wang Sueki, under the condition that this spiritual vein remain safeguarded. I shall return your sword. Pausing, he pointed toward the distant Song Shu, proudly declaring, Remember, it is I who returns your sword. He has offered no assistance. The practitioners of foundation establishment, indeed, he could not provoke, and the security of this sword was tenuous. However, extracting information about Gu Daoren was imperative. For him, such intelligence was far more valuable than this sword. With the right information, he could plan ahead and have certainty in his heart. The days spent in uncertainty regarding Gu Daoren's appearance felt like an eternity. Song Shu, witnessing Yi Changqing's refusal to allow him to play the hero and save the damsel, felt his murderous intent swell. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to rein in his fury that he could release the Gu. And even if its cultivation exceeded his by 2 or 3 levels, it would not pose too great an issue. He could seek Gu Daoren for resolution. Yet, doing so would reflect poorly on him. And it would disrupt Gu Daoren's seclusion, likely incurring his wrath that Gu Daoren had more than one kin. The lack of favoritism would result in receiving only scant resources that asked for Gu Daoren's wealth. Song Shu was not particularly informed. For instance, he was unaware that Situ Lin was merely a pawn of Gu Daoren. With a cold voice, Song Shu asserted, My grandfather will emerge from seclusion within a year. Believe it or not. Yi Changqing responded with a smile. Of course, I believe you. Why would you disrespect and slander a foundation establishment practitioner without cause? A maximum of 1 year's time. Yi Changqing maintained a smile, yet felt an unprecedented weight in his heart, one that surpassed even the despair he felt when sold to the Zhengdao Sect. The disparity in strength between qi refinement practitioners and foundation establishment practitioners was monumental. It was said that a single drop of liquid mana from a foundation establishment practitioner surpassed the total mana of a perfected qi refinement practitioner. Only by establishing a foundation could he hope to contend with Gu Daoren. And that hope was merely a flicker. Initially, he had learned from Situ Lin that Gu Daoren possessed the legacy of symbiotic Gus, something that other foundation establishment practitioners who could command beasts did not possess, indicating Gu Daoren's formidable standing among them. This was assuming that Yi Changqing could indeed establish a foundation within a year that I in that time frame. It was likely that only certain innate holy bodies could successfully establish a foundation. Even those with exceptional spiritual roots would be pressed for time. How could he possibly establish a foundation? The stone pearl merely alleviated his current bottleneck. He could not bypass the steps of absorbing spiritual energy. Furthermore, even if he established a foundation, how would he explain his meteoric rise in cultivation, transforming true energy into essence, establishing a foundation through the physical body? It was feasible. Yet, the resources required for physical foundation establishment exceeded that of ordinary 3 spiritual root practitioners. In a year, how could he accumulate resources worth nearly 50,000 spiritual stones? I can only escape the sect first. Yi Changqing endeavored to maintain his composure. Outside the sect was even more perilous than within. The tracking power of the token only covered a radius of several 100,000 miles around the Zhengdao Sect. If someone were to pursue him, there would be no need to pay for an assassin. I need to enhance my strength swiftly. I have the stone pearl. Yi Changqing conceived a bold idea. This notion might very well be unprecedented. Song Shu, with an impassive expression, commanded, "Return the sword immediately." Yi Changqing shook his head. The battle over there is not yet concluded. I fear that returning the sword will prompt you to act against me. Before Song Shu could speak, Yi Changqing continued, "You have a foundation establishment practitioner as your backing. Do you think I would dare deceive you? As long as the spiritual vein is preserved, I will certainly return it." Song Shu immediately called out to the scarred man, "We will forego our reward. You handle this 1-on-3 situation yourself." The scarred man, unwilling to concede so easily, gritted his teeth. "I will add an extra 100 spiritual stones for each of you." Ha ha ha. Song Shu scoffed. "Are you trying to beg for alms? We came to assist you. Do you truly believe we are here for the spiritual stones? We merely find this amusing and entertaining." Seeing that Song Shu remained unmoved, the scarred man helplessly ceased his attack. He retreated to a safe distance. Then approached Song Shu, ingratiatingly stating, "Young Master Song, I was blind not to recognize your greatness. I hope you will not hold it against me." Song Shu ignored the scarred man's flattery, fixing his gaze on Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing smilingly reminded, "Young Master Song is undoubtedly a man of his word, who would not go back on his promises." Wang Sueki was nearby. It seemed unlikely that Song Shu would turn hostile at this moment. With that, Yi Changqing tossed the white slender sword. Instead of catching it directly, Song Shu used his mana to levitate the sword and then guided it to Wang Sueki. She took the sword and promptly turned to leave. A shadow flickered in Song Shu's eyes, but he soon resumed his demeanor, left hand behind his back, right hand gently waving a folding fan, exuding the air of a refined gentleman as he smiled and departed. The scarred man hurriedly followed behind Song Shu, once again flattering him, "Young Master Song, today it was my fault for not allowing you to enjoy yourself. I hope you can forgive me. If you do not mind, I am willing to follow you and atone for my mistakes." Song Shu replied coolly, "What is your name?" "I am Zhengdao, as steadfast as iron." The scarred man grinned. Ha ha ha. Song Shu laughed. "With your appearance, you call yourself steadfast as iron. Henceforth, refrain from addressing me by that name. It pales in comparison to the imposing moniker of Zhengdao Bao, and my gratitude extends to young Master Song for bestowing a name upon me." Those cultivators of the 5th layer of Qi who departed earlier did not venture far. They all contemplated expelling the poison from their bodies before returning. While they may not provide assistance in times of need, they can certainly enhance our situation. After all, there are rewards to be gained. However, upon witnessing that Song Shu and his companions had not subdued this spiritual vein, they were left with no choice but to abandon their intentions. They inwardly lamented. Who would have thought these 3 possess such formidable strength? Following today's battle, Yi Changqing and his companions have firmly established their presence. The cultivators of the 5th layer of Qi would undoubtedly hesitate to offend us again, unless someone orchestrated a deliberate scheme. Yi Changqing approached Li Xiaofu, inquiring, "Are you well?" "No harm done. Merely a minor injury without lingering afflictions," Li Xiaofu replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His entire form swollen, sporting bruises of various hues across his body. Yi Changqing nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Xiuxiu furrowed her brow and asked, "Yi, do you have feelings for that maiden in the white dress? Or is there another motive?" Yi Changqing feigned surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Bai Xiuxiu stated plainly, "You don't wish for Song Shu to outshine you before the girl, do you?" Yi Changqing earnestly explained. One must gather intelligence on the enemy. Now that we know he is the great-grandson of a Gu master, you should be able to surmise that he has the ability to command beasts. Glancing at the two locusts resting on Bai Xiuxiu's shoulder, Yi Changqing cautioned, "Be wary lest your locusts be taken from you." Bai Xiuxiu sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint it. As for my spiritual pets, I will exercise caution without your concern. Bai Xiuxiu regarded Yi Changqing with a serious expression. With Song Shu having a foundation establishment cultivator as his backing, he should not face difficulties in daily life. We must be wary of potential retaliation in the future and prepare for the worst. Yi Changqing nodded in agreement. Bai Xiuxiu then inquired, "Do you have any plans?" After contemplation, she added, "He is primarily angered by you. While Li Xiaofu and I may suffer collateral damage, you will undoubtedly bear the brunt." Yi Changqing responded with resignation, "I am considering fleeing." Both Bai Xiuxiu and Li Xiaofu were taken aback. "Brother Yi, are you willing to abandon this spiritual vein? Although it is merely a first-tier spiritual vein, it yields a stable income each year, representing considerable wealth for cultivators at the mid-Qi refinement stage." Yi Changqing spoke earnestly. "Once we reach the late Qi refinement stage, we will undoubtedly seek greater resources to plan for foundation establishment. Will there be enough resources from this vein for us to share?" The words of that scarred man hold merit. Even without the threat posed by the Gu master's great-grandson, I would not linger here for long. After a pause, Yi Changqing turned to his companions and suggested, "Why don't we open our hearts and plan for the future?" Li Xiaofu slowly nodded, pondering aloud. "Deacon Liao from the enforcement hall has connections. I will likely go to the enforcement hall in the future. Although he is greedy, I have painted a grand vision for him, and he should not merely take my money without providing assistance." Previously, Li Xiaofu had assured Liao Xiaojie that he would return to check on the Li family's situation. Should his grandfather still be alive and possess a legacy, he would offer it to Liao Xiaojie. Bai Xiuxiu remarked, "So, this spiritual vein will belong solely to me in the future. How do you wish to divide the resources?" Since this spiritual vein was jointly guarded by the three, even if she were to manage it alone in the future, she could not monopolize the resources. Yi Changqing mused, "What if I were to receive all the harvest from this year? In exchange, I would take nothing from the future profits of this spiritual vein. The Gu master would emerge from his seclusion within a year. He must escape the Zhengdao Sect before that. Moreover, with his ransom not yet fully repaid, he is not yet a free man and cannot leave the sect in 3 to 4 months. Yi Changqing's time at Zhengdao Sect will reach 2 years, during which he has already earned 800 spirit stones. However, due to his previously low strength and lack of security, repaying the ransom was not the immediate priority. Rather, he needed to utilize resources to elevate his power. The law here is that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Bai Xiuxiu firmly replied, "Absolutely not. If you were to use these resources to enhance your cultivation and rapidly increase your strength, I would be in peril. You cannot possibly believe that our current joint guardianship of this spiritual vein would lead me to trust you completely." Yi Changqing had only been testing the waters. And as expected, Bai Xiuxiu did not acquiesce. "Then what do you propose?" Yi Changqing asked. "In the future, even if you two are not present at the spiritual vein, I can provide you both with 10% of the profits each year." Bai Xiuxiu replied, "10% is too little. Let it be 25%. I will need to invest considerable effort into managing this to prevent others from encroaching upon the spiritual vein, which will significantly impact my cultivation. Thus, I can only offer 10%. 10% is truly insufficient." After prolonged negotiations, before Li Xiufu departed from the spiritual vein, they settled on a 40-60 split, with Yi Changqing receiving 20%. After Li Xiufu's departure, it became 70-30, with Bai Xiuxiu obtaining 70%. Bai Xiuxiu then asked, "Will you still go hunting?" Her vitality had yet to fully recover, and she required spiritual meat. However, with the rampant Tian Gangfist, the prices of vitality pills and spiritual meat had surged. Purchasing them outright was not cost-effective, so it was better to accompany others to hunt. Li Xiaofu replied, "I need to recover from my injuries first." Yi Changqing thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Now that everyone nearby knows who the Night Twin heroes are, venturing into the woods to hunt may lead to being besieged. We have offended too many people in the past. For now, I must first break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement before embarking on a hunt. That seems prudent. Li Xiaofu agreed with a nod. "I will first take Lu Zimu to the prison," Bai Xiuxiu announced before leaving. When Sita Lin was still alive, 2 individuals had committed suicide, and 3 others had failed their ambush and were sent to prison. even though the spiritual vein now lacked spiritual planters. Lu Zimu could not remain here. That it was necessary to execute a warning to deter others from witnessing the consequences of betrayal. Brother Yi, I am going into seclusion to heal. Li Xiaofu bid farewell. Yi Changqing nodded in acknowledgement and retreated to his dwelling to enter seclusion. He harbored a rather audacious idea. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Yi Changqing slowly closed his eyes and examined the spiritual energy within the stone orb. The quantity of spiritual energy far exceeded 7 or 8 times that of the mana within his dantian. To avoid exposing my secret, I have refrained from using this spiritual energy directly to enhance my cultivation. Otherwise, it would suffice for me to reach the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement or even the 7th layer. Since I cannot utilize this energy for cultivation, could I perhaps condense it into liquid mana and directly establish my foundation? One of the functions of this stone orb is to serve as a second dantian. If I can condense liquid mana, my hidden cultivation would far surpass my visible level, granting me confidence when departing the sect. Yi Changqing commenced the process of compressing the spiritual energy with his spiritual sense, watching as the misty clusters of energy gradually shrank. The 3 pivotal barriers of foundation establishment: the vitality barrier, the mana barrier, and the spiritual sense barrier. The spiritual sense barrier refers to compressing the misty mana into a liquid state using 1's spiritual sense. Thus, a drop of liquid mana from a foundation establishment cultivator would surpass the total mana of a perfected qi refinement cultivator. Although aided by the stone orb, Yi Changqing began to perspire profusely after merely a breath of effort. His complexion pale and head spinning, feeling quite fatigued. Reluctantly, he allowed himself a brief respite. Were he to compress mana within his dantian in such a manner, it would undoubtedly explode like a bomb. Entering his dantian, however, within the stone orb, this misty mana maintained its compressed form. My cultivation is low. My soul remains too weak. Yi Changqing wiped the sweat from his brow, and after a moment of rest, he resumed compressing the mana. Thus, days and nights passed, and half a year slipped away unnoticed. During this time, no one dared to challenge the spiritual vein again. The individuals around the spiritual vein would likely refrain from provoking us. It remained unclear what thoughts occupied Song Shu's mind. Aside from compressing mana daily, Yi Changqing devoted less than a moment to enhancing his visible cultivation, careful not to progress too swiftly. On one particular day, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, prompting him to directly employ the Changqing technique to break through. He possessed a breaking through pill, which he would naturally not consume. This mid-grade breaking through pill could be exchanged for spirit stones in the future, which was far more advantageous. In no time, the mana within his dantian surged significantly, elevating him to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Along with this increase, his spirit also flourished. With the enhancement of my spirit, the efficiency of compressing spiritual energy will rise as well. Let us seize this momentum. Yi Changqing observed the mist-like spiritual energy within the stone orb, which had shrunk to the size of fine sand. If there were ample spiritual energy, such a small clump would have long since transformed into liquid spiritual energy. But alas, the spiritual energy within his stone orb was inherently scarce. He continued to compress it, resting whenever fatigue set in a repetitive cycle. Finally, after 10 days, this clump of spiritual energy was compressed into liquid form. It was no larger than a grain of powder. Yi Changqing steadied his anxious yet exhilarated thoughts. The next step was to test his hypothesis. He carefully moved this minuscule droplet of liquid spiritual energy into his dantian. In an instant, he felt as if he had undergone a profound transformation. As if the entire world had been turned upside down. The world perceived by a foundation establishment cultivator. The stone orb spared him the intricate steps of circulating through multiple small cycles. Yet the benefits were by no means diminished. The moment the droplet of liquid spiritual energy entered his dantian, it had already refined his entire being. Yi Changqing felt his spirit suddenly strengthen, his 5 senses becoming extraordinarily acute. At the moment he broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, his spirit surged significantly, allowing him to hear ordinary sounds from 100 meters away. However, compared to the transformation of liquid spiritual energy into his own mana, this was trivial. Yi Changqing could now hear subtle sounds from hundreds of meters away, on the higher patches of spiritual fields on the mountainside. 2 spiritual cultivators were quietly discussing this year's harvest. Even farther into the fields, the buzzing of mosquitoes was easily discernible. Yi Changqing felt as though the entire world had become overwhelmingly noisy. He withdrew his focus. Even with his eyes closed, he could see everything within a 3 millimeter radius. Only after a chi refinement cultivator successfully established their foundation could they project their spiritual awareness outward. Commonly referred to as spiritual sense, he could perceive even the powder that was invisible to the naked eye. The air was filled with spiritual energy that was usually undetectable, yet now it was vividly clear to him. Although the naked eye could not penetrate the floorboards, Changqing was able to see through them. He pondered that a foundation establishment cultivator could project their spiritual awareness up to 10 zhang, 30 meters. Amused, this must be a fraction of that. Foundation Establishment Realm.as. He was unaware of the mana levels of Foundation Establishment cultivators. He could only gauge his own realm by the distance of his spiritual awareness projection. The mana contained within this droplet of liquid spiritual energy was comparable in concentration to that of a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, meaning Changqing was now akin to a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. However, due to this powder droplet of liquid mana, his spirit strength evidently surpassed that of a perfected Qi refinement cultivator. In the past, the spiritual energy within the stone orb could only be stored. A rapid advancement in cultivation would expose my secret. Now, I will compress as much liquid spiritual energy as exists within the stone orb, secretly enhancing my cultivation. Changqing could not contain his joy. His diligent efforts over the past 6 months had finally yielded a droplet of liquid mana. One must not underestimate this droplet, for it greatly augmented his spirit, enhancing the efficiency of absorbing, transforming, and compressing spiritual energy moving forward in the future. The process of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense it into a powder-like liquid mana might only take a few hours. Moreover, the greater the quantity of liquid mana, the stronger his spirit would become, further amplifying the efficiency of sensing, absorbing, and compressing spiritual energy. Eventually, condensing a droplet that could surpass the total cultivation of perfected Qi refinement cultivators might take merely 3 to 5 days. To avoid arousing suspicion, Changqing moved this droplet of liquid mana back into the stone orb. Instantly, he felt a sense of emptiness, his sole desire being to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet his spirit remained robust. As his realm was firmly established, he gradually absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, storing some mist-like spiritual energy within the stone orb, to guard against potential dangers that might expose his liquid mana due to insufficient power. Despite intentionally slowing his absorption rate, the strength of his spirit allowed a steady stream of spiritual energy to flow into the stone orb like a gentle stream on the mountain peak. Li Shufu and Bai Xiuxiu were busy cultivating. This area was merely a first-tier spiritual vein, and recklessly absorbing energy would surely reveal their activities. After a moment, glancing at the red-headed centipede within the stone orb, Changqing smiled faintly. He formed hand seals, re-engraving his spiritual imprint onto the spirit of the red-headed centipede. With a thought, the red-headed centipede appeared before him. It had been over half a year since the centipede had last eaten. Yet it was not in danger of starvation. The centipede's many legs, once shattered by Changqing, had begun to regrow. Nervously, the red-headed centipede regarded Changqing. Over the past 6 months, it had come to realize the terrifying aspects of its master. Confined within the stone orb, it was utterly powerless, completely at the mercy of Changqing, its very life resting upon his whims, more fearsome than the soul contracts of a Gu master. Additionally, there was the terrifying aspect of being in the stone orb, where time and space were rendered meaningless. Though it was alive, it felt as though it were dead. Changqing connected with the red-headed centipede through his spirit. If you can erase my spirit imprint, I will let you go. The centipede hesitated, attempting to erase Changqing's spirit. Suddenly, it was struck by a profound shock. It found itself utterly incapable of removing it. The spirit imprint that could be erased in a mere 2 or 3 breaths had now become indelible. Subsequently, the red-headed centipede was overwhelmed with complex emotions. How many years had it spent within the stone orb? How had the spirit of the one before it grown so formidable? What was the cultivation level of this individual? The centipede did not wish for this to be true. The days when it could feast upon its master's flesh and blood were now irrevocably lost. If it did not submit, death would be its only fate. The centipede expressed its complete acknowledgement of Changqing as its master, hoping that he would not imprison it within that void of timelessness and spacelessness. Now, it sought mercy. We shall see how you perform henceforth. With a thought, Changqing drew the red-headed centipede back into the stone orb. Then, he gazed thoughtfully. In less than half a year, the Gu Master will emerge from seclusion. Once he learns of Situlin's demise and conducts a minor investigation, discovering that I killed Situlin and was not devoured by the red-headed centipede, he will surely deduce that I harbor a secret. Next, I must repay the ransom and escape from the Zhengdao Sect. The farther the better. Yi Changqing opened the door and stepped outside, preparing to form a hunting party. Haha, you've broken through, Li Xiaofu laughed heartily. Having felt Yi Changqing's subtly radiating aura, you haven't even inspected the spiritual fields on the mountainside in over half a year. I wonder how things are in the depths of the forest now. With so many people cultivating the Tiangang fist, are there still spirit beasts? Yi Changqing asked with a hint of gravity. Hunting spirit beasts was currently the quickest way to earn money. Li Xiaofu replied slowly. In the past 6 months, I've visited the trading streets several times and learned that the mid-stage qi refinement spirit beasts in the depths of the forest have indeed decreased. Consequently, conflicts over spirit beasts among people have become frequent. However, injuries are common, with no fatalities. Thus, the sect receives no compensation for deaths, and the corpse puppet hall receives no bodies. After noticing this trend, the sect issued 2 decrees. First, those who wish to hunt must now submit spirit stones, calculated by the day, at a rate of 10 stones per day. That if left unchecked, the spirit beasts will be eradicated. Therefore, hunting now still yields spirit beasts. Second, the Tiangang fist must not be resold privately. With the low price at which the technique can be acquired, the sect's heritage pavilion could no longer profit. As a result, the price of mid-grade qi blood pills in the trading street has remained stable at 12 to 13 spirit stones. Without further increases, the number of people practicing the Tiangang fist is not as many as one might imagine. Yi Changqing nodded with a smile. Time was of the essence. They should set off now. Li Xiaofu smiled slightly. All right, I've been waiting for you to emerge. The exchange between the two naturally reached by Xiuxiu's ears, her vitality yet to be fully restored. After several discussions, and having shared experiences in combating foes together, the 3 decided to journey as one. Although an additional companion meant an extra daily cost of 10 spirit stones for hunting, the potential to capture more formidable and higher-ranked demons made the endeavor worthwhile. However, they had scarcely stepped out of the spiritual vein when the inevitable occurred. The colossal python that Yi Changqing had been preoccupied with was indeed among them, just as Yi Changqing and the others emerged from the mountainside. A scarred man, accompanied by a dozen others, ascended from the foot of the mountain. Most of these individuals had been present during their previous encounter, except for Song Shu and Wang Sueki. Sensing the aura of a 4th-level qi refining practitioner emanating from the scarred man, Yi Changqing's group instantly adopted a solemn demeanor. The scarred man approached with measured strides, a smile on his face, and spoke first. For the past 6 months, I have been attending to young Master Song's affairs, and I truly have had no time for you. Fortunately, my efficiency in tasks earned me a healing pill from young Master Song, which has cured my long-standing ailment and restored my cultivation to the 4th level of qi refining. Many hidden ailments of qi refining practitioners can indeed be treated with various pills. The high cost of these healing pills is merely a narrative spun by qi refining practitioners without power or connections. If those at the foundation establishment stage or the nascent soul stage were to suffer from hidden ailments, only rare healing pills would suffice, and those are truly exorbitant, the scarred man continued. Half a year ago, I suffered a setback due to my low cultivation. Today, I intend to claim this spiritual vein. Bai Xiuxiu retorted coldly. What of your 4th-level qi refining? As she spoke, she waved her sleeve, releasing a cloud of white powder that danced in the wind. The scarred man and his companions did not falter in their steps, seemingly unfazed by Bai Xiuxiu's attempt to disperse poison. The scarred man shook his head slightly. Having tasted defeat once, how could we fall for the same trick again? The last time, my companions were forced to retreat by your poison. This time, do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers. This spiritual vein is mine to claim. Bai Xiuxiu's brows furrowed tightly as she addressed Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu in a low voice. The potency of my poison is no less than last time. The fact that these 4th-level qi refining practitioners remain unscathed suggests that Song Shu provided them with antidotes of considerable quality. That Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu nodded slightly. The scarred man, brimming with confidence, felt a vigor he had never experienced before. This was merely the beginning of his ascent to greatness. He grinned at Yi Changqing, candidly stating, Young Master Song has specifically instructed me to take you away. Hee. Young Master Song will emerge from seclusion in a few days. You shall see what awaits you. Many second, third, and fourth generation cultivators do not merely indulge in revelry as it seems. They are also quite serious about their own cultivation. They possess a constant influx of resources, typically far surpassing ordinary cultivators in strength. Lower-tier cultivators can only work harder than their well-connected counterparts. But alas, they lack resources and avenues. You chose the wrong person to provoke. The grandson of a Gu master. Do you fancy that girl as well? At this point, the scarred man sighed. How little self-awareness you have. The archer Gong Ningyan chimed in. Sister Wang is indeed beautiful. And her father is a foundation establishment cultivator, not to mention a second-tier weapon refiner. Weapon refiners are often quite wealthy. Even the grandson of a Gu master must constantly curry favor with Sister Wang. Not to mention, young Master Song has yet to even touch her hand, let alone her sword. You, a waste with 5 spirit roots, have no sense of your own worth. Are you still dreaming of a frog desiring to eat swan meat? Coughing lightly, the scarred man shot a glare at Gong Ningyun. Young Master Song is not someone you can casually discuss. Gong Ningyun hastily apologized. I won't do it again. The scarred man sternly warned. Be cautious. Do not let young Master Song find out. Yes, Gong Ningyun replied. A hint of cold sweat emerging. Changqing felt a strange sensation in his heart. He had merely acted to probe for information about the Gu master, compelled by circumstance. Yet, he had no desire to explain. Even if he wished to, he could not. The scarred man regarded Changqing and his companions with indifference. It is still not too late to surrender. Simply reveal your trump cards and follow me. I will not treat you poorly. If we can avoid conflict, why not? Strengthening our own power is far more advantageous than offending others. With connections, one's vision should not be limited to this spiritual vein. There are other veins nearby that could also be claimed. However, the scarred man's tone suddenly shifted, a smile that did not reach his eyes directed at Yi Changqing. I cannot guarantee your safety. You only have yourself to blame for provoking young Master Song. His poisonous insects and such. Tsk. You will soon understand that he continued. Once young Master Song tires of you, you may find relief from your suffering and spend the remainder of your days in a prison cell. Yi Changqing remained unfazed, first glancing at Li Xiaofu and Bai Xiuxiu. Are you willing to relinquish the spiritual vein? Without hesitation, Li Xiaofu responded. Relinquish the spiritual vein. What a foolish dream. He was eager to accumulate spirit stones quickly and then head to the law enforcement hall. Bai Xiuxiu hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, I still intend to serve as my steward. The quickest way to earn spirit stones is by managing a spiritual vein, with a foundation establishment cultivator backing her. Once she became powerful and of value, would she not have to worry about her supporter abandoning her? With that in mind, they would fight. Yi Changqing's voice was unnaturally calm yet infused with a chilling aura. The presence of a 4th-level qi refining practitioner surged around him, his vitality radiating intensely. As his voice fell, he had already approached a 4th-level qi refining practitioner, delivering a powerful punch. The practitioner had no means of defense and was sent flying to the foot of the mountain. Losing consciousness. Li Xiaofu, equally swift as a flash of crimson lightning, reached another 4th-level practitioner in the blink of an eye, his leg delivering a fierce kick. Another opponent flew away like a severed kite, crashing to the ground with dozens of bones broken, temporarily rendered incapable of fighting. While we are both 4th-level qi refining practitioners, there is a distinct difference. Li Xiaofu laughed heartily, continuing to charge at yet another 4th-level practitioner. First, we must reduce their numbers. You fools, the scarred man bellowed, issuing orders rapidly. I will handle Li Xiaofu. Gong Ningyun, use your bow to restrain Bai Xiuxiu. Zhuo Qiao, assist Gong Ningyun with your giant python. You 2 against 1 should make it easy to subdue her. Then, looking at the masked practitioner, he declared, you are at the 5th level of qi refining. You should have no trouble holding Yi Changqing back. The rest of you, assist as needed. As his words fell, the scarred man unleashed his earthy yellow true energy, rapidly rushing toward Li Xiaofu, eager to see if he could withstand this time. The others immediately scattered, each coordinating their actions in an instant. The sounds of battle echoed continuously. Bai Xiuxiu retreated repeatedly, evading arrows while remaining wary of the giant python's entanglement. The 5th-level locusts could be controlled at will, but the peak of the 6th level still posed considerable risk, if it comes to it. I can only resort to this locust, Bai Xiuxiu thought, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She still possessed some higher-grade poison. These toxins should be effective against 4th-level qi refining practitioners, but regrettably, there was not much left. Meanwhile, after incapacitating 3 fourth-level practitioners, Li Xiaofu found himself ensnared by the scarred man. Just like last time, he could only conjure a defensive barrier, his hands constantly fending off the scarred man's relentless assaults, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. Yi Changqing, on the other hand, was being pursued by the masked practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refining, both parties maintaining comparable speed. As he passed a 4th-level practitioner, Yu Changqing did not forget to deliver a punch. If he did not incapacitate or knock them unconscious, his perfected golden sword technique could catch them off guard. One by one, 4th-level practitioners continued to fall. The masked practitioner ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Even though my cultivation is a level higher, his body refinement surpasses mine. Lacking perfected spells, I can only draw close to Yi Changqing. Finally, I can strike him, only to discover he possesses a perfected with shield technique. It's as if I have strength but cannot exert it. Unable to contain his frustration, the masked practitioner bellowed, "We have 3 5th-level practitioners. All of you come help me. Zhengdao Bao is strong and does not require your assistance. That Li Xiufu will soon be unable to hold on." Bai Xiuxiu found herself unable to extricate herself from the situation. Momentarily relying solely on a 5th-layer Qi refinement grasshopper for protection, soon to be at a disadvantage, and there was no need for you all to meddle. The 3 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioners, upon hearing this, had no choice but to assist the masked cultivator. Those present were not fools. Body refining practitioners were not to be trifled with, especially considering that Yi Changqing possessed 2 perfected level spells. Now that they had been discovered while slacking off during the fight, they could only brace themselves and engage. Yi Changqing noticed the shift in strategy from his opponents, and thus outwardly continued to attack the 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioners while secretly awaiting an opportunity. As the 3 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioners drew near, they began to rapidly form hand seals to unleash their golden sword technique. Without perfected level spells, they needed to be closer to ensure a hit. Yet as body refiners, they could not approach Yi Changqing too closely. They were also perplexed. How had Yi Changqing cultivated 2 spells to perfection? What extraordinary talent was this? Little did they know that Yi Changqing had spent over half a year and expended a considerable amount of mana to achieve this. Seeing the 3 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioners preparing to cast spells against him, a smirk curled at the corners of Yi Changqing's mouth. Suddenly, he pivoted swiftly, charging at the trio like a ferocious beast. In his path, he drew out a golden net from his pocket, subtly channeling spiritual energy from the stone orb within, rapidly infusing it into the net. In an instant, the golden net expanded dramatically. A magical artifact. The faces of the 3 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioners changed drastically. The net was moving too swiftly for them to evade, forcing them to intensify their hand seals, just as the golden sword energy was about to be unleashed. The golden net ensnared the 3 of them tightly. Previously, the golden net had been used on Li Xiaofu, but the scarred man had pressured him too closely, leaving Li Xiaofu without an opportunity to utilize it. Since that was the case, it was now Yi Changqing's turn to wield this artifact. The masked cultivator, upon seeing the golden net, erupted in fury. "It's you? Thieving wolf." The legless masked practitioner was even more incensed. His eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Return my leg." Yi Changqing scoffed. "It was I who saved you when you were bitten by the poisonous insect, and yet you repay kindness with malice." The legless practitioner was left speechless. Had he not pursued, he would not have encountered the poisonous insect. However, a lingering doubt remained. Was that poisonous insect truly not Yi Changqing's spirit pet? Why had it bitten him instead of Yi Changqing? Yi Changqing raised the golden net enveloping the 3, gathering mana in his palm, and hurled it forcefully at the legless practitioner. "You are less than a dog. At least a dog knows to wag its tail." This hunting artifact had transformed into an offensive weapon, and the instant it was thrown, Yi Changqing followed closely behind, ready to retrieve it for another throw. The legless practitioner, faced with the incoming large meat dumpling, could only brace himself. It was difficult to evade with a missing leg. Crash. As a body refining practitioner, he was not severely harmed, but the 3 ensnared within the net were howling in agony. Yi Changqing retrieved the large meat dumpling and continued to throw. "Let us go. Stop throwing. It hurts." The 3 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioners were both furious and exasperated, finding it challenging to move within the sturdy golden net, which was impossible to break free from. Yi Changqing's strength was immense. Even as 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioners, they felt considerable pain from the blows. The masked practitioner pursuing Yi Changqing was infuriated, shouting, Yi Changqing, if you have the guts, don't run. If I'm not running, then I won tea. Yi Changqing slowed his pace, heading in the direction of the thrown large meat dumpling. The masked practitioner quickly caught up to Yi Changqing, and just as his fist was about to strike, Yi Changqing abruptly raised the large meat dumpling to block the blow. A cry of anguish echoed. Seeing his own man being struck, the masked practitioner became frantic. Yi Changqing, have the guts to not use magical artifacts. You re-helping Song Shu. Didn't he give you any magical artifacts? No talismans? What about formations? Yi Changqing's tone was laced with provocation. The scene fell into a brief silence, seeing no one respond. Yi Changqing felt a twinge of disappointment. There were no valuable items to seize. He dashed towards Li Xiaofu, holding the large meat dumpling. This large meat dumpling could also serve as a shield for Li Xiaofu to use. The three trapped within the net realized Yi Changqing's intentions, and in horror, they pleaded for mercy. No, no, no. We surrender. Spare us. If they were to be beaten by the scarred man, it would likely leave them with hidden injuries. Yi Changqing paid no heed to their pleas and quickly ran to Li Xiaofu's side, tossing the large meat dumpling behind him. Li Xiaofu's eyes lit up. As he was being struck back repeatedly, he instinctively picked up the large meat dumpling. The scarred man narrowed his eyes, then charged directly at Yi Changqing. Realizing this, Yi Changqing turned and fled, making his way towards the giant python, but he intended to slay the serpent. Gong Mingyun's bow was quite impressive as well. Li Xiaofu, just as he was about to throw the large meat dumpling back to Yi Changqing, heard Yi Changqing's voice. I'm fine. You take it and strike the others. Without further thought, Li Xiaofu embraced the large meat dumpling, swinging it like a hefty club. The masked practitioner, seeing the scarred man racing towards Yi Changqing, ceased his pursuit, needing to rescue the three ensnared within the net. The scarred man was quick, visibly closing the distance to Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing shouted loudly to Bai Xiuxiu, "Isn't your peak 6th layer Qi refinement grasshopper ready yet? I fear it may lose control upon tasting blood." Bai Xiuxiu's words were left unfinished, as Yi Changqing immediately interjected. Is it possible that this grasshopper could defeat a body refiner of the muscle refining stage? Bai Xiuxiu's eyes brightened, and the grasshopper on her shoulder surged towards the scarred man. If this grasshopper were to perish in battle, it would simply be a matter of fate. If it survived, barely clinging to life, she could take this opportunity to fully control it, although it would take at least 3 to 5 years for it to recover. Yet that was better than being useless. Bai Xiuxiu quickly added, I can hold this person back. You must end this swiftly. As she spoke, another grasshopper, originally meant for the other adversaries, flew towards the scarred man. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing effortlessly took down several 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioners. Those still uninjured among the 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioners began to feel fear. They realized that Yi Changqing's first targets had been them. The scarred man found himself ensnared by 2 grasshoppers, with Bai Xiuxiu attacking from afar using spells, albeit at the 3rd-layer Qi refinement level. Being struck at a vulnerable point would still inflict harm. Can you hold out? The scarred man asked anxiously. I need at least 10 breaths of time. The grasshoppers buzzed around him like mosquitoes, an incessant annoyance. Grasshoppers could fly and were swift. Even though the scarred man was at the muscle refining stage and had 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivation, he found it akin to a mortal struggling to swat away mosquitoes in a short span. The scarred man recognized that despite their numbers, the 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioners were utterly ineffectual unless they wielded perfected-level spells, or were body refiners like him, or possessed magical artifacts, talismans, puppets, and so forth. It was unfortunate for Yi Changqing, Li Xiaofu, and Bai Xiuxiu, who were not ordinary Qi refinement practitioners. Yi Changqing noted the remaining 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioners retreating and secretly murmured, Finally, I can get down to business. As long as he could slay the giant python and seize the bow, he should be able to repay the remaining debt for his freedom without needing to venture deep into the forest for hunting. Even if it wasn't enough, he could always gather more. Once he escaped the sect, he would be free as a bird in the sky. Yi Changqing surged towards the giant python like a startled swan. The giant python sensed Yi Changqing's murderous intent and felt no fear. In the distance, Zhuo Qiao noticed Yi Changqing attempting to kill her spirit pet and felt a flicker of anxiety. Albeit just a slight one. Despite the giant python being only a 4th-layer Qi refinement creature, its strength was undoubtedly greater than Yi Changqing's. Furthermore, the scales on the giant python resembled heavy armor. Impervious to the golden sword energy unleashed by 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioners, Zhuo Qiao communicated with the giant python through her spirit. You may consume its legs and feet, but do not kill it. Young Master Song still has grievances to settle. Hiss. The colossal python flicked its forked tongue, its yellow vertical pupils exuding an eerie chill. The scales beneath its belly writhed slightly, seemingly in search of the opportune moment to strike. In the blink of an eye, Changqing found himself within the python's attack range. The malevolent intent in the python's eyes surged forth instantaneously as it slammed its tail against the ground, stirring up a tempest of swirling sand, accompanied by a thunderous roar. With a sudden burst of power, the python propelled itself forward like an arrow released from its bow, its gaping maw wide open, revealing yellow fangs, intent on seizing Changqing. Moreover, its tail lashed out again with a sharp sound that sliced through the air, akin to a whip aimed at ensnaring him. Sensing the imminent danger, Changqing's eyes narrowed, and he subtly summoned the mist-like spiritual energy within the stone orb, his figure flickering as he evaded the attack. The python instantly altered its trajectory, once more shooting towards Changqing like a speeding arrow, its open mouth emanating a foul stench. Yet, it had clearly underestimated him. After narrowly escaping the python's initial strike, Changqing was well prepared for the encounter. As the massive jaws closed in with alarming speed, he did not flinch nor evade. Instead, a fierce golden radiance flickered at his fingertips as he swung his right arm towards the gaping mouth. If its entire body bore no weakness, then he would strike at its mouth. At that moment, to the onlookers, it appeared as though half of Changqing's right arm was firmly clamped in the python's jaws, and its tail was about to strike him, effectively ensnaring him. Zhuqiao could not help but curl her lips into a sinister smile. Did he truly believe that he could simply sever the head of this python with his mere cultivation of the 4th level of chi refinement? What a delusion! This python would only sustain minor injuries and could recover with time. In the next instant, Zhuqiao froze. With a swift motion, a golden beam erupted from the python's neck, creating a gaping fissure between its head and body. In the blink of an eye, blood gushed forth as the head separated from the torso. This golden radiance indeed bore only the aura of a 4th level chi refinement. Yet this strike had drawn upon nearly all the mist-like spiritual energy within the stone orb, far surpassing the ordinary brilliance of a 4th level chi refinement practitioner's sword chi. However, all of this transpired within the python's maw. Unbeknownst to the spectators, Changqing felt the python's tail still swinging towards him and quickly tilted his body backward to evade. Should he choose to endure the blow with his left arm, even upon reaching the flesh refinement stage, he would likely suffer swelling for 3 to 5 days. Thud, 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 but the python lay dead. Its massive form continued to convulse on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly and instilling fear within the hearts of all present. The creature I painstakingly nurtured, Zhuqiao's face was a mask of disbelief. Unable to accept this reality, with the python's demise, his strength had plummeted by at least 70%. He was, in fact, merely an ordinary practitioner of the 4th level of chi refinement. Anger simmered within Zhuqiao, enveloping his entire being, for he had expended vast resources on this python. Yet, anxiety also coursed through him. Despite his fury, he dared not confront Changqing. Beside him, Lu Yin felt an unprecedented fear. Her multicolored snakes tensed, their forked tongues hesitant to emerge. Senior brother Zhua, we should retreat and put some distance between us. Lu Yan's voice trembled slightly as she slowly stepped back, preparing to flee at any moment. The 3 practitioners of the 5th level of chi refinement found themselves trapped within a great net, unable to save themselves. The situation was dire. All eyes were on the scarred man to see how he would fare. Zhuqiao wished to reclaim his python, but he lacked the courage to act and could only slowly retreat for the time being. The 4th level chi refinement practitioners, having lost their will to fight, began to harbor thoughts of withdrawal the moment they witnessed the python's demise at Changqing's hands. These individuals quietly retreated, unwilling to draw too close to him and his companions. Li Shifu noticed many were reluctant to continue fighting, so he brandished his giant meat dumpling in a one-on-one confrontation with the masked practitioner. Meanwhile, the scarred man seethed with rage, still engaged in his struggle against the 2 locusts. He refrained from offering counsel, for he knew full well that only by dispatching the 2 locusts could his allies fight with all their might. Changqing did not immediately reclaim the python. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Gong Ningyun. At that moment, Gong Ningyun wore a grave expression, drawing his bowstring to its full moon but hesitating to release the arrow. Changqing spoke calmly. Your arrow indeed possesses remarkable speed, comparable to that of a 7th level chi refinement practitioner unleashing golden sword chi. However, its power is insufficient. For someone who is trained in Tian Fist, it poses no threat to me. Besides, I am already on guard, making it exceedingly difficult for your arrow to strike me." As he spoke, Changqing approached Gong Ningyun step by step, his movements light and graceful. Yet, to Gong Ningyun, each step Changqing took felt like an increasing burden. Indeed, his arrows could only serve as concealed weapons. The perfected golden sword technique could be unleashed in the blink of an eye, catching opponents off guard. In contrast, he required time to draw his bow, with his weapon aimed at an enemy. That enemy would be on high alert. Provided the opponent was not excessively weak, they would easily evade. Observing Changqing's advance, Gong Ningyun sought to divert the conflict and suddenly exclaimed, "Those two locusts are no match for Zhengdao. You should hurry and assist. Alive, the locusts are worth quite a few spirit stones, but dead, they hold no value." However, Changqing paid him no heed. Instead, he surged forward, charging directly at Gong Ningyun. He had closed the distance significantly. Had he charged at Gong Ningyun from the outset, it was highly likely that Gong Ningyun would have chosen to flee. "Stay back. I am withdrawing now." As Changqing accelerated, Gong Ningyun retreated in a panic, his voice trembling. Although he too had practiced Tian Fist, his cultivation base was simply too low. Now, Gong Ningyun regretted not having sold this bow and arrow artifact along with the others, opting instead to purchase spiritual meat and blood recovery pills to cultivate Tian Fist. Otherwise, with his current 5th level Qi refinement cultivation, even if he remained at the skin refinement stage, he would possess some fighting strength, enough to at least stall for time. Previously, Gong Ningyun had merely instructed his 3 subordinates to sell their golden sabers. Changqing did not slow his pace, reasoning, "Your arrows still pose a slight threat. Once I deal with Zhengdao, if you were to shoot arrows from a distance, I would still be disrupted. If you genuinely wish to withdraw, hand over your bow and arrows for safekeeping." Upon hearing Changqing's words, Gong Ningyun's expression flickered between uncertainty and resolve. Were Changqing to demand he relinquish his artifact outright, he would certainly refuse. Yet now, Changqing spoke of temporarily safeguarding the artifact, implying that he could reclaim it later. But would he truly be able to retrieve the artifact once surrendered? Before Gong Ningyun could ponder further, Changqing had already closed the distance, effectively exploiting Gong Ningyun's indecision to approach him with ease. "Hand it over," Changqing said with a gentle smile. "I still need to deal with that scarred-faced man. Do not waste my time. In the distance, the scarred man, still occupied with the 2 locusts, shouted anxiously, "Junior brother Gong, just hold on for 5 more breaths, and I will be able to slay the locusts. They are already injured and moving much slower than before." Amidst the scarred man's distraction, Changqing's smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor as he raised his fist. Gong Ningyun's face twisted with bitterness. He had no choice but to comply and surrender his bow and arrows. Having been cornered by Changqing with little room to resist, had he wielded a close combat artifact, he could have fought back, but the advantage of the bow and arrow lay in their range. Changqing took the bow and arrows, charging directly towards the scarred man. Watching Changqing's swift, crimson blur, Gong Ningyun gritted his teeth in frustration. This bow and arrow were utterly useless. If only my cultivation base were higher, my overall strength would not be so lacking. Changqing called out to the scarred man, "Are we still fighting?" The scarred man momentarily ignored Changqing, continuing to strike the locusts. Song Shu was still in seclusion. Should he manage to bring Changqing before Song Shu first, he would undoubtedly receive a reward. The scarred man was unwilling to concede. Changqing discerned the man's intentions and ceased his chatter, closing the distance before unleashing a powerful punch. The scarred man, eyes glinting with malice, responded with a punch of his own. A clash of strength ensued. With a resounding thud, a tempestuous wind erupted. Changqing staggered back 8 steps, while the scarred man retreated. It was said that the two were only 2 steps apart in strength, yet the scarred man was still being assailed by 2 locusts. Upon witnessing Changqing personally confront the scarred man, Bai Xiuxiu ceased her application of sword energy. She felt a slight sense of relief, as her magical energy was nearly depleted. After all, being at the 3rd level of Qi refining still placed her within the nascent stages of cultivation, her power not yet substantial. Changqing shook his hand, feeling a twinge of pain from their recent clash. Nevertheless, he charged once more at the scarred man, delivering another fierce kick. The scarred man, not to be outdone, retaliated with a kick of his own. A dull thud echoed once again, and as the tempest stirred the yellow sands, both men staggered back. Was it simply a contest of who could be more ferocious? Changqing roared, charging forward once more. After a series of 30 or 40 clashes, both were gritting their teeth in pain. Changqing's skin was far from as tough as his opponent's. Not to mention the scarred man was still being pecked by the two locusts at that moment. Li Xiaofu broke free from his own tussle and hurried over, carrying the big meat dumpling to assist. Li Xiaofu, at the 4th level of qi refining, was relatively matched with the masked cultivator at the 5th level. The disparity in cultivation was bridged by their physical prowess. The fighting ceased not because of any defeat, but due to the 3 individuals ensnared within the golden net, who were not only cursing but also vehemently berating the ancestors of the masked cultivator. All 3 were bruised and battered, truly resembling big meat dumplings at this point. Every time Li Xiufu clashed with the masked cultivator, it was the 3 of them who suffered. They were unable to dissuade Li Xiufu, only begging the masked cultivator to relent. Initially, they had attempted to reason with him kindly, but the masked man would not listen as long as he could stall Li Xiaofu. He would gain merit and would not easily back down. Eventually, the 3 within the golden net reached their breaking point. Knowing they would have to work together in the future, the masked cultivator reluctantly ceased his assault. Stop. No more fighting. The scarred man finally called for a halt upon seeing Li Xiufu approach. Get lost, Changqing said coldly. He could do nothing to the scarred man unless he resorted to his trump card. In broad daylight, it was impossible for him to reveal his secret. Was it not akin to announcing his hidden strengths? The scarred man descended the mountain with a dark expression, refraining from uttering any threats. Big brother, can you let us out now? The 3 within the net pleaded, their voices tinged with desperation. Li Xiaofu opened the golden net, delivering a few kicks to the 3 of them and admonishing, you've only broken a few bones. Next time, I won't let you off so easily. The 3 remained silent, helping each other to leave the scene. Having never felt so humiliated before, Gong Mingyun, seeing that Changqing had no intention of returning the magical artifact, did not seek to prolong the matter and shook her head as she departed. The limping masked cultivator furrowed his brow and remarked, could it be that I truly have the worst luck, being bitten by wild venomous insects? The masked cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining responded. Given today's circumstances, Changqing did not unleash any venomous insects. He likely has no spirit pets. On the spot, Bai Xiuxiu examined the 2 injured locusts, whose bodies bore numerous wounds, but with proper care they could recover. Changqing quickly interjected, that scarred man mentioned that Song Shu would not spare me. I need to leave as soon as possible. Half a year ago, he had intended to leave within a year, and now he found himself needing to expedite that plan. Nonetheless, since he had to leave regardless, it was merely a matter of time. Li Xiaofu, with a complex expression, solemnly warned, Zhengdao means that Song Shu will emerge from seclusion in a few days. You must make your escape quickly. Find a good hiding place outside the sect, as there is no refuge for you within. Bai Xiuxiu felt a mix of emotions, having fought alongside everyone against their adversaries. Changqing smiled confidently, wait until my strength increases. I will undoubtedly return. You all must also be cautious. If the spirit vein cannot be preserved, then let it go. With that, Changqing prepared to retrieve the giant python. Intending to head to the trading street, snake soup and snake stew would have to wait for another day. Had Song Shu not intervened, the spirit vein would surely have been safeguarded. Yet no one could predict whether he would come seeking revenge once he emerged from seclusion. However, just 2 days later, Changqing realized that he had been overly anxious. I will accompany you. If the bow and python are insufficient for ransom, this net can be sold, Li Xiaofu said as he followed along. Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment before adding, I shall also accompany you to the trading street. The trio arrived at the trading street, where Changqing directly approached Ren Xiaoyi. The bow and python lay prominently before Ren. All eyes on the trading street turned toward them. Ren Xiaoyi clucked in admiration. Zhuqiao possesses a spirit pet, and it appears to be this snake. Your strength exceeds my expectations. How many contribution points do you seek? Changqing got straight to the point, eager not to waste a moment. Ren Xiaoyi extended 5 fingers. 500 spirit stones, yes, although this snake is only at the 4th level of qi refining. Its scales are excellent materials for crafting armor, and this bow is at least a mid-grade magical artifact. Changqing responded directly, I want contribution points. Ren Xiaoyi shook his head. Only rare items like foundation establishment pills can be exchanged for contribution points. I cannot offer you any. However, Ren's tone shifted. There are individuals in the affairs hall who sell contribution points. 9 points are worth 10 spirit stones. seeing that Yi Changqing could not muster the 800 contribution points. Li Xiaofu stepped forward, asking, "How much for this golden net artifact?" Before Ren Xiaoyi could quote a price, Yi Changqing produced his token and smiled. "I owe only 470 contribution points. When did you manage to repay over 300? Li Xiaofu asked, astonished. Just as he posed the question, he guessed the answer. Bai Xiuxiu similarly surmised that Yi Changqing had killed Sito Lin and acquired some contribution points. Li Xiaofu then turned to Ren Xiaoyi. "Ren, could you add 25 spirit stones for the bow and python? 525 spirit stones would suffice to exchange for 470 contribution points." Ren Xiaoyi declined. "The price I offered is already quite generous. Had it not been for your commendable strength and potential for friendship, I would only offer 480 spirit stones that I in business. One must allow me to profit somewhat." Finally, Ren made a note of this. Li Xiaofu inquired again, then, "May I owe 25 spirit stones?" Ren Xiaoyi stated firmly, "In my business dealings, there is no concept of owing. I do not owe others, nor do others owe me. Rules cannot be broken. If broken once, there will surely be a second time." Yi Changqing frowned slightly, preparing to turn back to sell the unconsumed broken stage pill, regretting the time it would waste. This moment, Bai Xiuxiu produced the severely injured 5th-level locust, stating, "If nurtured, it can recover. How many spirit stones?" Ren Xiaoyi stroked his chin, thoughtfully analyzing. A living spirit pet at the 5th level typically ranges around 500 spirit stones, alas, due to its injuries requiring treatment. And since I have never encountered a locust at the late stage of qi refining, I estimate it will struggle to advance further. Its potential is limited, considering the scale of this transaction. "I will offer 400 spirit stones." "Deal." Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Subsequently, Yi Changqing received 500 spirit stones along with a lottery ticket, while Bai Xiuxiu obtained 400 spirit stones and a lottery ticket as well. She handed 200 spirit stones to Yi Changqing, saying, "This golden net rightfully belongs to you, and Li, I shan't take advantage of you." In the past, when her strength was limited, she could only rely on her commendable appearance to procure resources. Moreover, Yi Changqing was not someone to be trifled with, whether in strength or cunning. For individuals of such caliber, harbor no thoughts of seeking advantages from them. Yi Changqing slightly nodded, accepting the 200 spirit stones. Despite the bond forged through their shared battles, interest took precedence, and neither party was indebted to the other. Yi Changqing had never contemplated bestowing the golden net upon Bai Xiuxiu, had it not been for Li Xiufu's involvement. He would have unhesitatingly claimed it for himself. The camaraderie and trust he shared with Li Xiaofu were built gradually, through life and death experiences together. Bai Xiuxiu took her leave first, returning to the spiritual vein. In the subsequent years, Li Xiaofu and Bai Xiuxiu would oversee the spiritual vein while utilizing the golden net for hunting. The two would collaborate for mutual benefit in the years to come. Avoiding internal strife, there existed a designated area within the trading street for flying boats, specifically catering to qi refinement cultivators, given that the entirety of the Zhengdao Sect spanned several hundred miles, making it quite expansive. Yi Changqing and Li Xiaofu proceeded towards the docking station. Li Xiaofu reflected nostalgically. "When I was initially captured aboard the large ship, I mentioned that the Li family was willing to offer 800 spirit stones. You should have sensed the underlying implications." Yi Changqing nodded in acknowledgement. Li Xiufu had some understanding of Yi Changqing's temperament and strategies. Even if he denied it, Li Xiufu would not be convinced. With a self-deprecating smile, Li Xiufu remarked, "At that time, I too suspected I might be deceived, yet hope was within reach, and I was unwilling to relinquish it so easily, persuading myself that there was no ulterior motive." As he spoke, Li Xiaofu gazed at the sky, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "My grandfather has experienced much. Perhaps he truly did not come to deliver the spirit stones. He knew I could perform Tiangang Fist, which has a chance to break the deadlock. I hope that is the case." Soon, the two arrived at the docking station just as the flying boat was about to depart, exchanging brief farewells. Yi Changqing handed over a spirit stone and boarded the vessel, heading towards the heart of the Zhengdao Sect, where the highest peak seemed to prop up the heavens. Along the way, they passed numerous spiritual veins, finally arriving at the base of the tallest mountain. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich. Had it not been for the urgency, Yi Changqing would have relished the opportunity to cultivate for a while. The affairs hall was located at the foot of the highest peak, and although it was spacious, it still felt crowded. Yi Changqing exchanged for 470 contribution points with a sect disciple. Learning that upon repaying the redemption fee, he could indeed leave the Zhengdao Sect freely, shedding his sect identity. The disciple, having earned spirit stones, smiled broadly and kindly reminded him, as a disciple of the Zhengdao Sect. Leaving the sect still provides a certain background. As a rogue cultivator, you would have nothing, so no one would willingly exit the sect. Some tasks are not mandatory, allowing for a fair degree of freedom. Thus, Changqing ventured deeper into the affairs hall. At its center stood a colossal jade column, densely populated with tasks displayed upon it, causing all present to tilt their heads upwards to peruse the various assignments. Tasks ranged from testing medicinal herbs, exploring secret realms, crafting corpse puppets, to guarding the Zhengdao Sect's mining veins and marketplaces. Changqing quickly scanned the tasks and discovered one particularly intriguing assignment: to infiltrate the marketplace governed by righteous sects. Returning valuable intelligence could earn contribution points, and acting as an insider could yield further contributions. A special note cautioned: the lower the cultivation level, the easier it is to succeed in infiltration. Changqing pondered silently. Indeed, with lower cultivation, one remains inconspicuous. Establishing a foothold in the domain of righteous sects would provide protection should anyone conduct a thorough investigation in the future, regardless of the marketplace's location. Smaller ones were established on first-level spiritual veins, where late-stage chi refinement cultivators represented the pinnacle of combat power. Larger ones were founded on second-level spiritual veins, with few housing only one foundation establishment cultivator. While larger markets might have 3 to 5. For instance, if a marketplace under the jurisdiction of the Zhengdao Sect suddenly witnessed the emergence of a foundation establishment cultivator, the sect would undoubtedly investigate immediately. Conversely, should a late-stage chi refinement cultivator appear in a second-level spiritual vein, local forces would also probe, as such a cultivation level indicated mid to high-tier combatants in the various territories overseen by the Zhengdao Sect. It may be challenging to conceal myself, but what of the righteous sects? Taoist, would you dare pursue me personally? In any case, there is no obligation to complete the tasks. I merely seek a safe place to cultivate. Resolute in his decision, Changqing approached a counter to accept a task, specifically requesting, the farther from here, the better. The young man at the counter, serious in demeanor, cautioned, the farther you go, the more perilous it becomes, even if those marketplaces are wealthier and offer greater earnings. Losing your life would render it all for naught. Considering your youth and ability to repay 800 contribution points, you must possess some skill. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to advise you. Changqing firmly declared. I will go to the most distant marketplace. Very well. The young man ceased his persuasion, retrieving a map for Changqing to select from. Changqing thoughtfully cradled his chin in contemplation before choosing the Yushui marketplace. One of the farthest located in the territory of the Zhengdao Sect, the Zhengdao Sect resided in the east, situated at the lower reaches of the Great River, with the endless sea at its conclusion. The Zhengdao Sect lay to the west of the Zhengdao Sect, and further westward, rumors spoke of an even more prosperous central region. The young man handed Changqing a silver jade slip, palm-sized, which served as a communication talisman. As long as there was a similar talisman within a 10-mile radius, they could converse. Changqing accepted the silver jade slip and inquired earnestly, does this talisman have a tracking mark? The young man regarded Changqing meaningfully. Rest assured, the sect is aware that many of our disciples resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. This talisman serves solely for communication. Whether you respond to messages from our sect's disciples is entirely your own decision. Changqing nodded slightly, initially contemplating that should anyone attempt to target him, he would retaliate in kind. The young man continued patiently. The highest realm of infiltration lies in being inconspicuous amidst the crowd, necessitating dealings with others. If you venture into the dense woods to hunt, you will only encounter hunters, without prolonged residence in the marketplace. Gathering useful information would be nearly impossible. Establishing taverns, brothels, tea houses, etc. requires substantial spirit stones, while selling medicinal pills, artifacts, and formations demands proficient craftsmanship. Therefore, lacking sufficient spirit stones for business, one must possess formidable cultivation skills. You can claim a free inheritance in the myriad arts of cultivation. Which inheritance would you like? Changqing hesitated at the prospect of receiving a free inheritance, wondering if the sect was not concerned about him absconding without returning. The young man remained unfazed. As soon as we release word that you are a disciple of the Zhengdao Sect, do you believe you can still survive in the domain of righteous sects? Do not entertain thoughts of using disguise techniques for infiltration. Cultivators of higher levels can discern them at a glance. The young man added as a further warning that Yi Changqing understood and inquired. Do you have any suggestions? It was evident that many had posed similar questions, and the young man promptly replied. The talisman inheritance is the most practical. Numerous talisman masters exist in this world. If anyone inquires about your inheritance's origin, you can easily obscure the truth. Earnings from talisman crafting may not surpass those from alchemy or artifact forging. But the costs are considerably lower, and it also affords decent self-defense capabilities. Most importantly, each marketplace is protected by formations, and a breaking talisman can temporarily disable such formations. Following the young man's recommendation, Yi Changqing proceeded to the talisman crafting hall to claim the talisman inheritance. He had no intention of learning to craft talismans to truly infiltrate effectively. The inheritance must be one imparted by others, not something he possessed from the outset. I am not a disciple of the Zhengdao Sect. I am merely a cultivator within the domain of righteous sects. What I study in the future will depend on the circumstances. As for why Yi Changqing was heading towards the talisman crafting hall, firstly, it was for appearances' sake. There is no wall in the world that does not let the wind through. If he infiltrated the territory of the Zhengdao Sect to claim some inheritance, Song Shu and Gu Daoist would certainly investigate. Wouldn't they be able to uncover it? He would then release false signals, allowing them to probe leisurely. All the talisman masters within the Zhengdao Sect's jurisdiction would search thoroughly, and yet they would find nothing. Secondly, he still possessed 170 to 80 spirit stones, which could be converted into talismans to enhance his combat power, ensuring greater safety while traversing the outside world. Arriving at the grand and antiquely styled talisman crafting hall, Yi Changqing approached a counter and stated directly, "How many spirit stones does a high-grade talisman cost?" Upon discerning that Yi Changqing had only just entered the fourth layer of qi refinement, the young woman, though puzzled about whether he could afford high-quality talismans, nonetheless displayed a courteous smile. The least expensive high-quality talismans cost 30 spirit stones each, suitable for offense or defense corresponding to the 7th layer of qi refinement. The pricier high-quality talismans are 50 spirit stones each, meant for the 9th layer. There are even more extravagant options, such as the Thunder Talisman, whose power rivals or even exceeds that of the perfected qi refinement stage. Priced between 204 to 500 spirit stones. Yi Changqing nodded slightly. Although the prices were steep, safety was paramount while traveling, so he retrieved 150 spirit stones. I'll take one each of the Black Arrow Talisman, the Golden Bell Talisman, and the Swift Wind Talisman. Were it not for his limited spirit stones, he would have indeed considered purchasing a Thunder Talisman for protection. Upon seeing the 150 spirit stones emanating a soft spiritual glow, the young woman beamed brightly and kindly cautioned, with your current cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refinement, using high-quality defensive and escape talismans should pose no issue. However, the Black Arrow Talisman, corresponding to the 9th layer, may prove difficult to wield should your magical energy run low, potentially resulting in self-harm. The 7th layer marks the late stage of qi refinement, where one's magical energy surges significantly. As you progress to the next minor realm, your magical energy will also increase substantially. The immense power contained within high-quality talismans can be challenging to control, which explains the gradual pace of cultivation advancement beyond the 7th layer, though it is undoubtedly easier than breaking through from the peak of the 6th layer to the 7th. However, Yi Changqing possessed a spirit pearl, alleviating any such concerns. Thank you for the reminder, he expressed gratefully, but I still wish to proceed with the purchase. The spirit pearl would convert spiritual energy into his own magical energy instantaneously, leaving no cause for worry regarding insufficient magical power or difficulty in controlling the talismans. The young woman ceased her persuasion and produced 3 talismans. The transaction was completed swiftly. Yi Changqing also acquired 3 mid-quality talismans, one each for escape, defense, and attack. Their cost was remarkably reasonable, merely 6 spirit stones each, and they were the finest among mid-quality talismans, suitable for the 6th layer of qi refinement. The vast price disparity stemmed from the more expensive materials required for crafting high-quality talismans, compounded by the fact that high-quality talismancers were considerably rarer than their mid-quality counterparts, rendering their work more precious. Just as Yi Changqing was about to turn to leave, he suddenly noticed a stack of red and white talismans at the edge of the counter. They were indeed lottery talismans. These lottery talismans appeared to differ from those gifted to him by Ren Xiaoi. Observing Yi Changqing's interest in the lottery talismans, the young woman smiled charmingly. 2 spirit stones each. Would you like to purchase some? Yi Changqing inquired. May I take a look first? Of course, she nodded gently. Many people believed they could discern the likelihood of winning by examining the runes on the talismans. Changqing picked one up, nearly pressing it to his forehead for a closer inspection. The young woman remained unfazed, chuckling softly and shaking her head. It was indeed rare for someone to scrutinize a lottery talisman so closely. Unbeknownst to her, Changqing could project his spirit sense 3 millimeters outward, allowing him to capture every detail. After examining one lottery talisman, he reached for another. Each stroke of the spiritual script on these talismans flowed seamlessly, revealing that the talismancer had executed the drawing in one continuous motion. In contrast, the lottery talisman he had received from Ren Xiaoyi, which he had previously observed on the flying vessel, appeared as if a child had just begun learning to write. After scrutinizing 4 talismans in succession, Changqing sighed in resignation. I can't discern anything. I don't have many spirit stones, so I won't be buying no matter. The young woman was not offended. After all, Changqing had just spent nearly 170 spirit stones, from which she would earn a commission. Subsequently, Changqing ascended to the 2nd floor of the talisman crafting hall to receive the talisman inheritance. Upon reaching the 2nd floor and en route to the inheritance pavilion, he happened upon a familiar face. As he approached the inheritance pavilion, he arrived at the entrance of a room filled with materials and talismans. At that moment, the tightly shut door suddenly swung open, revealing Ren Xiaoyi, who held a stack of red and white talisman paper. Utilizing his formidable spirit, Changqing discreetly glanced at the topmost sheet of talisman paper and found it utterly blank. Upon noticing Changqing, Ren Xiaoyi was taken aback, hurriedly stowing the talisman paper into his storage pouch and exclaiming, "What a coincidence! I just finished procuring lottery talismans and here you are. What brings you here?" Changqing feigned ignorance, smiling. "I came to the inheritance pavilion." He had already deduced that the lottery talismans Ren Xiaoyi possessed were all crafted by him. The lottery talismans he had given Changqing could not possibly yield any winnings. However, should he remain unaware, receiving a lottery talisman worth 2 spirit stones as a gift would surely evoke gratitude. Furthermore, Ren Xiaoyi had explicitly stated that the lottery talismans were crafted by specific talismancers of the Zhengdao Sect, and the materials for the talisman paper were also exclusive, making it impossible for outsiders to forge them. After acquiring spirit sense, Changqing observed that aside from the differing runes, the talisman paper and spiritual ink were identical. He had no intention of investigating the underlying deception. That would be tantamount to seeking trouble unnecessarily. While managing the spiritual veins, I also make a profit from crafting talismans. Ren Xiaoyi laughed heartily, attempting to mask his earlier fluster. He then shook his head, a self-deprecating tone creeping into his voice. I've been learning to craft talismans for 2 years now, and I'm still a mediocre talismancer. With a success rate of less than 30% for crafting low-quality talismans, Ren Xiaoyi regarded Changqing, hoping he would quickly become a talismancer. The two exchanged polite words before bidding farewell. After Ren Xiaoyi departed, he pondered thoughtfully. He is only at the 4th layer of qi refinement. With a relatively low spirit, he should not have discovered my secret. However, Ren Xiaoyi's brow furrowed deeply as his mind raced. But what if? If I were to be exposed, I could end up in the soul-binding banner. I must minimize the risk. In a few months, I will reach the peak of the 6th layer of qi refinement, and I have already prepared high-quality breakthrough pills. At that point, I can eliminate any loose ends. This matter must not reach the ears of Manager Fu from the storage hall. Otherwise, he will eliminate me at the first opportunity. As he contemplated, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Ren Xiaoyi's gaze. Changqing entered the inheritance pavilion, where a girl with horned braids approached him. You must be Changqing. I have received notification from the affairs hall. The girl with horned braids led Changqing into a private room. The room was simply furnished, containing a chair, a table, and various talisman crafting materials such as spiritual ink, talisman paper, and talisman brushes. The talisman inheritance was limited to low-quality talismans, as mid-quality ones varied by region. As you are lurking in the territory of the Zhengdao Sect, discerning individuals may pick up on subtle clues. For mid-quality inheritance, you will need to acquire it yourself from the Zhengdao Sect. Remember, you only have 1 day and night to attempt crafting talismans in such a short time. You certainly won't master talisman crafting, but you may identify some foundational issues that I can clarify for you. If your method of crafting is correct, diligence will be rewarded, and practice makes perfect. It all depends on your perseverance. If you have any questions, come find me in the main hall. With that, The girl with horn braids exited the private room and closed the door behind her. While Changqing meticulously inspected the space, finding no signs of surveillance, and promptly made a decision. I shall absorb spiritual energy, situated above a fourth-grade spiritual vein, even in the most depleted areas. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than that found in second-grade veins, and it even reached the level of a third-grade vein. Not absorbing it would be a waste. According to that scar-faced man, Song Shu won't emerge for a few more days. There is still time. Initially, he had intended to feign an early departure, but now that such conditions were available, it was worth delaying by a day. In places where spiritual energy was scarce, indiscriminately absorbing it could easily draw attention. But here, it would be unnoticed. Changqing's consumption of this little would not matter. Soon, spiritual energy surged into the spirit pearl like a flood, after previously condensing a tiny droplet of liquid magical energy. His spirit strength had skyrocketed, significantly enhancing the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption, far surpassing that of perfected Qi refinement practitioners. With his spirit strength soaring, the duration of his spiritual energy absorption also increased dramatically. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was incredibly abundant, further accelerating the efficiency of absorption. As long as Changqing did not tire, the efficiency of his absorption would rival that of a foundational stage practitioner cultivating in a second-grade spiritual vein. Once this village is passed, there will be no such shop. Beyond lies the territory of the Zhengdao Sect, where such conditions are virtually non-existent, unless there is a third-tier spiritual vein outside the Zhengdao Sect, or one can infiltrate the sect itself. A quarter of an hour later, Changqing felt utterly exhausted. Do not underestimate the effort of this brief moment. The spiritual energy absorbed during this time was several times greater than all of Changqing's cultivation. Such exaggeration. I recall the first time I utilized a stone bead to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I could only manage a wisp of it before succumbing to a night of slumber. Now, it is as if a transformative change has occurred. After resting for a considerable while, Changqing began to attempt drawing talismans. He could not afford to reveal even the slightest hint. He had to make others believe he was diligently studying talisman crafting. Compressing spiritual energy into liquid form was certainly beyond his current capabilities. It would be far too taxing on his mental faculties. With that mental energy, he could surely absorb more spiritual energy. Changqing first examined the fundamentals of talismans, which were meticulously illustrated with various low-grade talisman legacies. Moments later, he picked up the talisman paper and began to draw. Thanks to his unique spiritual awareness, a gift not possessed by other Qi refinement practitioners, the difficulty of drawing talismans diminished significantly, allowing him to easily identify problematic spiritual patterns. Sizzle. Before long, the talisman he attempted to draw failed, the paper turning to ashes and sending forth ripples of magical power. Observing this scene, Changqing appeared contemplative. Then, a slight smile crossed his face as he poured spiritual ink over several sheets of talisman paper, his fingers moving like a whirlwind as he formed seals. A wisp of flame coalesced at his fingertips, which he then used to burn the sheets into ash, fabricating the image that he had already attempted to draw numerous talismans. For good measure, he damaged one of the hairs on his talisman brush. Subsequently, he earnestly proceeded to draw the next talisman. After several consecutive failures, he opened the door and called for the girl with the horn braids to come over. The girl observed Changqing as he drew talismans, answering some of his questions. Then, she patted his shoulder, speaking with an air of maturity. You possess the talent of a master talisman maker. You are nearly on par with me. Why not abandon this infiltration task? Given the talent you have displayed, becoming a mid-grade talisman master in the future is a certainty. With a bit of effort, becoming a high-grade talisman master will not be a daunting challenge for you. Changqing politely declined, saying, allow me to consider it. Humph, do you truly enjoy lurking about? The girl with the horn braids expressed her displeasure. Moments later, Changqing closed the door and resumed his fervent absorption of spiritual energy. Thus, a day and night passed in the blink of an eye. Changqing exited the Heritage Pavilion and the Talisman Hall, surrendered a piece of spiritual stone, and boarded a flying boat heading outside the sect. Gazing at the diminishing figure of the Zhengdao Sect, Changqing murmured to himself, upon my return, I wonder when that will be. After leaving the sect, Changqing sped towards the vast river shrouded in mist. A day later, Song Shu emerged from seclusion and promptly discovered clues regarding Changqing, setting off in pursuit with several subordinates. Thinking he could evade capture? Not a chance, after departing from the Zhengdao Sect. All the flying boats outside were headed for the nearby market. Indeed, few would venture into the territory of the Zhengdao Sect. Thus, Changqing continued towards the Great River, passing by a relay station. The merchants engaged in transport here also had no intention of heading to the Great River. There were not many shops in this place, yet they offered a variety of high-grade elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, and more. Likely due to its proximity to the Zhengdao Sect, these items all originated from there. Changqing altered his appearance and entered a pharmacy, retrieving the broken tear pill he had yet to consume. Selling it for 220 spiritual stones, with the stones in hand, he purchased some spiritual food, along with high-grade and mid-grade talismans. Without lingering for long, Changqing affixed a mid-grade Gale talisman and departed swiftly. Clad in black attire, with a belt lightly coiling around his waist and meticulously bound black hair flowing in the wind, he set off. That great ship had reached the Zhengdao Sect from the Great River in just half an hour. After all, it was a flying artifact of considerable quality. Yet, his journey from the Zhengdao Sect to the Great River would require 5 days and nights, necessitating food and rest along the way. Unfortunately, he could not afford to use a high-grade Gale talisman, or he could have saved a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, time passed, and after more than a day, Changqing realized that even with the high-grade Gale talisman, and despite not lingering for a day and night in the talisman hall, escaping unimpeded was still a challenge. At this moment, he raised his gaze to see a small boat-like flying artifact hovering in the air. It could only accommodate 2 passengers, yet 4 had squeezed in. Clearly, they were all in for the long haul, unwilling to face any further mishaps. Had the boat been larger, surely more would have come to pursue him. Changqing maintained a stoic expression as he regarded Song Shu. Song Shu's eyes were shrouded in darkness, fixating intently on Changqing as he spoke ominously to the 3 behind him. Injuries for injuries. We must capture this individual. Otherwise, I have no need to send you to prison. I can simply execute you and send your remains to the corpse puppet hall. This is outside the sect, where killing does not incur a murder fee. The scarred man, Gong Ningyun, and the masked practitioner swallowed hard, their gazes gradually steeling. Understood. The flying boat slowly descended. You think you can land safely? Not a chance. Changqing suddenly unleashed the aura of a 4th-level Qi refinement practitioner. His magical power coalescing at his feet, summoning forth a gust of wind. His blood surged, the rich Qi and blood radiating outward. Affixing a high-grade Gale talisman, Changqing vanished from his position, appearing to dash several dozen steps away in the blink of an eye. Who said Gale talismans are only for fleeing? Since he could not outrun the flying artifact, and knowing they would not let him go, he would maximize his speed and eliminate them without hesitation. This was outside the sect, where there were no excessive rules. The scarred man and his companions were gravely concerned. They had already discerned that Changqing's speed was abnormal, too fast. A mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner's magical power was sufficient for flight. But if attacked while on the ground, evasion was difficult. After all, humans are not birds, and the disadvantages of being airborne are substantial. Seeking death. Seeing Changqing actively approach, Song Shu's eyes glinted coldly, unleashing the pressure of a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner. After 6 months of seclusion, his cultivation had advanced from the 5th level to the 6th. Song Shu suddenly waved his folding fan, and the whirlwind kicked up a cloud of yellow sand akin to a raging tide. Changqing did not dodge or evade, charging into the storm of sand, while simultaneously igniting a high-grade black arrow talisman. In the next instant, an arrow radiating the aura of a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner shot forth like a streak of black lightning, piercing through the sandstorm barrier and continuing to streak towards the flying boat. No flying artifact could match the speed of this arrow. Following closely, Changqing's crimson figure surged forth from the sandstorm, continuing to sprint on the ground, quickly closing the distance to the flying boat, seeking to capitalize on the advantages of solid ground. The scarred man and his companion's pupils constricted in shock. Was he truly using a black arrow talisman worth 50 spiritual stones just like that? Was he not concerned? Where did he acquire such an abundance of spiritual stones? Not only had he cleared his ransom, but he could also afford high-grade talismans. As their disbelief grew, so did the weight of their apprehension. This battle was far more perilous than they had anticipated. With no time to evade, Song Shu hurriedly activated a high-grade golden bell talisman, bellowing, "You 3, take this opportunity to jump from the flying boat." Even as a descendant of a Gu master, using a high-grade talisman valued at 50 spiritual stones was somewhat painful. After all, there were many members of the Song family, And only when he reached the late stage of chi refinement could he earn resources quickly enough to avoid feeling the pinch. Bang! At the moment the black arrow collided with the golden bell barrier, the flying boat shook violently. The scarred man, Gong Ningyun, and the masked practitioner leapt in 3 different directions. Yi Changqing noticed that Gong Ningyun was the farthest from him. But he knew Gong Ningyun was the weakest among the 3. Without a second thought, Yi Changqing charged towards him. First, he would reduce their numbers. Seeing Yi Changqing approach, Gong Ningyun was taken aback, inwardly lamenting, "I deliberately jumped towards the distance. And you still seek me out." It was too late to land. As he aimed for a nearby tree, 3 arrows exuding the pressure of a 6th-level chi refinement practitioner swiftly approached. Movement was exceedingly difficult in midair, and Gong Ningyun could only muster a defensive barrier with all his might. Bang! 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 The protective shield shattered, and though 3 bloody wounds marred his body, he had narrowly escaped a fatal blow. Suddenly, a crimson figure materialized behind him. Before Gong Ningyun could utter a word, a black arrow pierced through the back of his skull, emerging from his forehead. 1 down. Employing a mid-grade black arrow talisman worth 6 spirit stones, he deemed it prudent to use it. This was not the moment to reveal his trump cards. Yi Changqing's form was a blur as he sprinted down the great tree, charging towards the masked cultivator. At this moment, the scarred man, the masked cultivator, and Song Shu had all touched the ground. Upon witnessing Yi Changqing barreling towards the masked figure, the scarred man unleashed a torrent of earthy true chi, the pressure of his 4th-layer chi refinement radiating towards Yi Changqing. Song Shu infused his folding fan with magical energy once more, and with a fierce wave, sent a flurry of wind blades hurtling toward Yi Changqing. Some blades aimed to attack Yi Changqing, while others sought to restrict his movement. The masked cultivator, though his heart raced at the sight of Yi Changqing charging like a ferocious beast, did not retreat directly. He stepped back, striving to maintain a safe distance. Waiting for the other 2 to arrive, engaging Yi Changqing head-on was out of the question. Should he confront him directly, death would surely follow before the others could come to his aid. Yi Changqing crushed several mid-grade golden bell talismans, disregarding the wind blades striking from the side, and amidst the resounding explosions, he reached the masked cultivator. Damn. Where did this person acquire enough spirit stones to purchase so many talismans? Song Shu thought. Even with the support of a foundation-building cultivator, he had never been so extravagant. He rushed forward, intent on using the poison within him to deal with Yi Changqing. As Yi Changqing stood before the masked cultivator, he drew forth wisps of mist-like magical energy from the stone orb and, coalescing it into a fist, struck fiercely. The masked cultivator hastily conjured a defensive barrier and retaliated with his own fist. He possessed the cultivation of the 5th layer of chi refinement, while Yi Changqing was merely at the 4th layer. Even if his physical cultivation were slightly inferior, it mattered not. The masked cultivator had once been on par with Li Xiaofu, and Yi Changqing had consistently demonstrated prowess akin to Li Xiaofu's. Alas, reality diverged sharply from the masked cultivator's expectations. Yi Changqing's punch easily shattered the masked cultivator's barrier. The moment their fists collided, the masked cultivator's arm disintegrated, a mist of blood erupting forth. Yet it was not over. Yi Changqing's fist crashed into the masked cultivator's skull, obliterating it in an instant, as if it were a watermelon bursting. With relentless force, another life extinguished. Now that Song Shu and the scarred man were close, Yi Changqing felt emboldened to slay these 2. Revealing a few secrets mattered not. In truth, Yi Changqing still harbored concerns for his spirit stones. Witnessing the masked cultivator perish without a shred of resistance, Song Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Something was amiss. A 4th-layer chi refinement cultivator had just slain someone slightly weaker than himself, despite his confusion. Song Shu did not halt his advance. Closing in, he unleashed the poison, ensuring there would be no escape for Yi Changqing. After all, Yi Changqing was still affixed with a top-grade swift wind talisman. And from too great a distance, he could not strike true. The scarred man, now beside Yi Changqing, wore a face of incredulity. Yet, with the arrow on the string, he could not retract his fist. It was already in motion, expending all his true chi and magical energy. He recalled that just 2 days prior, had it not been for the assistance of 2 locusts, Yi Changqing would have been no match for him. As this thought crossed his mind, the expression on the scarred man's face grew increasingly ferocious. However, Yi Changqing also unleashed his fist. When their fists collided, the scarred man's arm shattered instantly, flesh and bone exploding, blood spraying forth. In the next moment, the scarred man's head erupted, a gruesome mixture of red and white splattering around. Were it not for the vast amount of spiritual energy absorbed from the inheritance hall the day before, he would not have achieved such ease that Changqing turned his gaze to the last man standing. Song Shu was merely 20 paces away, and even now, despite clutching his folding fan, he could not conceal the malice etched upon his face. Changqing, you can die now, Song Shu hissed menacingly, unleashing a spider that radiated the aura of a ninth-layer chi refinement beast, its color akin to jade. To be safe, he infused his folding fan with magical energy once again, sending forth wind blades to restrict Changqing's movement. That a sixth-layer chi refinement cultivator can coexist with a ninth-layer beast. The methods of a poison master are unfathomable. Changqing felt a tinge of gravity, not due to the jade spider before him, but because he was acutely aware that he would inevitably face the poison master. How could the poison master easily relinquish such an opportunity? Seeing Changqing momentarily dazed, Song Shu assumed he was frightened and sneered. Even if you possess top-grade talismans, can you contend with a true spirit beast of ninth-layer chi refinement? Everyone believes that a human's cultivation is inferior to that of a poison, leading to their downfall. They underestimate my grandfather far too much. You are about to perish anyway. Knowing this secret matters not. Becoming a corpse puppet, you will remember nothing of your former life. Ha ha ha. His laughter was abruptly cut short. Song Shu clearly saw the jade spider enter Changqing's body, only to be horrified to discover he could no longer connect with the spider's spirit. You are indeed different. Song Shu's expression shifted drastically, fear causing his voice to tremble as he attempted to summon a flying artifact to flee, only to feel a sharp pain in his chest. A red-headed centipede had bitten through his skin, voraciously consuming his heart. How do you also possess? Song Shu spat blood, collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Changqing swiftly tidied the scene. The combined possessions of the Scarred Man, the Masked Cultivator, and Gong Ningyan barely amounted to 10 spirit stones. It was hardly surprising. The Scarred Man had a hidden ailment that required resources for treatment. The Masked Cultivator had previously purchased the Heavenly Gang Fist at a high price and had refined it to the physical cultivation realm, necessitating substantial resources. Gong Ningyan's golden net and bow had also consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones. 3 fireballs reduced the trio to ASH. Changqing seized Song Shu's storage bag, discarded the tracking substance, retrieved Song Shu's folding fan, and extracted several talismans concealed upon the corpse, summoning the red-headed centipede back. He incinerated the bodies and departed on his flying vessel. Days later, at the Zhengdao Sect, in the conference hall of the 56th spiritual vein, a group of cultivators bearing the surname Song wore grim expressions. The Qingzhou market was not far from the Yunshui market. They dispatched several individuals to lurk there, for the Qingzhou market was of utmost importance. They sought to reclaim their losses with interest. 4 months later, a man clad in a resplendent purple robe sat upon the grand chair in the hall, surveying the assembly of Song cultivators. What is the status of the secret realm? Not only our Zhengdao Sect, but also the Shuyun Sect and Yingxia Sect are lacking in chi refinement disciples. Breaking the secret realm's formation will require 3 to 5 years. We cannot allow all chi refinement disciples to venture into danger. Ancestor, Shuer has been killed. This is the information on the perpetrator. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and an invisible aura of foundation-building pressure suddenly erupted, enveloping all present, instilling a sense of suffocation akin to being crushed beneath a mountain. Someone dared to slay his great-grandson. Did he think this foundation-building elder was non-existent? The middle-aged man scrutinized the jade slip, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear. 2 months. The cloud and rain technique. The golden sword technique has been mastered. Breaking through to the second and third layers of chi refinement is nearly without obstacle. Situlin, my poison. The forest was devoid of any human or beast, and even at the third layer of chi refinement, he could conquer the red-headed centipede. Could the ninth-layer jade spider not slay him? The middle-aged man sensed carefully, realizing he could no longer connect with the red-headed centipede or the jade spider. Very well, your opportunity is now mine. The middle-aged man withdrew his pressure, issuing a solemn command. A chi refinement cultivator without backing who killed a member of the Song family and remains unscathed. Where does that leave the dignity of the Song family? The affairs of the Qingzhou market will proceed as planned, but there is no need for haste. Mobilize 50% of our forces to capture Changqing. Above all, this matter must not be publicized. It must remain within our family. Those who defy this will suffer the pain of hard devouring. Strive to capture him alive. If that proves impossible, return with his corpse. Not a single hair must be left behind." With that, the middle-aged man waved his hand. "Go. Were it not for the Zhengdao Sect's territory, he would have personally captured you, Changqing." Yes, upon encountering the venerable elder, no one dared to speak further. They could only comply with his orders. The cultivation levels of the goo each individual raised remained a closely guarded secret among them, a hidden trump card. Setting aside the potential for internal strife, should a clan member be captured and subjected to interrogation, wouldn't that trump card be at risk of exposure? A middle-aged man squinted thoughtfully and cautioned, "This individual is cunning and sly. He may not be present in the Yunshui marketplace, but he is likely to be found in one of the more remote markets, particularly in the far west of the Zhengdao Sect." Indeed, the group responded in unison. Time rewinds to the moment when Yu Changqing dispatched Song Shu. Yu Changqing navigated his flying vessel, hastily making his way to the Great River. By chance, he encountered the withered elder, Changqing, who had once overseen their journey aboard a large ship to the Zhengdao Sect. Accompanying him was a robust youth, Zhenghu, who had been the first among a group of young men and women to successfully draw energy into their bodies. Zhenghu practiced a metal-based cultivation technique and, by all accounts, should have been dispatched to the secret realm as a mining infantryman. The fact that he was still alive and present here indicated he had repaid the ransom of 800 spirit stones. As Yi Changqing approached the Great River, he stowed the flying vessel within his storage pouch to prevent any covetous eyes from lingering upon it. The pouch, which he concealed beneath his robe, contained merely 50 or 60 spirit stones, yet its very worth was 200 to 300 spirit stones, comparable to that of a mid-grade magical artifact. A mid-grade flying vessel cost around 700 to 800 spirit stones, making it a luxury within the realm of cultivation. The folding fan he carried was of superior quality, valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. The mystical patterns of talismans, formations, and artifacts all shared a commonality. Yi Changqing could now, albeit with difficulty, discern some of these patterns. Indeed, the greatest prize he had acquired was the jade-green spider of the 9th layer of Qi refinement at that moment. Yi Changqing had boldly approached the spider and reached out to grasp it. Before the creature could release its silk, he summoned a stone orb to contain it. He recalled the time when, at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he had captured a red-headed centipede of the 7th layer, which had left him dizzy and collapsed on the ground. Now, with a surface cultivation level of the 4th layer, the gap between him and the jade-green spider was even more pronounced, had it not been for his formidable spirit. Even if he managed to capture the spider, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon reaching the banks of the Great River, Yi Changqing initially intended to traverse the forest lining the river's edge alone, confident that he could hunt for wild beasts should hunger strike. Following the river westward, he would not lose his way. Just then, the withered elder approached him with a greeting. "Ah, if it isn't junior brother Yi. In less than 2 years, you've managed to leave the Zhengdao Sect." Upon sensing Yi Changqing's cultivation at the 4th layer, Changqing was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Your progress is astonishingly swift." Yi Changqing smiled modestly and replied, "I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities within the sect. Without such fortune, who would believe that mere diligence could yield such results?" He refrained from mentioning Li Xiufu. Changqing and the others had been scouring for celestial seedlings outside, largely unaware of the happenings within the sect. If Li Xiaofu's grandfather had indeed passed, it would certainly be connected to Changqing. Upon learning that Li Xiufu was alive and well, would Changqing not seek to eliminate all traces? After all, few who were sent to the Zhengdao Sect ever rose to prominence, and Changqing still relied on Li Xiufu for contributions to the sect. He would not take such drastic measures then. Conversely, if Li Xiaofu's grandfather were still alive, there would be no issues at all. Changqing scrutinized Yu Changqing for a moment, recalling that he had inspected him before he even drew energy into his body, and chose not to press further in the cultivation world. Prying too deeply into others' affairs was a grave taboo. The opportunities within the sect were primarily due to Yi Changqing being utilized as a pawn by some foundation-building cultivator. Changqing had little regard for such matters. His focus was solely on advancing to foundation establishment. He then smiled and inquired directly, "Junior brother Yi, are you here to venture into the Zhengdao Sect's territory?" Yi Changqing briefly explained, "I am on a mission," without disclosing specific details, which Changqing likely understood. Changqing nodded slightly before stating plainly, "In 3 months, the Zhengdao Sect will be recruiting disciples that I happen to be headed there myself." Regardless of whether my boat is filled to capacity, I shall set sail today. The fare is merely 50 spirit stones. If you travel alone, it may prove quite exhausting. After a moment's consideration, Changqing handed over 50 spirit stones and boarded the vessel. He could hardly believe he was stepping onto this ship once more. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. His mindset now was markedly different from that of the past, initially confined within a cage. He had later emerged to a modest chamber, uncertain of what awaited him upon arriving at the Zhengdao Sect. This time, however, he occupied a lavishly decorated private compartment on the upper deck, armed with numerous hidden cards, and felt sufficiently confident to establish a foothold within the Zhengdao Sect's domain. The azure waves, misty white fog, verdant mountains, and golden sun greeted him, with a gentle breeze at his back. Changqing stood upon the deck, and as the words "set sail" echoed in his ears, the grand vessel navigated upstream, journeying westward. No magical powers were employed. The sails caught the downstream winds. The vast river, shrouded in a dense mist, had many stretches where the waters flowed placidly, yet when faced with torrents, this grand ship remained a flying artifact. The robust youth, Zheng seemed to recognize a familiar figure and approached with an incredulous expression. "Is it truly you? Junior brother Yi? Senior brother Yi? What brings you here?" Upon sensing Changqing's cultivation level, Zheng was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Among nearly 100 young men and women, he had been the first to successfully draw energy into his body. Back then, aboard the large ship, he had confidently shared his insights with the others, who, aware of their own limitations, had endeavored to curry favor with him, surrounding him like stars around the moon. Zheng had been brimming with youthful pride. However, after spending some time cultivating within the Zhengdao Sect, he had risked his lifetime and again in the secret realm as a mining infantryman, narrowly escaping each harrowing encounter to acquire magical artifacts. Ultimately repaying his ransom. In less than 2 years, he had reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, an impressive feat, indeed. Yet, upon realizing that Changqing had already ascended to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, all his previous arrogance dissipated instantly. Noticing Zheng clad in a black robe identical to those worn by the other cultivators aboard the ship, Changqing understood the situation. He briefly shared a few updates about his recent circumstances and inquired curiously, "What brings you here on a mission?" Zheng, with a hint of nostalgia, replied, "Had I remained in the secret realm, seeking out and retrieving the necessary artifacts for formations, I could have met my end at any moment. I have witnessed too many fall victim to the formations. Upon returning to the sect, I saw this mission and decided to take it." After exchanging polite small talk, Changqing took his leave. As he watched Changqing's retreating figure, Zheng felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Why was it that he lingered on the edge of life and death yet remained at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, while Changqing, safe and sound, cultivated in the Spirit Valley, had already reached the 4th layer? If he lacked spirit stones to purchase a mid-grade breakthrough pill, would it not take him 3 to 5 years to reach the 4th layer? The chasm between their circumstances was insurmountable. Why does he have opportunities while I do not? Unbeknownst to him, Zheng clenched his teeth tightly. Meanwhile, Changqing returned to the private room and learned that the grand vessel was not owned by Cheng, but rather rented from the artifact refining hall. Additionally, the enormous shark in the river was also borrowed from the spirit beast hall. Upon closing the door, Changqing began to compress his spiritual energy. Unable to compress it as carefully as he had when at the spirit vein, the efficiency of his compression was slightly slower than anticipated. After all, he was not within the confines of the sect, and there were some unfamiliar cultivators aboard the ship that required him to remain discreet. Initially, he had estimated that he would only need 2 to 3 days to compress a droplet of powder-like liquid spiritual energy. Yet it took him 5 days instead. Subsequently, Changqing transferred this droplet of powder-like liquid spiritual energy into his dantian. In an instant, he felt a profound elevation of his entire being, including his soul. His divine sense could now extend 6 millimeters, marking a breakthrough from 1/10,000th of the foundation establishment stage to 5/1000ths of the foundation establishment stage. This was akin to a doubling of his soul's strength, thereby accelerating the efficiency of condensing liquid spiritual energy by a factor of 2. This process differed fundamentally from practicing spells. The closer one approached perfection in a spell, the more arduous it became to advance further. In contrast, the condensation of liquid spiritual energy truly validated the adage, "Well begun is half done. The rest will only become easier." Soon after, Yi Changqing relocated this droplet of liquid mana back into the stone orb to avoid attracting attention from outsiders and to avert unnecessary troubles. Thus, two droplets coalesced into one, and this liquid mana was slightly larger. At that moment, a knock at the door was heard, accompanied by Zheng Hu's voice. Yi Shixiang, you have remained in the room for 5 days. Only emerging from meals. Will you not step outside for some fresh air? The passengers aboard this ship are either disciples of the Zhengdao Sect or merchants. Disciples from the Blood Cloud Sect and the Zhengdao Sect would not board a vessel belonging to the Zhengdao Sect. Among them, some hold dual identities as both disciples of the Zhengdao Sect and merchants. Due to regional disparities, many items naturally have differing prices. For instance, spirit herbs cultivated with spiritual blood are relatively inexpensive in areas governed by evil sects. While their prices can multiply several times in the territories of righteous sections, the terrain of righteous sects is generally elevated, where high mountains produce fine tea. Spiritual tea is comparatively cheaper in the territories of righteous sects. Whereas it commands a higher price in regions controlled by evil sects, to navigate both the lands of righteous sects and those of evil sects requires a certain level of strength and audacity. Otherwise, one cannot thrive as a merchant. In the main hall, Yi Changqing and Zheng Hu sat in large chairs, enjoying wine. Zheng Hu smiled and said, Yi Shixiang, in recent days, I have made the acquaintance of a merchant brother who has profited handsomely from his trade. I have heard that you have repaid your ransom in less than 2 years, and that your cultivation has also advanced to the 4th layer of qi refinement. He wishes to befriend you. This trip, he has brought with him a considerable quantity of blood spirit grass. Since you will be undertaking tasks in the territory of the Zhengdao Sect, the merchant brother is willing to sell you some blood spirit grass at a low price. As he spoke, a young man clad in splendid brocade robes approached, subtly exuding an aura of the 7th layer of qi refinement. The merchant named Shang Bujian took a seat opposite Yi Changqing. Smiling as he introduced himself, Shang Bujian. Yi Changqing, came Yi Changqing's direct reply. Even without stating his name, the young man opposite surely already knew it. Shang Bujian got straight to the point. Zheng Shidi has just spoken to you, hasn't he? If you wish to earn some spiritual stones on the side, I can sell you some blood spirit grass at a bargain. Yi Changqing did not respond immediately but instead inquired. Without merit, one should not accept rewards. Do you have any requests that I might assist you with, merchant brother? Ha ha, Shang Bujian laughed heartily. In this world, the more friends one has, the more paths one can tread. Seeing your exceptional talent, I have the desire to befriend you. Otherwise, would I forego my own interests? I have no interest in those ordinary cultivators. Pausing for a moment, Shang Bujian added with a hint of sentimentality, though the Zhengdao Sect is deemed an evil sect, even evil sects must observe the intricacies of human relationships. The Zhengdao Sect prides itself on being a righteous sect. Does that mean no one within it engages in wrongdoing? With that, Shang Bujian poured himself another cup of wine. Zheng Hu quickly chimed in. Yi Shixiang, what are you still pondering? Why not seize the chance to earn some spiritual stones? Uncertain whether Shang Bujian was sincere or merely feigning interest, Yi Changqing queried, I do not possess many spiritual stones. Is it possible for me to exchange talismans for the spirit grass? Should there be a genuine desire for friendship, Yi Changqing would not refuse. As Shang Bujian had just stated, in this world, having more friends equates to more opportunities. Certainly, I am in need of talismans for protection. It saves me the trouble of purchasing them again once they run out. Shang Bujian replied with a smile, courteously producing a long jade box from his storage bag. As the jade box opened, a blood-glowing spirit herb came into view for the 3 of them. This blood spirit grass is priced at 50 spiritual stones, and you could sell it for at least 100 spiritual stones in the territory of the Zhengdao Sect. If you venture further to a market, you could fetch 200 spiritual stones. Very well, Yi Changqing replied, retrieving a high-quality black arrow talisman from his sleeve and placing it on the table. Zheng Hu felt the aura emanating from the black arrow talisman and involuntarily flinched. Yi Changqing and Shang Bujian exchanged their items. Shang Bujian then cheerfully asked, I can also sell you a blood spirit grass worth at least 300 spiritual stones for just 150. Yi Changqing politely declined. I appreciate your kindness, merchant brother. I will remember it. You should keep the spiritual stones you earned, as I need my talismans for protection. The folding fan he possessed was valued at over 1,000 spiritual stones. And his flying boat could also be sold for spiritual stones. However, he was wary of Shang Bujian's true nature and could not afford to trade recklessly. What if Shang Bujian had connections with Song Shu and others? Upon hearing this, Shang Bujian shot an annoyed glare at Yi Changqing, saying, Shi Xiao, I rarely make acquaintances. Why do you refuse to show me some face? Yi Changqing shook his head helplessly. I truly have no talismans left. Shang Bujian appeared somewhat displeased and took a sip of his wine. Observing this, Zheng Hu quickly smiled and said, Merchant brother, please do not be angry. Then, Zheng Hu turned to Yi Changqing with a furrowed brow, advising, Yi Xiao, merchant brother is simply trying to help you earn a bit more spiritual stones. Why refuse? Isn't it beneficial to earn more? Yi Changqing felt quite exasperated. I genuinely do not have any talismans left. Suddenly, Zheng Hu remarked, did you not obtain an opportunity within the Zhengdao Sect? If you could sell it, now would be the perfect time to befriend merchant brother. Hearing this, Yi Changqing's eyes sharpened. Shang Bujian remained silent, preoccupied with pouring himself more wine. While Yi Changqing realized the intentions of the two regarding the stone orb, they surely had no knowledge. And no matter how much they speculated, they likely could not fathom the existence of something like the stone orb. These two were seeking an opportunity akin to the Tiangang Fist. However, the Tiangang Fist had stirred quite a commotion within the Zhengdao Sect, and many were aware of it. Mentioning the Tiangang Fist would mean risking exposure of Li Xiaofu's identity. At present, it remained a mystery whether Cheng Ren had murdered Li Xiaofu's grandfather, and whether Cheng Ren and Li Xiaofu held enmity was yet unresolved. Considering all this, Yi Changqing directly refused. I am afraid I cannot engage in this transaction. Delving into another's secrets is inherently impolite. Once one's trump card is revealed, the enemy will know how to respond. Refusing was only natural. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he could not betray a brother. After all, he and Li Xiaofu had shared life and death experiences. While he would not foolishly vow to die on the same day, he did have his principles: wealth, techniques, companions, and land. Companions are not merely romantic partners, but also friends who assist one another on the long road of cultivation. Zheng Hu was still considering how to persuade him when Shang Bujian interjected. Every individual has their secrets. Zheng Shidi, are you preparing to use this knowledge against Yi Shidi in the future? Merchant brother, I absolutely did not mean that. Zheng Hu hastily shook his hands. Shang Bujian spoke in an educational tone. Remember today's events well, or you will find yourself at a disadvantage in the future. Shidi, take heed. Zheng Hu stood up and bowed respectfully to Shang Bujian. Then, Shang Bujian turned to Yi Changqing, hoping he would not take offense that Yi Changqing wore a cryptic smile, remaining silent. Observing this, Shang Bujian shot another glare at Zheng Hu. Quietly admonishing, apologize to Yi Shidi at once. Zheng Hu quickly bowed to Yi Changqing. I apologize, Shidi. It was my recklessness that I hope Yi Xixiang can forgive me. Yi Changqing casually waved his hand, though his mind was busy calculating. He was uncertain whether Zheng Hu was the mastermind or if it was Shang Bujian, or perhaps both were the orchestrators. Yet, does it truly matter who the mastermind is? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three of them took their leave. Yi Changqing returned to the private room to continue compressing the liquid spiritual energy. Last time, it took him 5 days to condense a droplet of powder-like liquid spiritual energy. This time, he anticipated it would only take 2 or 3 days to achieve a similar result. 3 days later, an angry shout echoed from outside. Yi Changqing, you have stolen Brother Shang's blood spirit herb. Come out at once. A rapid and violent knocking followed, accompanied by another furious call. Yi Changqing, you have stolen Brother Shang's blood spirit herb. Come out at once. Upon hearing these words, Yi Changqing furrowed his brow. Glancing at the jade box containing the blood spirit herb on the table, he had already deduced the situation. Before he could open the door, it was violently kicked in, splintered wood flying everywhere. With a flick of his sleeve, Yi Changqing deftly avoided the debris. The one who kicked the door was none other than Zheng Hu, while Shang Bujian stood outside, a smirk plastered on his face. Due to the ruckus earlier, several black-robed cultivators of varying levels had arrived. Junior brother Zheng, what is the matter? One of the black-robed cultivators inquired. Zheng Hu bowed to the assembled black-robed figures and then pointed at the jade box on the table. His tone resolute. Yi Changqing has stolen Brother Shang's blood spirit herb. With that, Zheng Hu strode to the table, opened the jade box, and revealed a herb glowing with a crimson light, causing a stir among the onlookers. Caught red-handed. Yi Changqing, do you have anything to say? Zheng Hu fixed his gaze on him. This blood spirit herb was exchanged for a top-grade black arrow talisman. Yi Changqing replied, his expression unyielding. Ha! Zheng Hu scoffed. A top-grade black arrow talisman is worth 50 spirit stones, yet this blood spirit herb can fetch at least 100 spirit stones. Brother Shang is a merchant. Would he engage in a losing deal? Changqing turned to the black-robed cultivators, speaking nonchalantly. Do you believe his words? The faces of the black-robed cultivators showed signs of confusion. Of course not. How could Brother Shang, who carries a storage bag, possibly steal? If he were truly capable of stealing, he would have taken the storage bag as well. Unbeknownst to them, Zheng Hu and Shang Bujian had their own motives. The black-robed cultivators looked at Shang Bujian. Their intentions clear. What do you plan to do? Shang Bujian remained silent. Zheng Hu, however, continued to explain with fervor. Brother Shang wanted to trade this blood spirit herb for Changqing's opportunity. Changqing agreed, promising to deliver the opportunity within a day. Yet, 3 days have passed, and Changqing still has not delivered. If this isn't theft, what is it? Upon hearing the term opportunity, the eyes of the black-robed cultivators sparkled with intrigue. Changqing must possess some significant opportunity. Otherwise, how could he explain his 5 elemental roots and the fact that he had repaid 800 spirit stones in less than 2 years while reaching the 4th level of qi refinement? Before Changqing could offer an explanation, they eagerly began to counsel him. Junior brother Yi, since you have taken someone else's item, you should present your own. Hand over the opportunity to Brother Shang, and we can treat this matter as if it never happened. Yes, yes. No one is perfect. Just don't let it happen again. Listening to their words, Changqing suddenly chuckled, not out of anger, but rather because he found it amusing that these individuals, eager for opportunity, maintained such a facade of righteousness that a group of sanctimonious hypocrites, their desire to assist Shang Bujian in obtaining the opportunity meant they would also benefit in return. Exploiting human greed was indeed a clever strategy. Even those from righteous sects would likely resort to similar tactics. Unfortunately, this scheme was ineffective against Changqing. Previously uncertain about whether to eliminate Shang Bujian and Zheng Hu, he now felt no such hesitation. These two had inadvertently made the decision for him. The onlookers, witnessing Changqing's amused demeanor, frowned at Changqing. What are you laughing at? Don't think that by feigning madness you can fool us. Do you believe we would by your story of forgetting where I placed the opportunity? Though we may not be within the sect, we are all brothers of the sect. Considering our ties, as long as you present the opportunity, we can overlook the matter of the stolen blood spirit herb. If you treat outsiders this way, they might just kill you. Given that Changqing was merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, they felt no fear. Why Changqing abruptly drew a black talisman from his sleeve, subtly infusing it with spiritual power. As if to activate it, I traded this blood spirit herb for a top-grade black arrow talisman. And you still don't believe me? Changqing truly did not wish to escalate the situation, especially since these black-robed cultivators were all subordinates of Changqing. The large ship was rented by Changqing from the Zhengdao Sect's artifact refining hall. And the lurking giant shark beneath the river was also rented by Changqing from the Zhengdao Sect's spirit beast hall. Changqing was a 9th-level qi refinement cultivator, and Changqing felt it necessary to show him some respect. Everyone sensed the faint aura of a 9th-level qi refinement cultivator emanating from the talisman in Changqing's hand. Their expressions grew serious. Some felt a wave of trepidation and silently took a step back. If Changqing accidentally activated the talisman, they would indeed be unable to withstand it. Zheng Hu was genuinely taken aback by Changqing's possession of a top-grade black arrow talisman. Feeling a surge of panic, he could not fathom what kind of opportunity Changqing had acquired to be so affluent. Moreover, he could not comprehend why Changqing would dare to threaten them with a top-grade talisman. Changqing was alone, yet they had the advantage of numbers, and many of them were more powerful than he was, as Zheng Hu recalled that he was a subordinate of Changqing, who held sway over the ship. His panic was gradually overshadowed by greed. The better Changqing's opportunity, the better the opportunity he would obtain later. Shang Bujian, who had maintained a composed demeanor, finally showed a slight change in expression. His eyes narrowed, as he could not fathom how Changqing, merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, could be so audacious. However, recalling that he too had a top-grade talisman for protection and was a 7th-level qi refinement cultivator, he could not help but curl his lips into a disdainful sneer. At that moment, the withered old man who had been resting suddenly sensed an unusual aura and hurried over in a few swift strides. What is happening? Changqing's gaze fell upon the top-grade black arrow talisman in Changqing's hand, and he appeared displeased at why Changqing replied coldly, Senior brother Chang, you may inquire with them. They are all aware. Soon after, one of the black-robed cultivators recounted the events that had transpired. Moments later, Upon learning the ins and outs of the situation, Changqing glanced at Zheng Hu, remaining silent. After all, Zheng Hu was his subordinate. Publicly reprimanding Zheng Hu would imply that he was bowing to Yi Changqing. He was a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator, while Yi Changqing was merely at the 4th level. How could a strong man bow to a weaker one? Furthermore, Changqing was close to earning enough contribution points to exchange for the qualification to conduct a blood sacrifice for Foundation establishment. Then, Changqing turned his gaze to Shang Bujian, his tone icy. This is the only time I will overlook this. Should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient at this point. Shang Bujian was unwilling to concede. You, Changqing, are fixated on Foundation establishment and disdain Yi Changqing's opportunity, but I value it. I am prepared to offer you a benefit right now. Can you still claim fairness and justice? Shang Bujian was about to pull out 500 spirit stones to present to Changqing. For any opportunity that could lead to Yi Changqing's achievements was undoubtedly worth far more than 500 spirit stones. This deal was not a loss. However, in the next moment, amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, a flash of black light darted past, and blood gushed from the forehead of Shang Bujian like a fountain. Subsequently, Shang Bujian collapsed to the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Kill him first to prevent any further complications. Shang Bujian never imagined that Yi Changqing would dare to kill him in front of everyone. Consequently, he paid little heed to Yi Changqing's every move. With Changqing, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, right before him, bribery was of utmost importance at that moment. Yet, by the time Shang Bujian sensed the impending danger, it was already too late to evade. Activating a high-grade defensive talisman required even a fleeting moment. Regrettably, it was this very moment that eluded him, and he failed to activate the Golden Bell talisman. A gaping wound on his forehead suddenly spewed forth blood, splattering Zheng Hu as if he had been thrown into a vat of dye. Overwhelmed by the acrid scent of blood, Zheng Hu shuddered involuntarily, as if it were he who had just met his demise. It had been a long time since he had felt such a heart-stopping sensation. In the past, during his time as a mind-clearing infantryman in the secret realm, he had experienced such feelings, but gradually he had grown stronger. The numerous black-robed cultivators witnessed Yi Changqing activating the high-grade black arrow talisman, their expressions shifting in unison. They were all astonished, unable to comprehend how Yi Changqing, a mere practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement, dared to kill in front of their steward. Changqing furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing Yi Changqing activate the talisman, but if he wished, he could certainly shield Shang Bujian from the black arrow. However, deep down, Changqing understood. Yi Changqing's audacity to kill in his territory without his consent, right before his eyes, indicated that Yi Changqing had a hidden card up his sleeve, unafraid of him. A 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner. It at least implied that Yi Changqing could escape from him. With this realization, Changqing chose not to meddle further as for whether Yi Changqing was his opponent. Changqing still held some confidence. After all, he was a seasoned Qi refinement practitioner, and few could claim victory over him in the Qi refinement stage. Yi Changqing reached out, drawing Shang Bujian's storage bag into his hand. He then used his magical power to deliver the storage bag to Changqing. I apologize, senior brother, for the inconvenience, Yi Changqing said with a slight bow towards the withered elder. This shall not happen again. Changqing, expressionless, took the storage bag and departed. Since he surmised that Yi Changqing could slip away under his nose, there was no need for unnecessary actions. Not only did Yi Changqing apologize to him, but he also acquired all of Shang Bujian's resources, thus rendering further pursuit unnecessary. The others observed Changqing's lack of intent to punish Yi Changqing, clearing their throats in unison as they began to realize that Yi Changqing was not to be trifled with. Just as these black-robed cultivators were about to step away, they heard Yi Changqing's calm voice. This private room is in such disarray. How can I stay here? Yi Daoist, I shall escort you to a cleaner chamber at once. One of the black-robed cultivators respectfully gestured for him to proceed. Yi Changqing nodded slightly, took the blood spirit herb from the table, and plucked a few talismans from the corpse before exiting the private room. It was still too early to kill Zheng Hu. That would be best saved for when they were about to disembark. To kill Zheng Hu now would be a grave insult to Changqing. Guided by the black-robed cultivator, Yi Changqing entered a more spacious and lavishly decorated chamber. Yi Daoist, if you require anything, just command me, the black-robed cultivator said with a courteous smile. Exuding respect. Yi Changqing closed the door and continued to compress his spiritual energy. Within the most luxurious private room on the grand ship, The fragrant incense wafted through the air, mingling with the subtle aroma of tea. Zhenghu knelt on the ground, bowing his head in apology to the withered elder seated in the red chair. It was my rashness. I hope the steward will impose punishment. Changqing regarded Zhenghu with an impassive expression. What wrong have you committed? Zhenghu kept his forehead pressed to the floor. It was my folly to covet senior brother Ye's fortune and scheme against him, resulting in your loss of face. Changqing picked up the spiritual tea and said lightly, your error lies in covertly plotting against you Changqing. Yet in the end, your accomplice, Shang Bujin, is dead. You have lost both the lady and the troops. Yi Changqing, in terms of strength, cunning, and courage, surpasses you that if you were truly formidable and instilled fear, even your mistakes would be deemed correct. Strength commands respect that as he spoke. Changqing gently stirred the tea in his cup and sipped with a leisurely air. Zhenghu's face revealed bitterness. He was inferior to Yi Changqing in every aspect. Setting down the teacup, Changqing continued, among the three who accepted the mission, you were the weakest in cultivation. Yet I still chose you to escort the celestial seedlings. Do you know why? Zhenghu hurriedly replied, because you are well aware of my background that I would never betray you. Changqing shook his head slightly. That is not the reason. It is because you survived in the secret realm, which surely indicates your exceptional qualities. What I seek is capable assistance. After a pause, Changqing calmly stated, if you truly desire some fortune or inheritance, I can offer you a share. However, I have yet to discover your extraordinary attributes. Zhenghu's eyes brightened with excitement. I hope the steward will enlighten me. Changqing pondered. There are still over 80 days until we reach our destination. During this time, I do not expect you to defeat Yu Changqing. If you can match him in some aspect, I will grant you a chance at fortune. Zhenghu suppressed his rising excitement and tentatively asked, since Brother Yi is so exceptional, why do you not recruit him? Changqing replied earnestly, Yi Changqing is on a covert mission in the territory of Zhengdao Sect. Do you think he is a simple person? Sometimes, not getting involved is a form of wisdom. With that, Changqing waved his hand. You may leave. Yes, I assure you, I will not disappoint. Zhenghu bowed deeply once more, then respectfully retreated 3 steps before turning to leave. He was both exhilarated and solemn. Contemplating. Yu Changqing, you undertake a covert mission and dare to kill in public. This clearly indicates that you are extraordinary. With over 80 days remaining, I shall ensure you are dealt with. Watching Zhenghu's departing figure, Changqing murmured to himself, audible only to his ears. Yi Changqing dares to kill Shang Bujin, who is at the 7th level of qi refinement, right before my eyes. He will not let you go. He has merely spared you for my sake. But if you prove your worth, I am willing to advocate for you that if you are of no use, then let death come. Returning his focus, Changqing meticulously examined Shang Bujin's storage bag. Moments later, a rare excitement flickered in his murky eyes, nearly brimming with tears. After decades, in 3 to 5 more years, he would gather enough resources to exchange for the qualification for blood sacrifice, foundational cultivation. His cultivation had long reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. He merely displayed the strength of a 9th-level practitioner outwardly. He still carried a thunderbolt talisman capable of surpassing even the strikes of a perfected qi refinement practitioner, which he could sell once he was close to gathering the resources needed for the blood sacrifice foundational cultivation qualification. After all, foundational cultivators do not require the protection of a thunderbolt talisman. One of the 3 foundational barriers is the qi and blood barrier, where the success rate of establishing a foundation peaks before the age of 40, becoming exceedingly difficult after 60. Recklessly attempting to establish a foundation is akin to courting death. However, through blood sacrifice to establish a foundation, one need not consider age, as one can absorb the cultivation and essence of others for one's own use. Yi Changqing, aside from eating and occasionally resting, has been continuously compressing liquid spiritual energy. That on the 3rd night after moving into his new chamber, he successfully compressed a droplet of powder-like liquid spiritual energy, but on the 5th evening, he achieved the same feat once more. And again on the morning of the 7th day. By the 8th day, he produced a droplet slightly larger than the previous powder-like ones, and on the 9th day, he created another droplet even larger than that. On the 10th day, time flew by, leading to the 75th day. With a deep sigh, Yu Changqing opened his profound eyes. At present, the range of his divine consciousness had extended to half a zhang, approximately 1.5 meters. The initial stage of foundation establishment allows one's divine consciousness to encompass a radius of 10 zhang, approximately 30 meters. his cultivation had broken through to 1/20th of the foundation establishment realm. The liquid magical power within the stone pearl had grown to the size of a typical droplet, surpassing the total magical power of a fully realized chi refining practitioner. This implies that if he were to condense 19 more droplets of such liquid magical power, Yi Changqing would be a true foundation establishment master. Furthermore, compressing such substantial liquid magical power henceforth would only require 3 to 5 days, provided the spiritual energy within the stone pearl was ample. The current strength of his divine soul is incomparable to the time when he first condensed powder-like liquid magical power, just as his initial attempts during the fourth layer of chi refinement cannot be compared to his present state. It is only upon becoming a genuine practitioner at the initial stage of foundation establishment that the pace of his cultivation will gradually slow. After all, the rapid advancements now are due to the swift enhancement of his divine soul. A true practitioner at the initial stage of foundation establishment requires over an hour to compress a droplet of normal liquid magical power, excluding the time taken to absorb spiritual energy. Those with heavenly roots, in Yi Changqing's eyes, are but insignificant. The sole advantage of those with heavenly roots is that they receive focused cultivation from sects, which safeguard their safety with utmost diligence. Whereas Yi Changqing can only bide his time and develop in obscurity. As the misty spiritual energy within the stone pearl dwindled, Yi Changqing chose not to continue refining, as this misty energy may prove necessary in times of peril. Indeed, should he find himself in a life-and-death situation, that droplet of liquid magical power would have to be utilized. The spiritual energy along the river is sparse, rendering cultivation inefficient. Yi Changqing stepped out onto the deck to admire the scenery. Ever since he publicly dispatched Shang Bujian, the Black Cloak practitioners have shown him considerable respect. He casually inquired of one such practitioner, "How many days until we reach our destination?" The Black Cloak practitioner, bearing an expression of fear mingled with servility, replied, "Fellow Taoist Yi, the ship's speed is comparable to previous years. We shall arrive in 7 days. Yi Changqing nodded lightly, gesturing for him to depart. "Very well. You may enjoy the scenery. I shall not disturb you." After the Black Cloak practitioner left, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had once coveted Yi Changqing's fortune. Had Yi Changqing held a grudge, he could only imagine the dire consequences. Once he had sufficiently relaxed, Yi Changqing returned to his chamber. He needed to contemplate how to develop securely within the territory of the Zhengdao Sect. Making decisions when one's mind is clear typically leads to favorable outcomes. Sitting in a chair, resting his chin on one hand in contemplation, he was soon interrupted by a knock at the door, accompanied by the voice of Zheng Hu. "Senior brother Yi, I saw you standing on the deck, enjoying the breeze. I presume you are no longer in seclusion, that I have come to apologize." "Come in," Yi Changqing replied nonchalantly, waving his sleeve to open the door. Zheng Hu entered, holding a white jade wine jug with both hands. Wearing an apologetic smile as he bowed, "Senior brother Yi, I hesitated to come and apologize while I saw you in seclusion earlier. This wine is of excellent quality, though it weighs only a pound. It represents 3 years of my earnings that I acquired it on credit. Senior brother Yi, with your magnanimity, please forgive my earlier rashness." As he spoke, Zheng Hu carefully poured wine for Yi Changqing, fearful of spilling a single drop. Yi Changqing smiled. "You should drink as well. Such precious wine. I fear it would be wasteful for me to partake," Zheng Hu replied, his brow slightly furrowed, appearing somewhat troubled. Yi Changqing casually remarked, "With your cultivation at the third layer of chi refinement, what benefits could you possibly derive from a sip of this fine spirit wine? I need not elaborate." Zheng Hu's brow furrowed tightly, torn between the desire to drink and the reluctance to do so. Seemingly engaged in an intense internal debate, after much deliberation, Zheng Hu nodded firmly. "All right, since senior brother you do not mind, I shall graciously accept." Zheng Hu sat across from Yi Changqing, pouring himself a drink as well. "To be honest, I too crave this wine. However, it is meant as an apology, so I must resist the temptation." Zheng Hu spoke candidly, noticing a long jade box on the table, although the lid was closed. It was easy to surmise that it contained a blood spirit herb. After pouring the wine, Zheng Hu raised his glass in a toast, then eagerly drank. "Delicious!" Zheng Hu exclaimed with delight, appearing somewhat embarrassed as he noticed his own exuberance. "Senior brother Yi, you too should drink." Were it not for the incident of being framed some 70 or 80 days prior, one might genuinely mistake Zheng Hu for a simpleton. Yi Changqing nodded slightly, savoring the wine. "Indeed, it is pure and fragrant. with a lingering aftertaste and rich spiritual energy that Yi Changqing praised, inwardly lamenting, "What a pity! The wine was poisoned." And with the magical power of a mere fourth-layer qi refiner and the true energy of the flesh-refining realm, the toxin could hardly be expelled. Channeling a modicum of his consciousness, he absorbed the poison into the stone pearl. Ha ha ha. Zhenghu poured more wine for Yi Changqing. "Senior brother, do drink more. You should drink too." Yi Changqing replied with a gentle smile. After pouring a drink for Yi Changqing, Zhenghu served himself once more. "Cheers." Zhenghu laughed, raising his glass. He had taken a detoxification pill beforehand, allowing him to drink without restraint. Yi Changqing lifted his glass slightly in acknowledgement, then consumed it in one gulp. Zhenghu drank as well, then poured more, seemingly emboldened by the wine to express his true feelings. "Senior brother Yi, I must confess, I genuinely envy and resent you. I nearly lost my life searching for those artifacts that serve as the eyes of formations in the secret realm, and it is only through such peril that I have achieved my current standing. I fantasize about the future, believing that I alone among those sold to the Wangazong still stands proudly in this world, that I thought myself the protagonist of a tale, destined for greater opportunities. Yet upon meeting you, I realized my fortune pales in comparison to yours." As they spoke, they shared several more drinks. Yi Changqing listened quietly. Zhenghu suddenly asked, "Senior brother Yi, do you know how I survived in the secret realm?" Yi Changqing, intrigued, encouraged him, "Do share." While he suspected Zhenghu aimed to delay the effects of the poison, he was genuinely curious about how Zhenghu had managed to exit the secret realm unscathed. Zhenghu took a sip of wine and spoke with confidence. "The reason I was able to survive and exit the secret realm is due to my imposing stature and great strength. With everyone else's cultivation being low, I had a distinct advantage, did I not? Those who were captured with me on the ship all wished for me to protect them, hence, I leveraged their trust, always bringing one person with me into the secret realm, compelling them to walk ahead and scout the way for me. After half of my companions perished, I cleared my ransom and managed to leave the secret realm." As he spoke, Zhenghu unconsciously took on a ferocious demeanor. "Alas, my luck has always been poor. Some individuals found a high-quality artifact and managed to retrieve it intact, allowing them to leave the secret realm without further peril. Others discovered 2 or 3 medium-quality artifacts, along with some low-quality ones, and quickly exited. And what of me?" Zhenghu nearly roared. "I scoured for over a dozen low-quality artifacts before I could finally leave the secret realm. Why is it that those with better luck can seize opportunities while I cannot? Those luckier than me should all perish." Zhenghu's forehead throbbed with prominent veins, his eyes a blood-red hue. Yi Changqing calmly remarked, "I have not experienced what you have, so I shall not advise you to adopt a more optimistic outlook. Whether others live or die is of no concern to me. But it is your folly to direct your thoughts towards me." After a brief pause, Yi Changqing added, "Your ability to have others assist you in navigating the secret realm is indeed an advantage. Setting aside all else for your own sake, you ought to continue seeking artifacts within the secret realm to earn spirit stones. If you perceive the secret realm as perilous, then you may exit. Yet do you believe that safety awaits you within the sect?" With a lack of enthusiasm, Yi Changqing shifted the topic. "Let us drink." Noticing Yi Changqing's disinterest, Zhenghu did not prolong the moment any further. The poison was likely taking effect. He shook the wine jug, discovering it nearly empty, and poured slowly. "Senior brother Yi, this last bit of wine is barely enough for 1 cup. Will you drink it, or shall I?" Yi Changqing replied in a subdued tone, "You may decide for yourself." After pouring the final drop, Zhenghu mused, "It would be better to pour it into the great river, for we shall part ways eventually." "Very well," Yi Changqing acknowledged with a slight nod. Zhenghu lifted the cup filled to the brim with wine and approached the window, pouring it out slowly as if paying homage at a grave. Gazing into the vast white mist, he suddenly inquired, "Senior brother Yi, have you truly forgiven me?" Yi Changqing responded, "Is this fine wine not precious to you?" Zhenghu affirmed, "Indeed, it is quite valuable to at present. I am at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Precisely the critical moment to accumulate spirit stones for purchasing breakthrough elixirs, if I cannot swiftly advance to the 4th level of qi refinement." Zhenghu sighed, lamenting that in the pursuit of cultivation, a single misstep can lead to a cascade of failures. Yi Changqing then asked, "So, do you believe I ought to forgive you?" "Naturally, you must forgive me," Zhenghu replied without hesitation. That he then turned to face Yi Changqing, his expression devoid of emotion. "There are virtually no cultivators who can die of old age naturally. Your cultivation is merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, yet you have managed to savor fine wine before your demise, which is already a privilege far beyond that of 99% of cultivators. It seems you will indeed forgive me. Yi Changqing nodded. What do you mean by that? Zhenghu queried, somewhat perplexed. Yi Changqing smiled kindly. As a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement, to drink fine wine before your passing is already a fortune greater than that of 99.9% of cultivators. Zhenghu shook his head in resignation. It appears that senior brother has yet to forgive me. Nevertheless, I shall remain unscathed, while you, however... Bang! Yi Changqing flickered and appeared before Zhenghu, delivering a powerful punch without the use of any magical energy. Zhenghu's head burst open like a watermelon, leaving him unaware of why Yi Changqing had not succumbed to the poison. Changren had tasked Zhenghu with proving his worth against Yi Changqing. But Zhenghu had other intentions. He sought to demonstrate that he could eliminate Yi Changqing. Alas, the unfolding events were not as he had anticipated. Yi Changqing stowed away the long jade box from the table into his storage bag and leapt from the window, commandeering a flying vessel as he departed. Zhenghu was a subordinate of Changren, and by all accounts, Changren bore some responsibility. Moreover, the resources within Shangbujian's storage bag must have been substantial, now resting in Changren's possession. Yet Yi Changqing harbored no intention to confront Changren, despite his power surpassing that of a perfected qi refinement cultivator. Changren, as an established qi refinement cultivator, had navigated the world without incident for years. Was his strength truly as simple as it appeared? In the current moment, if he merely bided his time and continued to develop steadily, he could naturally become a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. Why take risks? After flying for a while, Yi Changqing arrived at the riverbank. This place should be beyond the detection of the Gu Master, he mused, concentrating to erase the soul imprints of the Gu Master from the red-headed centipede and the green jade spider. Were he to employ other methods, erasing the true soul of a foundation establishment cultivator would be nearly impossible. But this was within the stone bead. Moments later, the Gu Master's soul imprint vanished without a trace. The stone bead still contained some useless poison, which he fed to the red-headed centipede. Changren, you have taken Shangbujian's storage bag. I merely wish to reclaim the spirit stones from selling the immortal seedlings. Surely that is not too much to ask. After a brief respite, Yi Changqing continued onward. He did not utilize the flying vessel, as it consumed too much magical energy. Not wishing to expend his energy, he opted to embed spirit stones into the grooves of the vessel. Yet he was not inclined to squander spirit stones in such a manner that he traversed the wooded area along the riverbank, pausing intermittently, progressing westward at a pace comparable to that of a large ship. Time flew by, and after 7 days, the moon was shrouded, and the stars concealed. Amidst the chorus of cicadas and frogs, urgent and muffled hoofbeats approached from the distance. Soon, a sturdy horse was seen dragging a prison cart towards the great river, with a figure clad in black seated atop. The prison cart, crafted from thick iron bars, clattered intermittently with the jostling of the wheels. Within the cage, nearly 100 unconscious youths were curled up. After about a quarter of an hour, the black-clad rider returned from the river, and at this moment, the prison cage had vanished, concealed in the foliage by the roadside. Yi Changqing seized the opportunity, and 3 black arrows radiating the aura of 6th-level qi refinement shot forth with sudden ferocity. The black-clad figure seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly pulling the reins and leaning back to evade the talisman's assault. Zhengdao, you spoke the truth. Indeed, there are ambushers. Come forth, Yi Daoyu. Upon hearing the voice of the black-clad figure, Yi Changqing revealed himself and declared, hand over the spirit stones. I can overlook the grievances of 2 years past. The black-clad figure scrutinized Yi Changqing with interest, exclaiming, I never imagined that the initially rejected disciple of the sect would, in just 2 years, break through to the 4th level of qi refinement. Moreover, from Chengdao's words, it seems you are far from what you appear. You should thank me. Had I not assisted you in reaching the Zhengdao Sect, with your aptitude, you would not have attained your current accomplishments. Yi Changqing replied nonchalantly, if you do not wish to surrender the spirit stones, I shall not hold back. Unbeknownst to him, a red-headed centipede latched onto the black-clad figure's ankle. Why did Yi Changqing engage in idle chatter? Merely to draw the black-clad figure's attention, giving the red-headed centipede a chance to strike. In the instant the centipede clamped onto the black-clad figure's ankle, a surge of aquamarine energy emanated from the figure's body. Had he not cultivated the body refinement technique and broken through to the muscle refinement realm, this venomous creature would have burrowed into his body, the black-clad figure felt a searing pain in his ankle, his expression contorting into a snarl. The youth before him, merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, possessed a spirit pet of the 7th level of Qi refinement. What a grave oversight! The black-clad figure unleashed an aura of 8th level Qi refinement. Gathering energy in his left hand to seize the red-headed centipede with force, squeak, the centipede let out a pained cry, firmly grasped by the black-clad figure, rendered immobile. Simultaneously, the black-clad figure sought to prevent any further complications. Swiftly launching a high-grade black arrow talisman with his right hand, Yi Changqing, possessing a formidable soul, discerned the black-clad figure's every move as the black arrow hurtled toward him. Yi Changqing instantly activated a high-grade golden bell talisman. Bang! The black arrow collided with the golden shield, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. The black-clad figure smirked, his form darting like black lightning, closing the distance to Yi Changqing in an instant. A body refiner should engage in close combat with their foes. He intended to deny Yi Changqing any opportunity for retaliation or escape. Were it any other disciple of a malevolent sect, he would not intervene. Confronting evil sects was the business of the Zhengdao Sect. What concern was it of a Qi refinement cultivator? Yet, the individual before him was Yi Changqing. According to Changqing, Yi Changqing held a grudge against him. Furthermore, Yi Changqing was aware of his dealings in immortal seedlings. This night, Yi Changqing must die. The black-clad figure concentrated all his energy and magical power into his fist, striking directly at Yi Changqing's head. Even if you are a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator, you shall not withstand this blow. The black-clad figure's visage twisted with malice. Yi Changqing's gaze sharpened. At some point, a folding fan had appeared in his hand. That a high-grade artifact could only be wielded by a cultivator at the late stages of Qi refinement. However, Yi Changqing possessed the stone bead, which contained liquid magical energy. Merely utilizing a small amount of this liquid energy would allow him to unleash the fan's most powerful strike. If a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator could not withstand the black-clad figure's fist, what of a 9th level cultivator armed with an artifact? In the split second before the fist made contact, Yi Changqing abruptly swung the fan. A chilling blade of wind erupted from the fan. Hurtling straight toward the black-clad figure's fist, the wind howled like a blade, as if it were intent on tearing apart the very fabric of space. This aura. The man in black was taken aback. And with no time to ponder further, he continued to unleash his fist. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted, and the surging chaotic waves of magical energy forced both combatants to retreat several paces. However, a thin trickle of blood now flowed from the forehead of the man in black. An almost imperceptible azure spider silk had pierced through his brow. How do you still possess a spirit pet of the 9th layer of Qi refinement? The man in black gazed incredulously at Yi Changqing in the distance. Unable to close his eyes in death, he concentrated the last remnants of his magical energy in his palm for revenge. Squeak! The red-headed centipede emitted a piercing scream once more. Only after sensing the death of the red-headed centipede did the man in black collapse to the ground. In the distance, Yi Changqing commanded the emerald spider to strike the corpse of the man in black repeatedly, lest he return to haunt them. After 5 or 6 breaths, still not detecting the heartbeat of the man in black, Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. Unfamiliar with the man's background, he could only let the red-headed centipede lead the charge to gauge the man's strength. The emerald spider had remained hidden in the shadows. And when the true energy of the man in black dissipated, it finally unleashed its sharp silk, landing a decisive blow. Yi Changqing hurried to the corpse and searched it thoroughly, finding only a few talismans and a beast skin pouch. But nothing that could prove the identity of the man in black. Upon opening the beast skin pouch, he discovered it contained a staggering 1,500 spirit stones. After a careful examination, finding no tracking substances among the talismans and spirit stones, Yi Changqing stowed them away in his storage bag. With the red-headed centipede dead, Yi Changqing murmured with a complex expression, "You, who bore the mark of a traitorous body. It is perhaps for the best that you have perished. It spares me the trouble of having to dedicate a fragment of my consciousness to keep an eye on you. That I do not possess enough resources to nurture 2 spirit pets." His overall strength had diminished slightly, but fortunately, the impact was not significant. Yi Changqing connected with the emerald spider through his spiritual consciousness. The emerald spider descended from the tree to perch upon Yi Changqing's shoulder, spinning silk to wrap the red-headed centipede as sustenance. Do you not consume humans? There will always be a second time. So rest assured, Master, I shall never betray you. Yi Changqing nodded, contemplatively gazing at the corpse. If only I could concoct corpse puppets. What a pity it is to waste such fine materials. He then produced a large jade vial, drawing the blood of the man in black into it, for this blood could nurture blood spirit grass. Next, Changqing summoned the misty spiritual energy within the stone orb, his 10 fingers moving in intricate patterns to conjure a fireball the size of a lantern, despite the man in black's formidable cultivation at the 8th layer of chi refinement. Having practiced the Bibo refining body technique to break through to the muscle refinement stage, the corpse was still reduced to ashes. The skin of a cultivator could serve as material for talismans, and the bones could be utilized for crafting artifacts. However, this was the territory of the Zhengdao Sect, making such sales rather challenging. Without lingering in this place, although the skirmish had not lasted long, it could still attract the attention of nearby cultivators. The horse, already spooked, had long fled, and Changqing had no intention of riding it. Uncertain if anyone might recognize the steed, he gathered his magical energy beneath his feet and departed swiftly. The death of the man in black was of little concern to Changqing regarding the thoughts of the Zhengdao Sect's disciples responsible for recruiting new members. Qinbai might perceive Cheng Rin's actions as treachery. But what did it matter to him? Whether he could continue to sell celestial seedlings next year or needed to bolster manpower for transport, Changqing remained indifferent. He had only committed this act of robbery once and sought a place to devote himself to cultivation. Unbeknownst to Changqing, a distant hilltop had eyes that observed this scene. Despite his keen senses, he remained oblivious to the anomaly. The observer watched from afar, unable to hear the exchange between Changqing and the man in black due to the great distance. With no intention of pursuing, the observer wisely returned to the Zhengdao Sect to report to Qinbai. The repercussions of being discovered selling celestial seedlings were unfathomable, and Qinbai took this matter very seriously. He discreetly arranged for surveillance, so that if the selling of celestial seedlings were uncovered, they could escape to the territory of the evil sect. Upon learning the truth, Qinbai subtly instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant. A spy from the Zhengdao Sect had infiltrated. Possessing a high-quality magical artifact folding fan and an azure spider spirit pet, with a cultivation level at least at the peak of the 7th layer of chi refinement, Qinbai did not harbor a strong desire for revenge. After all, the sale of celestial seedlings was not something to be flaunted. The Zhengdao Sect would issue infiltration missions, and as a Foundation establishment cultivator, Qinbai was certainly aware of this. The man in black had left no items to prove his identity. So lacking any evidence, Qinbai had no fear of Changqing's potential accusation. Should Changqing recklessly report to the Zhengdao Sect, it would only expose himself. Days later, Changqing arrived at a relay station situated on a first-tier medium-grade spiritual vein. The Zhengdao Sect was comparable in size to the Zhengdao Sect, with a single sect occupying an area of several 100,000 miles, governing an even larger surrounding region. Some smaller spiritual veins were utilized as relay stations, with many people employing flying spirit beasts for transport. Coincidentally, there was a route to the west, and Changqing purchased a seat for 5 spirit stones that a colossal turtle bore a luxuriously decorated pavilion upon its back. The journey from the Zhengdao Sect to the Zhengdao Sect cost Changqing 50 spirit stones. As it was a long-distance trip, in the current jurisdiction of the Zhengdao Sect, 5 spirit stones were considered expensive. However, Changqing felt that the expense was justified. The turtle was gentle in temperament, ensuring a smooth journey, and its spacious back provided a comfortable accommodation. Many merchants engaged in transport business often utilized birds and beasts. Some birds were playful, prone to flying erratically, or even snatching food mid-air. Certain hawks were aggressive, potentially clashing with other birds and beasts at any moment. It was difficult for loose cultivators to make a living. And finding a good beast-taming legacy was no easy task, nor was it simple to acquire quality spirit pets. Flying magical artifacts required the embedding of spirit stones, and the profits often did not cover the costs. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Changqing arrived at a relay station located at the far west of the Zhengdao Sect's jurisdiction, which was the furthest point from the Zhengdao Sect. Beyond this point lay other sects, with demon beasts and local cultivators along the way, offering little safety for solitary travelers, far less secure than traveling aboard Cheng Rin's grand vessel. Though the Zhengdao Sect's territory is home to some bandit cultivators, it is certainly less than that of the Zhengdao Sect. Henceforth, if I can avoid conflict, I shall do so. If I can endure, I will. Changqing contemplated quietly. As people disembarked from the giant turtle, some departed immediately while others lingered. pondering their next destination. Yi Changqing was among them, quietly listening to the discussions of individuals of varying ages, according to previous intelligence. It was not yet tea-picking season at the Yushui market, and waiting there would only waste time. The Yuehu market, however, lacked manpower, though raising spiritual fish was quite perilous, as many high-level demon fish were known to devour humans in a single bite. Alas, even a first-tier spiritual vein had been claimed by certain forces. Listening to these conversations, Yu Changqing silently calculated. Regardless of the merits of the Yunshui market, he certainly would not venture there. Who said that accepting a task to infiltrate the Yunshui market necessitated actually going there? The key lay in disseminating false intelligence to mislead others. Just as the crowd was engaged in discussion, a vibrant voice rang out from afar. Dear friends, if you find yourselves without a suitable destination, you are welcome to come to my Chizhu Lu family. We possess a second-tier spiritual vein. The crowd turned towards the sound, observing a middle-aged man in a blue robe accompanied by several individuals. Strolling towards them, the middle-aged man in blue bore a friendly expression, subtly emanating the aura of a perfected chi refinement cultivator. Sensing the remarkable cultivation of the man in blue, someone confirmed, "Is that the Lu family that has a foundation establishment ancestor stationed there? Are you the head of the Lu family?" The middle-aged man in blue smiled slightly, introducing himself. "I am Lu Maolind S.O. It was the head of the Lu family." The crowd clasped their hands in greeting. Lu Maolind then turned his gaze to Yi Changqing, scanning the others with a smile. "My Lu family is not only recruiting personnel, but also seeking marriage alliances. We have many well-educated and virtuous young women. If any of you can win the favor of a Lu family girl with spiritual roots, my family shall not hinder your pursuit." Upon hearing these words, some individuals began to stir with anticipation. They stood atop the mundane world, yet sought partners with spiritual roots, which proved to be a daunting challenge. The majority of them did not exhibit joy, but rather furrowed their brows in contemplation. Some, privy to more information, timidly inquired. "It is rumored that the Lu family and the Ouyang family are at odds, yet the Lu family only." Lu Maolind nodded and spoke plainly. 20 years ago, in the Qingzhou Square market, my Lu family was the sole foundational force. The rest were merely at the perfected chi refining stage. However, the head of the Ouyang family received an opportunity, successfully establishing a foundation and disrupting the balance. The principle of one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers is surely understood by all present, and there is no need for further elaboration. Attempting to conceal the truth is futile. It is better to speak candidly, which also demonstrates the sincerity of the Lu family. Those present discerned that Lu Maolind was not of a petty nature, their expressions reflecting indecision, that a place to cultivate in peace was indeed their fervent desire. While they were acutely aware that they lacked the qualifications to cultivate in a second-tier spiritual vein, even the prospect of a first-tier superior spiritual vein was appealing. Observing the hesitance among the crowd, Lu Maolind continued to elucidate. There is no need for such caution. Foundational forces seldom engage in open conflict. Should the two families clash, what if a third party benefits? The situation is not as perilous as you might imagine. The Zijin mine, located several dozen miles from Qingzhou Square, is an excellent source for crafting superior magical artifacts and is rightfully the Lu family's claim. Regrettably, the Ouyang family's resources have gradually deepened, emboldening them to covet the Zijin mine. Our contention over the mine has thus escalated the conflict. The crowd slowly nodded, indicating that without venturing to the mine, they would likely face no danger. Many had already made up their minds. Lu Maolind turned his gaze to Yi Changqing, his eyes glinting with interest. "Young friend, at such a tender age, you have attained the fourth layer of chi refining. My Lu family possesses numerous young maidens. You may choose one or several as your wives or concubines. Should you excel, my Lu family's second-tier spiritual vein could certainly accommodate your cultivation." Finally, Lu Maolind painted an enticing picture for Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing was no novice in the ways of cultivation. Those born with spiritual roots often have a higher probability of producing offspring with cultivation talent. Did the Lu family value his potential for cultivation? It seemed they regarded him merely as a breeding stock. Furthermore, families engaged in cultivation place immense importance on bloodline inheritance and are notoriously exclusive. Lacking the inclusiveness of sections, being a consort is no easy task. Yi Changqing slightly cupped his hands in refusal. "I am currently devoted to the path of cultivation and have no intention of marrying or having children for the time being." Lu Maolind felt a pang of regret, waving his hand dismissively. "No matter, my Lu family is still in need of personnel. let us first entice you to join us. Within our clan, there are many fair maidens of considerable beauty. Can this spirited young man resist temptation? My Lu family's medicinal gardens and spiritual fields are in need of labor. If you possess skills in alchemy, talismans, or puppetry, you may serve as a guest elder in the Lu family, with compensation that will surely satisfy you. Lu Malin added as an afterthought. Yi Changqing pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. I am Li Feiyu. Renting a cave dwelling in the major markets requires considerable expenditure. Joining a faction at least guarantees accommodation and access to spiritual energy. I have not heard of any cultivation family by the surname L. Lu Malin squinted, scrutinizing Yi Changqing to ascertain his background. One without any connections would not possess such cultivation. Moreover, had Yi Changqing undergone the Zhengdao Sect's assessment, he would not be here now. Indeed, Lu Malin was not concerned that these individuals with lower cultivation might harbor rebellious intentions. With foundational ancestors stationed within the clan, what was there to fear? Yi Changqing replied with a hint of bitterness. I am merely seeking refuge. Otherwise, I would not have fled to this area from the eastern side of the Zhengdao Sect. Noticing Yi Changqing's reluctance to elaborate, Lu Malin refrained from probing further, feeling a surge of delight in his heart. Seeking refuge was advantageous. It meant that the Lu family could tightly bind him. As for those pursuing Yi Changqing, if even a fourth-layer qi refiner could not be apprehended, it was evident that their strength was rather mediocre. Subsequently, Lu Malin conducted a slight inquiry into the backgrounds of several others. After some time, over 10 individuals, under the guidance of Lu Malin and the Lu family disciples, made their way to Qingzhou Square. Along the journey, Yi Changqing learned of the details surrounding the Ouyang family's rise. Discovering that they had annexed several small cultivation families, including the Song family, Yi Changqing mused to himself. There are many with the surname Song in the world. It cannot be that coincidental. As Yi Changqing and the others traveled toward Qingzhou Square, there were no ambushes from the Ouyang family, indicating that the current relations between the Lu and Ouyang families had not yet reached a breaking point. Alternatively, it suggested that the battlefield was presently limited to the Zhengdao mine and had not extended elsewhere. Perhaps they still adhered to the principles of martial ethics. Many factions with strained relations would resort to unscrupulous means to weaken their adversaries. For instance, the Ouyang family could ambush and eliminate a few individuals along the way, thereby diminishing the Lu family's strength. Even a slight reduction in strength could bolster the Ouyang family's morale. As the Ouyang family's momentum grew, it would have some bearing on the contest for the Zhengdao mine. In warfare, strength and strategy are crucial, but morale is equally indispensable. Given that Yi Changqing and the others had a rather indifferent relationship with the Lu family, should the Lu family wish to avoid conflict, they might merely issue a few reprimands and let the matter rest. However, if it truly came to a point of irreconcilable differences, it would lead to slaughter and annihilation. At present, it appears that lying low in Qingzhou Square could facilitate stable development, Yi Changqing thought to himself. Along the way, the over 10 scattered cultivators accepted tasks, primarily as spiritual herb cultivators, as nurturing spiritual valleys. Fruits and other spiritual plants was the simplest endeavor. The Lu family's disciples responsible for cultivating spiritual plants had all gone to the Zhengdao mine, leaving openings for these scattered cultivators to take on such roles. The Zhengdao mine is a source of superior materials for crafting, and unearthing even a single piece could equate to several years' worth of income for a spiritual herb cultivator. When asked what Yi Changqing intended to pursue, he expressed his desire to learn alchemy. Lu Malin, upon receiving Yi Changqing's response, smiled with satisfaction. Alchemists are indeed valuable. The competition for the mine is fierce, and ample healing elixirs must be prepared. Should you become a qualified alchemist, you would alleviate my Lu family's pressing needs. There are scarcely a handful of alchemists in the entire Qingzhou Square. My Lu family currently has only 3, one of whom is a guest elder. While Lu Malin spoke thus, he silently calculated. Once this young man realizes the challenges of alchemy, exhausts his finances, and comprehends the difficulties of cultivation, he will likely seek to marry into my Lu family. Little did Lu Malin know that within Yi Changqing's storage bag, there were a staggering 1,500 spirit stones, ensuring that he would not face any shortage in learning alchemy. Furthermore, Yi Changqing possessed the ability to extend his spiritual sense, allowing him to observe the condensation of pills within the alchemical furnace, significantly easing the difficulty of the craft. Yi Changqing also had a crucial consideration. Becoming an alchemist would facilitate rapid advancement in his cultivation, providing a reasonable explanation for his progress. Consuming pills to enhance one's cultivation. What could be more expedient? The others, learning of Yi Changqing's intention to pursue alchemy, regarded him with varying expressions, all perceiving his ambition as somewhat fanciful, had he not reached the fourth layer of qi refining at such a young age. Showcasing considerable potential, they might have mocked him openly. Do you truly comprehend the difficulties of alchemy? If alchemy were easy, there would not be such a scarcity of alchemists. Are you aware of how exorbitant the various materials for alchemy are? If materials were not costly, many talisman apprentices would not pursue talisman crafting but would instead learn alchemy. Days later, the crowd arrived at King's Hufang City. The sinuous and undulating mountains loomed like a colossal azure dragon, adorned with lush green bamboo that flourished vibrantly, its emerald leaves shimmering like jewels under the sun's radiant glow. As they traversed the path, inhaling the invigorating air, a refreshing sensation enveloped them, akin to quenching one's thirst with sweet spring water. The Lu family had established several estates in this locale, while the Ouyang family similarly occupied vast tracts of spiritual land. King's Hufang City was likewise built upon the spiritual vein. Some individuals headed directly to the Lu family's first-tier spirit fields to begin cultivating spiritual plants. However, under the warm invitation of Lu Maolin, Yi Changqing and his companions proceeded to the Grand Hall for a meal, where it was mentioned that Lu family maidens would come to welcome them. The four young men, including Yi Changqing, each had their own table, laden with fine wines and delicacies. The other three had all promised to marry Lu family women, leaving Yi Changqing feeling somewhat out of place within the Grand Hall. It was evident that the intention was to pair them off under the influence of alcohol. Yet, as the head of the Lu family, Lu Maolin had specifically invited him. It would be impolite to refuse on the first day. All the food is infused with spiritual energy, it would be a shame not to partake, he thought, as he began to indulge in the sumptuous fare laid before him. Shortly thereafter, a procession of youthful Lu maidens entered the Grand Hall, each exhibiting a variety of charms, some petite or dignified, others gentle or valiant, high and aloof or enchanting and alluring. Despite being ordinary mortals without spiritual roots, they all possessed remarkable grace. These maidens approached to pour wine, but Yi Changqing waved them off, choosing to drink on his own. It was fortunate that none of the maidens with spiritual roots approached him, sparing him from further complications. To refuse a mortal was not the same as rejecting a cultivator. Indeed, the Lu family had a long-standing presence in King's Hufang City, boasting profound foundations. Even cultivators with 5 spiritual roots could consume breakthrough elixirs to ascend to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Yi Changqing, on the other hand, had only demonstrated the 4th layer of qi refinement, rendering him unworthy in their eyes. The maidens of the Lu family aspired to marry into other second-tier spiritual cultivation forces, or even disciples of the Zhengdao Sect. Half an hour later, the banquet concluded. Yi Changqing, having dined and drank to his satisfaction, was led by a Lu family disciple to his accommodations, due to his cultivation level being only at the 4th layer of qi refinement. He was assigned to quarters within a first-tier mid-grade spirit vein. That I must hasten to elevate my visible cultivation or refine my alchemy skills, so I may soon reside in a high-grade spirit vein. Yi Changqing mused inwardly. Spiritual stones were required for alchemy. Otherwise, he can spin some to live in a high-grade spirit vein. Following this, under the guidance of the disciple, Yi Changqing made his way to the alchemy hall. At the center of the alchemy chamber stood a bronze furnace, towering like a human, behind which sat an elderly man. The old man appeared gaunt, his long white eyebrows reminiscent of 2 wisps of flowing silver, gracefully cascading to the corners of his mouth. Yi Changqing offered a slight bow upon recognizing Master Lu Dan. The attendant had already introduced the ethereal old man as a low-grade alchemist. The white-browed elder spoke with a calm demeanor. For this month, observe my alchemical practices and assist me. How much you learn depends solely on your own efforts. Thank you, Master Lu Dan. Yi Changqing bowed once more. For the ensuing month, whenever the white-browed elder engaged in alchemy, Yi Changqing would attend to observe and assist. It must be noted that the elder provided detailed explanations and answered every question. Although Lu Maolin had expressed a desire for Yi Changqing to become a son-in-law, he did not treat him with undue harshness, which fostered a sense of goodwill towards the Lu family. Naturally, Yi Changqing could surmise Lu Maolin's intentions. No one expected him to become an alchemist. Sharing some experiences and insights was merely a gesture. However, should Yi Changqing truly become an alchemist, He would owe his gratitude to the Lu family's nurturing, for it was from them that he learned the art of alchemy. Ultimately, regardless of whether Yi Changqing became an alchemist, the Lu family would not suffer any loss, after having eliminated the black-clad individuals selling celestial seedlings. Yi Changqing had restored his liquid mana over the past month, and had also accumulated a fair amount of mist-like spiritual energy. The mid-grade spirit vein felt too sparse for him. It was time to put his alchemical skills to the test. Yi Changqing rose and exited the building. He made his way to the Lu family's storage pavilion to procure the materials needed for low-grade gathering chi pills. Upon noticing the figure in a white robe approaching, a middle-aged beauty greeted him with a radiant smile. What does the young friend wish to purchase? Yi Changqing listed a variety of spiritual herbs required for the low-grade gathering chi pills. The middle-aged woman, named Lu Jingshu, regarded him with newfound interest. "Ah, so you are the one aspiring to learn alchemy?" She then inquired. The materials for one set of low-grade gathering chi pills cost 30 spiritual stones. "Young friendly, how many sets do you require?" Yi Changqing produced 300 spiritual stones and replied with alacrity. "Let us start with 10 sets. Ordinary alchemical materials yield 10 pills per set. Each low-grade gathering chi pill costs 5 spiritual stones, comparable to the price of mid-grade talismans. This is primarily because most alchemists remain at the low-grade level. If one were to venture into mid- or high-grade pills, the profits would be significantly greater. Conversely, low-grade talismans offer minimal profit, as there are numerous low-grade talisman makers. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Yi Changqing inquired, "How many spiritual stones are required for a low-grade alchemy furnace?" He understood well that alchemy furnaces were even more expensive than flying artifacts. With few alchemists around, instrument makers would not prioritize crafting alchemy furnaces. Over time, the art of making such furnaces had dwindled, rendering them rare and valuable. Another crucial factor was that those who pursued alchemy were typically affluent, making it easier to earn from the wealthy than from hundreds or thousands of poor individuals. A low-grade alchemy furnace costs 500 spiritual stones. Are you truly considering a purchase? Lu Jingshu looked at him intently. Yi Changqing replied, "Are you suggesting that I have the option not to buy?" Lu Jingshu nodded and explained, "Our family has established a rule to nurture alchemists. As long as Lu family members purchase alchemical materials exceeding 10 spiritual stones, they can use the alchemy furnace for free for 1 day. Unfortunately, many who express a desire to learn alchemy still hesitate despite this rule." Yi Changqing spread his hands in resignation. "But I am not a member of the Lu family." Lu Jingshu smiled. "The family head has specifically instructed that your treatment will be equivalent to that of Lu family members." Yi Changqing was somewhat speechless. "So, does that mean I can use the alchemy furnace for free for 30 days? Lu Maolin certainly had a clever scheme in mind. Lu Jingshu retrieved a yellow bronze alchemy furnace from a corner of the storage pavilion. Subsequently, Yi Changqing carried the furnace to the alchemy hall. There was no need for him to conjure flames, as the alchemy hall was equipped with a fire-gathering array. In the days that followed, Yi Changqing dedicated himself to alchemy and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In a serene and elegant courtyard, a girl with skin as white as snow was perusing the alchemical teachings. Clad in a moonlit gown that cascaded to her ankles, the hem appeared to veil the moon like wispy clouds. Swaying gently in the breeze, "Miss, Li Feiyu has commenced his alchemical practices," Lu Jingshu announced as she approached. Lu Qingwei gradually set down her teachings, her voice as melodious as a spring, tinged with a hint of gravity. "Has Master Chu taken many materials from the storage pavilion recently?" Lu Jingshu furrowed her brow slightly and responded candidly. "He continues to take high-grade alchemical materials valued at around 300 spiritual stones each month under the pretense of alchemy." Lu Qingwei remained silent. Lu Jingshu, with a complex expression, continued, "Not long ago, the Chu family was on the verge of being consumed by the Ouyang family, and it was our Lu family that stepped in to assist, preserving their bloodline. Initially, Chu Yuxian was grateful to our Lu family. Yet now, he exploits his status as a high-grade alchemist, and, with our ongoing disputes with the Ouyang family over mining rights, he has become rather unscrupulous regarding high-grade healing elixirs. It is one thing for Chu Yuxian to be ungrateful, but he constantly seeks to exploit our Lu family's interests. We have never treated him poorly since we appointed him as a guest alchemist." With a heavy sigh, Lu Jingshu expressed concern. "Miss, has your alchemical skill improved? You are the most likely among our Lu family to become a second-tier alchemist in history." Lu Qingwei shook her head slightly, stating that her alchemical skills still remained at the intermediate level. The margin for error in refining superior-grade elixirs was exceedingly low, and she needed more time to gain deeper insights. Changing the subject from Chu Yuxian, Lu Qingwei remarked, if Taoist Li truly possesses the aptitude for alchemy, he should pay closer attention to his alchemical progress. Indeed, Lu Jingshu nodded, somewhat helplessly eyeing the subsequent period, whenever there were issues with alchemy. Yi Changqing would consult the elder with the white brows. Theory and practice diverged significantly. New problems would arise during practical application. Beginning with 10 failures in refining inferior-grade gathering chi pills, he gradually improved to producing 2 or 3 successful pills from a single batch of materials, ultimately achieving a success rate exceeding 60% after a year of effort. A 60% success rate essentially meant breaking even, as the gathering chi pills produced could directly be exchanged for alchemical materials. Naturally, when considering the cost of time, it was still a loss. From that point on, with every increase of 10% in the success rate, he could earn more spirit stones without incurring additional costs. Alchemy proved to be more challenging than Yi Changqing had anticipated. He could observe the conditions within the furnace using his spiritual sense, but this exertion was mentally taxing, requiring him to rest extensively. As he gazed at the thousands of failed pills within his storage bag, the inferior elixirs, he murmured, perhaps I'll sell them later. These pills served as excellent fertilizer for spiritual plants. Some dedicated to raising spirit fish would purchase failed pills and inferior elixirs. As many spirit fish thrived on refuse, Yi Changqing could also consume these pills himself. The pill toxicity held no threat to him, as he could easily absorb it with stone beads. However, this felt like a waste, for the spiritual energy contained within these failed and inferior pills was rather meager. Besides, wouldn't it be more advantageous to freely absorb the spiritual energy in the air on this day? Yi Changqing's cultivation visibly progressed from the 4th to the 5th layer of qi refinement, and his spiritual consciousness had slightly strengthened, albeit marginally. Over the past year, he had also condensed half a drop of liquid mana, marking an elevation in his hidden cultivation. Yi Changqing made his way to the Lu family's storage pavilion. Clad in a white robe and sporting unshaven stubble, one might misconstrue his appearance, especially if he were to hang a gourd filled with wine at his waist, as indicative of a life marred by misfortune. Unable to utilize any disguises, he altered what external aspects he could. This spiritual vein housed both the Lu family and the Ouyang family as foundation-building cultivators, necessitating caution. Otherwise, if he altered certain features, outsiders would remain oblivious. Moreover, Yi Changqing preferred to keep a low profile. Rarely moving about, he limited his activities to the Lu family's domain, frequently traversing between his residence, the alchemy hall, and the storage pavilion, fearing recognition by the people of the Zhengdao Sect if he ventured too far from the Lu family. Those who had joined the Lu family alongside him had mostly become acquainted with several of the Lu family's younger members. The spiritual plant cultivators had begun to yield some harvest, earning a modest number of spirit stones. The married ones had welcomed children, and many had taken multiple wives who were also pregnant. Several later recruits from the Lu's cultivator ranks were faring quite well, regardless of whether they were Lu's cultivators or Lu family descendants. Upon seeing Yi Changqing's disheveled appearance, they all assumed he had failed at alchemy, often murmuring behind his back that Yi Changqing, disinterested, held no intentions of retaliation. To exaggerate, would one truly concern themselves with an ant by the roadside? Yi Changqing also refrained from stirring up trouble. Since he had come to the domain of the Zhengdao Sect, he would abide by its rules. Upon entering the storage hall, Lu Jingshu's eyes lit up upon spotting Yi Changqing, clearly taken aback. Taoist Li, you've managed to elevate your cultivation so swiftly alongside your alchemy practice. She recalled vividly that a year prior, Yi Changqing had just barely broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Furthermore, she was aware of his alchemical skills. Achieving a 50% success rate in just a year was indicative of the immense time he must have devoted to alchemy. His aptitude for alchemy might even rival that of the young lady of the house. Regarding the comprehension of alchemy, or perhaps one could say, the talent for it, the processes of refining, merging, condensing, and nurturing elixirs were akin to solving mathematical problems. Some grasped the concepts immediately with a bit of guidance, while others took longer to comprehend, requiring numerous exercises to master the material. Yi Changqing humbly replied, it was merely luck. I happened to consume 3 intermediate gathering chi pills to break through my bottleneck. Although he had yet to become an intermediate alchemist, the presence of spirit stones for alchemical pursuits indicated that he had amassed a considerable amount. Thus, It was not unusual for others to assume he possessed several intermediate gathering chi pills in his storage bag, making it unsurprising that he could enhance his cultivation through their consumption. Not wanting to dwell on his cultivation, Changqing produced a large handful of gathering chi pills, boldly declaring, "I wish to exchange them all for alchemical materials." Lu Jingshu's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed the greater quantity of inferior gathering chi pills Changqing had brought forth this time. Your success rate has reached 60%. Just moments ago, she had marveled at his breakthrough to the 5th layer of chi refinement. But now it seemed he had made further progress in alchemy. This was beyond her belief. Changqing himself was overwhelmed with emotion. He had recently felt a surge of understanding, culminating in a success rate of 60%. Over the past year, I have expended approximately 13 to 1400 spirit stones. If I had not achieved this level, I would have no more spirit stones to continue my alchemical studies. It was akin to learning arithmetic in childhood. One could comprehend the method, but without repeated practice, mistakes were inevitable. Moreover, alchemy was not merely time-consuming. Each batch of inferior gathering chi pills incurred a cost of 30 spirit stones that if one could not reach a 60% success rate, recouping costs would be impossible, necessitating the sale of blood spirit grass. This particular blood spirit grass could fetch a maximum of 200 spirit stones, and if that fell short, he would have to sell a flying boat or folding fan. Selling magical artifacts posed a risk of exposure. The talismans, being for self-protection, would not be sold for the time being. Although the failed pills and inferior gathering chi pills in his storage bag could be sold for some spirit stones, their prices were far inferior to those of the aforementioned items. If the failed and inferior elixirs could be purchased at a higher price, that significantly reduced the costs of learning alchemy. With lower costs, many would be inclined to pursue alchemy. Very well, I shall procure the alchemical materials for you immediately. Lu Jingshu responded with delight, turning to retrieve spiritual herbs from various shelves. The exchange of gathering chi pills and materials was swiftly concluded. With a serious expression, Lu Jingshu specifically mentioned, "Daoistly, I will value your inferior gathering chi pills at 5 spirit stones each. Our Lu family S apothecary in the Qingzhou market also prices them at 5 spirit stones. This will save you considerable time in selling your elixirs." Changqing discerned the underlying intent of the charming woman before him and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "I will certainly remember the Lu family's kindness." Being able to develop steadily within the Lu family was a boon he greatly appreciated. Should he require any elixirs in the future, he would gladly lend his assistance. If the Lu family were to decline, he would have to seek aid elsewhere. With that, Changqing turned to leave. Lu Jingshu nodded in satisfaction, watching his departing figure, murmuring to herself, "With Daoist Li in the future, perhaps we can somewhat restrain Chu Yuxian." Many of the intermediate healing elixirs are being refined by the young lady, and there is no intention to produce a surplus of superior-grade elixirs. Chu Yuxian certainly has ample time. Shaking her head, Lu Jingshu lamented, "It's a pity he is not one of our Lu family's sons. We do have several young maidens with spiritual roots, yet none attended the welcoming banquet back then. Now, Daoist Li has already shown signs of rising. I wonder if it is too late." Changqing proceeded to the alchemy hall to continue his work. "First, I shall familiarize myself with the inferior gathering chi pills, earn some spirit stones, and then attempt other elixirs later." It was not until midnight that Changqing exited the alchemy hall, returning to his residence to rest. "Daoist Li, 3 months from now, our Lu family will host the annual small-scale trade fair. Many people travel far and wide. There may be good items available, and it is better to offer them to family than to outsiders." A Lu family disciple hurried towards Changqing as he exited the alchemy hall. Once a year, Changqing was taken aback. Was there a trade fair last year as well? He did not receive any news regarding the trading fair last year. Naturally, if Changqing were to mingle more frequently, he would undoubtedly acquire some information. The young man from the Lu family smiled sheepishly and informed him of the trading fair's location 3 months hence. Before taking his leave, Changqing pondered. The timing of this individual's appearance is rather fortuitous, and he chose to wait outside the alchemy hall in the dead of night without disturbing my alchemical pursuits. His demeanor is quite earnest. He must be aware that I shall soon become a low-grade alchemist. Reflecting on the thousands of useless pills, specifically the inferior gathering chi pills, within his storage bag, Changqing resolved to take advantage of this opportunity to sell them, as there was no need to step outside the Lu estate. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months later, by the babbling brook, a series of small pavilions built from green bricks lined the path. each adorned with stone tables and chairs. Yi Changqing sat upon a stone chair. A pile of useless pills and inferior gathering chi pills laid out before him on the stone table. The influence of foundational families was not as overwhelming as that of sects, resulting in a relatively uncrowded street. Yet, Yi Changqing's business was exceptionally thriving. A dozen individuals clamored to purchase these useless pills and inferior elixirs. It was not that Yi Changqing was selling them cheaply. Rather, those who once spoke ill of him had evidently learned of his imminent ascent to becoming an alchemist. Supporting Yi Changqing's business served as an apology for their previous comments that Yi Changqing was never one to hold grudges. But seeing as these individuals were eager to acquire his useless pills and inferior elixirs, he was more than pleased to oblige, thus saving himself the trouble of setting up a stall. A few young maidens in the distance observed the scene, particularly scrutinizing Yi Changqing. Why hasn't Li Feiyu shaved? Is it common for someone his age to forego shaving? A few strands of hair are swaying on his forehead. How unkempt he appears. Humph, he might not even be interested in you. Soon, he will become a low-grade alchemist, and his wealth will far surpass that of most disciples of the Zhengdao Sect, despite Li Feiyu's seemingly careless appearance. Upon closer inspection, he possessed sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an air of elegance, suggesting a reserved disposition. It was indeed regrettable that I had missed the opportunity. Having said that, a young maiden turned to leave. Why not give it a try before departing? After all, he was wholeheartedly devoted to the study of alchemy. With no interest in frivolities, Li Feiyu was utilizing the alchemical heritage of the Liu family. His current achievements were worthy of our gratitude. Would he refuse if I were to express my feelings? With that, a maiden in a red dress approached Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing silently mused. This past year, I spent around 13 or 1400 spirit stones, yet I have only recouped less than 100. Fortunately, I shall no longer need to invest any capital, and I can now earn spirit stones. It seems I have finally found my footing. The success rate of producing low-grade gathering chi pills had reached a satisfactory 60%, marking a break-even point. Through continued practice over the past 3 months, the success rate had risen to 70%. Yi Changqing recalled that when he first began refining pills, every batch of 10 low-grade gathering chi pills resulted in complete failures, unable to produce even inferior elixirs. Gradually, he discovered certain techniques that enabled him to create some inferior elixirs. In time, he anticipated being able to refine genuine low-grade gathering chi pills. This process mirrored his own foundational cultivation. Beginning is always the hardest part. While subsequent progress becomes increasingly manageable, perhaps achieving a perfect success rate of 100% would become more challenging in the future, yet a rate of 90 or 95% would prove sufficient. After all, mastering alchemy does not necessitate reaching perfection in a short span. With time and experience, proficiency will naturally develop. A dozen individuals witnessed the completion of Yi Changqing's sales of useless pills and inferior elixirs. They politely excused themselves. Masterly, should you have any more useless pills or inferior elixirs in the future, I shall return to purchase. What do you mean by useless pills and inferior elixirs? Masterly will only produce proper elixirs from now on, and may even create exceptional ones within the same tier. Yes, it was I who misspoke. One individual chastised himself soundly. Yi Changqing chuckled, shaking his head as he collected his spirit stones and departed. Masterly, take care. The crowd bid him farewell with courtesy. Observing that Yi Changqing showed no signs of anger, they collectively sighed in relief, some wiping sweat from their brows. Others felt a mix of emotions, realizing that Yi Changqing had never truly regarded their opinions, leaving them with a sense of inexplicable melancholy. In that moment, they recognized that their sentiments had been entirely self-inflicted. The heights Yi Changqing was destined to reach were beyond their grasp. They existed in entirely different realms. Before Yi Changqing left the trading street, a maiden in a red dress approached him. Masterly, would you be so kind as to share a cup of tea with this young lady? The girl named Lu Qingui possessed a delicate oval face and enchanting almond eyes, her words carrying a fragrance reminiscent of blooming flowers. Yi Changqing clasped his hands in polite refusal. I still have alchemy to attend to and cannot spare the time. I hope you will understand, dear lady. With that, he prepared to take his leave. Seeing Yi Changqing's reluctance, Lu Qingui felt a surge of anger. This was her first proactive approach. Men lining up at the Qingzhou Square to invite her for tea could stretch out of the marketplace. Yet, considering Yi Changqing's imminent status as an alchemist, she suppressed her ire and attempted to reason with him. Masterly, The alchemical knowledge you possess is derived from my Lu family. Yi Changqing halted his steps, his expression neutral as he replied, "The kindness of the Lu family is something I shall always cherish. Should the Lu family require any elixirs from me in the future, I shall do my utmost to assist." With that, Yi Changqing offered no further glance at the beautiful maiden and hastily departed. Lu Qinggui felt both infuriated and vexed, her chest rising and falling with agitation, experiencing firsthand the bitterness of those whom she had rejected. Watching Yi Changqing's retreating figure, she clenched her silver teeth and vowed silently, "In the future, I shall find a husband even better than you." Another 3 months passed, and Yi Changqing had spent a year and a half at the Lu family. The success rate for producing low-grade gathering chi pills had now approached 90%. To make further progress would require the passage of time. There was no need to hastily enhance his success rate, and Yi Changqing did not need to expend resources to elevate his own cultivation. Each day, he simply absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even consuming gathering chi pills yielded negligible effects for him. It would merely be a waste of spirit stones, for he was far more complex than he appeared with his 5th layer of chi cultivation. Yi Changqing prepared to begin refining low-grade healing elixirs. With a solid foundation laid, he anticipated that refining mid-grade or even high-grade elixirs would allow him to form his own insights, thereby reducing the difficulty of the process. Upon arriving at the Lu family storage pavilion, Lu Jingzhu learned of Yi Changqing's intent to start refining low-grade healing elixirs and was filled with joy. "Masterly, to be frank, bloodshed has already erupted over the competition for the mines. But rest assured, most of the conflicts involve early-stage chi cultivators, with only 2 to 3% involving mid-stage cultivators. It hasn't escalated to a life-or-death struggle. Rarely do families annihilate one another over the pursuit of high-grade purple gold mines. So you need not worry about your safety." Lu Jingzhu continued to speak at length. These matters were not secrets. A little inquiry in Qingzhou Square would reveal details about the two families secretly purchasing talismans and elixirs in the marketplace. Yi Changqing said, "I will refine the healing elixirs as soon as possible." As he spoke, he produced the low-grade gathering chi pills he had refined during this period to exchange for materials. Yi Changqing was acutely aware that only if the foundational ancestor experienced a crisis would it signify a crucial moment for a family's survival. Currently, the conflicts were merely skirmishes among lower-tier cultivators and would not incite significant turmoil. This distinction illustrated the difference between factions and individuals. A faction considers many factors, while personal conflicts can be settled directly through physical confrontation. Only when the disparity in strength between two factions is starkly evident does outright warfare ensue. The following dawn. Lu Maolin, the head of the Lu family, learned of Yi Changqing's news with a sense of nostalgia. Who would have thought that the young lad I brought back would truly become an alchemist? An alchemist is certainly more valuable than a mere son-in-law of the Lu family. Regrettably, this young man looks down upon the ladies of the Lu family. Lu Maolin pondered for a moment before issuing a decree. Henceforth, Li Feiyu shall serve as a guest alchemist of the Lu family, classified as a low-grade alchemist. Typically, one must refine 2 or 3 types of low-grade elixirs to be deemed a qualified low-grade alchemist. However, given the current circumstances, it is more prudent to extend a gesture of goodwill as a guest of the Lu family. He will receive a monthly stipend. This arrangement will afford Yi Changqing greater resources to refine elixirs, thereby naturally enhancing his alchemical prowess at a faster rate. Ultimately, the Lu family will benefit from an increase in low-grade elixirs, which is not a loss for them. Most importantly, as long as Yi Changqing is not an ungrateful individual, his indebtedness to the Lu family will only deepen. With the decree in place, Yi Changqing promptly changed his residence. He did not hesitate, concealing his cultivation level, which surpassed that of a perfected chi refinement practitioner. And residing on a first-tier mid-grade spiritual vein was indeed quite a compromise. Masterly, the treatment afforded to you as a guest low-grade alchemist is equivalent to that of other mid-grade guests. I shall escort you to a villa situated on a first-tier superior spiritual vein. A servant guided Yi Changqing to his new quarters. Along the way, the servant cautiously reminded him, "Masterly, as a guest low-grade alchemist, regardless of whether you assist the Lu family with alchemy, you will receive a monthly stipend of 50 spirit stones. Furthermore, the alchemical materials will be provided by the Lu family, and for every elixir you produce, you shall retain 50% of the pure profits. Given that we, the Lu family, require manpower for the procurement of materials and the sale of elixirs. However, should your success rate in producing low-grade elixirs fall below 60%. You will need to cover the losses yourself. Ye Changqing slightly nodded, expressing no dissent. After traversing several streets, he entered a villa under the servant's guidance. Masterly, do you find this satisfactory? The servant stood slightly behind Yi Changqing. Bowing slightly, the villa spanned approximately an acre, with an imposing loft. The interior was exquisitely crafted, clean, and tidy, featuring a dedicated alchemy hall, which was quite considerate. The courtyard was alive with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, teeming with vitality. Upon assessing the spiritual energy of this place, it was evident that it possessed the concentrated essence characteristic of a first-tier superior spiritual vein. Quite agreeable. Yi Changqing nodded lightly, seeing Yi Changqing smile with satisfaction. The servant finally relaxed, as the family head had expressly instructed to provide a warm reception for him. Masterly, should you have any requests in the future, please do not hesitate to instruct me. The servant said with a smile. Very well. Yi Changqing waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. The servant bowed slightly and then departed. Yi Changqing immediately employed his spiritual sense to inspect the surroundings, discovering no anomalies. Following that, he arranged a low-grade formation within the villa to ensure privacy was maintained. During his recent endeavors of refining low-grade gathering chi pills, he had amassed considerable spirit stones, making the acquisition of a low-grade formation a trivial matter. Entering a small room, Yi Changqing retrieved a large jade vial filled with spiritual blood, sourced from the mysterious figure who sold him the immortal seedlings. Subsequently, he inserted a blood spirit herb into the vial, instantly enhancing its vibrancy. This will suffice. I am not adept at cultivating spiritual herbs, Yi Changqing mused, stepping out of the room and closing the door behind him. Lost in thought in the main hall, after gathering spiritual energy for a year and a half on a first-tier mid-grade spiritual vein, I barely condensed half a drop of liquid mana. Now that I am here, why not strive to condense a second drop of normal liquid mana in one go? With a strengthened spirit, my alchemy will become considerably easier. Yi Changqing resolved to dedicate the upcoming days to absorbing spiritual energy and condensing a second drop of liquid mana. In the Qingzhou Square Market, within a rather ordinary tavern, on the second-floor private room, a table was laden with delicacies, enveloped in soundproofing restrictions. A burly man with a bushy beard, exuding an air of foundational cultivation, spoke with an inscrutable expression. Master Chu, you haven't forgotten our agreement from years past, have you? A middle-aged man with small eyes replied respectfully. How could I dare forget the promise of the Ouyang family head? If it weren't for your feigned assault on my Chu family, deliberately slowing down to await the Lu family support, I would not have been able to infiltrate the Lu family unscathed. Over the years, I have received numerous benefits from the Lu family. The burly man spoke in a low tone. I have heard that the Lu family has produced a genius alchemist who achieved an astonishing success rate of nearly 90% in refining low-grade gathering chi pills within just a year and a half. Do you know the circumstances surrounding this? The middle-aged man with small eyes responded with a hint of helplessness. Ouyang family head, you do not believe that I secretly assisted Li Feiyu, do you? What other explanation could there be? The Lu family has already produced one alchemical genius, and now another appears. How could this be mere coincidence? The burly man spoke ominously, causing the steaming dishes on the table to feel as though they might freeze. Chu Yuxian shook his head repeatedly in denial. I do not even know what Li Feiyu looks like. How could I possibly teach him alchemy? The emergence of another genius alchemist within the Lu family is detrimental to our plans. Our Chu family and the Ouyang family have always been in the same boat. As he spoke, Chu Yuxian's brow furrowed, tentatively probing. Ouyang family head, you do not suspect that I have turned against the Lu family, do you? The burly man merely fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man without responding. Chu Yuxian's expression grew serious, continuing, if I were to betray the Lu family, would you not expose me? How could I possibly explain myself? That would be tantamount to courting death. The burly man's foundational pressure slightly diminished. Chu Yuxian then said earnestly, I distinctly remember your words. Once the Ouyang family monopolizes Qingzhou Square Market, my Chu family will be the second largest family here. With our plans nearing fruition, how could I possibly abandon them midway? Only with the downfall of the Lu family can my Chu family obtain greater resources. My ancestors produced a second-tier alchemist. I too wish to restore my family's former glory. The burly man finally took a sip of his drink, remarking nonchalantly, as long as you understand the stakes involved. Faced with the foundational practitioner's suspicions, Chu Yuxian had no choice but to exercise caution. To be frank, the superior alchemical legacy I provided to the Lu family's eldest daughter is flawed. How could I possibly offer the complete and true legacy of my Chu family? If I were to bestow my entire legacy upon the Lu family, my standing within their ranks would plummet. Moreover, how could I foolishly assist the Lu family in nurturing yet another alchemical genius? Chu Yuxian spoke candidly. Enough. The burly man waved his hand. I know you have not betrayed us. It is simply the timing of Li Feiyu's emergence that raises my concerns, that Chu Yuxian replied with confidence. A mere first-tier low-grade alchemist. Even if he impacts our plans, the effect will be minimal. To act recklessly against Li Feiyu would only alert the Lu family, resulting in a counterproductive outcome. The superior healing elixirs are the key. These were refined from materials obtained from the Lu family over the past year. As he spoke, Chu Yuxian produced 3 jade vials from his storage pouch, each containing 10 superior healing elixirs. Upon seeing the 30 superior healing elixirs, the burly man's eyes brightened. Ha ha ha. With the Lu family's materials supporting my Ouyang family, our chances of success will surely increase. The burly man laughed heartily, retracting his spiritual pressure entirely and stowing the jade vials of healing elixirs. He then praised, Master Chu, you have done exceedingly well. Let us drink, Chu Yuxian said with a smile, raising his wine cup. The atmosphere was jovial and harmonious. Time flowed like a gentle stream. And in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Changqing opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath. Now, the range covered by his spiritual sense had evidently reached a full 10 feet. A tenth of the foundational realm. With a strengthened spirit, alchemy had become significantly easier for him. Changqing smiled faintly, possessing experience and insights in concocting qi-gathering pills. Changqing quickly mastered the art of creating healing elixirs. Moreover, during the past 3 months, he had allocated some time for alchemy, achieving a success rate of 20% for low-grade healing pills. Henceforth, his proficiency in alchemy would only accelerate. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months slipped by once more. Changqing had resided in the Lu family for 2 years. On the surface, his cultivation had broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Within the alchemy hall, after Changqing completed his concoction, he opened the cauldron to reveal 7 low-grade healing pills radiating a faint ethereal glow. The success rate for these low-grade healing pills was an impressive 70%. Changqing felt a surge of satisfaction. In just 6 months, he had achieved such a high success rate. Reflecting on the time it took to initially concoct low-grade qi-gathering pills, which took an entire year to attain a mere 60% success rate, it was clear that Changqing had become a genuine low-grade alchemist. Changqing sold the recently concocted elixirs to the Lu family storage pavilion. Upon learning of Changqing's alchemical prowess, Lu Jingzhu was filled with astonishment. Soon, the news of Changqing's status as a low-grade alchemist spread like wildfire around Qingzhou Fong Market. Changqing harbored no intentions of concealing his abilities. He welcomed the opportunity to earn spirit stones through alchemy. He had crafted an image for himself as a prodigious alchemist. Others without backing or connections might need to be discreet, lest they attract the attention of a certain faction and find themselves imprisoned as free labor. However, Changqing harbored no such fears, for his strength was considerable. Furthermore, the Lu family was currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Ouyang family, leaving them little time to concern themselves with him. Were Qingzhou Fong Market limited to a single foundational force, Changqing would adopt a more low-key approach. Yet, he had a long-term plan of his own. Days later, within an inn's second-floor private room, a burly man with a scruffy beard and a short-sighted cultivator wore grim expressions. The bearded man spoke solemnly. The Lu family currently lacks for low-grade healing pills, and that young lady from the Lu family is crafting mid-grade healing elixirs. Our Ouyang family, whose foundation is already less robust than the Lu family, is receiving no benefits from the mineral veins. Were it not for the current probing between our Ouyang family and the Lu family at the mid-qi refinement stage, we might have suffered further losses. As the rivalry between the two families intensified, even early-stage qi refinement cultivators slowly retreated to their respective families, realizing that those of lower cultivation levels competing for the purple gold mines would only meet with death should they encounter adversaries. Chu Yuxian, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, "This youth's talent for alchemy exceeds my expectations. He must not be allowed to remain. We must eliminate him before he rises." The bearded man inquired, "Do you have a plan?" "Our Ouyang family cannot infiltrate the Lu family's territory." Chu Yuxian regarded the bearded man earnestly. "The Lu family's guest cultivators will not deal with that Li Food if I were to act personally. It would undoubtedly expose my identity as a spy." Ouyang Family Master, this is where you must take action. If a few cultivators skilled in martial arts were to appear in Chizhufang Market, would the Lu family dare to ignore them? They would undoubtedly seek to recruit them as their guests. After a pause, Chu Yuxian added with pride, finding alchemists will be a challenge, but rune masters are relatively easier to locate. As he spoke, Chu Yuxian smiled slightly. If several rune makers were to emerge in Chingzhufang Market, the Lu family would actively seek to recruit them, especially considering that the Lu family and your Ouyang family are currently in fierce conflict. The party with the most trump cards will have the greatest odds of victory. The bearded man lightly drummed his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Sending a few rune masters to the Lu family to eliminate Li Feiyu is feasible. Our Ouyang family will discreetly seek out a few rune masters. In due course, we can stage a grand performance in Chingzhufang Market, deliberately competing with the Lu family for the rune masters. Given the Lu family's substantial foundation, they should pay handsomely to recruit these individuals as their guests, allowing us to seamlessly infiltrate their territory. The two then broached the most critical matter. What is the stock of the Lu family's high-grade healing pills? The bearded man asked with seriousness. Chu Yuxian responded confidently, Ouyang Family Master, rest assured, even the Lu family does not possess many high-grade pills. In this regard, you will undoubtedly benefit. In the future, when the Lu family goes to other markets to procure high-grade pills or high-grade runes, you can lie in wait and initiate conflict. The bearded man squinted his eyes and nodded slowly. I can only hold back one of the Lu family's ancestors. The key lies in the disparity in strength between the late-stage and perfected Qi refinement cultivators. Once the Lu family's Qi refinement cultivators have perished, our Ouyang family can set up formations and work together to eliminate that Lu family's ancestor. Chu Yuxian concurred. During the Great Battle, I also have this piece on the board. As long as you can restrain the Lu family's foundational ancestor, the Lu family will surely face defeat. Ha! The bearded man laughed heartily, proclaiming, from now on, in Chizhufang Market, there shall only be the Qingzhu Ouyang family, and no longer the Qingzhu Lu family. Subsequently, the bearded man reassured Chu Yuxian, rest easy, Master Chu, with a piece of meat from my Ouyang family. Your Chu family shall at least receive a bowl of soup. Chu Yuxian expressed his gratitude. I thank the Ouyang family master in advance. Ha! The bearded man gestured for drinks, and after a while, the two quietly departed. Chu Yuxian returned and entered another inn. After ensuring the area was devoid of onlookers, he ascended to the second-floor private room, where a formation was set to prevent eavesdropping or prying eyes. A cultivator, entirely shrouded in black cloth save for his eyes, with a mark on his forehead, rasped, Master Chu, how is the progress of the scheme that has been in place for 20 years? Chu Yuxian smiled. It is progressing well during this period. The cloaked cultivator, appearing somewhat solemn, replied, but I have heard that a guest of the Lu family is an alchemical genius. This could disrupt the balance between the Lu and Ouyang families. If this balance is shattered, how can we reap the benefits? Chu Yuxian, still brimming with confidence, responded, Friend Song, you need not worry. Just now, I was discussing the matter of eliminating Li Feiyu with the Ouyang family master. After a pause, he added with a smile, as long as the Ouyang family strikes and breaks the surface rules, it is tantamount to declaring war. The cultivator named Songji nodded slightly. That is good. After some contemplation, Songji said solemnly, Master Chu, I must remind you that once the Ouyang family truly dominates Chingzhufang Market, your Chu family will lose the Lu family's protection, and the Ouyang family will seek to absorb your Chu family. The legacy of your Chu family's alchemy will ultimately fall into the hands of the Ouyang family. You, Chu Yuxian, will never escape their control and will merely become a tool for their alchemy. Finally, Songji intently advised, consider the Ouyang family's methods of operation from the past. A displeased expression surfaced on Chu Yuxian's face. Are you questioning my loyalty? Songji clarified. I, Song, trust no one. I only trust in profit. The territory of Zhengdao Sect has very few legacies related to Gu. It is easy for my Song family cultivators to expose their identities as outsiders, and thus, we cannot establish a foothold here. We seek only to make a quick profit, while you can establish yourself long-term. Even if your Chu family lacks strength and attracts the covetous gaze of other forces, you can still seek a foundational cultivator from Zhengdao Sect as a backer, providing annual tributes in return. The party that stands to gain the most will be your Chu family. I hope you do not lose sight of this, Chu Yuxian replied earnestly. I will not lose sight of it. Rest assured, friend Song. Good, Songji smiled. As long as you do not lose sight of it, that is sufficient. A month later, The head of the Liu family recruited 2 talismanic guests, a pair of sisters possessing the skills of mid-tier talismans, both having reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement. Under ordinary circumstances, Liu Maolin would have meticulously interrogated them to ensure their backgrounds were unblemished before admitting them into the Liu family. However, these were extraordinary times. Moreover, the sisters spoke quite directly, their intentions unmistakably clear. They had come to the Qingzhou workshop city upon hearing of the conflict between the Liu and Ouyang families, hoping to achieve merit and earn a high-grade breakthrough elixir. This reasoning was sound and without fault that as soon as these 2 talismans arrived in Qingzhou workshop city, both the Liu and Ouyang families extended invitations to them. Due to the higher remuneration offered by the Liu family, the sisters naturally became talismanic guests of the Liu family. Days later, in the evening, Changqing had just finished refining a batch of pills and opened the door. Preparing to enjoy a moment of rest in the courtyard, he heard a melodious voice from outside. "Masterly, I hope I am not disturbing you. I have brought you some osmanthus cakes that I made myself." A woman appeared, appearing to be around 25 years old, clad in a delicate pink gown, her figure graceful, hands cradling a food box. "Masterly, I hope I'm not intruding," the woman said with a smile, gently shaking the food box, every gesture exuding charm. "Who are you?" Changqing inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. It seemed Masterly had been so focused on refining pills that he was unaware of the Liu family's acquisition of 2 new talismanic guests. The woman continued to speak at length. After a while, Changqing understood. When he had moved into the auxiliary residence, he had not visited anyone. Enhancing his strength and mastery of alchemy was paramount. There was no need for excessive socializing with these qi refinement practitioners. Yet, the woman before him clearly knew how to leverage her beauty to maintain cordial relations with many guests of the Liu family. Changqing accepted the food box and invited the woman, named Guan Rushi, into the courtyard under the pavilion. Guan Rushi swayed her delicate waist and sat with her legs crossed, slightly leaning, as if every movement conveyed her allure. Changqing dared not underestimate such a woman. A beauty like her, especially one among 2 sisters, not claimed by powerful male cultivators, was evidently not to be taken lightly. After some idle chatter, Guan Rushi took her leave. Changqing, possessing a formidable spirit, examined the osmanthus cake closely and found nothing amiss. However, he had learned much more than before. Just because something appeared non-toxic did not mean it was entirely free of poison. Some toxins required special conditions to activate, such as using certain spiritual herbs as catalysts. Although he had a spirit bead, there was truly no need to be tempted by this delicacy. A fireball incinerated the food box to ashes. After resting for a moment, Changqing resumed his alchemy. Recently, the success rate for refining low-grade healing elixirs had nearly reached 80%. He aimed to earn more spirit stones and prepare to refine mid-grade elixirs in due course. That night, under the silvery moonlight, a soft voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Is Masterly asleep?" Changqing opened the door to find Guan Rushi standing outside. She wore a thin, short dress, revealing delicate skin, her alluring figure partially obscured, appearing even more enchanting under the moonlight. "What brings you here, Miss Guan?" Changqing asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Guan Rushi replied softly, "By chance. My sister and I have acquired a legacy of alchemy. While it may not compare to that of the Liu family, it should be of some use to Master Li. Changqing cut straight to the chase. "What do you want?" Guan Rushi replied coyly. "Masterly, do you wish for me to endure the cold winds outside? Let us discuss this indoors." Changqing waved his sleeve, opening the courtyard door. As the door swung open, Guan Rushi gracefully entered the courtyard and proceeded into the room. Before Changqing could inquire about the nature of the alchemical legacy, Guan Rushi exhaled a fragrant breath. "Masterly, do you truly have no thoughts about me?" As she spoke, her delicate hand gently caressed Changqing's arm, her entire body slowly leaning closer. Changqing, unaware that the fragrance held poison, possibly due to not having consumed the osmanthus cake earlier, smiled gently, finding her touch soft. Upon hearing this, Guan Rushi's eyes sparkled, drawing even nearer to Changqing, teasingly remarking, "So, you have always been pretentious. Haven to you. All men are the same." Changqing neither confirmed nor denied her statement, instead smiling and asking, "What of your sister?" Guan Rushi instantly grew displeased, pouting, "Are you not satisfied with just me?" Then, her tone shifted, "But, you are at the prime of your youth, full of vigor. Hee hee. Why not let your sister join us?" Yi Changqing smiled enigmatically. The room was already soundproofed, and the other guests of the Liu family could not hear them, making it unnecessary to set up another formation. Possessing a powerful spirit, Yi Changqing could easily hear the sounds of the wind and grass rustling outside. Even through the low-grade array he had established, upon hearing this, Guan Rushi's playful laughter abruptly ceased, her expression changing as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to be horrified to discover Yi Changqing's immense strength. You are a body refinement cultivator. Guan Rushi unleashed the spiritual pressure of a sixth-layer qi refinement practitioner, her concealed talismans ready to activate. Crack. Yi Changqing did not hesitate, seizing both of Guan Rushi's delicate hands and crushing them with brutal force. Guan Rushi was unable to channel any magical power, her body drenched in cold sweat, her complexion turning pale. Yi Changqing did not relent, thoroughly searching for the concealed talismans. Release my sister, a cold snort suddenly echoed. At the same time, a black arrow radiating the aura of a ninth-layer qi refinement practitioner shot swiftly from outside. Yi Changqing swiftly produced a high-grade golden bell talisman, instantly enveloping himself in a faint golden defensive shield. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, sending powerful waves of magical energy swirling like a tempest, toppling everything in the hall and scattering wooden debris. The dark figure materialized in the room. Though shrouded, it was still evident that she was a beauty. Release my sister, the woman, known as Guan Shui, commanded in a low voice once more. Yi Changqing replied expressionlessly. Do you believe that is possible? As he spoke, he struck with his hand like a blade, severing Guan Rushi's head. Without the protection of her talismans and lacking a perfected defensive spell, Guan Rushi stood no chance against Yi Changqing at close range. In the next instant, her head flew off, blood gushing from her neck like a fountain. Witnessing this, Guan Shui's eyes filled with horror and fury. Then her expression changed dramatically, stammering, You are not poisoned? Yi Changqing replied coldly. So, the so-called alchemical legacy was merely a ruse. As he spoke, Yi Changqing lunged forward, his red silhouette racing towards Guan Shui. Seeing him approach like a fierce beast, her face was marked by terror. However, when they were 6 steps apart, a chilling light flickered in Guan Shui's eyes. Suddenly, a talisman emanating a terrifying aura appeared in her palm. A thunderbolt talisman worth at least 200 spirit stones. To ensure a guaranteed hit, Guan Shui needed to wait for Yi Changqing to draw nearer before activating the talisman. Thus, her earlier panic was half genuine, yet half feigned. With Guan Rushi dead and irreversible, she resolved to have Yi Changqing pay with his life. Furthermore, her purpose for being here was to ambush him. Yi Changqing's pupils constricted slightly upon seeing the talisman in Guan Shui's hand, but he remained calm. Just as Guan Shui prepared to activate the Thunderbolt talisman, a green spider silk, sharp as a blade, suddenly swept through, severing her hand. This was the attack of the Qingyu spider, which had been lurking in the shadows. Before Guan Shui could react, Yi Changqing stood before her, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, a gaping hole the size of a fist appeared in Guan Shui's abdomen. Her dantian was destroyed, and all her cultivation dissipated. At this moment, genuine fear manifested in Guan Shui's beautiful eyes. You actually have a 9th-layer spirit pet. Who exactly are you? Guan Rushi lamented her past decisions. Yi Changqing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, inquired, Is there a legacy of alchemy? Should you speak the truth, I can grant you a swift end. Guan Rushi's delicate face turned pale as she managed a bitter smile. As an itinerant cultivator without connections or support, acquiring a legacy of elixirs was no simple feat. Who sent you to kill me? Yi Changqing pressed once more. Who else could it be? Guan Rushi's voice faltered. The Ouyang family. Yi Changqing understood. Golden light flickering at his fingertips, he casually drew a line, and Guan Rushi's head fell to the ground. Collecting the thunder talisman from the floor, Yi Changqing felt a twinge of surprise. Typically, such talismans were only sold by the major sects. Ordinary talismansmiths outside these sects rarely possessed such profound mastery of talismanic arts. Moreover, thunder talismans were seldom put up for sale in the bazaars, as they were vital for survival. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Changqing surmised that this must have been provided to Guan Rushiwe by the Ouyang family. Indeed, they are cautious, using a thunder talisman against me, a mere alchemist publicly at the 6th level of qi refinement. It seems I have influenced the outcome of the conflict between the two families. Yi Changqing concealed his murderous intent. He decided to keep the thunder talisman for the time being, as what was once a weapon against him had now become his safeguard. Entering a small room, He collected the blood spirit grass that lay scattered on the ground, murmuring to himself, I should find an opportunity to sell this. It has only grown a little, summoning the green jade spider. Yi Changqing examined the formation set up by Guan Ruxue outside the room. Upon inspection, he found it to be a first-tier superior soundproofing array. Naturally, the Thunder Talisman creates quite a commotion, even if they had succeeded in killing me. It would have been difficult to escape if the Liu family were alerted. Yi Changqing nodded thoughtfully. Given the singular function of this array, even though it was first-tier superior, it was not worth as much as he had anticipated, at most. It could fetch 200 spirit stones. Yi Changqing had no intention of concealing the existence of this array. Retaliating against the two would inevitably reveal some of his secrets. Subsequently, he informed the Liu family. Due to the gravity of the matter, the head of the Liu family personally brought people to investigate. There was no need to worry about whether Yi Changqing would be framed. The incident occurred at his residence, clearly indicating that it was Guan Ruxue and Guan Ruxi who had made the initial assault. Considering the situation surrounding the Zijin mine, which was in dire need of healing elixirs, it was fortuitous that Yi Changqing's alchemical skills were advancing swiftly. It was only reasonable for the Ouyang family to wish to eliminate him at this moment. Many guest elders of the Liu family observed the chaos surrounding Yi Changqing's courtyard, their expressions grave. Would the Ouyang family target them as well? Liu Maolin, clad in a green robe, feigned concern, asking, Masterly, are you injured? The root of the trouble lay with him having recruited Guan Ruxue and Guan Ruxi. Yet as the head of the Liu family, he would not publicly display his guilt. This was clearly a question posed with foreknowledge, as Yi Changqing stood right in front of him. Yi Changqing responded politely. I am quite well, thank you for your concern. Head Lu Maolin, with a serious expression, stated, This matter has allowed the Ouyang family to exploit a gap. Masterly, the Liu family will provide you with compensation. Pray tell, what is it that you desire? This was not merely compensation for Yi Changqing. It was also a display of the Liu family's generosity to the other guest elders. Moreover, the Ouyang family had already broken the rules. And should a battle ensue, it would be imminent at this critical juncture. Consolidating goodwill was essential. Yi Changqing pretended to ponder for a moment before replying. I require a superior breaking through pill, the Guiyuan pill. For a foundational power, the Guiyuan pill held a status akin to that of the Foundation Establishment pill within a major sect overseen by Yuaning cultivators. Most mid to high-ranking members of major sects were typically Foundation Establishment cultivators. While there were a few Golden Core masters, they were exceedingly rare. Many matters within sects were handled by those at the Foundation Establishment level. Generally, a foundational force would have only one major Foundation Establishment cultivator, necessitating that late-stage Qi refinement practitioners handle many affairs. The role of the major Foundation Establishment cultivator was to intimidate other similarly powerful factions. Lu Maolin had initially considered persuading Yi Changqing to opt for a compensation such as an alchemical furnace, as the Guiyuan pill was of immense importance. However, realizing that Yi Changqing had found himself in danger due to the Liu family, he could only acquiesce. Furthermore, at this peculiar time, it would demonstrate to the other guest elders that a superior breaking through pill was not merely a lofty promise but a tangible reward. Following this, Yi Changqing contentedly stored the Guiyuan pill. Henceforth, he could directly break through from the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refinement to the 7th, without the need for pretense. Several observing guest elders from the Liu family, along with some of the Liu family's younger members, could not help but reveal expressions of envy upon witnessing Yi Changqing place the Guiyuan pill into his storage pouch. A short, middle-aged man watched this scene with an impassive face. Though internally he was exceedingly anxious, Chu Yuxian understood that having failed this sneak attack, there would be no second chance. That he quietly contemplated that he would have to devise a new plan with the bearded brute. Perhaps he would need to take personal risks. Having settled the matters at hand, Liu Maolin then squinted his eyes and asked, Guan Ruxue and Guan Ruxi are both peak 6th layer Qi refiners, and as talismancers. They surely possess protective talismans. Moreover, these two were working for the Ouyang family, likely receiving their support. Given that soundproof array, it must have contained a thunder talisman. Masterly, how did you manage to preserve your safety and retaliate? Over 2 years ago, he had recruited Yi Changqing into the Liu family, genuinely believing in Ye's exceptional abilities. However, seeing the current situation, he realized he had underestimated him at the time. Yi Changqing spoke softly. This is not the place for such discussions. I hope Head Lu will accompany me to a more suitable location. Very well. Lu Maolin nodded slightly. Yi Changqing and Lu Maolin moved to an unoccupied area. Yi Changqing unleashed his crimson true energy, his expression calm as he explained, taking advantage of Guan Rushui and Guan Rushi's lack of preparation, and given their proximity to me, I was able to catch them off guard. Otherwise, it would have been I who perished. I hope Head Lu will assist me in keeping this matter under wraps. Subsequently, Yi Changqing added, you are also a body cultivator. Lu Maolin was taken aback. Yet it made sense. The Tiangang fist was a rather common body cultivation technique. Not detecting anything unusual about Yi Changqing, Lu Maolin replied coolly, rest assured, the particulars of your trump card will not be disclosed. Yi Changqing clasped his hands in gratitude. I appreciate your assurance, Head Lu. Suddenly, Lu Maolin inquired, previously, you mentioned that you were fleeing to this place. Might you divulge some information now? Sensing that Yi Changqing was not an ordinary individual, Lu Maolin perceived that the forces pursuing him were likely more formidable than he had initially believed. The Lu family wished to avoid being implicated by Yi Changqing's troubles. Of course, Lu Maolin had a rough idea. But the probability of such a scenario was extremely low. Even though Yi Changqing practiced dual cultivation of both law and body, the forces capable of ensuring his safe escape were not particularly strong. Moreover, since Yi Changqing was being hunted, his loyalty to the Lu family would likely be heightened, making him reliant on their protection. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this situation. I am afraid I cannot elaborate further. Yi Changqing replied with some hesitance. He did not wish to fabricate an excuse about a random force, as saying too much could lead to missteps. And would the Lu family not investigate discreetly? Noticing Yi Changqing's reluctance to speak further, Lu Maolin refrained from pressing the matter. He was not concerned that Yi Changqing would betray them. The Ouyang family had already sent assassins after him, creating a profound enmity. Then, with a serious expression, Lu Maolin cautioned, Masterly, the Ouyang family has already breached protocol. A major conflict may ensue, and you must prepare yourself mentally for the turbulence that lies ahead. My Lu family tends to be cautious, yet the Ouyang family's ambitions are vast, and it may indeed come to a reckoning. Pausing, Lu Maolin added earnestly, of course, to prevent the Ouyang family from making further attempts on your life. My Lu family will ensure your safety. Yi Changqing replied solemnly. I am nearing 80% proficiency in crafting low-grade healing elixirs. I must prepare to refine mid-grade elixirs, which should prove beneficial in the future. It is reasonable to assume that once the success rate of refining lower-grade healing pills reaches approximately 90%, the process of concocting mid-grade healing pills would become considerably more manageable. This would consequently reduce the cost involved in learning the art of alchemy. However, Yi Changqing is not without his temper. The Ouyang family's ambush on him was precisely because the pills he produced were causing the inventory of the Lu family's medicinal stock to deplete at a slower pace. Therefore, rather than concocting lower-grade healing pills or beginning with mid-grade qi-gathering pills, he resolved to directly refine mid-grade healing pills. Remarkably, it seems your talent for alchemy is extraordinarily high. The head of the Lu family laughed heartily. Faintly sensing Yi Changqing's ire, the inventory of Lu family pills had recently dwindled drastically, and their talismans were also being consumed at an alarming rate, with the need for renovations at the original villa. Yi Changqing opted for a new residence. The Lu family had specifically arranged a superior formation at the new villa to safeguard Yi Changqing's safety. That night, Yi Changqing proceeded to the Lu family's storage pavilion to procure various materials required for refining mid-grade healing pills. Exchanging the lower-grade alchemy furnace he had been using for a mid-grade one. The higher the quality of the alchemy furnace, the better the quality of the materials of the same tier, thus somewhat alleviating the difficulty of the alchemical process. After further contemplation, Yi Changqing also exchanged his limited resources for the flesh of mid-stage qi refining beasts. Given the uncertain circumstances, it was imperative to enhance his Tiangang fist. Following the sudden ambush incident, the atmosphere in the Qingjufang market grew notably somber. The number of patrol teams had increased to at least 3 times their usual strength. If the Ouyang family could launch a surprise attack on the Lu family, then the Lu family would no longer adhere to martial ethics and would take the initiative to strike back at the Ouyang family, particularly targeting the caravans venturing to other markets for supplies, various materials, pills, talismans, magical artifacts, and spirit pets. These resources were of utmost importance, being strategic supplies that could significantly influence the tides of battle. Consequently, sporadic explosions echoed in the vicinity of the Qingjufang market. In the following days, Yi Changqing devoted himself entirely to the refinement of mid-grade healing pills. He possessed a superior breaking pill, a fact known not only to those associated with the Liu family, but also to the majority of cultivators in the Qingzhufang market. Hence, individuals began to visit Changqing with the hope of purchasing that superior breaking pill. Although everyone was aware that Changqing's master would not sell the Guiyuan pill, one could not help but wonder. What if? Unfortunately, there was no what if, as Changqing refused without a moment's hesitation, offering no face even to the cultivators of the Liu family. Those who had been denied could only accept their fate. Changqing's ability to emerge unscathed from the ambush spoke volumes of his exceptional prowess. After being turned away time and again, some shameless elders from the Liu family decided to take action. They aimed to secure a breakthrough opportunity for their younger generation to advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Regardless of the power dynamics, any force that reaches a certain scale will inevitably experience internal conflict. Moreover, Changqing was not a cultivator of the Liu family. 2 months later, an elderly woman with white hair and a cane arrived at the villa. Masterly, as an alchemist, your status is indeed esteemed. However, as a guest of the Liu family, it is only natural for you to assist us in refining pills, and we have provided you with the corresponding treatment. Currently, you have only reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Yet you possess a superior breaking pill, which is premature. It would be wiser to sell the Guiyuan pill in your possession to this old woman. I am willing to purchase it at market price. The elderly woman employed both soft and hard tactics, speaking incessantly. Changqing, with an impassive expression, firmly rejected her. The superior breaking pill in my possession is not for sale. Under any circumstances, abandon this futile hope. With that, Changqing moved to close the villa door, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Seeing Changqing's blatant rudeness, the elderly woman was filled with rage. As one of the oldest elders of the Liu family, she had never before encountered such disrespect. Even the current head of the Liu family, who had attained full mastery in qi refinement, treated her with considerable respect. The pressure of her 8th level qi refinement burst forth, her white hair billowing without wind. Changqing coldly retorted, relying on age to intimidate me is futile. This villa is protected by a superior formation. If you have the ability, then come in. You young brat. The elderly woman pointed her cane at Changqing, trembling with fury, nearly rendered speechless. After a moment's thought, she suppressed her anger and patiently persuaded him. Once you reach the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement, with your alchemical skills, the family head will surely grant you a favor, and you will obtain the Guiyuan pill. Changqing waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. If I were to ask the head of the Liu family for the superior breaking pill, how would I repay the favor I owe the Liu family? Very well, very well, very well. Observing that Changqing was impervious to persuasion, the elderly woman, now infuriated to the point of laughter, struck her cane heavily against the ground. Having said nothing further, she realized she could not contend with Changqing and could only leave in frustration. Changqing shook his head and was about to close the villa door. A melodious voice, as refreshing as a spring, called out, "Masterly, please hold on." A sweet voice, akin to the gentle flow of a babbling brook, reached his ears, bringing a sense of tranquility. Changqing turned to see a strikingly beautiful young woman approaching, resembling the radiant moon emerging from the clouds, dressed in a flowing robe that brushed her ankles and with long hair cascading down to her waist. The delicate white ribbon cinched around her slender waist swayed gracefully with her light steps. Upon noticing the young woman's arrival, the elderly woman's withered face instantly brightened with joy. My lady, this young man is quite disrespectful. Before the elderly woman's words could finish, she was gently interrupted by Liu Qingwei's melodious voice. Su, given the current tense situation between the Liu and Ouyang families, this presents an excellent opportunity for our Liu family's disciples to achieve merit. The superior breaking pill can certainly be exchanged for accomplishments. Seeing that the young lady was not advocating for her, the elderly woman's earlier joy vanished in an instant. Choosing not to further humiliate herself, she departed from the scene. Liu Qingwei turned her gaze to Changqing, her smile radiant. Masterly, I have heard that you are attempting to refine mid-grade healing pills. May I observe your process? Changqing discerned Liu Qingwei's intentions. Firstly, Liu Qingwei personally intervened to signal to certain elder council members within the Liu family to cease their plans regarding the Guiyuan pill. Secondly, as a mid-grade alchemist herself, Liu Qingwei aimed to provide guidance or engage in a discussion about alchemy at this crucial juncture. It would undoubtedly benefit the Liu family to have an additional person capable of refining mid-grade healing pills. The fact that the young lady had come to visit him was a rare opportunity. Yi Changqing smiled faintly and welcomed Lu Qingwei into the villa. The two entered the alchemy hall. Yu Changqing sat cross-legged, igniting the fire array beneath the alchemy furnace. With calm determination, he meticulously placed the spirit herbs into the furnace in an orderly manner. Lu Qingwei was captivated, suddenly realizing that Yu Changqing's alchemical talent surpassed her own. After a considerable time, Yu Changqing opened the furnace, and the fragrance of herbs mingled with a hint of char filled the alchemy hall, although only one mid-grade healing pill was successfully produced. It took Yu Changqing merely 2 months to achieve this quality. Moreover, refining mid-grade pills is significantly more challenging than lower-grade ones. Otherwise, many alchemists would not remain unable to advance to mid-grade throughout their lifetimes. Subsequently, Lu Qingwei deduced where the errors had occurred during the refining process based on Yu Changqing's techniques and the appearances of the various pills. Yu Changqing had been observing the situation within the furnace with his divine sense. He found that Lu Qingwei's insights were remarkably accurate. Indeed, she possesses some skill. Yu Changqing mused inwardly. Some cultivators only begin to learn certain cultivation techniques after successfully establishing their foundation. For once one possesses divine sense, many matters become simpler. Yet, this poses a challenge for nearly all cultivators. Without a foundational cultivation technique, is it possible to safely and successfully establish a foundation? It is akin to asking how to effortlessly earn millions each year while lying down. Simply deposit billions in cash into the bank. The crux of the matter lies in acquiring that billions in cash. Masterly, with the impending battle, I may require your assistance in refining pills during this period, Lu Qingwei said apologetically, producing a scroll of alchemical inheritance from her storage pouch. Upon receiving this scroll, Yu Changqing's eyes lit up. The handwriting was neat and elegant, clearly reflecting Lu Qingwei's own insights and experiences in alchemy. That I shall do my utmost, he assured. Yu Changqing politely replied. After a brief chat, he escorted Lu Qingwei out of the secluded courtyard. With Lu Qingwei's insights in alchemy, Yu Changqing's already rapid progress in refining elixirs accelerated once more in the days that followed. No one attempted to purchase the Guiyuan Dan, and Yu Changqing's life returned to tranquility. Time flew by, and over half a year had passed while Yu Changqing had thoroughly become a mid-grade alchemist. Within the stone pearl, there were 3 drops of normal liquid mana, with 2/3 corresponding to the foundation building realm, being situated on a top-tier spiritual vein of the first rank. The efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy was indeed superior to that on a mid-tier spiritual vein of the same rank. Yu Changqing had initially spent 1.5 years on a mid-tier spiritual vein, and after 3 months in the secluded courtyard, he had condensed a single drop of liquid mana. Remarkably, he condensed the 3rd drop in less than a year. The Tiangang fist had reached the pinnacle of the flesh refinement stage, allowing him to engage in direct confrontation with cultivators at the peak of the 6th layer of qi refinement. The situation between the Liu family and the Ouyang family had reached an unprecedented level of tension. One day, the Liu family and the Ouyang family ceased any pretense of testing and declared full-scale war. Due to the escalating situation, the Liu family established 4 alchemy halls within the medicinal garden to prevent their elixirs from being intercepted during transport. The medicinal garden itself was a fortified stronghold, protected by a second-tier formation, making it one of the safest places for the Liu family and better safeguarding the alchemist's safety. After an investigation by the Yellow Dog, Yu Changqing and others entered the Liu family's medicinal garden. The Yellow Dog served to prevent anyone from introducing poison into the garden. Yu Changqing, Lu Qingwei, Chu Yuxian, and the white-browed elder were all refining elixirs within the alchemy hall. Yu Changqing was naturally delighted, frequently observing Chu Yuxian's elixir refinement. Masterly, it's quite inappropriate for you to constantly watch me refine elixirs. Given the current scarcity of mid-grade healing elixirs, if you have this much time, you might as well focus on refining more mid-grade healing elixirs and gain practical experience. The short-eyed man cast an impatient glance at Yu Changqing. Yu Changqing waved his hand dismissively, responding, I just finished refining a batch of mid-grade healing elixirs. I came here to rest and to observe how you refine top-grade elixirs. I will be leaving shortly. Chu Yuxian sighed in resignation. If you're going to rest, then rest properly. How can you rest well while watching me refine elixirs? Yu Changqing shook his head. To be honest, my success rate in refining mid-grade healing elixirs is nearly 90%. If I wish to improve further, I must invest more time and refine more elixirs. Therefore, I am taking some time to learn how you refine top-grade elixirs. Once the situation in Qizhu Fengshe stabilizes, I will attempt to refine top-grade elixirs. You have become a mid-grade alchemist, Chu Yuxian expressed his surprise. If I remember correctly, you have not been refining elixirs for 3 years. Ye Changqing nodded in agreement. I am an alchemist with 2 years and 8 or 9 months of practice. With that, Yi Changqing stood up, brushed himself off, and prepared to leave. In such a short time, you have become a mid-grade alchemist. Chu Yuxian gazed at Yi Changqing's departing figure, a hint of jealousy flickering in his eyes. If only he possessed such talent, he would have long ascended to the rank of second-tier alchemist, greatly elevating his status. What a pity, such a gifted alchemist will not live long. Withdrawing his gaze, Chu Yuxian waved his sleeve and closed the door tightly. After a moment, he completed the refinement of a batch of top-grade healing elixirs. Opening the furnace to reveal 9 elixirs, Chu Yuxian placed 8 of them into a jade vial. Applying a colorless and tasteless poison to the remaining 1. Once the poison had been sufficiently absorbed by the elixir, he reapplied it repeatedly. Typically, colorless and tasteless poisons have poor efficacy, necessitating an increase in dosage. The poison was, of course, freshly made. After quite some time, Chu Yuxian sealed the poison healing elixir in another jade vial, which already contained 4 other poison healing elixirs, due to the failure of the initial plan to ambush Li Feiyu. I must now take a risky gamble. Chu Yuxian glanced at the jade vial, stowed it away in his storage bag, and took the other vial to leave the alchemy hall. A Lu family disciple respectfully took the jade vial, opened it, and was delighted to find 8 top-grade healing elixirs within. As expected of Master Chu, with a success rate of 80%, a Lu family cultivator exclaimed. Chu Yuxian smiled and waved his hand. Hurry and deliver the healing elixirs to the front lines. Any delay could lead to disaster. Yes. The Lu family cultivator offered a slight bow and hastily exited the medicinal garden. Chu Yuxian planned to gather 10 poisoned healing elixirs before handing them over. After all, he was the only one capable of refining top-grade elixirs. If the Lu family cultivator discovered the poison in the elixirs, he would have no grounds for rebuttal, as the evidence would be irrefutable. This was Chu Yuxian's daring gamble. The Lu family's late-stage qi refinement cultivators would struggle against the Ouyang family's late-stage qi refinement cultivators when poisoned. Thus, the Ouyang family head could gradually expand this advantage. However, the Lu family had deep roots and surely still possessed hidden cards. Therefore, it would likely result in mutual destruction between the Lu and Ouyang families. At that point, it would be the perfect opportunity for the Song family to act. As long as both the Lu and Ouyang families were defeated and annihilated, Chu Yuxian would no longer need to fear retaliation from either clan. Days later, a Lu family disciple approached Yu Changqing, carrying a large wooden box. Upon opening it, Yu Changqing discovered a piece of spirit meat from a 7th-layer qi refinement beast, weighing 10 pounds. He smiled slightly and handed the disciple over 200 spirit stones. This matter is known to no one, correct? Rest assured, Master Li. The family head specifically instructed us to keep it confidential. That's good. Yi Changqing nodded gently, closed the door, and gathered a wisp of spiritual flame in his palm to begin roasting the spirit meat. Given the rarity of late-stage qi refinement beasts, their spirit meat was not cheap. Just like that, a late-stage qi refinement cultivator could establish a small sect of their OWN in the past, while hunting in the Zhengdao Sect. Only mid-stage qi refinement beasts could be found deep within the woods. If a late-stage qi refinement beast or one with a high bloodline talent existed, it would have long been captured by the Zhengdao Sect Spirit Beast Hall. Moreover, this was not even within the sect. Sometimes, even with spirit stones, one could not purchase them. The late-stage qi refinement spirit meat here was primarily sourced from hunters in the deep mountains and forests. Those who raised them would not dare to slaughter them. Being able to advance to late-stage qi refinement indicated a good bloodline, and their offspring would typically be exceptional as well. Moments later, the spirit meat exuded an enticing aroma. Yi Changqing immediately devoured the meat, absorbing the blood essence and spiritual energy within. He then assumed a stance and practiced the Tiangang fist, refining his body with the blood essence and spiritual energy. As the true qi within his dantian grew stronger, Yi Changqing beamed with joy. I have reached the flesh refinement stage, he contemplated, realizing that further enhancements would require an immense amount of resources. Yi Changqing pondered whether to continue cultivating the Tiangang fist. A foundation-building pill could be purchased for 30,000 spirit stones, though one must also consider the dangers that could arise from acquiring it. To transform true qi into an essence and establish a foundation, 50,000 spirit stones would be necessary. Well, I shall take it one step at a time and not force it, as long as I remain cautious and gradually absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I will naturally become a great foundation-building cultivator. Changqing resolved to let things unfold naturally. The medicinal garden was rich in spiritual energy, which also accelerated his absorption efficiency. However, Changqing dared not absorb the spiritual energy recklessly, lest the medicinal herbs in the garden suffer. Half a month later, in the dead of night, a group of black-clad cultivators concealed themselves in the back courtyard of a tavern in Qingzhou Fengshe. The entire courtyard shielded by formations to prevent external scrutiny. The leader, marked by a mole on his forehead, solemnly instructed, "The success or failure of our mission lies in tonight. Everyone must be on high alert." "Yes," the crowd responded. One individual frowned slightly and remarked, "Our ancestor ordered us to capture Changqing. Yet despite the passage of time, we still cannot locate his whereabouts." Song Ji narrowed his eyes and thoughtfully remarked, "This individual is exceedingly cunning. We have scoured several nearby markets in search of traces of Talisman's masters, yet we remain devoid of any intelligence regarding him. Our ancestor was quite certain that this person is concealed within the western region of the Zhengdao Sect. We have dedicated ample time to our search in the Yinshui market, not only pursuing Talisman's masters, but also weapon forgers and formation masters. Yet we have still uncovered no leads to this juncture. It appears that the difficulty of locating this individual is akin to finding a needle in a haystack." A person, with a look of skepticism, suggested, "Is there a possibility that Changqing is in the Qingzhou market?" Another pondered, "Would he dare? Changqing has been on Zhengdao Sect's territory for nearly 3 years and should be well aware of some information regarding our Song family. There is a saying that the most dangerous places are often the safest. However, we have also searched for Talisman's masters in the Qingzhou market and found no traces of him. Talismans, magical tools, and formations share commonalities. Perhaps Changqing is actually a weapon forger," one admitted. "To be honest, I have discreetly investigated various weapon forgers and formation masters and found nothing out of the ordinary at this moment." Someone speculated, "What if Changqing is taken to alchemy?" Another scornfully retorted, "There are only a few alchemists. Would he truly conceal himself under the guise of an alchemist? That would be tantamount to revealing his identity to us. Moreover, does he possess spirit stones for alchemy? The magical tools from Song Shu have not reached the market. Otherwise, we could trace Changqing through that lead." A serious individual interjected, "Do you not find that Changqing bears similarities to Li Feiyu? Furthermore, our ancestor has stated that Changqing is treacherous and cunning. It is entirely possible that he might indeed act contrary to expectation." A collective gasp escaped the lips of some, as their eyes widened in shock, exchanging glances. The timing of Li Feiyu's escape from the Zhengdao Sect coincides perfectly with that of Changqing. Li Feiyu appeared at the Liu family 3 months after Changqing fled the Zhengdao Sect. Moreover, Li Feiyu has not stepped beyond the confines of the Liu family, clearly wishing to avoid drawing attention. And did he not claim to be evading enemies? Yet there was one inconsistency. If Changqing truly were Li Feiyu, how had he acquired nearly 1,500 spirit stones to learn alchemy? Chu Yuxian had clarified that Li Feiyu spent almost 1,500 spirit stones. The crowd began to exchange their thoughts. Song Ji raised a hand to halt the discussion, asserting that this matter was not the focal point of the night and could be addressed later. For now, they needed to ensure the task at hand was executed flawlessly. "Understood," the crowd replied in unison. After some contemplation, Song Ji added, "The Liu family's medicinal garden is well within our range for plunder. Tonight, we shall place special emphasis on monitoring the Liu family's medicinal garden, and we must inquire with Chu Yuxian regarding the true appearance of Li Feiyu." Agreed. The group immediately displayed expressions of excitement. If Changqing and Li Feiyu were indeed the same person, then it would be akin to finding a treasure without exerting any effort. While the world knows Chu Yuxian as a superior alchemist, few are aware of his exceptional mastery of poisons. He could concoct formidable toxins using merely a few spiritual herbs from the Liu family's medicinal garden. Moments later, several figures clad in black rushed into the tavern's courtyard to convey news. The information relayed by these black-clad individuals was uniform. The Liu family's late-stage qi refinement cultivators, even those at the pinnacle of qi refinement, had suddenly succumbed to poisoning, retreating in disarray. Song Ji promptly commanded, "Split up and act." Subsequently, the group dispersed silently, leaving only 2 individuals behind. With a grave tone, Songji addressed, "Sixth sister, it is time we avenged our family's grievances." The woman named Song Feifei replied coldly. 20 years ago, the Ouyang family sought to eliminate any potential future threats, ruthlessly hunting us down. During that escape, our Song family suffered heavy casualties, and many who survived struggled to advance in their cultivation were it not for our ancestors' remarkable talent in nurturing poisons, which led to the refinement of the blood sacrifice foundation establishment technique. Our family would have had no hope for revenge. Let us proceed. Songji stepped forward, stating that once the Lu family unleashed their strongest trump card, it would be their moment to strike. Indeed, Song Feifei followed the man as they exited the courtyard. Simultaneously, at the Lu family's medicinal garden, success or failure hinges on this moment. Chu Yuxian slowly opened his eyes, stepping outside as he silently opened several jade vials, releasing an odorless black gas that wafted away with the gentle breeze. In the night, this black poisonous gas was hardly noticeable, the lighter the color. The lower the toxicity, conversely, black indicated extreme lethality. Seizing the opportunity before the yellow hounds within the garden could react, he meticulously sabotaged several key points of the protective formations surrounding the medicinal garden. At that moment, the Song family's cultivators would be able to breach the formations with ease. Woof, woof, woof. In the dead of night, the agitated yellow hounds barked incessantly, shattering the stillness of the night. Upon hearing the barking, the crowd jolted to attention, hastily emerging from their quarters. The faces of several Lu family cultivators, wielding beast control tokens, suddenly changed, and they shouted, "Hold your breath, there is poison." Beast control is not solely reliant on soul imprinting. Another method involves sealing a portion of the spirit beast soul within the beast control token, allowing the cultivator to communicate with the spirit beast. Both methods of beast control have their merits and drawbacks. If the soul imprint is directly inscribed onto the spirit beast soul and the spirit beast possesses high cultivation, it may turn against its master. Conversely, if the beast control token is seized by another, it is akin to the spirit beast being taken away, for the token governs the spirit beast's very existence. Upon hearing the Lu family's warning, everyone held their breath, those with detoxification pills promptly consuming them. The medicinal garden was filled with the rich aroma of herbs. Changqing remained oblivious to the poison yet still held his breath. Soon, Changqing turned his attention inward, discovering that his entire body was permeated with black poison. What a terrifying toxin! Changqing was taken aback. Relying on the true qi of the muscle refinement realm and the magical power of the 6th layer of qi refinement, he barely managed to stave off the encroaching poison. Without hesitation, he activated a stone bead, drawing the pervasive poison into at least of upper-grade quality. Changqing's expression turned grave. The medicinal garden is one of the safest places within the Lu family. How could there be poison? At this moment, many Lu family cultivators of lower cultivation levels began collapsing to the ground one by one. When did I get poisoned? I was holding my breath and had even taken a detoxification pill. The faces of these individuals visibly showed black spots. It was easy to imagine that those areas concealed by clothing were also riddled with a multitude of black spots. Soon, these cultivators ceased breathing, their bodies rotting away as they perished. The sounds of barking ceased, and one by one, the yellow hounds fell to the ground, their yellow forms gradually turning black. A white jade pendant worn by Lu Qingwei emitted a faint white glow, shielding her from the corrosive effects of the poison. This white jade pendant was an extraordinary treasure. While she had not succumbed to the poison, witnessing her fellow Lu family members collapse filled her with urgency. Who administered this poison? The medicinal garden is protected by a second-tier formation. There must be a traitor among us. Lu Qingyue's cold gaze swept across the scene, noting that only a few remained alive. Besides Changqing and Chu Yuxian, all the other cultivators sat cross-legged. Even those who had consumed detoxification pills required their magical power to expel the poison. Changqing feigned no signs of being poisoned. In the midst of chaos, how can there be unscathed eggs? He glanced at Chu Yuxian, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "Chu, you have concealed yourself well." Chu Yuxian wore a sinister smile at the corners of his mouth, offering no rebuttal. Before entering the medicinal garden, all had been inspected by the yellow hounds. None could have entered with poison, since they could not bring poison inside. It indicated that someone had utilized the spiritual herbs within the garden to concoct the toxin. Clearly, only Chu Yuxian possessed such expertise in the realm of poisons. The paths of alchemy and poison are inherently intertwined. Chu Yuxian regarded Changqing and remarked nonchalantly, You have indeed not disappointed me. Standing here unscathed, without any signs of poisoning. Yi Changqing could not be bothered to explain. Ever since that night when the two sisters failed in their ambush, others had become aware of his hidden trump cards. Lu Qingyue's countenance was icy, devoid of unnecessary words, as she released her spiritual pressure at the 7th layer of qi refinement. A white flying sword from her storage pouch transformed into a dazzling streak, fast as lightning, and shot towards Chu Yuxian, an upper-grade first-tier magical tool. Chu Yuxian remained unperturbed, exuding an aura of consummate qi refinement. With a deft flick of his sleeve, a crimson defensive barrier materialized before him. Bang! Although the flying sword did not shatter, its spiritual radiance dimmed significantly, retreating into Lu Qingyue's grasp. In stark contrast, Chu Yuxian's protective barrier only flickered slightly. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyue's brows furrowed, a shadow of gravity crossing her features. A full-force strike failed to penetrate Chu Yuxian's barrier. Moreover, her extraordinary treasure was merely a top-tier artifact, and the white radiance it emitted was already beginning to wane. Chu Yuxian regarded the elegant and ethereal Lu Qingyue with a faint smile. Miss, you have only recently ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Even with a superior magical instrument, it is impossible for you to breach my defensive barrier, while you may advance to consummate qi refinement with time. Regrettably, you are not there yet. Each elevation in the late stage of qi refinement, while perhaps less pronounced than the leap from the pinnacle of the 6th to the 7th layer, still brings a significant enhancement to one's spiritual power. Delay the time. Await the arrival of the Song clan cultivators, until Lu Qingyue's reserve of magical power is exhausted. Lu Qingyue, her expression grave, inquired, Master Chu, why have you betrayed the Lu family? The Lu family has never wronged you. Had Chu Yuxian not openly revealed his intentions, no one would have suspected him of treachery against the Lu family. It is worth noting that it was the Lu family that extended a helping hand during the Chu family's annihilation. For the past 20 years, the Lu family had treated Chu Yuxian with utmost courtesy as a guest elder. Before Chu Yuxian could respond, Yi Changqing interjected bluntly, for profit, of course, perhaps when your Lu family rescued the Chu family. You were already ensnared in a trap. Miss, do you understand formation techniques? Check if the formation eye has been damaged. He alone would not dare to make a move that as he spoke. Yi Changqing unleashed his crimson true qi, preparing to attack directly, denying Chu Yuxian any opportunity to stall for time. Upon seeing that Yi Changqing was still a body-refining warrior, Lu Qingyue exhaled slightly in relief and tossed him a white talisman. The Thunder Talisman. Yi Changqing's eyes brightened as he accepted the Thunder Talisman, affixing it with a top-tier Gale Talisman, channeling his spiritual power to his feet, and dashed towards Chu Yuxian. Lu Qingyue sprinted towards a fellow cultivator from the Lu family. Although she lacked knowledge of formation techniques, there were those in the medicinal garden who understood. They simply needed to help expel the poison from that individual. Meanwhile, Chu Yuxian observed Yi Changqing charging towards him and muttered, So this is your trump card, and oh wonder the previous ambush failed. The two stood 6 paces apart, when Yi Changqing suddenly unleashed the Thunder Talisman. This distance was sufficiently close. It should hit. He was fully aware that unless he utilized his trump card, he could not defeat Chu Yuxian. However, the medicinal garden was crowded, and Yi Changqing could not openly employ his trump card. He had to await the opportune moment. In the next instant, the Thunder Talisman transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning that surpassed even the most accomplished qi refinement cultivator, hurtling directly towards Chu Yuxian. He had long known that someone in the medicinal garden carried a Thunder Talisman. Chu Yuxian scoffed coldly, slapping his storage pouch, summoning a purple gold shield that expanded dramatically, a top-tier defensive magical artifact, crafted from purple gold ore. In an instant, the shield towered as high as Chu Yuxian himself. The lightning struck the purple gold shield, producing a deafening crack akin to thunder, with the surging waves of magical power causing the surrounding air to warp. Faced with this tumultuous surge of magical energy, Yi Changqing did not retreat an inch. He continued to dart around to Chu Yuxian's rear like an arrow released from a bow. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Changqing had procured a folding fan, a top-tier offensive magical artifact. Due to the overwhelming power of the Thunder Talisman, even though Chu Yuxian was a consummate qi refinement cultivator, protected by the top-tier purple gold shield, he was still pushed back by the force of the impact. Not only that, but the shield bore a small indentation that if subjected to 3 or 5 more strikes from such a Thunder Talisman, the purple gold shield might very well suffer a breach. Before Chu Yuxian could regain his footing, he was alarmed to find Yi Changqing behind him. Something is amiss. This was Chu Yoxian's first thought. The prior surge of magical power had been too overwhelming. Even if Changqing were a body-refining warrior, he should not possess such incredible speed. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Chu Yoxian realized that the seemingly unremarkable folding fan in Changqing's hand was, in fact, a top-tier magical artifact. Where had Changqing acquired the spirit stones to purchase a top-tier magical artifact? Changqing had spent nearly 1,500 spirit stones on alchemy. How could a Qi refinement 4th layer cultivator who had only arrived at the Liu family 2 or 3 years ago be so affluent? Chu Yoxian was utterly baffled, and now was not the time to ponder this matter. He was in a life-or-death situation. Changqing was determined not to grant Chu Yoxian any time to regroup. Chu Yoxian had yet to stabilize himself. Changqing once more channeled the liquid magical power within the stone bead into the folding fan and swung it fiercely. A chilling blade of wind shot towards Chu Yoxian's head. Chu Yoxian was taken aback. The aura emanating from this wind blade was comparable to that of a consummate Qi refinement cultivator. How could a 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator possibly wield a top-tier magical artifact with such proficiency? What Chu Yoxian did not realize was that had Changqing not suppressed his own aura to avoid alerting others in the medicinal garden, he could have effortlessly slain Chu Yoxian with a single strike. In a moment of urgency, Chu Yoxian hastily positioned the purple gold shield across his back and rapidly adhered a defensive talisman to his body. The wind blade collided with the purple gold shield, and the ensuing magical wave further destabilized Chu Yoxian's stance, leaving his arm numb. After all, Chu Yoxian had not had time to position the purple gold shield properly. It is truly difficult to slay a consummate Qi refinement cultivator. This individual possesses a top-tier defensive magical artifact, making it even more challenging. Changqing was unwilling to leave any survivors. Although he coveted Chu Yoxian's alchemical legacy, it was evident that Chu Yoxian was aware of his secrets. Chu Yoxian must perish. With this thought in mind, Changqing pressed the attack, his form flickering as he swiftly approached Chu Yoxian. His left hand suddenly produced several talismans, carelessly tossing them out as if they were spirit stones, with a decisive sweep of his right hand holding the folding fan. Sharp wind blades tore through the darkness, aiming at Chu Yoxian. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions resonated endlessly, and the surging waves of magical power whipped up a tempest of yellow sand and sent spirit herbs flying. The rest of the individuals within the medicinal garden could not discern the specifics of the battle between Changqing and Chu Yoxian. They merely sensed the intensity of their clash. In fact, many believed that Changqing was the one on the defensive. After all, Chu Yoxian was a consummate Qi refinement cultivator. In mere breaths, Changqing had unleashed no fewer than 10 combination attacks. Each time the wind blades and talismans combined in their assault, their might was nearly equal to a full-force strike from a consummate Qi refinement cultivator. Chu Yoxian grit his teeth in frustration. He could only defend himself, with no opportunity to retaliate. With each defensive maneuver, he could not suppress a muffled groan, leaving him unable to call out for help. Chu Yoxian could only silently pray for the Song clan cultivators to arrive at the medicinal garden swiftly. Otherwise, he would perish here. At last, Changqing noticed a minuscule breach in the purple gold shield. Immediately, he connected with the Qingyu spider. Hidden within his dark hair, the Qingyu spider seized the opportune moment, swiftly sending a blue silk thread through the breach in the purple gold shield. Hiss! Chu Yoxian's dantian was pierced. Due to the speed of the spider silk's launch, and Chu Yoxian's complete focus on fending off Changqing's relentless assault, he initially felt no pain, only a sensation of his magical power seemingly leaking away. It was not until he suddenly realized that his defensive capabilities had weakened that he was horrified to discover the breach in his dantian. What is happening? Chu Yoxian was utterly oblivious to the existence of the Qingyu spider. Or perhaps he simply refused to believe that Changqing possessed such a formidable spirit companion at that moment. The dread within Chu Yoxian burgeoned like branches stretching rapidly, engulfing his entire being. Seizing the opportunity while Chu Yoxian was in a daze, Changqing intensified his assault. As time passed, Chu Yoxian's magical energy waned further. After 2 breaths, a golden sword qi erupted from Changqing's fingers, piercing Chu Yoxian's brow and causing blood to spatter. With another flick of his finger, Changqing sent forth a golden sword qi that penetrated Chu Yoxian's dantian, obscuring the traces of the Qingyu spider. This battle was the most arduous he had ever faced. Changqing retrieved the punctured purple gold shield, took the storage bag, and stealthily pocketed several talismans. all of which were of the offensive variety. As the defensive talismans had long since been depleted by Chu Yuxian, the wind and sand had yet to settle, and the remaining individuals in the medicinal garden had not heard any further sounds of combat. Their expressions laden with gravity. They were unaware of who emerged victorious. Don't dawdle. Check if there's an issue with the formation, Lu Qingwei urged anxiously. Regardless of the outcome, we must preserve the formation. Understood. A formation master from the Lu family struggled to rise. Staggering toward the edge of the medicinal garden at that moment, he could only attempt to halt the spread of toxins within, but safeguarding the formation was of utmost priority. Should an enemy breach the formation and invade the medicinal garden, they would be poisoned and defenseless. However, just as he reached the first eye of the formation, a thunderous explosion erupted. The talisman had been affixed to the formation's luminous aura, and suddenly, a gap appeared in the formation. A high-grade first-tier talisman of disruption. Although the formation protecting the medicinal garden was of the second tier, several of its eyes had been previously destroyed by Chu Yuxian, significantly reducing its defensive efficacy, allowing a high-grade disruption talisman to temporarily breach it. Immediately, a black arrow shot through the gap in the formation, piercing the formation master's skull, sending his body hurtling back and scattering the surrounding earth and stones. Destroy that eye. Otherwise, this gap won't last 3 breaths. This was a second-tier formation. No matter how dilapidated it was, it could not be compared to those first-tier formations. Soon after, 5 black-clad cultivators surged through the gap, scattering within the medicinal garden. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyue's delicate face grew even more solemn at that moment. She was the only one left with combat capability in the medicinal garden. Without a second thought, she waved her sleeve, launching several talismans at the black-clad cultivators. Just then, Lu Qingyue spotted Changqing emerging from the wind and sand, a glimmer of light igniting in her starry eyes and no longer hesitating. She gripped her white flying sword to impede the actions of the black-clad cultivators. The black-clad cultivators either evaded or blocked the talisman attacks, showing no intention of engaging Lu Qingwei directly. Instead, unleashing a barrage at the edges of the formation, they conjured spiders, centipedes, scorpions, silkworms. Who says we must find the formation's eye to destroy it? Just bombard it. It will surely be damaged. Goo. So it truly is that Song family. Yi Changqing furrowed his brow slightly. These cultivators were not particularly skilled. He waved his sleeve, and 5 high-grade black arrow talismans shot forth. All 5 black arrows struck true, hitting the black-clad cultivators. Yi Changqing had just emerged from the wind and sand. These black-clad individuals were oblivious to his presence. Unfortunately, none were slain in a single strike, merely sustaining injuries, for they were all protected by defensive talismans, just as Yi Changqing prepared to unleash more high-grade black arrow talismans. The ground suddenly quaked violently. The luminous barrier of the formation shattered like glass, pieces falling away and ultimately dissipating into faint spiritual light, carried away by the wind. Kill. Following this command, a horde of black-clad individuals surged into the medicinal garden. Upon witnessing this influx, Yi Changqing's first instinct was to flee. The remaining Lu family Qi refining stage cultivators, poisoned yet resolute, gritted their teeth. Young miss, flee. This medicinal garden cannot be held. We will buy you time. These individuals did not seem to belong to the Ouyang family. Young miss, survive well, and remember to avenge us. Several Qi refining stage cultivators, no longer suppressing the toxins within, unleashed their full magical energy, summoning talismans or magical artifacts to collectively assault the black-clad cultivators. Witnessing such a grim scene, Lu Qingyue's starry eyes glistened with tears, yet she understood that remaining here would only lead to her demise. She affixed a swift wind talisman and dashed toward the core area of the medicinal garden, where several second-tier spiritual herbs awaited her retrieval. Dear uncles, I shall avenge you, Lu Qingyue vowed.